ask that as well is I think you're one of the few that really has a wide experience of the world in terms of Hearthstone players, because you actually have experience playing in the China scene as well, which most players don't. So I guess just talk to us a little bit about China Team League and what that experience was like with Team Liquid.
Yeah, it was very enjoyable. It was very competitive. It was basically us, Team Liquid, so me, Bunny Hopper, and Frozen, were in this league with I think like 9 other Chinese teams. We were the one sort of Western team, and obviously China's like known for topping a lot of the Masters tours recently. So you're basically in a league with like the best Chinese players, pretty much. So yeah, it was very good competition, and I luckily was able to win the last season of it this year. So I was pretty happy with that, but it was not easy.
So you mentioned a little bit earlier you might be just a little bit over the hill. Is that because of streaming commitments? Because you're streaming a lot these days. I kind of wanted to ask, like, do you still see yourself as a competitive player first and foremost? Are you a streamer first and foremost? Like, what are you in Hearthstone, I guess is the question.
I'm definitely right now more of a competitor. I'm not really streaming that much at the moment. I started doing it a bit more consistently like 2020, 2021. And I don't know, maybe got a bit burnt out from having to just stream Hearthstone over and over again. And nowadays, I've been kind of focusing more on just the competitions. But yeah, next year, I'm not sure. I think it obviously depends on like what competitive opportunities there are, but I'm definitely thinking about going back and trying to take streaming a bit more seriously again.
Oh, good to hear. I'm sure people will be very excited for it if that is the case. That is all I have written down to ask you, Deaddraw. So unless you have any final words you'd like to give, any shout-outs, thank yous, this is your opportunity to do so.
Yeah, I mean, I guess I'll shout out Team Liquid for being my team and supporting me, and also the best practice group in the world, Mr. Trini Ufen Group, who I think we have like four members who are in Worlds this year. So yeah, not a bad stat.
Yeah, if you all could stop winning things so we didn't have to hear about that practice group every single time anyone gets on camera, that would be ideal. But no, obviously I kid, fantastic practice group, very well represented at Worlds, of course. Deaddraw, thank you for joining me. I've been Sottle, this has been Deaddraw, and this is the World Championships. Have fun, everyone. Hi everyone, I am joined by Yuyi. So first off, Yuyi, how are you doing today?
Hi, 好，大家好，主持人好。
Hello, nice. So first real question, I suppose. This World Championship is going to be right at the start of a brand new meta with a brand new class in the game. Do you think that's an advantage or a disadvantage for you personally?
我觉得对于选手来说都是一个公平的起跑线吧，对于大家来说都是一个新的职业，对。然后我觉得挺有意思的吧，对大家来说都是一个新的尝试。
Players from China in general have performed very well in the global Masters tours over the last 2 years or so. Why do you think that is? And do you think China is the strongest competitive region overall?
我觉得过去2年里，中国地区表现强势的话，可能跟玩家基础啊，然后包括就是中国国内电竞环境，就是战队联赛啊这些关系比较大吧。然后目前的话，我觉得国服还是非常强势的赛区。
So the last time world viewers would have seen him on a tournament this big, to my memory, was Summer Championships 2018. And he went 0-2 out of groups. Has he grown as a player since then? Is he doing anything different this time around?
18年也是过去挺长时间了，然后我觉得成长吧，可能就是经历了更多的版本吧，然后 就是在炉石传说上面经历了更多的版本，然后不一样的地方嘛，我觉得我倒是希望自己可能变化小一点吧，就是套用国内一个战队的名字，就是不忘初心。
I want to ask about his practice regimen in general. Does he practice on his own? Does he have a large practice group? Is it a small group of friends? Like, what does his preparation for this tournament look like?
平时练牌的话，更多是小团体队内的练习吧。然后，大环境的话，可能主要以天梯为主。然后，尽量多跟，就是也是会尽量多跟不一样的选手去尝试打一些模拟赛吧。
How different is the meta when you play in world events like this World Championships or Global Masters Tours compared to China-only events?
当然，去年其实战队联赛赛制是跟咱们国际上4-1是有区别的，但是今年就是更接近了吧。我觉得现在最大区别就是时区上的差别了。
So I think that's all I've got in terms of prepared questions, but I would like to give Yu the opportunity if there's any shout outs he would like to give or anything that he would like the audience to hear. The floor is his.
这次世界总决赛呢，我们KZG 战队也是全员3个人都出战，然后我也是希望我跟我的队友都能取得好成绩吧。
Perfect. Well, good luck to you and thank you for your time.
谢谢 ，Thank you。
My name is TJ, and today I'm joined by X Blythe, a competitor who's going to be competing at the World Championship beginning on December 16th. Blythe, how you doing today, buddy?
Hey, I'm doing good, and you?
I'm fantastic. And that leads me to my first question, actually. You tend to normally play like dark room, dark curtain, dark clothes. Does that just help you get into like the mindset for playing Hearthstone? Is it just a comfort for you?
Yeah, it's just comfortable for me. So, yeah, I just like it like this. There's nothing around me. I can just focus on the game, and it's better for me.
So, looking forward to the World Championship. It's been a long time coming for you, right? Honestly, I think a lot of people expect you to qualify much sooner than you did. But how does it feel now? You know, a little bit. We're ways out from the World Championship. It's been a long time since you qualified. Where's your head at right now in terms of looking forward to it? Are you already excited about it? Are you nervous? Are you just, get it started already? What are your thoughts right now?
I'm really happy to be there already, and I don't know how to feel about it. I just hope I can do well. I will try my best, and yeah, that's it. Hopefully, I can win it. It's my goal, obviously. So we'll see.
So obviously, the players competing there are quite good, I would say. It's pretty stacked, and it's getting more stacked. Do you care at all about like who you're playing? Like, does it matter? Like someone, let's say in a Masters tour, it's someone who's you've never heard of versus like Fury Hunter, for example. Does it matter who's on the other side?
Not for me. Like, it changed nothing for me, but obviously it changed the outcome of the match if my opponent is bad, because they will just give me some games maybe. So it's better to play against worst opponent, but even if it's a good opponent, I don't care.
You don't care, yeah. That's
I
kind of
just go and I'll play, and I play my best.
Yeah, it's kind of the vibe. I get it. It doesn't seem like anything really affects you too much in terms of like outcomes or whatever. Do you ever get tilted when you're playing in a Hearthstone match, like bad outcomes or somebody playing a little bit slow? If you know what I'm saying.
Like, it doesn't really tilt me, but I don't know. It's like if I lose like big matches on some maybe some random things. Like, it depends on what there is on the line, right? If there is nothing on the like against, for example, last year against in the final against Frenetic.
Mhm.
Of course, I was tilted because I lost my world ticket. So,
Yeah.
yeah, sometimes it happens.
I remember that match very specifically. Are you talking about the Rogue Mirror?
Yeah, yeah.
Yeah, the Rogue
Exactly.
Mirror. Yeah, I remember that game very much so. Very much so. What's like your sort of favorite part of I guess just taking a step back, playing Hearthstone? Like, what's your favorite part of playing Hearthstone? Is it just competing and winning? Is that it, or do you like the stuff that happens outside, like finding the best decks and finding the best lineups and things like that? What's like your favorite part of the whole thing?
Of course, competing and winning, for sure. I'm not really a good like deck builder, even if I did some deck building sometime for this playoff, for example. But yeah, I don't really like that part. I just like this part. I just play on ladder, and most part of the time I just take the good decks that I really like, and it works. So that's perfect. So yeah, I prefer clearly to compete and win, of course.
Who would you say is talking about deck building? Who would you say is like the deck builder in Hearthstone that you respect the most? Like the player that you've like taken the most ideas from or decks from in the scene?
Like most part of the time, it's just like everyone. Like there is not really a deck, like a big deck builder. It's just like someone created a deck maybe, and like with changes, it becomes a good deck.
Mhm.
But maybe I think like probably Noen's Gamer. I think I would say is a really good deck builder.
Everybody's asking me like, "Oh, you're interviewing Blaze? You got to ask him a bunch of questions about Pascoa because they're both at the World Championship, and they had that infamous match that was like on front page of Reddit for like 3 days. So much debate. We need more drama in Hearthstone esports. There's not enough.
More drama equals more viewers, so it's always good. I think
Exactly.
for me it's good.
Yeah, and for me it's good too. For everybody,
everyone.
it's good.
Yeah,
The whole
for
scene is
everyone.
good. So, would you say he's like your rival, or no?
I don't think so.
Do you have a rival, like a player that either one you've never been able to beat in a big match, or that you always get fired up when you play against?
No, not really. I don't have anyone. I think so. Like maybe like Gabi, maybe because we like, of course, we're both French, and sometimes we play together, and we compete against each other. So
Yeah.
he wants to be the best. I want to be the best. Always, there is always a competition between us, I think.
Which do you prefer, oceans or mountains?
A.
How? Do you prefer big parties or small gatherings?
小聚会
Baths or showers?
泡澡
Interesting. Everyone prefers baths today. Do you prefer to be a passenger or a driver?
司机
City or countryside?
城市
Work hard or play hard?
拼命工作吧
It's Bustwinger! That is an arcane devourer. No new ape drops appearing this time, and just like that, Xiaobai is up 2-0.
grabs
That's the Bell Scream! That is 36 damage. Zessie is your 2021 Hearthstone Grandmasters World Champion.
Hello, everyone, and welcome to the Hearthstone World Championship. I'm Raven, and joining me to kick off the day and kick off the tournament is Sottle, of course. Welcome, my friend. How's it going?
It is going great. It's been a long road to get to this point, but we are finally at World Championship time. So what we've been building towards for the whole year is what these players have been working for the whole year. And obviously we have a fresh meta shakeup allegedly thrown in here that the players had to navigate to get through to this point. So I think this is going to be a fantastic few days for fans of top-level Hearthstone action.
Yep, can't wait to kick it off at all. But we are just going to check out an overview, of course, and see what's been going on and what's the plan for this weekend. We do have 4 dual elimination group brackets that we're going to go through, and then we're going to have the top 8 in the final single elimination. It's going to be absolutely fantastic. And of course, the winner will be crowned the 2022 World Champion, and we will be playing in that best of 5 conquest format, the go-to for competitive Hearthstone.
Yeah, has been for a very, very long time. We flirt with some other formats, but we always come back to Conquest in the end. If you are unfamiliar with Conquest, we won't do the things. You know what Conquest is by now. This is the World Championship. What if this is the only Hearthstone tournament that you're going to be ended up watching for the year? In which case, here you go. Conquest is essentially you bring a lineup, your opponent gets to ban 1, and then each of those decks must win to get out of the series, which essentially introduces a strategy of targeting opponents' decks, which is the main go-to method in Conquest of being able to kind of pin your opponent into a corner. You isolate one of their decks and try and make it so that it can't win, and therefore increase your chances overall of winning the series. Alternatively, you just bring good decks and try and bully your opponent out of the tournament.
Yeah, it's going to be very, very interesting overall just to see how this one plays out, because of course we're coming off the back of the new expansion with a lot of new cards and some pretty interesting lineups overall, and with the way players have chosen to approach this tournament. But we will of course dig into all the lineups and all the players as we move on throughout the weekend, because there's going to be a lot to talk about, not only similarities in the decks players have chosen to bring, but also the differences that players have chosen to bring in their lineups as well, because I think that is going to be a real sticking point when we start to see, the progression through the groups and see who's doing well, who's falling off a little bit, to see where, did these different options actually pay off, or was it correct to just bring, what we've likened to call over the years just the 4 best decks style of deck submission. So looking forward to check that out. But for now, we can look at the prize pool and see what all the players are competing for, because like we said, biggest tournament of the year, the ultimate prize, which is of course the World Champion title. But look at what all these players get to take home, Sol.
Yeah, and we've talked about this all year, even when we've been doing events that directly qualified through to the World Championship, we take the prize pool for getting into a qualifying position for that event and then saying, hey, you can add the bare minimum of being at World. You can add another 10 grand on top of that just by being at the World Championship. There is an enormous amount of money on the line here. First place taking home $100,000, but I think most importantly, there is a cliche question that you tend to ask people: what matters the most to you? Is it the prestige? Is it the recognition? Is it the money? Is it the trophy? The answer you basically get from any player who is at the level to be winning a world championship is, I just want to be the world champion. That's what matters. I just want that title. Everything that comes with it is just window dressing. I just want that validation of someone telling me I'm the best player in the world this year.
Yeah, and we're going to find out who is going to be crowned the world champion later on this weekend, of course. But to start off, we're going to check out the groups, see who's going to be playing it out over the course of the next few days, see who's made it and how those groups actually shake out. So for Group A that we're going to be starting with, we have XC and Deaddraw kicking it off for the first match of the day. And then we have Yuyi and Blyes and Subtle. I know, for example, for us, Deaddraw and Blyes specifically have been 2 players that we're big fans of. But how do you place them in this group?
Yeah, of course. The European bias that we have, also just a personal bias that I think I have towards both of these players, you might have as well. I think they are very well placed. I think Deaddraw in particular is a player to look out for because he might even be a player that's going a little bit under the radar these days. There was a time sort of in the first couple of seasons of Grandmasters where Dead Draw was the player that people talked about, and you could definitely argue that Dead Draw was a player let down by that initial iteration of the system by not being promoted to Grandmasters very quickly, as he probably should have done based on the results he was getting at that point. But I do think Dead Draw is a player that requires motivation to really be at the top level. And I think right now, obviously, he's in the World Championships. He's going to have that level of motivation. I think a motivated and engaged Dead Draw is a player that is incredibly scary. Blyze is a player that is always incredibly scary. And then the two Chinese representative, XC in particular, is a player that you cannot throw enough plaudits at for, you know, the amount of overall win rate that he puts up in competitive matchups. Overall, he is an absolute monster. So I think, honestly, we are putting our best foot forward immediately. That Group A is an absolute monster of a group. But this is the World Championships. We move on and then look at the state of Group B, Raven.
Yeah, it's difficult because this group looks scary. You might notice will become a theme as we go through the 4 groups. Here we have Glory, Shouty, Yala, Tianming, like another insane group. Obviously, on the European side, at least, Yala been one of the most sort of stable players who's been in contention of best player in the world for a long time. His journey through Grandmasters was simply just incredible, just the sheer pillar of consistency of play. Shouty, obviously, again, one of the players that has been talked about a lot as, you know, obviously more so in China, but across the world. Probably one of the early Chinese players who really made a huge impact on the world scene, as far as I'm aware. And then, of course, Glory, previous world champion, and Tianming as well to round it out. I mean, I'm already struggling to be like, oh yeah, I think these two players will make it out. Like, where do we even begin, Sottle, with these?
And speaking of Yala as well, I was talking about, you know, players that might have now gone under the radar. Because Yala got his work done so early in the year in terms of qualifying for the World Championship and then didn't really feature in the second half of the year because the work was done. Like, have we forgot about Dre at this point? Like, Yala is ridiculous, and I don't think anyone has really been talking about him for the last couple of months or so, as the focus has been more on players like Fury Hunter and like Habu Gabu, who we now see here in Group C.
Yeah, and checking it out, we've got Mighty versus Habu and XMG versus Possessi. And again, Possessi, obviously, current world champion, going out there with XMG in that lower match. I think, honestly, Sottle, and this is, I mean, zero disrespect here, but so far, this looks like one of the weaker groups to me. And that is purely because just looking at the overall caliber, I think it's absolutely fair to say Mighty does seem like a big underdog, not only in this group, but just in Worlds in general. And again, I honestly mean zero offense, but I mean, just based on everyone else's accomplishments so far.
Even start as we mean to go on, but I'm going to argue with you vociferously here. No, I'm not going to disagree with your assessment that Mighty might be one of the bigger underdogs in the tournament. However, Habu Gabu is probably the player of the year this year. And then Possessi is a freaking world champion. Like, this group is also absurd. I think you are underselling the level of quality that we have in this group.
I agree. I'm just saying this is probably purely because Mighty is just newer, more of an underdog, just not have as many achievements as, you know, multiple world champions we have in this tournament. It's just this naturally becomes the slightly lesser of the group. I mean,
watch Mighty just roll this group 2-0 now.
Come on. Nothing would make me happy. I'd love to see it because I think it would be great. But yeah, that is Group C there. Looking forward to that. And again, as you can see, just every single group, you see how important every single match is going to be, from, you know, the first one we've shown to every single group going forward from there, because it's, yes, it's double a limb, but even just a single loss in a tournament this stacked feels like you are so far behind then, because the first priority for all these players is to get out of groups and then move on from there. And finally, Sol, we go on to Group D with another stacked group of players.
Yes, indeed. Levick, a late arriver in the run to Worlds, showed up through Grandmaster's last call and then has made it to this point in the World Championship. Zhao Bai, another long-standing representative from the China region. Lots of history stacked under his belt. Good performances throughout the Masters Tour as well, since the China players have been more commonly integrated in that in the last year or so. And then the two players that I think, you know, will be a very fitting way to round off the marathon session that we will have in getting through these opening games in the groups over the first day or so. Bunny Hopper versus Pasqua. Bunny Hopper, quick, I think, to challenge the idea that he is a roper these days. He would argue that he has been usurped by players like Pasqua in terms of playing slowly overall, and is very quick to argue when people accuse him of playing overly slowly these days. But if you are a fan of, let's say, considered Hearthstone, then that final matchup might just be the one for you.
Yeah, I'm definitely looking forward to that one, to watching it as a spectator, because I think it's going to be very, very interesting indeed. But yeah, that is all of the groups. We've got all this to play through over the next few days, and I couldn't be more excited. Because Sol, we're getting ready to kick off the first match. It's going to be XC versus Dead Draw. What can you tell me about the lineups here, Sotel? Because now we can start digging into, I think, one of your favorite things in talking about Hearthstone, which is lineup construction and deck choice.
It is indeed, yeah. So starting with XC, he's going to be running the Boon Priest. He has the Quest Demon Hunter. As far as I'm aware, all Demon Hunters in this tournament have gone Quest Demon Hunter. There was a little bit of war early on, whether it was, you know, Relic Demon Hunter without Quest, whether you had the, you know, the weapon and the Fragments of Souls and all that kind of stuff going on. But I think it is relatively settled science at this point that the Quest Demon Hunter is the way to go. The big point of disagreement, I think, overall among the common is everyone's bringing Rogue. Which Rogue are you bringing? XC is going for the Graveyard Draka pop-off Miracle version of Rogue overall, and then Druid thrown on top of that as well, which to me, this is very much in the just bring the best decks category.
Yeah.
I don't think anything has gone too far off the wall in this one. And then Dead Draw on the other side has done something just a little bit more targeted and anti-meta, I would say, where he does have the Quest Demon Hunter because I think you have to. I think that deck's mandatory. It's nonsense. I love it, but the deck is nonsense. And then he has a Ping Mage thrown in there. He has 40-card Jackpot Rogue, and then he also has a straight-up Quest Priest thrown into the mix as well, which is a deck that we've been seeing a decent amount of thrown around, just kind of sprinkled on top of the competitive meta for quite some time now. It's a deck that tends to appear in a few players' lineups per tournament for the very distinct purpose that it has in certain matchups, and those matchups change from meta to meta. I think one of the interesting cards in Quest Priest now, which has really warped some of the matchups that you can deal with Priest in general, is Plague Spreader and the threat that presents as a combo disruptor for your opponent. Yeah. And looking at the way these bans have panned out, there is enough respect for Quest Priest to have picked up a ban in this series, which is not something I would have been expecting to see an enormous amount of going into this.
Yeah, and we can check out here the XC information here, and it's looking just strong. I think it's
look at it.
It's pretty strong, I do think though the strength here really for XC is we know how good a player he is, and he is just bringing, you know, we can talk about Rogue and we will talk about Rogue throughout the weekend, but for me he is bringing just the good decks, and I think he has the ability to back that up, and I think that might do him well because, again, even though I definitely respect what Dead Draw's done, I do think that, for example, the Ping Mage especially has a lot of game in this meta. It's just difficult when you say, okay, I'll bring Ping Mage and then not bring Druid, because I feel like Druid is so strong right now. It's very, very difficult to make those sacrifices, but you have to cut something, right?
Raven, it's so fitting for the end of the year. We're going to fight so much. I think Druid is a massive weak link in so many of these lineups.
Okay. You have not been comboed enough, Sol.
No, I haven't, because they're very often dead before they get to do that. Boom Priest is going to be kicking things off, but yes, I do want to just pay one more piece of attention to the stats that you saw there from XC. I alluded to it when we were going through the groups. The highest win rate player in Masters Tours with a significant sample. If you are out there and you know that you played in one Masters Tour and have a 75% win rate or whatever, yeah, we're not counting you. We require sample size.
Oh, wait, you?
Yeah, XC is the king of win rate, which this isn't, you know, a real point. It's just kind of a feels thing. But when you have a 68% edge over the field of the best players in the world in Masters Tours, why wouldn't you just bring the best decks and play them well, you know? Like, and obviously that's kind of nonsense because we'd have to break down how much of that win rate in Masters Tours comes from having like anti-meta hard read counter lineups, for example, and how much stuff comes from that. But it's just a thing that just seems to feel right in the mind, right? Where if you are provably, statistically, one of the best players in the world, just bring the good decks and make other people beat you.
Sorry, I was just reading this next for Dedro, and I just love the way my brain works. Only one of 3 players with 4 plus MT top 8s. It's Gabby, Habu Gabu, and 5. An extra player in there as far as the way my brain
UK boy band 5 are actually crushing it in the Masters Tours.
That's what they did after their music career went away, I'll say. But here for Dedro, yes, we talked about Dedro a lot. We've talked about Dedro in Grandmasters when he wasn't in Grandmasters. That's the level of which we have spoken about Dedro's Hearthstone career. But kicking it off here with the Fell Demon Hunter, or Quest Fell Demon Hunter deck. I think one thing we will agree on this weekend, Sol, not only powerful, but super fun to play. It's probably the deck I've had the most just sheer fun playing so far in this expansion, because you just get to do really cool stuff and you do have to engage your brain just a little bit to make it work. So I'm definitely a fan.
Yeah, as the self-elected captain of Team Degen, I have enjoyed basically every variation of Fell Demon Hunter and of Quest Demon Hunter. You know, Quest Demon Hunter when it was Il'gynoth and not really Fell package, Fell when there was no Quest in there and it was just curve out, be aggressive, kill him with Jace kind of stuff. I have enjoyed basically every version of all of those decks. This is my favorite. It is so much fun, and just the way the meta pans out right now is so perfect for just dopamine release into my brain, because, you know, there's these things with like Druid, you run into Blood Death Knights, for example. I mean, you won't in this tournament, but you run into Blood Death Knights on ladder and they're stacking 70, 80 health from discovered extra copies of the spell that gives you 10 health. Druids are stacking armor up to 80. And then because they're wasting too much time not pressuring you and stacking health, you just hit them with like 140 damage burst combo on the final turn. That will never not be fun to me. I'm sorry. I know that evokes very powerful reactions from people, but to me, that's amazing.
I can rephrase it to help out a little bit. There's an element of joy in letting someone think they are winning for a very long time, and then they're dead. It's like, which is pretty great. But let's kick it off. It's the first game. The Hearthstone 2022 World Championship. Dedra on the bottom on the Demon Hunter, XC on the top on that Boom Priest. And pretty good opening here for Dedra, I would say. Subtle Sigil, nice and early. The Relic of Dimensions just already in hand, good to go for a little bit later on.
Yeah, any opening hand that has Sigil in it, you're not going to be wildly upset about. Lack of tradables right now, which are usually important in the early game. Most of the time, I would argue, your first step of quest completion involves a tradable, because you're limited on mana and there are not very many ways in the deck to draw a card for 1 mana, right? You have Chaos Strike and Spectral Sight. My God, I like almost forgot the name of the most ubiquitous Demon Hunter card. We're off to a great start, Raven.
Oh yeah.
But with Sigil of Alacrity, I think once you have that card locked in, because of the amount of mana that cheats in terms of you know, drawing an extra card for essentially 0 mana on a given turn, you're usually chilling from that point in terms of hitting a step of quest completion.
Yeah, looking pretty good so far. Of course, the Silver Moon, not something you really want, especially this early. You could argue it can be good to help push through some damage if Dedra's under any big threats, but at 3 mana, it's a little bit painful, but there's plenty more spell damage where that came from, so still got plenty of time here for Dedra. XC, though, is going to get the switcheroo off, and such a key card with this specific version of the deck, or the, you know, this sort of newer style of the deck, because you need those minions, right? Like you need the minions to actually do the boon anyway. So having that nice and early for XC is going to pay off quite a lot. But what is the choice here?
Can I have all 3, please?
That's called cheating, Subtle. You can't just take them all.
With one handmaiden in hand, maybe it is just the wig.
Oh, really?
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, I think this makes sense to me. You just rely on that one handmaiden to draw you the cards you need, and then hope that card draw begets more card draw, and you end up getting to the other Radiant and the other handmaiden if you need them. Going back down to Dead Draw's hand, that Relic of Extinction that was picked up a turn ago is actually an extremely important draw in this matchup as well. It's kind of two ways this matchup can go. Demon Hunter just goes too fast, gets the kill combo, Priest dies. Or two ways it can go in the world where the Demon Hunter wins, I should say. First is you just go fast, you get the combo, you kill him. Second is you just use all your spell damage to kill every minion they play for the entire game, which is very, very possible as well, because they might get down, you know, 2, 14, 16, 20 health minions. Demon Hunter can laugh at that with the right hand if they have location proc, juiced up Relic of Extinction, plus some spell damage, plus like a Fell Barrage, for example. That's basically any board you can imagine dead at that point. So, you know, having that security blanket of the Relic of Extinction in hand, I think is a very nice deal as well. And Relic of Phantasms picked up alongside it, which is weirdly, despite being, you know, potentially, and I guess viewed by a lot of people as one of the most powerful relics in terms of what it does when you get it juiced up, is really used just to juice the other relics a lot of the time in this deck, and just to get them up to reasonable levels.
I think that's one of the things I really enjoy about the deck itself, is that the relic usage, I think, is often oversimplified by a lot of players, and like deciding which relics to use, and also which ones to double in certain matchups with the location, of course, gets very interesting, because you really do have to keep it open where, well, if you use the relic to summon the 1/1s, right, then that's fine if you just need to ramp the others, but then you're just a relic down that could have summoned, you know, something way bigger later on. So making those decisions is definitely tricky. It's going to be the Mark of Scorn there for Dead Draw, and I do think this is, again, what can be tough about this deck is really working out what resources you can, I don't want to say throw away, because that sounds super negative, but what resources you can use while still having enough to do later to actually win. Because I have run into a few games where I've used everything because I was being maybe too defensive, not had enough for a really big combo, and then suddenly you're fatiguing and you just don't have it with more of the sustain classes. So it's something you do have to keep an eye on, but not something I imagine Dead Draw will struggle with too much, because he's a little bit better of a player than I am.
Yeah, and just to get this out of the way nice and early, I would suspect that we are significantly above a 50% chance that a player will burn the Kurtrus quest reward on purpose this tournament, because it is, one, wildly unnecessary a lot of the time if you've hit good Relic of Dimension discounts anyway, and two, that point that Raven was just making of hand size just being so annoying to manage, getting rid of that card so it never goes into your hand in the first place can actually be very important. So, dear people in chat, those of you that are here early, when that happens later and people freak out about it, you can sound really smart by explaining why that was always meant to happen.
What Subtle really means is you tell them again so we don't have to repeat it.
Yeah.
It's our job for us.
Meanwhile, XC going to go to the well, having the big pop-off turn here, does have the leash available.
Yeah, and how do you think Animate Dead has like changed the matchup? Because this Priest deck existed before this card did, and then this card is, you know, it's a 2-of. It sounds good. Resurrect a friendly minion that costs 3 or less. Obviously, other cards have to have been cut to fit these new cards in, but how much of an impact does just XC having access to this card make?
XC is, hang on, I will answer your question, but XC absolutely pushed it to the limit. Okay. Interesting. I'm imagining that was just XC roping out at that point. I was very, very worried with how late that Valish came down, and then you saw the Bless get pointed and then not end up getting used. That is a colossal resource being used here from XC. Early on, a potential huge mistake from someone that we have been bigging up for one of the best players in the tournament, potentially. I think you can see the look on his face knowing how much that means. Going back to your question, though, Raven, real quick, it kind of means situations like this are less impactful, right? Where, you know, Dead Draw can spend a bunch of resources to clear up this Radiant Elemental, and XC's kind of fine with it because he just has 2 more of them potentially juiced up in his hand, ready to go. And I think that was the big debate about why he took so long on that previous turn, was him deciding, is this Radiant Elemental bait? Am I leaving this here just to die so I can then start rezzing it over and over again? Or am I actually going all in this turn and trying to get a board that's stuck? Couldn't decide. Decision paralysis kicked in, and now he's in a very rough spot, I would say.
And it is really tricky to manage, right? Because Animate Dead's very, very strong. You just keep getting Radiance, as you mentioned, right?
Yeah.
But you don't get like the blesses back or the boons that you spent on earlier ones, right? You just get the minions, so you still have to be very wary of how you commit those resources. And I think XC maybe was too wary and couldn't decide till a little bit too late. Deaddraw does get the dimensions off, has another one in hand, but 0 mana Relic Vault and 0 mana Guild Trader. You excited, Sottle?
I'm very excited.
Because when you see the 0, obviously Deadraw's spent one of his spell damage cards, even though it's not actually dead yet, which is very strong. But 0 mana spell damage in this deck, oof, it allows you to do things.
Is there a lethal out this turn? I suspect there is.
I mean, that just must be.
Yeah, 0 mana Relic Vault, juice it, Relic of Dimensions, and then as long as you hit the Jace for less than 2 mana, depending on what else you draw alongside it.
Yeah, with the Guild Trader at 0 as well, like I just feel like there has to be. If the 2/2 lives, of course.
Exactly. Yeah,
they're just has to exist, right?
One Fell Barrage already played as well, which will straight up go face for 12 damage at this point. That's not it, though. It needed to hit it off the last 2 sets of cards. So the first 2 cards are discounted by 4. The second 2 cards are discounted by 5. So even with the additional discount from the quest step, Jace coming out costing 4 would not be discounted enough. If it came out costing 3, it would then get thrown down to 2 and would have been playable. So.
Yeah, and even though it wasn't the big crazy lethal this turn,
it looks pretty good.
The draw was still quite good. That's how I'd rate it. Quite good. Because now there's that second Guild Trader, unfortunately, full price for Deaddraw unless he wants to cycle it back. But again, with just 2 mana being spent on an additional +4 spell damage in hand.
Yeah, so he needs 9 mana to be able to play all of the damage in his hand, right? Well, all of the spell damage in his hand, sorry. And he can throw out all of his fell spells over the next 2 turns to juice that up if that's the plan that he wants to go for, potentially.
Yeah, I mean, the fact that the Silver Moon just isn't dead must be terrifying for XC. Does have Silent. Oh. Not going to use it. Okay, never mind. Probably just accepting that it's probably too far gone. Yeah.
Needs the card draw more than anything else.
Yeah. Oh, wow.
And that is incredibly well managed from Deaddraw as well. Opponent on 27 exactly, meaning that the card draw train stops. And as a wise man once told me, Raven, you never count. This is infinite damage.
Yeah, this is the opposite reason as to why I never count. I never count because it's always wrong. But you never count here because it's just lethal no matter which way you slice it. It is so much damage, so much spell damage on board. And yeah, I think this was a very good display, Sottle, for the rest of the weekend as to what this Demon Hunter is capable of. Of course, XC had some missteps, had some trouble actually getting anything done this game. But look at that from Deaddraw. First game of the tournament goes to Demon Hunter, and I'll tell you what, Sottle, I am not too surprised.
No, me either. I do think that matchup has a little bit more mid-game back and forth that I think is actually quite entertaining. So in that sense, it's a shame that XC just kind of got in a bit of a mess through the mid-game, because that board should have come back once, twice, 3 more times over the course of the game if XC had actually been parceling out his resources more aggressively, or that first board should have been 3 times the size of what it ended up being, right? If he'd have
one or the other
doing the turn. And either way, that either makes Deaddraw have the absolute nuts immediately to be able to deny the board state or be able to draw into it quickly enough before he dies, or the other way where you just keep resurrecting boards over and over again and just do 3 or 4 medium boards over the course of the game. Requires lots of individual spell damage draws, good parceling of resources, the Extinction and the Fell Barrage, which are your best removal cards generally overall against what Priest is trying to do, because wide AoE from the Unleash is not generally that good. And then you have to still have enough left at the end of it to be able to kill your opponent, potentially when your Furies aren't going to get to connect face through large taunts. A lot of very meaty minutiae in that matchup that would have been very interesting to see, but unfortunately we got the other side of Hearthstone, which is just, you know, one player making a mistake and getting punished for it.
Yeah, and now we're going to be moving on to a rogue matchup across the board here, Zottel, but two very different rogues indeed. We see the Draka rogue here from XC, one of the most explosive decks we've seen in recent history. It was strong, or people were playing a lot of it before the expansion, but with the additions of the concoctions, it's truly ridiculous how much you can get done in the very, very early turns of the game with exactly the right hand, of course. But what do you make of this deck and where it sits in the meta right now? Because it's about to go up against a very different style of rogue.
I mean, it's nonsense, isn't it? This deck is very stupid, let's be honest. I understand why not everyone believes in it, because it's wildly high variance, and that's a hard thing to process properly coming into a tournament where variance can be the difference between world champion and not a world champion, right? Like, I am aware how statistics work and how the individual stakes of any given game does not affect how good a deck is on average. I'm just saying there is a mental trap that is very hard not to fall into, where you don't want to bet your tournament on the first 10 cards in your 30 card deck every game, right? Like, you can very justifiably argue that you are supposed to take that bet because on average the deck wins more than it doesn't, right? And that's probably the valid way of looking at it. But I can understand the players who haven't wanted to do it and gone with, you know, decks that just allow you to get a little more into that meaty minutiae of the game I was talking about earlier, right? Where you feel like you're making more decisions with more agency and the game's stretching out a little bit longer, and you feel like you can perhaps express your skill edge over people over a longer period of time.
I definitely hope we get more chance to talk about the emotional sides of odds, Zottel, because that's something I can definitely get involved in. Like, look, if you just keep losing with it, you're going to win soon.
Yeah, exactly.
That's just how it works.
Raven's like, finally, Zottel's talking about something I can understand. Absolute nonsense. This is Raven's time to shine.
I've been waiting for this for years. But here, of course, Dead Draw, as I mentioned, is going to be on a very different style of rogue. It's going to be the XL Jackpot rogue. Instead of betting their tournament on the first 10 cards, they're betting them on all 40 at this point, because there's going to be a lot of them, maybe even more than 40 actually, because this card likes to generate more stuff. It's going to be, I feel like, a really weird matchup that, again, I don't want to oversimplify it, but Dead Draw either survives the Draka pop-off or he doesn't. And I know that sounds very, very stupid, but it's not like Dead Draw can outrace him in most scenarios, right? If XC does go off early, it's not like a mirror match where you also have something crazy to do early on to try and push a lot of damage. This deck, this rogue deck from Dead Draw, is more about just having raw value and just outvaluing your opponent.
Yes, as the human suplex machine once said, or many times said, beat me if you can, survive if I let you, which I think is a very adequate description of how this Draka rogue works against most opponents. Opening hand, there is a Shroud for XC, which always presents options. That is a pretty attractive looking opening hand, I would say, overall. None of the actual payoff cards just yet, but that Shroud of Concealment is pretty much always going to give you some route through the game.
Yeah, it just stops anything being truly disastrous in the opening, right? Because that's the one thing you can fall over on. If you just have a few of those draws that don't really go anywhere, maybe like a double prep into nothing is something that's happened to the best of us. Ooh. But XC going to go for tempo, which is not something you see too often from this Draka deck. But still, I'm excited to see where it goes here. Because it's not like Dead Draw has tons of reliable ways to even kill this, right?
The deal 3 destroy a random, it looks like. Obviously going to reveal the mask at this point as well. And now this is really the moment where we get to see exactly what type of game this is going to be, and that is a Draka. It's not an incredible pop-off hand. There is no Mailbox Dancer, no Shadow Step, which are normally the culprits of doing very, very disgusting things very, very early on. Ooh, Light Shower Elemental, though, as the absolute nuts.
Contraband stash already in hand.
Yes, indeed.
Dead Draw, which at this point, I think Dead Draw, normally you want a lot of value from Contraband, but if Dead Draw says I get to play a 5-cost Light Shower again, I think he's quite okay with this.
Draw 2 cards, destroy random. Thinking about it. I suppose does have the serrated Bone Spike in hand already, so maybe there was some merit there just to make sure, just to consider summon 3-drop, for example, if you're going for a big tempo turn. But I think destroy random just makes the most sense based on, you know, even if you don't use it to kill this Light Shower Elemental, you know how this works. You will be now seeing Light Shower Elementals for the rest of the game. So having destroy a random one of them seems to make sense.
Yeah, out of the concoctions, it does feel the, like, by far the most powerful one to me. It's like, oh, just kill a thing. It's like quite strong here. We'll see what can... Out of Dead Draw's turn, though, he's just going to cycle, makes the Contraband a little bit cheaper, which is fine. The Tooth, is that even worth it here for Dead Draw? It does defend the health on the Light Shower, but no Discover. I guess just kill it and go face seems fine.
3 is a very relevant breakpoint, right? It's a big deal, but it looks like Dead Draw is not particularly interested in it, just going to chill for now.
Yeah, holding off on the Maestro as well, and I think this is really just reducing the targets for shenanigans from XC, right? At least for the immediate future.
That's right. Feel the groove.
Mailbox Dancer played this turn, but I imagine this is now where we stop. Not nearly enough mana to be getting back up to that Draka without Shadow Steps. So this is going to be one more turn of setup, I think, for XC. And it looks like the monster turn should come next turn, especially now with double Stenographer built up as well.
A little bit unfortunate here as well. Dead Draw now has double Tooth, but nothing apart from his own elemental to aim at. A tricky
It's
call.
Not absurd.
Yeah,
honestly.
that's what I'm staring at it thinking, well, the Mailbox Dancer kills it anyway.
Well, no, I would argue no, it doesn't, because if you're feeling that this is now your opponent's pop-off turn, actually removing stuff from your own board on your opponent's suspected pop-off turn is generally to your benefit, right? Because they don't have targets to throw their spells at. They're generally just going to go like Stenographer into it anyway if they don't have Mailbox Dancers involved. So I think there was some merit to go for it there if you really wanted to and pick up the Discover, especially since you're able to summon it over and over again from this point anyway.
Let's see now the ongoing game that XC plays with this rogue deck is when will he pop off? And it looks like it might be now draw 2. Oh, okay. Just got Nelly in there as well. Oh, there's the prep. Yeah, so basically you've got the point now. You have the goal for both players. XC's hit Dead Draw in the face many times with the weapon and create these big stealth minions, of course, with the graveyard. And Dead Draw has to simply survive. And even though the Light Shower Elemental is very, very good, especially to resummon time and time again, is a Light Shower Elemental a couple of times going to be enough for this turn, Sottle? Because I think he might need something else.
Absolutely not. Something else is going to be required, which is honestly, you know, another part of the reason why I have been looking at those Tooths for some time, right? You really do want to get on with this hand, Contraband Stash and Tess both in hand. You want to get those juiced up as rapidly as possible, and I don't think Dead Draw really has enough to be able to resist what's happening here at the moment.
I was confused for just a second there, because it did look like XC was like hovering Draka. I'm like, you can still play more stuff though. Because that's how I play Draka. Just empty the hand. But yeah, there we go. And I think he was just considering what happens with the board space as well.
Exactly. Yeah.
So he does get the double shades as well. And yeah, what is Dead Draw supposed to do? Because XC has ticked all of the boxes right now.
Yeah, good recovery from XC. I think important just for XC's well-being and mental game, really, to get that turn right. The turn looked pretty good. There was a trap you could fall into with board space at the end, as you were mentioning, but rightly killed one of his own minions, killed his stenographer to make space for the extra ghost being summoned. Trap that's very easy to fall into. Often the mistake I make the most is the reverse of this, where I think I don't have board space. But one of my locations is on the final charge, for example, and then disappears when I press it. But in this situation where they're on double charge, you do need to be very, very careful about how much board space you have.
As you can see, it's the problem as well because your best minions are the last ones, right? So like you could see if XE just missed a 14-14 this turn, how much of a different game it could probably be, because that then gives Deaddraw at least a chance to survive this. Now he's going to use the Tooth of the Fire with the weapon swing and hoping for something to dig him out of this, but looking too good for now. Yeah, I was going to say, I think he was looking at the contraband, but that just doesn't do it, does it? It's just way too much damage. XC takes game number 2, and for now, the Dracarogue getting the job done. And I think, pretty interestingly enough, 2 of the probably most talked about decks in the meta right now just gave us 2 very quick displays of textbook games and why people think they're super strong. We saw the Draca pop off being nigh on unstoppable, at least for that Rogue deck, and we saw the Demon Hunter get the job done as well. So very strong starts for both these players so far.
Yeah, and honestly, I think if you were to look at what causes these kind of things to happen, like people do tend to focus on the idea of like, wow, you know, they can make like a 13 attack weapon, they can make 14-14s. Like they look at the actual payoff cards, but for me, the thing that makes these decks work is like Rogue has Shroud of Concealment, so they can very consistently get to those cards that they need. Demon Hunter has such an insane density of high-quality card draw with Spectral Sight and Relic of Dimensions and Need for Greed that they can very consistently get to the end of their deck very quickly. You know, having these insane combo finishes is fine. If you have to work really, really hard to get to those combo finishes, it's just, at the moment, it is a little bit too easy for Rogue and Demon Hunter to execute those things, it seems.
I think as well for Deaddraw, just a little bit unfortunate that he hit just that matchup, because I do think that Rogue is not really built to beat Dracarogue in any way, shape, or form, even to the extent where it's the only deck, I believe, in Deaddraw's lineup that isn't running Viper, for example.
Okay.
So all the other decks are running at least 1 Rust-Drop Viper, with the Priest running 2. And obviously, he has the Rogue matchup, but it just isn't really going to pay off for him. But now XC's jumping over to his Demon Hunter, which again means I'm just naturally going to give the favor over to XC. Deaddraw is going to be sticking to his Rogue again, and this Jackpot Rogue is difficult to discuss. Well, it depends on what they generate, because sometimes they can just grab wins when they shouldn't, but in general the deck doesn't play a fast game most of the time, and I think if you, as we've already discussed, if you give this Demon Hunter time, even just a little bit, they can probably burst you out of the game. So XC, at least for me, Soto, looking good for this next one.
Yeah, something I do want to talk about as well, that both of these players have gone for, is 1 Chaos Strike and 2 Mark of Scorn. Essentially, the way this deck is built is you play 1 Rust-Drop Viper, you're playing 2 of everything else, plus legendaries, and then you have 1 spot left, essentially, right? Previously, that has been 1 Mark of Scorn, based on the iteration of the deck that I believe McBanterface was responsible for after Casey's initial version of the deck that had Hero Kurtrus and a few other cards in it as well. But a lot of players now are switching the makeup of the Mark of Scorns and the Chaos Strike, going for 1 and 2. Obviously, Chaos Strike repeats from Jace, Mark of Scorn doesn't. But in general, Mark of Scorn seems like a more flexible card that can deal more damage when you want it to, because of the spell damage synergies that you have in the deck. However, it also doesn't necessarily always deal any damage. So I do understand the little tug of war that we have between those 2 cards. Interesting. I haven't actually broken it down, seeing how the lists are panning out from all of the other players and what that kind of division of decision is on those individual cards.
Yeah, it's a really interesting one, right? Because the logic makes sense for both sides of the argument, because I've played the double Chaos Strike one a lot, and sometimes you feel very limited by, oh, well, where can I swing? you know, like it's very limiting factor. But anyway, we're already a couple of turns in. XC already having his location, but not quite getting hold of the Relic of Dimensions quite yet. So that is definitely what he'll be on the hunt for. Dead draw for now. What was that? A Pyroblast and a Blood? Okay.
Objection, please.
Oh, Sol, I don't say cringe often. I try to avoid it, but I can't believe you just made that noise on broadcast.
Is it cringe when you do it ironically because you know it's cringe? Is it still cringe?
I think it's that bad, yeah. I think we're at that point.
Also, aren't we at the point in the cycle where just saying cringe is cringe?
Yes, and that's why it makes me feel terrible, but
right,
that's
okay.
how... Yeah. I feel like you probably... I think if you were half your age, I'd still feel it was cringe of you saying that. Never mind, like, now.
If I was twice my age, it would be awesome again, though, right?
Yes.
Yeah.
Yes, it would. So, you know, pick one.
Yep. So Lorinda can say it is basically what we're talking about.
Yes, I think, yeah, most things Lorinda says are awesome because it's Lorinda saying them.
Yes.
Yeah, though, a lot of cycle available with this double guild trader because, again, very much like previous iterations of this style of Demon Hunter, if you have guild traders or spell damage in general, you normally want to put them back in your deck if they're not discounted because they are quite expensive.
All right, hear me out. What if you just Pyroblast and dome them?
Fancy a better play? Yeah, I'm with you. Spend your mana, right?
Yeah, this probably seems more sensible. Significantly less cool, but probably a much better Hearthstone turn.
I think this is strictly incorrect. That's basically 4 mana floated.
Yes.
Think about it.
Yeah, true.
But now it's terrifying to be on the receiving end of this. I think for dead draw because you just sat watching your opponent draw a million cards and know they're going to cost nothing, and you just know like any minute now I'm dead.
Yeah, having been on this spot from both sides, as XC, you're just sat there with this location up, just going, okay, clear hand space as much as I can, draw cards as much as I can, even though those are two almost directly incongruent things. I have to try and do both of those and just hit the Relic of Dimensions at some point, and then we're away. And if you're dead draw, you're just thinking the exact opposite. Just pressure as hard as you can until they draw the Relic of Dimensions, and then if you can get a significant amount of pressure going before that point, then you might be in business.
Yeah, and I found weirdly enough that as the Demon Hunter, I don't know if you do this or maybe I'm just bad, but I found myself like making hand space by just chucking the coin away on like a hero power or something because the coin a lot of the time just doesn't do enough of a job than another card that's reduced does.
Yeah, I mean that
kind
happens.
of strange for a combo deck, right? Like,
oh, filthy boy! Did use the location last turn though? Yeah, he did. So he won't be able to use it immediately. He can go second location coin Dimensions, which would put him down to 5 cards and then back up to 9. So yeah, that's perfect.
I'm okay.
He's going to end up being the line this time.
Well, going off the back of what I just said, I think this is a very good use of the coin.
Yeah, and
achieving something, right? Because a lot of the time you are throwing it away.
And I was going to say that does happen, but obviously you don't need to do it unless you are immediately drawing a sufficient number of cards to actually make that worth it, because you can always just, use the coin next
Imagine turn 1, I won't need this coin.
Exactly, yeah. Quest coin hero power turn 1, the Raven line. So.
Yeah. Hey, come on now. This is where someone checks my logs and realize I've actually done it. I'm like,
yeah.
Okay, so right now XC putting on the nice extra sort of what feels like bonus pressure when you play this Relic. It's just, 2 6/6s on the board. Brilliant. And Dead Draw is going to have to defend at least in some way. Is this objection getting worse and worse, Subtle, mainly because does Dead Draw like have the time to spend 3 mana on it at this point? Or do you think he's going to get trapped out a little bit?
I think it's still fine, honestly. Like, you don't get pressured out of the game every turn against Demon Hunter, right? There's only a very slim number of things they can do that represent significant pressure. And that's being very generous and including them playing 1 5-mana 7/7 as significant pressure, right? So I think obviously this is a problem that needs to be dealt with very quickly, and it won't necessarily be objection now, but I do still think objection will be a relevant factor in this matchup from this point.
Okay, well, high main or Thessarian. Hey, Deaddraw clean up a lot. Yeah, a lot of this. Cleans this up and gets to drop the high main at the end of the turn. It's about as good as it was going to get. It's going to end up leaving up a 6-6, which is, you know, extra damage you definitely don't want to take. But again, I don't think Deaddraw can just say, oh, I'll clear the board and pass, I'll be fine. Because he's probably expecting to die in the very near future.
And also, am I stupid? Like, was that just a timing issue because the rope was going, or did Deaddraw just not discover a card for essentially no reason at that point, right?
Didn't he need the discount from Bone Spike killing?
Oh, true. Yeah. Sorry. I'm giving credit to one of the honorable kills and not the other one.
Yeah, there we go. Yeah.
Stupid.
Oh, look at the 2 silver moons at 0 mana soul.
I know.
I'm in Hunter's dream. This Fell Barrage hits for like 30 or something. That's what it feels like anyway. And at this point, actually, just looking at this hand, is this a cycle for the... Okay, yeah, okay. I was going to ask you, is this a cycle for the Guild Trader? Because the hand looks so close, because yes, Guild Trader's 4, but the other 2 spell damage is 0. You always do have to just have a quick look and go, hang on a minute. Do I actually have lethal and I don't realize it?
Yeah, but I mean, it also doesn't matter, right? It only matters against like Armor Druid and Blood DK specifically, right? To really be hoarding that much spell damage. +4 spell damage total from 2 iterations of the Silver Moons. That kills Renathal decks for free. Like, it doesn't matter at that point. So I think, you know, continuing to card draw and just getting to the Jace, potentially to the second Relic of Dimensions as well, to be able to scam further damage at the end of the turn is a big deal, especially when you have a 1-mana Fell Barrage to go alongside all of that as well. Like, you may very well get to the point where you just get to cast that Fell Barrage for the first time on the turn where you throw down all of your spell damage. That's going to be a little bit more difficult. Now the Jace costs 8 and is going to cost 8 forever at this point. But it's certainly a realistic possibility at the point that XC was in. So yeah, I think you absolutely cycle away the extra spell damage.
It is just something you have to keep an eye on, because I've definitely missed lethal because I just assumed I didn't have it because like something costs 4, right?
Actually, a really good point. There is a high main in play, though. Yeah, I didn't count it. Yeah. Definitely, if you're playing this deck, had to count lethal on the previous turn without the Jace. Because double Fell Barrage in hand with double spell damage, yeah, you absolutely have to look at that. I don't think it would have been. I'm not going to go back and count it now because of the high main in play that would have done so much damage.
Oh, okay. Going to test the secret. It's the bad news. There is more spell damage where that came from, just not quite yet. Wait, I was going to say, is the Silver Moon really coming down? Is this not just Spectral? I also wonder if XC's ever worried about just like dying here and has to make the choice to clean up the high main.
This was lethal if it wasn't objection, right? I believe. Because, so look at, if the Mark of Scorn would have killed the main body of the high main, the Unleash would have cleared the board while dealing
and then double
monster damage to face, and then double Fell Barrage would have been doing 12 damage total each off the double spell damage, so that's an extra 24. So Deaddraw would have just died if that wasn't objection. So probably right for XC to go. Well, I mean, Counterspell probably shuts that down as well without going back and reverse engineering anything, but I think it was worth what XC tried to do in that spot.
Yeah, now look at this though, the bounce on all of these. He's going to throw everything back to hand, burn a card there for XC next turn, and also just more or less without the spells coming through, you know, as far as Deaddraw can see, it sets up lethal for him, right? He has the minions on board. He's likely to be able to get some damage through that Glacial Advance as well.
Galloping Savior is the one that I'd see trolling the opponent the most in like the weird scenario where they need their Jace attack damage to go face at the end of the game and they mess something up and your horse appears to block it, something like that. Like everything else seemed super irrelevant in that spot, so yeah, I like it.
Oh, the rare day 1 match 1 Demon Slayer Kurtrus play.
Unleash Fel to clear up, and then I imagine it's either 2 mana Fel Barrage or 1 mana Fel Barrage plus Sigil here. Get some of that damage banked. Oh, he's going to go Mark instead. Oh, hi, Mark.
Interesting with so few cards left in the deck. I was definitely with you on the 1-1 play, honestly.
So it's still fine. There's no necessary reason to panic here, even though both of those 0 mana spell damages have been used. Okay, misses the damage by hitting the Guild Trader. But there are still 2 Guild Traders left remaining in the deck, which now Kurtrus is down. And this is why it was important in this instance to get the Kurtrus down, right? Yep. Because if you didn't play the Kurtrus and you drew the Guild Traders before the Relic of Dimensions, you'd then have to be trading the Guild Traders back in and trying to hit them specifically with the Relic of Dimensions, and that just slows you down by potentially an extra turn. Whereas here, with the Kurtrus effect, you can just trade the Guild Traders until they cost 0 anyway, and just get that thrown back in for the double spell damage that you need.
And specifically a problem because the Silver Moons have been played out, right? I think with the if you've got the reduced Silver Moons, then you're generally fine. But now XC does know that that's going to be an objection.
It's the Sigil, right? Okay, I mean, that's my second choice. The one thing I was certain of is it was not the Jace.
Yes.
You do not put an 8 mana Jace back into your opponent's deck at this point.
Yeah, I actually assumed it was going to be the spell damage, just because there's still 6 cards left. You've seen a good chunk of card draw. You would have seen the second relic by now if they had it. So
sure.
Put it in and hope they don't get to redraw it this turn.
Okay.
Again, I think dead draws very much on like survive another turn, like anything.
Wait. If XC plays 3 cards this turn, he dies. You noticed?
6, 10. Oh.
He won't.
Not if one of those cards is randomly lifesteal.
Yeah, exactly. I mean, even as long as he has mana left after he does it, he could then just Fel Barrage to clear one of the minions. But, I mean, what are the chances that he even necessarily does that to play around Pyroblast on the other side?
Objection.
Okay. Safe.
Hey. It's going to be Fel.
I think it's Fel, yeah.
Because Dead Draw is clearly on the point now where he feels he has to just deal damage, face, and Pyro. I don't even think he can afford to trade into this Kurtrus. Is that madness? Is this caster vision hitting me, Sol? Dead Draw's point of view.
My instinct says go face here as well.
Yeah. If he clears, then the game's going to be another turn or so. Yep. What's the draw for Dead Draw, right? That wins him the game from that point. I think it's just all face and say, you know what? If you've got it, you've got it. I've just thrown away another damage spell.
Yep. Two tradables and Relic of Dimensions left in the deck, right? If at any point XC hits Relic of Dimensions, the game probably just ends at that point. So you need to cut down the number of turns that XC has to get to that.
And also, with only, even though there's 7 damage coming from the Kurtrus, these minions being alive is actually good defense against Fel Barrage.
And here's why you don't put an 8 mana Jace back into the deck on the previous turn, because now Relic of Dimensions and Jace cannot be played in the same turn.
Okay, well that's pretty much the whole deck.
Last card is the remaining Guild Trader.
Yeah, but it's not lethal, right? Or am I crazy? Difficult to work out with the high mains. Because with only the 1 attack from Kurtrus, the Fel Barrage is kind of stuck, right?
Is it not? I think it is.
I happily could be wrong here.
If you go Chaos Strike, I don't know how much the other Guild Trader costs, which is the caveat in this, whether it will cost 2 or 0 at the point that it's drawn.
Yeah, of course.
But if you go Chaos Strike, you draw the other Guild Trader. Guild Trader Unleash clears this whole board that you see right now, and then one Fell Barrage kill. Oh no, there's 2. There's 2 spawn. There's 4 hyenas.
Yeah. Oh, wait.
Maybe it isn't.
Okay. Okay. Horse.
Haunts.
Oh.
Woo! Gets there.
Oh. Insane. Oh, I think XC once again just kind of lost track of things to do. It was a very difficult end board game state there, especially because of those high mains and the board. And like I said, by not trading into Kurtrus and doing the work for XC, basically, Dead Draw said, I'll take 7 so you can't spam Fell Barrage me because it's going to just mess up the board and it's going to be a problem. And I can't quickly enough work out exactly how interactions could have gone there for XC, let's say if he had an hour to sit and work things out. But regardless, XC did not have an hour, and I think he just got caught a little bit into not being able to just work out an actual finished play, and it just feels tricky to me to, like, I get why, but not play with the 0 trader with the heal to just say, I will not die next turn.
So exactly, this is what I was going to lead on to, is I don't necessarily think it was lethal anymore because of the 4 hyenas. I was accounting for 2 when I said that I think it probably was. I think with 4 hyenas it isn't. However, I think the play is still just do it, and then, you like do everything. Play the Chaos Strike, draw the other Guild Trader, go Guild Trader, AoE the board, play your Fell Barrages, put your little bit of damage to face. And then you get to the point where your opponent is then just under 20, I think. You have the board with 2 3/4s in play. Your opponent's low on cards, low on resources. And then you have just like a normal Fell Jace to try and end the game with afterward. Like, you might not get to play that Jace with any spell damage, but if you do, the game massively ends. If you get to play it with 1 spell damage, the game still massively ends. I think that was probably the line that I would go for in that position.
And that's the thing as well. You've got to think, Dead Draw has 1 card in hand he's had in all game. Yep. What's the draw that kills 2 3/4s? He's already used Scabs. So, like, what does it? But I think XC just it was a bit tricky, as we were discussing between ourselves, and just didn't have enough time to really consider the potential of what he could do there. So, tricky one, and Dead Draw grabs a win, which I would argue just shouldn't have even necessarily existed there, but very, very well played there, continuing to push and set up for that Pyroblast to pay off with. And now, speaking of Pyroblast, we're jumping over to Mage here from Dead Draw, and it's going to be this Ping Mage going up against the Demon Hunter. And we were talking this a little bit before the show started, because I was just jamming some Ping Mage. And I was like, wow, this deck actually feels good against everything you would expect, or not everything, exaggeration, a lot of the decks you would expect to see coming into this tournament.
Yeah, I think it's okay. I think it's a fine bring. I do think it leans quite heavily on objection to find it some wiggle room in the matchups that you would want to. I've heard someone say, I can't remember who this was, apologies for not giving you credit, that like you bring Mage with objection in it because you can't guarantee getting objection in Jackpot Rogue every time, right? Because otherwise, getting objection in Jackpot Rogue obviously is fantastic because you then get to jam it over and over and over and over and over again for the whole rest of the game and really mess with decks like Quest Demon Hunter. But I do think the objection is doing a lot of heavy lifting in terms of making matchups like this, which would generally seem unwinnable because you're too slow and you don't have enough pressure, giving you just enough disruption to slow your opponent down for that time that you need.
Let's see how it goes. Deepwater Evoker getting a Blizzard. Okay. Not necessarily for Blizzard in this matchup, but just for 6 more armor. Fine, just get it down and go. But the key here, I think, for Dead Draw will just be to just pile pressure on, make these Relic of Extinctions used.
It doesn't feel good, Raven. 5 mana unjuiced, draw 2 cards, don't even complete a quest step. Oh, it's ugly.
It's not great, yeah. That's the weird thing about this hand here from XC is like, yes, there's Relic of Extinctions, because one way you can beat this Demon Hunter is if you just play too much stuff and they don't have the removal.
Yeah.
And they just die, right? And this is one of those games where XC does clearly have removal, but doesn't, until maybe now, have that progression to actually threaten dead draw back. I mean, XC's already on 23, does have the 2 heals in hand, of course, but again...
Phantasms came just at the right time, I would say. XC needed a playable off the cycle of the Guild Trader so that he could actually dump it from his hand. Like, a card that didn't draw cards was essentially what he wanted to hit off that cycle from the Guild Trader. And I would say that Phantasms was probably the best one. XC then identifying the line, being able to juice a little bit with the Relic of Extinction, get 3/3s instead of 2/2s, and then using that newly outcast Spectral Sight to be able to finally get the quest rolling.
Oh, this is very interesting as well here from Dead Draw. Choosing to go for the ping and prioritizing not only face damage, but potential Modresh value. I was initially looking at just Blizzard into Grey Sage, honestly. But now I think looking at this, he can even set up now for Coin, Rune of the Archmage, Parrot, which I think is probably the real goal here now that we've seen that the Rune of the Archmage is reduced to 8, which I'll be honest, did not see when I started the sentence.
As you said, speaking of Pyroblast, as you led us into this potentially last matchup, there's 2 of them right there in that Rune of the Archmage.
Oh, but does Dead Draw step off this now? Could just Blizzard go face for 3?
I love this.
I
love this. Like, again, we're talking about, you know, emotional reactions to things, right? People need to generally not change the way they play in high-stakes situations. Okay, fine. I mean, I will take that compromise. I will 100% take that compromise now.
Yep.
However, you know, as I was going to say, I think a lot of people, with the gravity of the situation, could fall into the trap of like, well, Blizzard into Parrot is safe. Like, that definitely means I don't take any damage in this situation. I clear this board. You can't be safe in this matchup. The Relic of Phantasms are a distraction. They're a shiny object that make you think they're the problem, so you get distracted dealing with those, while the Demon Hunter is then free to draw their whole deck and kill you. Dead Draw has to go for the throat by going with the high variance play with the Rune of the Archmage. And I think recognizing that in a high-stakes situation like this is one of the key skills that you do need to be able to take home a World Championship.
Yeah, and funnily enough, that was a very good point, Sol, because as a Raven, I am distracted by shiny things. Makes sense.
Yes. Raven just hoarding a bunch of Phantasms in a nest somewhere. Just like, what?
Another one.
Why is there a 5/5, a 6/6, a 7/7, and an 8/8 in this weird nest you've built, Raven? What's going on?
But because of the way I am, I've definitely not got them ordered as a 5, 6, 7, 8.
Yeah.
It's like an 8, a 6, a 4. And then just a random 12, 12 in there. Okay, this one's not looking quite as good. Previous one.
This is going great. I don't know what you're talking about.
This sheep has been through some stuff. Counter,
things,
okay.
Man.
Okay, I mean...
That was garbage.
Although now, what is this Modresh on? I know it's almost certainly not done, but it's getting towards that point.
It is, yeah, but you know, there's going to be a Reno Jackson reset at some point, you would have to imagine, from XC. Dead Draw can, of course, play around that. You do have more agency than you perhaps think you do against the power of healing from the Demon Hunter, because you can just not play minions, and then they find it significantly more difficult, some would say impossible, to heal. Yeah, Solid Alibi too. Yeah, is a preventative measure as well. Preventative measures are quite difficult against 0-mana Jaces, though.
This hand just says, just do stuff.
Just play cards. They'll probably die.
That's honestly the approach I take with this deck. I'm like, right, how many cards are green? If I play them all in roughly the right order, do they die? Let's find out.
Don't give ammo to people that think that like combo decks are brain dead, Raven. Okay, we're having a struggle out here already.
I never said I win when I do this.
Okay,
it's just what I try. Sometimes you win, sometimes you lose. It's just 50-50, isn't it? Now the question for me is Dead Draw going to just try and alibi again?
I suspect so. 5 cards left in deck. There is an immense chance you are dead this turn, I would say.
That Mordresh is that.
This is guaranteed lethal, right? If the Mordresh is active, well, no, you'd have to use both. No, because you still have ping.
Yeah,
The most your opponent can possibly heal for on this turn is 2. There is no other method of healing in the deck. Well, no, okay. They'd have to play both of the Unleashes and their Jace this turn in order to stay alive. That also feels like winning.
Like, what is XC actually supposed to do here? I know we're saying about, you know, the double healed Jace, but is XC supposed to do that? I don't think so.
Absolutely not.
The scary thing, I think, for XC is, like, if there's any way for another solid alibi to come down, right? Because obviously not literally frozen, but he's getting just frozen out of this game.
Yeah.
Right? Because he just can't do anything, even though he's drawn his deck, he's got everything for 0, but he can't actually get anything done, which is, you know, horrendous, actually.
And then presuming I have not miscounted on the Mordresh, yeah, there it is. Dead Draw had that locked up. Solid alibi, as Raven pointed out a couple of turns ago. Great leverage there, not only in keeping Dead Draw alive, but also limiting the level of healing that was available from the opponent. Beautiful little 2 to 3 turn setup there from Dead Draw, getting the chip damage through, not only with the sequencing on the final turns, but rewind back to, what are we talking about, turn 4, when he went super aggressive with the location freeze, drop Varden, just to play high tempo, get chip damage in. Like, this is a long-term plan from Dead Draw that was executed very nicely there. I think overall, on balance, we gassed up both of these players massively before this series started. I think it's fair to say one lived up to that level of hype and the other didn't, and so the result we are looking at here is largely fair on reflection.
Yeah, and I think for me, my takeaway for the everyone will have different opinions, but I would say that first match in Worlds must feel the scariest, right?
Yeah.
Because yes, you can argue the finals is the scariest if you get there, but this first match, not only for you, but on stream of the day of the whole tournament, I think Dead Draw looks laser focused. And that's something I like to see there, because not only in that game, but the previous games, his plan was clear. He played, you know, just towards the plan to get the job done, and it really paid off for him. It obviously helped that XC did not look like the form we expect from him, but Dead Draw looked like he is here to play some games, so.
Yeah, and worth mentioning as well that I think, you know, the Chinese players have a lot on their mind right now, as well as, you know, potential cross-server issues that can come in, because there was a couple of plays that looked like they were rope problems, specifically from XC in that position, which, you know, is something that you do have to manage, but your job as a professional player is to manage difficult things that are going on and whatever adversity is in front of you and get over the line. And I think XC in that spot will be largely underwhelmed and disappointed with the performance that he put in there. But Dead Draw, like I said, when he's focused, when he's motivated, when he's practicing, when he's on his game, he's terrifying. And if Dead Draw is not in your list of favorites for this tournament, I strongly suggest you start reevaluating very quickly.
Yeah, make a new list, just cheat and just make a new list. It's fine. It's what I do all the time. Anyway, that is it going to be for the first match of the day and of the tournament. We are going to go to a quick break while we set up match number 2. So don't go anywhere, and we'll be right back.
Cats or dogs?
Dogs.
Messy or tidy?
Tidy.
Call or text?
Text.
Roller coaster or bumper cars?
Roller coaster.
Scary movies or funny movies?
Scary movies.
Snowball fight or water balloon fight?
Snowball fight.
But finally, I just wanted to ask, going into, again, this very, very high caliber tournament, is there any player in particular that you are perhaps afraid of, or also looking forward to face in the World Championships?
其实这是我第一次参加这么高规格的比赛，所以其实其中有很多的选手都是我非常想遇到的。除了我在国内的战队联赛中遇到的经常交手的 Decicder 和 Bernie， 国外Glory 像类似于 Glory、X-Blaze 这些选手都是我非常想就是遇到交手的。
Amazing. Well, I wish you the best of luck, and I'll just give you a chance now to give any shout-outs you want to, or any final messages that you want the rest of the world to know about XC before your time in the championships.
就我个人而言，我非常非常想拿到这次比赛的冠军，但是同样，我觉得同样重要的是，我也同样非常想要，就是在这次比赛中给所有的观看这次比赛的观众带来精彩的比赛。
Awesome. You've certainly done that so far in the Masters Tours, so we wish you the best of luck doing so in the World Championships as well. Welcome back, everyone, to the 2022 Hearthstone World Championship. The day has barely begun here on Friday, so you're just in time to get down and watch some spicy Hearthstone action, which is exactly what we got in the first game of the day. XC not necessarily living up to expectations, but Decicder taking the deserved win. And now for our second match of Group A, we've got Yuyi up against X-Blaze, which I think is, as we're going to be saying a lot over the course of this weekend, I think, another fantastic match.
Absolutely. And Derek, I can somewhat relate to both of these players in the sense that I have sort of taken a step back from casting recently. And these two, I feel like, did a lot of their work earlier on in the year and then took a bit of a break, or at least we haven't seen so much from them. But now they're back in full force for the World Championship. Yuyi in particular, his career goes all the way back to 2018, being sort of his banner year, as we've heard from Benage, where he had the best results. But it's great to see that he is still in good form leading up to the current meta.
That's right, yeah. Yuyi really was in his prime in 2018, which, you know, I think for most of the world, it does feel like there's a pretty steep decline around that point. For him in particular, yeah. He has been struggling to put up strong results since then, but now qualified through to the World Championship, it's time for him to come out of pseudo-retirement, if you will, and really start to put up those strong results. And in terms of the lineup that both of our players have got here, Gia, we do have a double priest ban, but it's a little bit more complicated than that symmetry, I think, would suggest.
That is right. We do have different priests on either side. Yuyi with the control priest, which has the plague spreader, which I really feel like is the card that makes the deck. You're just playing everything around it to surround that package. I guess Shadow Word Ruin is the other really good card there in the meta. Whereas Blaze has the boon priest, but both of those being very strong into the opposing lineup means that both players will be left with a rogue and demon hunter. Whereas the last class is a bit different, which is the entire story. What is the fourth class that you're bringing here? For Yuyi, it's a mage, and for Blaze, it is a druid. But Yuyi gonna start off with his Death Rattle Rogue here, which within this one archetype, there's already quite a lot of variety, I would say. We have some people going for a version without the smokescreen package. We have the version with the infesting ghoul and all of these different types of ways to approach it. But we are seeing a bit more of a classic spin on things from Yu, only that Scourge Illusion is coming out as a new card here.
That's right, yeah. Like a lot of these cards, as you said, were in the Death Rattle package beforehand. And is he trying to do something specific here with this Mine version of the Death Rattle Rogue? Because I feel like the overall power level, the couple times I've seen Mine Rogue since the expansion, it does feel like it's a little bit lower than what the other two versions of Death Rattle Rogue are doing.
Yeah, I do feel like it's not necessarily in a good position where you expect a lot of Renathal decks / decks that have the capability of healing. So I'm looking at Druid and Demon Hunter, where you have a lot more game against Mine Rogue because you can come back against those damage. It's tough for Mine Rogue to deal like the 30-0 unless they're given a lot of time, which both of those decks don't necessarily allow. I have been leaning more towards the Invincible version, which gets on board and just tries to fight in a way that is very annoying to their opponents because they those other decks in the meta you might expect don't necessarily have too much removal tools against things that have all these sticky death rattles. But it could work out well if he does face into mages, for example, which don't necessarily have that healing a bit later. But to Blyze's lineup, I am worried about that Death Rattle Rogue.
Fair enough. And Blyze here going with the Ramp Druid, which I believe already had some sparks of controversy, disagreements, I suppose you could say, between Raven and Sottle at the start, where Raven was proclaiming its power in the metagame, Sottle not necessarily believing it as much. And I've had a bit of a weird journey as well with this deck over the last few days of ladder, because when I was queuing into a whole bunch of Demon Hunter, which like the last 2-3 days has just been absolutely infesting the ladder, I thought, okay, I'll switch over to Ramp Druid because of the insane amounts of armor that this deck can generate now to get out of range of the burst of this combo Demon Hunter. But I don't know if it's not necessarily, it's because I'm potentially not playing the deck so well, maybe I don't understand the matchup, but it hasn't been doing what I would guess the deck is designed to do, which is to just be this impenetrable wall of armor.
Yeah, I think it's a weird sort of balance that we've ended up on because the Demon Hunter can, if given the right discounts on their hand, get up to the hundreds of damage in a single turn. And that is well above the full range of armor that the Druid can gain. But that armor can also be translated into pure damage if you get that whole Anubricon combo going and it just becomes more of a faster way to kill your opponent now that Sardathrius has gone to endlessly infuse 2. It's less reliable to close out games. So I feel that's the way to look at the Druid. The armor is your offense tool, not necessarily your defense. That armor can be relevant in other matchups than Demon Hunter, where the damage is a lot more finite. But in the Demon Hunter matchup in particular, I feel like the Druid needs to be very, very careful not to just let the armor stack and then sort of waste that armor and let it get it chipped off early on by the Demon Hunter and then have no way to then kill their opponent with the Anubricon Astalor combo.
Indeed, yeah, the combo's still very much there. Even with the nerf to Denathrius, you know, people thinking that would be a big hit to Druid, which it has been as like the premier deck that still uses Denathrius in this format, whether it had been unnerfed or not. But like you say, with Astalor, it more than makes up for that potential loss in damage. And it's also, you know, you've got to pay attention to just the sheer amount of pressure that can be put forward even without the combo. If you hit the ramp and then you're hitting 0 mana Crypt Keepers, Onyxia thrown down, a Brand Topior, these kinds of combos, Demon Hunter can struggle because they are singularly big minions. And given that a lot of the time Demon Hunter against these slower control decks wants to play Relic of Extinction just to boost up the other more impactful relics, the removal package of Demon Hunter, if you're not careful, can become a little flimsy. But of course, it's not going to be against the Demon Hunter quite yet. It's first of all going to be up against this Rogue, which is similar, I suppose, in how the matchup might go, given that it's just a lot of damage you're having to overcome. But are there any major differences that you'd be looking for in the game plan for either deck?
I would say the Rogue should focus way more on the Burning Blade Acolyte than the Mine. in terms of, you don't necessarily get to choose, right? It's more what do you get from your sketchy information, and if you're able to double up on it with Scourge Illusionist, etc., etc. But this original Death Rattle Rogue, even before the inclusion of Scourge Illusionist, had those two minions, right? The Mine and the Burning Blade Acolyte. And even at the time before Druid had all their new tools, the Rogue generally was meant to go for the board-based game plan, which is getting all those 5/8 Death Rattles out. And I think that still rings true because Druid also doesn't necessarily have the greatest removal until much later in the game. As for the Druid's game plan, I feel like it's so hard to say this, but it feels like it's even more reliant on Guff now than it was before. I don't know how I could say that because Guff was so central even before, but it really feels like they're playing such a heavy top-end package, having to cut cards like Druid of the Reef to make room for all these more expensive armor cards means that you do need to get above 10 mana as quickly as possible.
Yes. Yeah. I'm kind of thinking about that early game package as well. I'm wondering, it hasn't got any less consistent really since the last expansion, but I don't know, playing a fair few games of Druid this expansion, I feel like, as you said, the dead draws feel a lot worse in this deck at the moment, given how bad like a Crypt Keeper can be if you don't hit the requisite armor to be able to put it down to 0 as well. So it will be interesting to think about these decks in the context of the series, the wider series overall as well. I feel like for Blaze, he should be able to get a win at some point with this Druid against the big spell mage. The ping mage doesn't feel like it's necessarily tech to be able to answer Druid right now. There's a fair few ways to deal with the objection, for example, in there as well. So I want to say the onus is on Yuyi here to try and get a win out the game.
That's true. In terms of momentum as well, and perhaps recognition on the world stage, I would say everybody is expecting more things from Blaze. Blaze did qualify most recently out of the rest of the world players, right, from the Grandmaster's Last Call tournament. And he has all of these amazing accolades, the back-to-back Masters Tour wins. He's now joined by 2 other players in having won more than one Masters Tour, but only Blaze has done it back-to-back. And he is still very hungry to get that big win. Talked about it in his interview with TJ, which I hope will be featuring later on in the broadcast. And he was streaming as early as a few hours ago leading up to the World Championship. And in both our players' lineups, I think there is one spicy deck here. We are seeing some pretty homogenous classes overall, but the type of rogue that Blaze brings is unique.
Yes, yeah. For Yuyi and for Blaze, it's very interesting to see the different builds that they're going for. And I like that you bring up, again, as we all know at this point, the back-to-back victory for Blaze, as it does just feel very emblematic of Blaze as a player, right? Where it's very much all or nothing, in or out. He's either playing more Hearthstone in a day than most people do in a month, or he's just not even touching the game. It's all or nothing with Blaze. And when he is playing a lot, he truly does feel unbeatable, as he has been doing recently, even taking the time to nicely light his background for us, technically, I suppose you could say.
I appreciate the effort. Very nice opening hand, the classic jerry rig into Wild Growth here, guaranteeing himself a Nourish to follow up and get that perfect curve. But for Yuyi, just having the sketchy information to begin with is pretty valuable. You don't necessarily want the Scourge Illusionist in hand because I think you want to draw that from the sketchy, but he tosses it all together here, finds Graveyard, which is one of the bigger payoff cards, but does he have the engine to begin with, which I thought was the sketchy?
That's exactly right. And I guess this does spell out pretty nicely the potential weakness of Mine Rogue, is that Sketchy is not the 100% always good card that starts your draw engine that you would like it to be. 50% of the time, it just adds a Mine to your hand and deals 4 damage to the opponent, which is not a very good card unless you have that Graveyard as well to double down on that damage. And so even though in all other versions of Death Rattle Rogue, I don't even think you consider tossing that away here, it speaks volumes for Yuyi of the swinginess of this deck, the fact that you have to go for the absolute best possible hand every single game because it's such a volatile deck.
And it's a matchup that leaves no room for error if you don't hit that early board presence with the 5/8 from Burning Blade Acolyte, then the Druid will walk all over you, or they will just gain an insane amount of armor that no mine can penetrate. But Blythe here has already gotten the perfect curve, right? He has Wild Growth into Nourish, into Miracle Growth, and can hold on to the coin if necessary to pivot to one of these other plays here. Doesn't quite have armor stackers yet to get to Crypt Keeper early, but I have no doubt that that will be on the menu sometime soon. Yuyi going to prep out the Snowfall Graveyard so he can activate Gone Fishing, and he is fishing for a smoke screen more than anything here. And there it is.
Okay, now we're talking. I mean, that was a ballsy play, right? To go for just pretty much all in, playing that smoke screen with 0 death rattles in hand.
I would say it's a ballsy bring for this version of Death Rattle Rogue overall. A lot of people opting for Invincible version because it is more consistent in what it does, but perhaps the highest of high rolls is still available to this version. Blythe hands together in prayer. 3 cards drawn, no death rattles so far. 4 cards drawn, 5 cards with no death rattles. That is a bummer for Yuyi.
That's a disaster. He, of course, has the go again with a second Trickster plus Smokescreen, which is not a combination that you're often seeing, and plenty of hand space he can make as well with the prep and the backstab. So I guess not a disaster quite yet, with 1 turn left on the graveyard as well.
That's right, and it has to be next turn because after that graveyard expires, yes, he still has Shatter Shambler to activate an Acolyte that he potentially draws, but the difference of 1/5/8 versus 2 is just enormous here because 2 of them, a scale of Onyxia by itself cannot clear. But we are getting to the point where Blythe is comfortably able to coin out an Insatiable Devourer next turn. It is not infused just yet, but his removal potential is getting very scary.
That's right. Like, if there is a big Burning Blade Acolyte turn here for Yuyi, it's not good for Blythe, but like it almost is at this point with the fact that he can go scale into Insatiable as well. Only tank like 10 damage max probably on the following turn, and then just as soon as he gets himself a single Earthen Scales, the game just ends on the spot, as I don't think Yuyi has a single answer to such a big Insatiable Devourer if there is an Acolyte that is found here off the smoke screen.
Okay, okay.
There it is.
What is the order that they are entering the hand? I'm confused.
Yeah, so it was the Illusionist first, which got him, of course, 2 more death rattles, but no actual Acolyte itself found.
I see.
Which means no death rattles here.
There's a bit of a weird one, but he could play the Burning Blade and then have the Forsaken Lieutenant transform into it and then backstab his own guy.
Right. I mean, I think he's wondering almost if you go Mine instead? Is that insane?
Yeah. No, going for this play, which just fits in the Shatter Shambler to get those 5/8s on the original copy dead, but doesn't end up going for the backstab to mostly because of board space concerns.
I mean, this is kind of what I mean, is if you're not going for the backstab play immediately, which I think if he'd had a bit more time, he would have ended up on, instead of playing the mine. I would rather have a 2/2 mine here than a 2/2 Burning Blade Acolyte, because you kind of just need to kill them with burst now rather than board.
Is true. 16 on the board. The graveyard has expired now, so backstabbing his own mine would only add 4 damage total.
Oh my god, how much is this? You have mine, backstab, mine, backstab.
It's one off. Oh, no, he has the Cutlass. Isn't it good? Isn't it lethal? Okay, on
10,
board there's 16.
20. I count lethal as well, yeah.
Yeah.
They're both 0/2s, right? Neither of them are... Oh no, that's a 4/4. It's a 4/4. It's not a 0/2.
Oh,
yeah, that's the difference maker.
Yeah.
Oh, it's so
illusionist.
Oh.
The new version is biting back, but he's still in a great spot because looking at Blaze's hand, yes, he can remove some of this, but he doesn't have armor gain.
Man, that was close. Yeah, you're right. It needs to be Earthen Scales right now for him to have a chance here. That's not it.
Nope. Any other outs? Blaze is running chitinous plating, which is a way to gain armor, but only 4 in the immediacy, and it's not dealing with the board in any way, shape, or form. There's Guff taunting Blaze. Not gonna be enough here.
Yeah, nothing going to be good enough here. You can go for the evidence, I suppose, but again, I can't think of any individual card that would be good enough to save you here.
Neither can I.
Plating's not terrible, but yeah. Not enough.
Yeah.
Even with 12 armor gain, it doesn't come close.
He knows it. You can tell from his body language. After a certain amount of mana has been spent, he knows there are no remaining outs for Blaze here.
Damn, what an interesting game. Right from the mulligan there from Yuyi with a decision I never expected him to make all the way through to, well, obviously a pretty impressive mid-game with a double Trickster into Smokescreen working out very, very nicely for him. But just not the player I expected at all from that deck.
Yeah, just the fact that he didn't go for the middling play of keeping a sketchy. Like you pointed out, it's only 50% to actually draw the Scourge Illusionist, which is what you would want in the matchup, I would say, over Mine. You can go for an all-in Mine game plan, but it doesn't necessarily account for armor, right? The real dream is to get the Illusionist into the Burning Blade and have that board full of 5/8s. As it happened, just 2 5/8s and a couple of 4/4s and 2/2s was enough to get the job done, supplemented by the damage from the mines. But overall, Yuyi's entire mindset of going for the biggest high rolls in a matchup that he knows if he just went for a halfway play, he could easily get out armored, made a lot of sense in the end.
It did, and he's justly rewarded for it as well with a huge win on the Mine Rogue that I have to be honest, I didn't have much faith in going into it, but looked very impressive there, of course, with an above-average mid-game. But now moving on over to the Demon Hunter, which is, again, the matchup that we were talking about a fair bit in the preamble before the games started, with a super standard list here. I guess the tech decisions you could make is some people play 1 Mark of Scorn, 2 Need for Greed, some people play 2 Mark, as we see here from Yuyi. But against the Druid, it is, as I said, just much closer than I originally anticipated. And it'll be interesting to see if he plays this very combo-heavy deck any different to what the standard would be as well.
That's right. A lot of points to touch on here. The lack of 1 Need for Greed is not a list that I'm super used to seeing, but I can really understand this reasoning from having played the deck myself. I end up discounting Need for Greed down to 0, and then the number pops up to 3 because I drew it that turn from Relic of Dimensions, and that often feels counterintuitive. Going for double Spectral Sight is sometimes just a bit more efficient overall, but we shall see which list reigns supreme later on. And then there is how to play the matchup, as you mentioned here, where it is, of course, very important to stack up all of the damage together and hold on to several spell damage buffers for the Jace turn as the Demon Hunter. But I think one other thing that you can go for is using Relic of Phantasms to develop a board in the mid game. Obviously, you don't want to play it for like the first or second one, because 1/1 and 2/2 is not too threatening at all. But if you can get in a position where you play Extinction first, then getting 3/3/4/4 size of Phantasms is enough to supplement the damage against Druid, in my opinion.
It's interesting you say that, because I do agree with you that, yes, situationally it can be very good, but I can think of like at least 2, maybe even 3 games where I've lost because I did exactly that, gave them a big Devourer, and then you just can't answer it. Your Fell Barrages never end up going face from there on in as well. So it's kind of tough to call, because usually going on board versus Druid is the recipe for a winning game. But I think it's very tight in this particular matchup.
I guess the difference maker is whether the Druid has ramped to the point where they can remove it and turn it into a swing by that point, which means that your opponents have just been better than mine. In the case of Blythe, though, he hasn't hit the dream curve that he did last game, but the difference is he has Guff on 4 available if he wants to. Probably on 5, he could start with Nourish instead, because now Guff is not giving immediate mana upon having been played. So we shall see. Yuyi here with the ability to go Spectral Sights.
Oh, you gotta do it, right? He plays the Arcanist. Really?
Okay.
Wow.
So he's just trying to make hand space, because next turn is coin, activate location to double Relic of Dimensions. But man, I feel like every spell damage minion is such a precious resource against Druid.
Absolutely. Like I appreciate that he will struggle to kill this, absolutely, because you know he would much rather just play Nourish on this turn. He doesn't want to mess around with Planted Evidence or anything like that to try and find an answer. But the upside of it is fairly limited. As you say, you clear hand space, I suppose. But you're not really doing all too much with that, especially as you didn't play the Relic of Extinctions first, so now your Dimensions is a little weaker. But, I mean, hey, I was talking about unconventional ways of playing from Yuyi, and again, I think we can definitively say we get a very spicy play coming down here.
That is true. If it was just a matter of clearing hand space, I much would have preferred the Relic of Extinction, just to also buff up the Relic of Dimensions later on. And I appreciate that it was never Spectral Sight if it was going to be this play on this turn. But again, a bit floored by the use of the Arcanist. It is, however, creating quite some problems for Blythe, because if he wants to kill it next turn and also play Guff, it means he has to forego the ramp hero power, use the original hero power before playing Guff.
And I think if I know Blythe, he's just going to say, you know what, have it, go crazy, get your extra 4, 5, 6 damage, whatever it would be, and ramp into Raid Boss Onyxia, because we've talked time and again about the importance of not just relying on armor as a defensive mechanism, but turning things around. He disagrees, however. I thought that would be a ramp up into Raid Boss Onyxia next turn, but he's going with just a 9 mana turn instead next turn, which is pretty tough.
I think that in most circumstances I would have agreed, but just considering the turn previous for Blythe, where he did put damage into it, I think he could have sort of mapped out that if he was going to go straight into Raid Boss Onyxia, there was no time to go for the second hero power punch.
Sure, yeah, okay.
So, yeah, it did kind of indicate he was going to kill it by that point, but it means that his 9 mana turn is not so clear. For Yuyi, though, getting Spectral Sight here means it's going to be very easy quest progression. Oh, another Relic of Dimensions, and the location will be off cooldown, or you could just use a second one that's in hand. This is a situation, though, where Relic of Phantasms is a bit of bait, right? Because of that Insatiable Devourer. Then again, it's not infused.
Oh, do you really want to play Spectral Sight here? I feel like there's more important ways to spend your mana. Like, first of all, I want to trade that Guild Trader. I do not want that in hand. I want to draw it for 0 with the Phantasms. I'd like to play the Fury as well, just to get that in the Jace pool. I appreciate that he's completing second layer of quest here, but I don't actually think that was top of my list of priorities there if I was him.
Very interesting the way he approaches this. It could be an angle where he intentionally wants to play the Kirch's quest reward. We keep talking about it as not being necessary, but it's not as though the card is bad. He can get that down, then trade the Guild Trader back if he feels it necessary.
That's true.
Also, he's at a point where Jace is just at 6 mana now. And
that's a good point.
Maybe that's not necessary overall. I want to say he's left himself flexibility with this line.
Yeah. And I guess he can do all the things I was talking about at the start of this turn, because with his line, now the Phantasms costs 4 instead of 5. The real concern is obviously just hand space at this point, and if you can, you really don't want to take a turn off going Relic of Dimensions here. You want to be playing that again on this turn.
Which means that some hand space needs to be cleared. Unleash Fel, a pretty valuable tool for board clear, but maybe not necessary in the position where he is against Druid. needs to clear 4 spaces to play Relic of Dimensions, so 3 cards plus that relic itself. I guess Extinction is one of them.
Yeah.
Oh, he's going for full Phantasms
Wow.
line. Okay.
I thought that would end up as Silvermoon Arcanist, Unleash Fel, and then like, I don't know, maybe a Extinctions or maybe a Fury, and end on Press the Location plus Phantasms. But he is taking a full turn off here, which obviously develops a tremendous amount of board, which right now Blyze cannot necessarily answer very well. But it does slow him down a fair bit as well in terms of his actual lethal combo.
There is still the option to play Dimensions and accept overdrawing, but
True.
at this point it feels like he has committed to going for the board-based game plan. And with this sort of line, I think it makes a lot of sense to keep the Silvermoon Arcanist in hand, because that's the supplementary damage to go with Jace later on, because he expects at least some of this board to get cleared by a Devourer / Onyxia / Scale of Onyxia, and then the rest of it, the rest of the damage you need potentially comes from, in one turn, Arcanist, Unleash Fel, then Jace. It's not that much yet because he doesn't have Fel Barrage, but he's hoping at least some of the board would still stick.
It is a pretty juicy clear, though, all things considered, for Blyze. It's about the best he can hope for. However, even having said that, Yu just has such strong clears here with the +4 spell damage and then just double Unleash Fel if he wants to. He could instead hold on to the 0 mana Silvermoon Arcanist, I suppose, to go with Jace, because you do ideally want to have at least 1 spell damage card to go with Jace whenever you play it.
Right. And he has sacked one of the Arcanists. It's gonna go for 1 Unleash Fel and then this, and then that makes the hand space for Dimensions.
Oh, surely that's a trade the Arcanist first there. Okay.
Oh, does hit the other Guild Trader though, and this is more than enough to end the game next turn.
Indeed.
At least it looks that way to me.
Yeah, he hasn't played any Fel Barrages yet.
So if he trades a
The one
Guild
thing holding him
Trader
back.
now, he can have another shot at getting the Fel Barrage, and then by next turn he has 8 mana, right? So he could technically still fit 1 in with all these 0-cost cards and then the Jace.
That's true. And he can draw like 3, 4, yeah, he draws his entire deck. Oh, bar 1 next turn, yeah.
You gotta be scrappy with scraps.
All right, Devourer. That puts a big roadblock in the way for Fel Barrage. There it is. All right, at this point, you don't count, you just believe.
Yeah. This, I think this should be enough. The first Fel Barrage, I think, even kills it, doesn't it, as well? Yeah, man. Chews right through it.
Even has Chaos Strike, yep.
Sure, okay, yeah.
Yeah, more than enough. Oh,
Infinity
Guys.
damage.
not having a good time here. He's like, really, you got 0 mana on everything. It was pretty fortunate to have these discounts for Yui here, but it was very notable how he went for that mid-game Relic of Phantasm to sort of distract Blyze.
And I actually, now that I've seen it, really like that line that he was going for. I think that might be what was maybe missing a little bit from my approach to this matchup, because it's the halfway point of what we were saying, right? Or I guess more so it's what you were saying, of that these Phantasms can be really good in the middle game. And I was saying they can lose you the game later on when something like what happened at the end of the game happened. Which, to be fair, in an alternate universe, Blyze could have had Devourer plus the Earthen Scales as well, but I think you made a good judgment call. He has few cards in hand. He will struggle to have specifically those 2 cards in a 40-card deck and have the Infusion completed on the Devourer as well. And so I think just going for this all-in mid-game plan, when he already had Jace for 6 mana, already had Silvermoon Arcanist for 0 mana as well, he just showed no real signs of struggling at any point through that game.
Right, and even that really early Silver Moon Arcanist taking Bly's a turn off of ramping was not to be underestimated. I don't know if Yi played it exactly for that reason. Maybe you kind of just say, hopefully it takes a couple of hero powers, but it's mainly to clear hand space for the Relic of Dimensions. It was just the sort of perfect storm of events here, because I do agree that it's very situational when you're able to go for the phantasms like that, because I would argue if you don't have access to both of your locations before both of your Relic of Dimensions, then one of those location charges is going to be precious to get doubled up on the most important relic, which is the card draw. But if he did have access, which he did in that last game, then you could use some of those location charges to build a board instead using the phantasms. But all that leading up to Yuyi's last deck, which I have sort of gratuitously called a ping mage because it has the ping package, but the cards I've chosen to highlight here are the spice in the deck here. He has 3 new cards, all of which discover / recast things that didn't start in the deck, and it's a new spin on playing Puzzle Box, in my opinion.
Indeed, yeah. As Nerubian Vizier, about as close as Death Knight is coming to making an appearance at the World Championship. It's Undead Synergy, I guess, which is not really apparent here in the Mage, much more so just for discovering spells, and then of course replaying them with Grand Magister Romath, a name so gratuitously long it's cut off on the card list there as well. But it's a cool deck, you know. It feels a little bit, I don't know, I don't want to say, I guess teched is the word. I was going to say cheap because it's like pretty much all in on this objection package being really good and very targety against the likes of Demon Hunt, the Theatar, the Mutinous as well. But it's a cool deck when you factor in these new cards as well, and it feels like a bit of a throwback to the Hearthstone decks of like 2018, 2019, when there was a lot more Discover knocking around. Priest was doing all this nonsense, discovering 50 cards a turn, and Mage following in those well-trod footsteps.
Yeah, I think that Mage, this Mage, Control Priest, and Thief Rogue to a certain extent all fall in the same sort of box for our little worlds meta here, where they have a few tools in their kit which are very, very good against certain decks in the meta, namely Boon Priest, Draka Rogue, and the Fel Demon Hunter, all the disruption tools. And because you are kind of locked into these classes to play the disruption tools, you kind of just think, okay, what is the most established deck that I can use to fill out the rest of the deck slots?
Signage.
And Ping Mage happens to be one of those. That's why I appreciate Yuyi's spin on it, because he has gone for more unconventional things, which we haven't really seen, and it's getting closer to a whole new archetype to support all of these disruption tools. And, you know, because he is running all the Discover package, he is able to get more objections, more types of ways to disrupt the key minions from Bly's remaining decks. And he does have all 3 remaining decks very reliant on very specific minions.
And Bly's, as you would expect if you've known him for more than 2 minutes, is of course queuing up the Druid once again here, just bashing them all out in a row. He has admittedly been kind of rolled the first 2 games. His opponent got close to the perfect draw both times. But his Druid draws were not terrible either, right? He hit the Jerry Rig plus Wild Growth game 1. He hit a pretty nice Nourish, Guff, Onyxia combo in game 2, just ramping up very, very cleanly as well. And it just hasn't even really looked close so far. The ramp of Druid is just no longer the premium form of Mana Chi in Hearthstone, and doesn't really feel like it can stack up against all the reduction in costs that Rogue and Demon Hunter have access to. Maybe Mage is a little bit more Druid speed, however.
That's right. I think that Druid falls in a really weird spot in the meta right now, where it is considered, I guess, the 4th of the 4 best decks here, but it is very, very weak to the other 3 decks here. I guess you can make an argument for the Fel Demon Hunter matchup being a bit more 50-50, but you cannot really argue that it's really weak against Boon Priest and Draka Rogue because they're able to build such huge minions in the early game that Druid doesn't really have an answer for. So it falls in a really strange spot in the meta where it needs to beat up on the fourth deck of whatever the opponent is bringing. And in Yuyi's case, this happens to be Mage. So if Blyze's Druid can't get through this, that does just spell disaster.
Okay, what are we looking for in the starting hand? Like, I guess there's the classic ping package cards that are good, like Wildfire, maybe AI or something, but anything in particular that you think will help his case against the Druid?
Yeah, anything to keep that early curve pretty good. Honestly, I could see the 2/3 drops being kept here. The Sanctum into Vizier kind of looks nice as long as Yuyi has opportunity to trade off those skeletons, which are undead. Then he can discover a spell and have it be cheaper. He's gonna go ahead and keep the Snow Flurry as well, which is, of course, classically a good curve play. I was just thinking it might be tossed because it doesn't quite fit the coin 3 into 3 curve.
Yeah, I guess maybe we're looking at a 2/3, given that Sanctum is probably not going to be too valuable at the start of the game. But overall, just a very playable hand here for Yuyi. You know, compared to the other two decks, there's not like an eye-wateringly powerful hand that you're looking to hit that instantly wins the game. But this is as close as I think you're going to be getting to that.
Even that early Prismatic Elemental to challenge Jerry-Rig Carpenter, just classically good stats on board for this trade. Horn of Winter is a very good card. However, Dunbaldar Bunker draws objection.
That is tempting. Like, it's not insane versus Druid, but they have cut a lot of the early package, right? He's no longer playing Druid of the Reef. The cheapest minions in the deck are like Jerry Rig. Sure, you wouldn't mind getting that denied. Astalor kind of hurts. And then like Prince Renathol is the best. And aside from that, there's some pretty big heartbreakers to lose to the Dumbledore.
Right. There is a lot of redundancy in the Druid deck in terms of threats, and I guess you could say Crypt Keeper is a tossable card. But just having that cycle from the Dunbaldar, I would value pretty much as well. Yuyi is going to go Horn of Winter, though, which is not to be denied any sort of extra mana you can get, and it's a good recast from Romash potentially later on. But as for Blyze's side, the opening curve is, I don't know, outside of this turn 3, looking very, very good, right? He just has Widow Bloom into Nourish, into Topior, and Topior, I think, is the real difference maker in Druid. Being able to land this helps you swing back the board and play what you actually want to play while also clearing the board rather than just scrambling to respond every single turn.
That's exactly right. I think that's the difference maker that forces Yuyi onto some kind of Magister Dawngrasp game plan, because this hand he has here against an average Druid draw, it's not going to win the game on its own, but it's going to get you in that range. You're going to be doing like 10, 15 damage, maybe in early minion pressure, and then you can try and find a backup plan from there. This, however, is not going to be doing that because Topior should be able to stabilize things very nicely. But a tough choice now, actually. I could see all of these, honestly.
I feel like the objection is still very valuable at this point because it is tough to get Crypt Keeper to go to 0 if you have not let the Druid get to a point where their armor gain is very cheap in terms of mana. So he is just going to go for that. Fits the curve very nicely thanks to the discount from Vizier. It is such a nice combo with the various skeletons that you can generate as Mage. Even though you missed the 50-50 on the Death Rattle, I think he's still very solidly in the lead here and has nice follow-up, right? Just Cold Case into Wildfire into Dawngrasp, which will recast his Wildfire for sure.
Wow, Bly's taking a pretty big risk here on just that not being counterspell. If it had been, he would be in some big, big trouble. Could have ended on Renathol to test for objection, but I guess he can still do that before the Topior on the following turn, as I think always has to be the play. Like, Topior is your stabilization tool here, as we talked about.
Right, and if not counterspell, I think the next best secret or arguably even the best in that situation for Yu to have taken is objection. So Blythe will have it top of mind here. But Yu still chugging along with pressure that is not to be scoffed at, really. It's the difference maker of Renathal that's keeping Blythe still pretty stable here. But now the Topior has landed, and he can finally start to fight back. But it's Dawn Grasp time for Yu. Ooh, or he can play that AI first to get it in the pool.
Oh, it's such a clean setup for the ping, though, right? Because... Oh, can he ever play it? Oh, no, he won't be able to. Even with Horn of Winter, he won't be able to play the AI. So I guess he just needs to hope to hit the 50-50 on the Frost spell being cold case, as Horn is just kind of wasted.
It's sort of a double field because if you did hit Horn, then you could have technically pinged first.
Right, yeah.
And then pinged again after playing Dawn Grasp. But Yu everything going his way here, and Blythe is not looking very happy about it, understandably. Zotto probably feeling a bit conflicted now. His prediction of Druid struggling is working out, but an EU player is also struggling.
Yeah, exactly. Does not compute. You always bet with X-Blythe, but you always bet against Druid in this meta. Oh, okay, that's a decent draw. It's not a nature spell, unfortunately, which would be really nice here. Innovate is enormous.
Yeah, just 2 free 3/3s.
Oh, that's a lovely spell.
Oh my goodness. Yeah, that's tons of juice. Beetlemancy, tons of armor.
Yeah, I think again, Beetlemancy is not nature, if I remember correctly. But like you said, it's the armor that's the salient factor here.
Yeah, I honestly cannot recall. It is not. Okay, thank you.
Yeah. I mean, I'm sure they have a rigorous process behind it, but it's called Beetlemancy. Like, come on, surely that's nature. It's literally just beetle power.
Yeah, this is not my jurisdiction. I won't. Okay, crucially, Blythe has held on to Crypt Keeper, probably for 2 reasons, right? It is an easy objection fodder, and also it might just be a ping target to keep buffing up Yuyi's hero power, depending on whether he can get another wildfire. You debating whether to start with the Suspicious or the Arcane?
I'm gonna say I like starting with AI, just because I feel like there's more useful 4-drops that you would rather play. Just another cold case, I guess, maybe an Apprentice as well.
Runeorb is the most utility for Yuyi, but it's also the most utility for Blythe. Given that Blythe doesn't have Guff up yet, I feel like that 2 mana is expensive for him to spend, so I like the pick for Yuyi. He's in a spot where he really needs the resources. And it's also buffing up the raw math, potentially.
Yeah, those Arcane Defenders did look nice with Romath, but if you can go Runed Orb into Defenders, then that's obviously just that little bit better. Assuming Romath knows where to point the Runed Orb.
That's the one.
Blythe, no hesitation here. He doesn't hesitate to play around secrets or choose to not play around them. He doesn't hesitate off of Suspicious. He's just the kind of player that all these Murloc Holmes type of guessing cards will not phase ever. All the whelps killed off by the death rattles. It is honestly not too bad for Blythe. I feel like his health is a big concern. He hasn't seen Mordresh yet, nor a Bran with the Reckless Apprentice, and that hero power is dealing 5 a turn right now.
Yeah, that is true, but Yuyi needs something impressive to happen here, like a good spell off the Rune Door potentially to be able to cast alongside the Romath, because he's slowing down pretty heavily here. 5 damage a turn from the hero power does not outpace Druid in terms of the healing they can get with Denathrius. Obviously, Earthen Scales being the really big swing card once that comes online. And these are not really the kinds of cards you're looking for. You could pick and play Blizzard, I suppose, to get it in the pool for Romath, but missing out on that hero power for another turn just feels dreadful.
Right, I do think he picks the Blizzard, but probably just goes AI and ping to close out the turn. It is not quite mana efficient. Ooh, Shattering Blast. He is running double Flurry in the deck.
Sun sets. I have an idea.
He picks up a Wildfire. It can close out the curve pretty nicely. Doesn't, but that Theotar would represent, yeah, a wrench in the works for Blyze. More armor.
More armor. Yeah, we'll have that.
Titanus Plating, also not a nature spell. I guess the verdict is insects are not part of nature.
Yeah.
Hearthstone rules.
They got Blathers on the design team. Really conscious of that objection, right? Turn after turn. I like it.
Jerry Rig is also not drawing anything at this point, I believe, but it is a more expensive way to counter objection, so. Astalor picked up for Yu Yi, and now he's in a very precarious position where it's like, technically this represents the damage to get there over several turns with the ping, but it's not accounting for any armor whatsoever.
All right, time for the Grand Mage himself, and let's see what this can pull together.
Oh yeah, coin!
Oh yeah, of course, yeah.
That's on Blizzard. That was not very grand, was it?
Yeah. Being demoted.
Sun sets.
We're going the ping even. I think Yui's priority is on cycling towards a Mordresh.
Ooh. This is a tough choice. Like, with Bran and Astalor in hand, and even Denathrius, like, I know he can't do that yet without Guff or the Anubarak, but oh, I was sorely tempted by that Bran. That's a really tough choice.
I do like the Onyxia pick. At this point in the game, I feel like Blyze's biggest fear is a Mordresh, which Onyxia does survive because of all the 2/1s protecting her. Sivara,
I mean, these are some decent spells to chuck in Sivara with Blizzard and Objection, I suppose, just to keep denying the minions over and over.
I guess I'm trying to work out what's a safe turn to land Sivara, right? If she were like only 2 spells left here, you could say Blizzard, Shattering Blast, and then you could go Sivara Blizzard right away. But any turn that he takes to play Sivara, if there's not an immediate board freeze after that, Yuyi could easily just die from his perspective.
That's true.
To a Denathrius. I guess it's not super juiced, especially with the nerf to it, but over a couple turns of board damage, and if Blyze ever finds a Guff, things can get dicey real quick.
Okay, Innovate, not a bad card at this point. Blyze just needs ways to turn all these expensive, heavy cards in hand into pressure as soon as he possibly can.
Having to dump 1 Innervate because of hand space is a bit annoying. Still no Guff.
Gotta be
That's
scrappy with
brutal.
scraps.
Threatening board though, and Yuyi, again, still 1 more spell needed for Sivara, and that's a Flurry, which can activate her very nicely. So Flurry with the location, and Sivara is a full board freeze. He can weave in a ping face if he wants to.
Yeah, And is that where we're at? We just try and freeze out, stall out the game, and ping face every turn? I'm just trying to think about big, you know, long term here. What needs to happen for Yuyi to have a chance of winning this game?
Goes objection and has that in the Sivara pool instead, which I think is probably a better priority than Flurry because he's scared of the inevitability, right, of Nubricon, of Denathrius, of Astalor. There's too many things that he needs to object.
Sunsets.
Yeah, I guess that's better. I was thinking, like, if he needs to win this game, though, he kind of needs to play Theatar and, like, steal Denathrius, maybe, in which case he'd like to have another Flurry to buy himself time. But there it is for Blythe, right? It's one of the cards he was looking for. Guff #1, Earthen Scales #2, pretty simply.
That suddenly unlocks the potential of Blythe's entire hand. No Bran quite yet, but might not be necessary if he can follow up the Denathrius with an Astalor.
I guess he'd also been holding out... Oh, sorry, holding out for a Reckless Apprentice, right? Would have allowed him to honorably kill the growth.
Right? I do think this has to be a Theotar turn, though.
Yeah, okay.
Play out the useful cards and try to give Blythe something unnecessary.
Oh, that's a
no! That is nothing good for Yuyi. Okay.
I mean, I guess it was literally just Denathrius, right, that really made a difference here. Maybe
Astalor. Yeah.
Yeah.
Sunsets.
Okay. Yeah, our odds weren't particularly good to steal away a game winner here, which means that Blythe is looking very solid to get his foot through the door in this series.
It's Widow Blue. Wow.
Denying a draw, I guess.
Right, yeah, he's saying if he hasn't got Earthen Scales now, maybe he won't hit it before the end of the game, but like just hero powering every turn, I think will probably be enough to get there.
Blythe, though, because he has hit neither Bran nor a Nubricon at this point, is still waiting to cash out on all these damage here, and it's still not available.
Yeah. And here we go with Scales off of the Moonlit Guidance as well. There's 3 of them at least now available for to him, and above starting health total now. Yuyi is going to need a miracle to close this game out, I'm saying. Maybe he can exhaust. I don't know. I guess exhausting his opponent came from stealing Denathrius, right?
Right. There's not enough objections left here.
Yeah.
It's getting to the point where Blythe doesn't even need the full combo. He can just attack with his board and then supplement with Denathrius or Astalor.
Because there's still a decent amount of stall for Yuyi. Even though he gave away the Blizzard, he's got alibis. There's another full turn of stall just in the flurry alone.
Yeah. Does have to start objecting, though. He has seen both Crypt Lords and both Jerry Rigs, so it becomes quite expensive now for Blythe to toss a card into that.
Yeah, just trying to exhaust his opponent here, I think. Quite
A noble effort, given Druid's vast amounts of threats.
Yeah, that's true. I will say that this version of the deck, as we said, if you steal Denathrius and then maybe Astalor as well with the Mutinous, is exhaustible. You can get there because it doesn't have infinite threats like some of the Druids of old did. But I don't quite think he has the tools to do so.
Don't think so either. Are we seeing a Nubricon and Bran bottom 6?
Yeah, well, we know Bran is bottom, right, because it was in the dredge. But yeah, a Nubricon must be like 4th or 5th from the bottom, which in Druid is the worst place a card can possibly be. Oh man, 6 mana, deal 2 damage.
Make some hand space, because
Yeah.
he's going Miracle Growth next turn, you'd have to expect.
No way, as I see it, to get that honorable kill. But still tempting to go for the Reckless Apprentice just to clear off a bit of damage and maybe try and fit in Astalor for the following turn. It's maybe the best you have access to.
Mm-hmm. I'm not seeing much better. If he is to go for Reckless plus Cold Case Ping, the fact that the 9/7 stays alive is very annoying. You don't want to use a flurry on a singular target like that, but it is scary enough that if he does leave that 9 damage alive, he could just die to a Denathrius plus Brand from his perspective. So it's going to be the Alibi instead, guaranteeing that he can live to see another turn, maybe get a bigger Apprentice.
Oh, it kind of feels like you've got to send that damage into the 9/7, just because you're, I'd have to guess, anticipating to clear with Astalor on the following turn. Okay.
There it is, the signature.
We finally got it, and the Aquatic for Bran as well. So the full combo available next turn. I like that Bly's here is deliberately not getting as many whelps as possible. He's trying to keep Port's place clear because he could have gone Scales, Trade, then the Miracle Growth. But he's leaving a couple board spaces open just so he has as much chance as possible of going for the full combo next turn.
That is right. Judging Bran up to the top. And not sure where Denathrius is right now, but certainly at least 18, right? For Bran to be able to close it, yeah.
Yeah. It really does throw you off, doesn't it? Even just halving what it would have been before. It's much, much more difficult to estimate, it feels like now.
Yeah, I mean, before you didn't have to count or look. You just knew it was lethal.
That's true, yeah, yeah.
I would say.
Especially with Bran, it was actually infinity damage.
Mm-hmm. There is another objection in the hand, but Lies, I think, has deliberately been keeping the one that's in play so that it could not be replaced, as you sometimes do with Ice Barrier back in the day.
Yeah, and it's low-key just kind of good for Blythe, actually, that his board is being cleared off here, yeah. Because now he has full space to go anything, like, I guess, Starfish, because you know that's objection.
That's the one.
And then Bran and Nubrakan, yeah. He knows what's up. Druid finally getting over the line now.
That's right. So many ways to go about it if you want a Nubrakan, Brand, Denathrius, Astalor, whatever. This is actually infinity damage. Going for the stylish play. The 64. Or is it going to be one Astalor into Denathrius?
I mean, pick your poison. It's really up to you.
There you go.
Finally getting on the board here is Belize with the Druid in... You know, as I was saying at the start, I thought the Druid would be likely to get a win at some point. I did think it would come a little bit earlier because I thought it might be in a decent spot against the Rogue. We know it's okay versus the Druid. But against that Mage, it was just pretty clear from the start. Mage is not built in this form to have any kind of a chance versus Druid.
Yeah, I would not say so. The objections are decent at stalling, but it really is just that, isn't it? Because the inevitability of the damage from Druid, coupled with the fact that they have so much armor to get out of range of what Mage can normally do, means that at some point the Mage will just fall. But Yui still has 2 chances to get a win with it, as Blythe still has his own Rogue and Demon Hunter remaining. And those are decks where the objection, I would say, and Solid Alibi are very, very useful.
That is probably true, yeah. I think this is where things start to get a little bit tougher for Belize. In terms of his his Demon Hunter list that he has access to, which I believe he is going to be lining up now. No real spicy techs. Again, one Need for Greed, double Scorn, and it's just pretty simple. There's very, very few minions in the deck, and you kind of need all of them. A cheap Rust-Rot Viper is the best you can hope for to be able to dispense with those objections. And aside from that, basically just pray that they don't draw them is the best chance you have.
That's right. That Viper is actually quite useful, I would say, to proc an objection. It is somewhat difficult for the Demon Hunter to navigate those turns because sometimes you do need to get things out of your hand in order to keep drawing. And if you get something out of hand, which is a minion, and proc their objection, then they can replay another objection, so on and so forth. And then there's the double alibis and potentially even more discovered by this heavy discover package from Yu Yi that can delay and delay and delay the lethal turns. And then there's also the fact that this Demon Hunter's healing is very contingent on Unleash Fel having a wide board to get lifesteal off of, which Yu Yi can conscientiously play around to the point where maybe the Dawn Grasp and stacked pings can start and outpace Blyce, but a lot of things need to line up correctly for the mage.
That's true, yeah, and I guess that's what's worth bringing up, is that even though a deck has an obvious intention to do something, does not necessarily mean that it is going to be able to do that. We've seen time and again cute little techs played in competitive Hearthstone that don't actually end up working out particularly well for the player employing them in the end. And I kind of have the suspicion, not having tested this mage deck with objection very much or at all myself, the Demon Hunter will be able to just get over the finish line. Nonetheless, if it gets any kind of a hand similar to what Yu Yi had against Blyze, I think he should be sitting very much pretty.
Does have an early Relic Vault, which is also very nice to start off with. It's the tale as old as time with Questline Demon Hunter, right? You're not able to progress quest on turn 2 most of the time, so the best usage of your mana is, if you don't have Relic Vault, just Hero Power on turn 1, then Hero Power Quest on turn 2. But with the Vault, you can get that mana spent very nicely, leading up into a Dimensions later on.
Now we're talking. Looking very, very spicy indeed for Blyze, obviously. But for Yu Yi on the other side, it's not looking bad either, right? A lot of those nice disruption cards ready to go. Objection, Cold Case, hopefully another cheap spell into Savara, into replaying the objection, into the Mutinous. It's writing itself.
Yeah, it's as good of a hand as he could have asked for in terms of disruption. But this first objection, it's very much on Blyze as to how long he can hold out for actually proccing it, because the fact that secrets cannot be stacked is essential to playing around them.
Kind of good and bad that he got the Guild Trader there. Like, it's a decent amount to discount it by the 1, but you'd kind of rather have it in the deck for the coin relic that you're going to be employing on this turn. But I mean, yeah, that says it all. This is a wicked hand here for Blyze.
Yeah, real monster of quest progression and just cycling as well. Does have to dump a card here to make some room, and oh, the Phantasms 1-0. Yep, I was gonna say that is the least valuable of all of these. A Mark of Scorn, if you can angle it to go face at some point, that is the best target for sure, and that's definitely doable when you have Unleash Fel to clear up the board first.
The better.
Gosh, not much, hey.
Either of the secrets maybe has utility to bluff a counter spell, but Gifts is just more consistent to help him, I don't know, find a Bran if he feels he can get late enough in the game to be able to Bran Mutinous, but something tells me it's not going to go to turn 10.
Yeah, I wonder if that was a hand space concern with the Savara that you're playing as well, but I think it would have just about worked out either way.
Time runs out on me.
Ending up with Astalor instead to be mana efficient for this turn. Sure thing.
Okay, this turn usually ends up being the hand dump turn, right, in one way or another.
Now that's your precious objection counter.
Get out
One
of
and
here,
only.
you snake. I mean, it's true that you say one and only, but I kind of want to say if Blythe hits a second 0 mana, or I suppose a second cheap spell damage card in his hand, he can kind of afford to go for like one massive burst turn with like dispel one of those minions, and then just go second spell damage plus Jace all in the same turn, which against Mage is probably going to end up being lethal.
Very true, but it's really contingent on whether he can discount another minion from the second relic of dimensions,
Sure,
right?
yeah.
Because currently the way the mana is stacked for Blythe, if he wants to proc the objection, it has to happen on a separate turn from the big combo turn with the Jace. Unless he's proccing it with Curses, which would be funny. It's that useless.
I mean, low-key, if he had a little bit more mana, you'd consider. I think it's a bit too expensive.
Search within me.
Oh, it's a fantastic overdraw.
Ooh, is gonna go for the Curses.
Wow, okay.
Well, he is hoping Yuyi doesn't have much damage in hand, which he does not. No wildfires played. But there is the Mutinous on curve, which has a 50-50 of chomping Jace, and even if it misses, hits a spell damage piece.
Right, yeah. You would probably then end up having to trade your whole board, or maybe not actually. You could still bluff Visage,
Barrier?
right? Or Barrier, yeah. Both of which would be pretty scary for the Demon Hunter.
Yeah. But he has no way of knowing if there is one of those crucial minions in hand, Jace, of course, being the biggest of them.
And you really want to play another objection. Like, it was expensive for them to deal with that first one. And so maybe if you're not certain that Jace is in hand, which again, you're not, you have no indication one way or the other really at this point, objection plus the cold case is the slightly safer way to go about things.
At the same time, objection loses utility post Kurtrus, right? Because now the Viper costs 1 to proc it. Oh, so many considerations for Yuyi here, but in the end, it looks like he is going to replace his objection. Which Blythe will also know about for sure, because it came off of Sivara.
Oh man, again, the classic, we haven't even seen the card drawn and it's already been played there for X-Blythe. Mapped out his entire turn, setting up for that Relic of Dimensions, of course. Trying to hit the spell damage, the 0 mana snakes, anything just to be able to deal with this objection and get the lethal through. But those are disastrous cards to discount.
That's okay, though. He just doesn't play the Viper this turn, right? Holds off on
Yeah.
it. Yeah.
But at this point, the best that you can hope for, or I guess, sorry, one of the guild traders costs 3, right? So technically, if you hit it with the sigil plus the discount from Kurtrus, you could get a 0 mana guild trader. But realistically, you're looking at 1 and 2 mana guild traders here for the rest of the game, which is doable. But the mana's getting really tight as the Mutinous comes down and deletes the Jace. Oh, for Blythe, this could not be going worse.
A lot of damage he has access to, technically, though. With the other guild traders still available, that's like, with all the spell damage
That's
stuff,
true.
that is +6 on everything.
I got it all.
I cannot do math enough.
Search within me.
But he has to hit off of the scorn,
Doesn't have
right?
enough mana, though?
True.
Go
to
double
play both.
unleash.
That is true.
Okay, that's a hit. That's 24 plus 8. Is it 1 off? I think it's 1 off.
It is.
Oh,
You're absolutely right. But you know what? Unleash Fell always gets there the next turn. I guess there's the Dawn Grasp armor to consider, but this plays around Alibi because he's literally at 1.
That's true. Yeah, yeah. Unless you go Alibi plus Astalor would be the out there potentially, but then you'd also have to clear a bit because they just chunk through for the necessary damage.
Right. What can Dawn Grasp replay? No flurries, right? And there's Oasis Ally, which is a huge whiff.
Yeah.
I feel like
don't see
Blythe has locked Yuyi out of this one despite his Jace getting munched up. This is the power of the Fell Demon Hunter.
Absolutely.
This recast an AI, right? Which means he can get Alibi. Oh wait, no, there's no AI in it.
That's it, yeah. Not even close. Man, and this is kind of what I was talking about, right? The deck did everything it wanted to do there, right? It cast 1, 2, 3 objections, was it? Or at the very least, it had the opportunity to have cast 3 over the course of the game with that many being drawn and generated. And a Mutant is coming down as well. But it just still wasn't enough. The burst from the Demon Hunter is too flexible and too high as well. And Blythe is equalizing us at 2 games apiece in a fantastic game.
Yeah, honestly, the fact that the Jace got eaten is making me sort of reconsider the way I count lethal in this deck overall.
Right.
Because in your mind, you're kind of like, okay, set aside the 7 mana because that's a ton of damage. But if you have 7 mana free and that much damage to begin with, then it just goes to show that Jace itself is a bonus here. With all of the spell damage, with all of the Fell Barrages, if you can make sure all of that hits face, and that's even with a Mutinous on board soaking up a huge Mark of Scorn, that is just incredible how much the Demon Hunter can put forth, and it's really clear why the entire field is bringing this deck and this archetype as well. That leaves us with Blythe's last deck, the Jombre Rogue, for lack of a better name, because it's not quite full Death Rattle. It has the Sinstone Graveyard in there, and also the Snowfall Graveyard, the location, and the Aura effect. The Sinstone mainly being an undead that you can sort of have on board to get the invincible buffs here, but the Masked Reveler, which pulls either Invincible or Neptulon, Neptulon can be a win condition in and of itself.
Yeah, it is a brutally powerful deck when it gets to pull off what it's able to do. And the fact that you make room for a lot of new cards when you compare it to the other version of Death Rattle Rogue with the ghouls in there as well, and the Burning Blade Acolytes, is you get to play Ghostly Strike, Wicked Stab, Tooth, and SI7 Extortion, which may seem like slightly unoptimal cards in a deck that's trying to do Death Rattle synergy rather than damage to face, but the fact you get to self-proc your own minions is so huge in this deck. Being able to go Invincible, hit it with the Wicked Stab, hit it with Ghostly Strike, and all of a sudden that's +20/+20 if you have the graveyard down on one of your minions. It's a huge difference when compared to the other version of the deck, which I feel one of the biggest weaknesses of that deck is on the final turn of your Snowfall Graveyard pop-off turn, you're unable to actually proc the minions that you're playing. You just play them down and then nothing happens with them. So I do really like that addition to this deck, and it does lead to some very unexpected lethal combos when you get Invincible online.
That is right. So many different combinations of ways things can pan out here, mainly off the back of Scourge Illusionist being pulled by sketchy information, and a lot of doubling that can happen with the Snowfall Graveyard. But I will say that the Mage package of Stall and Disruption is more effective against this deck than any other in Blythe's lineup, right? All the damage outside of a couple of the spells comes from minions staying on the board, and purely the spell-based damage is not enough to kill the mage from the 40 health plus a lot of armor.
That's patches in the starting hand though for Blythe, with Invincible being drawn. Any minion you draw in this deck is just bad. You want them all to stay in your deck, draw them out with sketchy information and the Illusionists and all that nonsense. He's a Neptulon draw away from being in some very, very big trouble.
Yeah, he's looking very vincible right now.
Hey.
Off of these options for Yuyi, the Cone of Cold seems like it would be the highest utility for Yuyi and also the lowest for Blythe, so I'm interested in that. Vengeful Visage could catch me off guard though.
It's not terrible, is it?
When he goes Fire Sale, option number 3.
Probably the one that Blythe would want the most as well, right? Oh, wow, interesting.
Maybe he was just looking for a tradable reroll, because it's not a particularly good hand for Yu.
Did he just accidentally play the Cutlass? You never play it there, right? That was always a trade.
I think so. To try and get your sketchy discounted.
Oh, man, it's happening. Slow down, man. It's all right.
I feel like his reaction is a grimace. I don't know if that warrants.
I think that was a grimace.
Okay, I mean, nobody can read Bly's, but...
Yeah, if we could get Mama Bly's on the line to tell us what that means. But yeah, that's a pretty big deal, right? Like not being able to play sketchy on 2, not being able to bank a mana with Serrated Bone Spike, that is really, really bad.
Yep. And it potentially was one more turn that you could have drawn something important that you want to stay in the deck. There's a Reveler though, which means that the Neptulon game plan is alive and well, potentially.
Things are starting to slow down a little bit though for Yi after these fantastic starting few turns. Like Trade and Night Cloak Sanctum is probably where we're at, but we do need to consider that he doesn't know Invincible is in hand, so just playing Fire Sale to deal with this 3/3 is a very real consideration on this turn.
Right. I was looking at that, but I think between having Objection, Dawn Grasp, and Blizzard in hand, it seems like he has enough disruption for now and he can commit to just having that location online. And he uses it aggressively though, which I did not expect. I thought he was going to save every charge on that to stall as long as possible.
I kind of almost expected Blythe to play the Scourge Illusionist there to get rid of the objection to set up for a Masked Reveler on the following turn, but maybe he wants to do them both on the same turn, so there's no possibility of a second objection coming in to deny that again.
Feels like that's always a top priority.
Yeah.
Well, if we're continuing the theme of aggression for Yu Yi, the Reckless Apprentice looks pretty clean here. A little bit off curve, but continues to push damage and clear the board. Tough one though. From Yu Yi's perspective, it's really tough because he has to expect a Neptulon at any point forward. If the 3/1 is cleared, there's still the location coming off cooldown for Blythe, so it could still be invincible from Yu Yi's perspective. But in all of these worlds, he doesn't really have an option to try and get greedy with the Reckless Apprentice. I feel like it has the best usage right now to push damage as a 3/5.
What a delightful party.
Well, the Reveler's at least on the board, if nothing else. And guaranteed at this point to get the Neptulon right, with both Scourge Illusionists having been drawn as well. Not entirely sure if that's good or bad, to be perfectly honest.
Yeah, it's honestly past the point where it's really threatening, right? You can continuously freeze the hands and the main body.
Oh, he's even just trying to get it out.
Yep, one Blizzard away.
It was a bit of a risky play, because if it was invincible, you were in some amount of trouble there.
I guess it still could have been frozen with the location.
Oh, true. Yeah, good point. It didn't have to be Blizzard, did it? I mean, now it has to be Blizzard, right? Surely.
Yeah, for sure.
Way too clean.
Time runs out on me.
Wow, no.
Okay, killing off the main body like this.
Fascinating. I guess he's trying to prioritize damage, actually, right?
Yeah, this is the play that pressures Blythe the most, which looking at it again, I think it makes a lot of sense. I like the line.
What
Yeah,
a
it's kinda sick.
delightful party.
Oh, so frustrating that this Reveler can't be killed off on this turn for a almost entire board clear.
Little does Yuyi know it pulls nothing at this point.
It still gets the Neptune, right? It's just a copy.
Oh yeah, sorry.
Not the original, yeah.
My bad.
But it's not great either way, is it? Is it can just be instantly frozen and get the rest of the damage face. As Yi, as his last turn clearly demonstrated, he knows what his win condition is here, which is to get chip damage face wherever possible. Oh, this is actually such a sick couple of turns from Yi. I really like this.
Yeah. Finding the windows to push minion damage is really the difference maker here. It's putting Blythe on such a short clock. Ugh. Frustration is visible.
Ooh, okay, that means that Blizzard is no longer a necessity, necessarily, on this turn.
Yeah, the 3/3 stat line on one of the stealth minions is very important here because it survives Blizzard and it allows Blythe to have an invincible target.
Right. But if you play the... Like, I think at this point for Yuyi, you actually have a decent read on Invincible being in hand, right? Because you've now seen both Scourge Illusionists. So for both Revelers, it would be like a 25% chance for them to have hit double Neptulon back-to-back. There's a card that's been in hand since turn 1. I feel like that's indicating to you that it's probably invincible, in which case the play of just going for solid alibi plus objection forces them off of going for invincible for a whole extra turn.
Definitely see that. I feel like he doesn't even need to alibi in that case.
Sure, okay, yeah, fair enough. Oh no!
So painful for Blythe.
What a delightful party.
Yeah, he's got to do it to play invincible next turn.
Just hope that he can, if there isn't another objection coming his way.
Indeed.
Discovered somehow, or played by Romath. Was any one of those discovered?
Don't think so.
Okay.
Yeah, and quite clearly here, we're entering a top deck war, right, for both of these players, with it being 3 damage a turn for Yuyi. He really wanted to send that face, but he knows there's an invincible in hand now, right?
Yeah.
Like, you kind of just know.
Yeah.
In which case, this is 8 damage you're going to tank instead of 3.
Uh-huh.
I think you got to ping it.
Thing is, location is off cooldown again, so Blythe still has a target, but it's not immediately attacking. It's kind of weird how it pans out.
That's good. Yeah, nice draw though.
And Yuyi has Blizzard ping into solid alibi ping into question mark.
Yeah, he needs one more step along the way. Maybe that's the extra step he needs.
Yeah, he just needs any spell, right? And then he's golden because the Silvara will get the alibi back.
Yeah. So these are 12 from hand. If he gets a Shadow of Demise, then it's 18, which is like theoretically starting to represent lethal.
Mm-hmm. Focused will?
I think you just take the shipment to trade it. I don't want to mess around with these. Like, Romath doesn't know where to target these spells.
No, but like it's just a cheap spell, so it's the third Sivara spell, and you immediately get your alibi back.
I guess, yeah, fair enough, fair enough.
And that's enough, right? Because he can ping every
That just
turn.
does it. Yeah, I think you're right.
Oh, excruciating for Blaze. This is the most stressed I've ever seen him.
It's so close. So what can go wrong for Yuyi? Why would you save this focused will? This 1-3 never gets to attack phase.
No. Yeah, I'm not sure, honestly. I kind of like getting the mana spent on Sivara so he can comfortably Blizzard ping again next turn.
Yeah, yeah.
The fact that he's 3 pings away instead of 2 is so excruciating for Yuyi as well. Yo, breakpoints.
Yeah, I guess as well for Yuyi, he was actually just holding out for maybe a better spell on the following turn. He could have got another alibi because, I don't know, reasons. Maybe there's something his opponent can pull out of his hat.
All right. Are we still looking at a possible Shadow of Demise plus something out for Blaze if he get... And the Door of Shadows is never getting infused, right? Or is it? Can he kill it his own thing off with Serrated Bones? It's like 1 off, right? Because if he could get double Shadow of Demise into double Wicked Stab.
Oh, right. Yeah, yeah.
But he can't even kill his own thing off. It's 1 health too much.
So we'd need to get like Ghostly Strike somehow off the like trade into Ghostly Strike and then Ghostly Strike, Bone Spike. Yeah, there's some maybe extremely convoluted series of spells with like a prep somewhere along there as well.
I don't know.
But I don't think this is it.
What was in the dredge pool?
Prep. Oh man, it's so close.
Oh my god. Okay, that's it. It just doesn't get there. He was 1 Wicked Stab off, and that means that after such a back and forth series, Bly's on the verge of reverse sweeping. In the end, Yuyi takes it with the mage.
Yeah, I do think there at the end for Yuyi, he was maybe supposed to play the solid alibi instead of the Blizzard. I think that locks out like any outs at all with some kind of, as you said, weird double.
I think he had already used the alibi the turn before, right?
He drew another one, right? I think
okay.
the last turn he drew the natural one in his deck. Unless I'm mistaken. But either way, it was like 1 in 1,000 chance that anything even happens there, if that, for you. So I'm not going to reprimand him too harshly. As it ended as we thought it would at the start, with you getting 2 back-to-back incredible victories on the Rogue and the Demon Hunter. The Mage, I have to say, though, looking a little weak, maybe. It's fair to call it like a bit more of a hybrid where it's decent against Rogue and Demon Hunter rather than an all-out Demon Hunter counter as we've kind of been touting it before. Because again, the objections in that matchup did look pretty backbreaking for Belize to try and answer.
Yeah, that is right. That mage is doing something very specific, right? It's there to beat the Draka Rogues, the Boon Priests, and not necessarily the Demon Hunter, but it can attempt against those. Whereas it's really that tale of the 4th deck, right? For Blythe, that 4th deck was the Druid, which was weak against the 2 decks that the Mage is trying to target, and only happens to be good against the Mage. So the math was just not quite in Blythe's favor there. But he will have another shot in the elimination match against XC. But before that, Derek, we have some brighter news. We have to find out who is going through to Sunday between Dead Draw and Yuyi.
And it's got to be said, well, that was a very tight series there between Yuyi and X-Blyze. I did kind of feel like Yuyi maybe deserved the victory. Like, those first couple of games were a bit of a wash. Honestly, he just drew the perfect hand 2 games in a row. But Blaise, you could like start to feel the tilt a little bit, not trading with his cutlass and instead just playing it a little bit fast, even by his standards, which is, I think, nice to see, because between XC and Dead Draw, it was pretty obvious that Dead Draw was just playing a little bit better. But for Yuyi, being an old hand at this point, very much established within the competitive Hearthstone scene, I'm glad to see that he has nerves of steel and is unfazed by these new wave of younglings coming along to try and take his glory. But as you said, we have our winners bracket match coming up now. So when we come back, Dead Draw versus Yuyi for that first spot in the quarterfinals. We'll see you then.
Would you rather fight 1 horse or 100 ducks?
1 horse.
Pasta or rice?
Pasta.
Raven or Sottle?
Sottle.
Strawberry ice cream or chocolate ice cream?
Chocolate.
5, social time or alone time?
Alone time.
Winter or summer?
Winter.
First up, oceans or mountains?
海洋，
A big party or a small gathering?
小的，
Bath or shower?
泡澡，
Passenger or driver?
乘客，
City or countryside?
乡村，
And finally, work hard or play hard?
拼命玩，
Okay, first question. How many matches has XMG won in Masters Tours? Is it 40, 50, 60, or 70?
60，
60 is close, but unfortunately the correct answer is 70. Alright, question 2. How many times has Tianming been in the top 32 of a Masters Tour? Is it 7, 8, 9, or 10?
7次，
7 is correct. Congratulations. Who did XC beat in the finals of Masters Tour Madrid? Was it Alutemu, Surrender, Glory, or Give Please?
阿鲁泰蒙，
Alutemu is absolutely correct. Well done. Question 4. This one should be nice and easy. Yuyi has played 16 Masters Tours. How many times has he had a losing record? Is it 1, 3, 5, or 7?
5场，
5 is correct. Well done. You don't want to get your own question wrong. Good job. Which player beat Zhao Ti twice in the 2019 World Championship? Was it Yu Ying? Was it Jing? Was it Omega Zero or Jason Zhou?
是静，
Jing is the correct answer. Who did Zhao Bai beat in the final of Masters Tour Ironforge? Was it Wyra, Floki, Baby Bear, or Maverick?
A 吧，
Unfortunately, that is incorrect. It was Maverick. Which gives you a final score of 4 out of 6, which is very impressive. Lorinda does like to make these questions very hard, so well done.
Hello, everybody, and welcome back to the Hearthstone World Championship. My name is TG, and of course, I'm joined by Neil Lorinda, aka Lorinda Bond, on Flamingo Friday here at the Hearthstone World Championship. And even though Lorinda does not have a Flamingo shirt, he's got a Flamingo.
I've never done Flamingo Friday, TJ, so I figured as it's the last cast of the year and it's the last Friday of the year, I should Flamingo it up one time. So here we go. I'm fitting in. I also have a flamingo, right? Fellow flamingo people.
I don't even know where you would find that.
This was in my garage.
How long has it been there?
Very long. Like, very, very long. It's not particularly clean flamingo.
Well, you know, that just makes me that much more upset that it's taken this long for you to participate in Flamingo Friday. Leaving me out to dry for many years. And by many years, I mean like 1.5.
That is many, though. It feels like many years. As we are here at the World Championships, TJ, stop messing around with the broadcast so early.
I can't. It doesn't matter if it's the World Championship or if it's week 2 of America's Grandmasters.
Same thing.
Everything's the same. Everything's the same. Me and Neil are the same.
The players might be different, given that it's the Americas region, but yeah, apart from that.
Yeah, a little bit higher caliber than America's Grandmasters, just a smidge. But we're moving into the winners match of Group A, which is going to be Dead Draw versus Yu-Yi. And you can look at like the spread of lineups, right? And see a ton of Rogue, a ton of Priest, a ton of Demon Hunter.
Right.
If you leave out Demon Hunter from that, you look at the Rogues and the Priests, they actually differ immensely. Like immensely. Even if you look at same archetypes, the way that they're built are different. And so that's kind of what I'm excited for, is to see what variations of those decks rise up and have success. We're going to take a look at Dead Draw's Control Priest to kick things off. This was banned in Dead Draw's first series, but obviously going up against a different lineup with Yu-Yi's, it's going to be left up. So this one is quite interesting. I feel like Plague Spreader has been the card, and that's why it's first in the key cards for this deck's rise to popularity. Obviously, Control Priest has all of these tools to survive, but the big thing is adding in that additional disruption. And with there being a few decks in the metagame that rely on key minions to win the game, Plague Spreader becomes that high value.
Yeah, we're in a meta where you only play 3 or 4 things, and they're really, really big, and they kill your opponent really quickly. So if you can just turn those things into a Plague Person, and it's just a 4/4 that you can deal with because your deck's built to deal with it, all the better. And that is why a lot of people have brought this deck along. And with that in mind, I think it's why a lot of people have, a handful of people have brought the Mage, because that deals with that. It doesn't care if you give it 4/4 Plague people. It just gets on with its game plan largely anyway.
Yeah.
And just it's a really murdery deck. And with that, both of these players didn't bring Druid. I think they will be facing a lot of Druids, and they have both banned the Mage. I did not think the first match I cast in the winners bracket of the World Championships was going to be a double Mage ban. That is incredibly strange to me that this has turned up, but I understand why.
Yeah, I mean, it's if you take the mages out of the equation, you have sort of this normal matchup. If you leave the mages in the equation, you all of a sudden have these matchups that feel almost unwinnable because you have like these super greedy control style decks. I feel like we could have seen it either way, right? I feel like we could have seen the double mage ban or double priest ban, with mage being the slightly more versatile deck in those two. So mage is the one that ends up getting the axe. So should be interesting though. We have the ability to see the control priest mirror happen in this matchup.
Oh, lovely. I've missed those.
It's so weird, especially now, because it's not Quest Priest, even though I think we do have a Quest Priest in the field. It's not Quest Priest, so there's not like this inevitable win condition that can arise. There is we'll talk about it more later. Right now we have more.
We'll have plenty of time to talk about it.
Yeah, which is the Quest Fell Demon Hunter, and who was the first? Was it Casey? Casey made the Quest Fell Demon Hunter.
Casey made this. It was like 2 cards off, and Casey. Okay. This was just a deck he threw together. Typical Casey, absolute genius deck builder. Threw it together. It had the thing that was strangest about it that everybody worked out overnight was like, why is this in here? It was just Kurtrus. Like, it just doesn't do anything in the deck. You make a couple of 4/4s, oh, who cares? And it very quickly got cut. But obviously, you build a Demon Hunter deck, Kurtz is kind of the first thing you put in there. It's an understandable thing. And then the other thing that happened much more slowly was the deck played the 3 spell damages instead of 4 spell damages originally. And again, very quickly was worked out, hang on, this deck is just literally spell damage and unleash. That's all the deck actually is. So let's make sure that we have 4 spell damages. Plus, yeah, your spell damage people kept getting turned into plague people, so you needed an extra one. And on ladder, sometimes they might get stolen by patchwork or something like that. So again, an extra one was quite nice. Not so relevant here today, but hey, can't have everything.
Yeah. Before the Quest Demon Hunter came around, we did have. I say before, it's been like a week.
Back in the olden days.
Back in the olden days, a whole week ago, there was the legendary weapon, which I've forgotten the name of because I made room for other knowledge in my
scythe thing.
Yeah, that the discover shards in your deck where you can discover one of the minions that ran like Zymox, the Arcanist, and Jace as the 3 minions. And it still had sort of a similar game plan, but it was not quite as fast because the discounts that you get on the spell damage with the quest variation allow for some pretty insane kill potential, specifically against decks that have like no defenses and like other combo decks. Like in my games and in many games that I saw, it's possible to kill like rogues that aren't doing anything for the first 4 turns on turn 5 with that deck if you get the right discounts with quest completion, because they're not playing minions, they have 30 health, and you get that Arcanist, discounted Arcanist spell damage. So let's get into it though. Dead draw on the Priest and Yi on that Quest Fell Demon Hunter.
Yeah, and this is resilient enough that it can usually, well, not usually, it's got a great chance of bursting the Priest down. If you are careful with your hand, if you don't get your Jace eaten, turned into a plague person, and you can usually play around that, you've got enough stuff to do that with, you should be fine. Even if it goes wrong, you'll still fine a lot of the time as well, because your opponent has to deal with even the phantasms here, get a bit of chip damage in early, and the great burst potential from this Demon Hunter, I feel usually gets it done.
Yeah, it can get really messy. Early plague spreaders, or if it takes you a while to pick up the pieces for the actual burst damage, like the plague spreader Mida combination with Amulet and being able to resurrect them and like find additional Mida spells, you could have a board that's just flooded with Midas and plague spreaders that almost never goes away, right? It takes a long time to get there. That's usually your game plan against like the slower other control style decks. But it's definitely something that has to be on the back of your mind in terms of how fast do I need to go against this deck? Well, it's fast as is reasonable, right?
Yep, first big question here for you, Yi. Do you want to dimensions in 2 turns time, or do you want to dimensions next turn? And he actually chooses to go the slower route, which means the dimensions will be better because he's got the double relic buff. Something that newer players, and I was a newer player a few days ago with this deck, do wrongly quite often is like overrate how much relicking you can do. Most of your cards cost 4 or less, so it doesn't really matter if you've only got 1 or 2 buffs on the relic plus the quest. But Yi wants those full buffs, which can be handy for your Jace to get your Jace down a lot quicker.
All right, Spindly coming out. Hand's looking much better.
Sure.
Find some actual playable minions. Spirit Guide is a huge one as well. Huh. This is a tough choice, actually.
Kind of like identity theft.
Yeah, identity theft is the most interesting. Stormpike Aid Station could also be very good. Identity theft, I feel like, is just clogging up your hand. You can run into hand space issues, especially with the Spirit Guide in hand with this deck, because you have a lot of clunky things that are very situational that you don't want to just play on the board. And what are you really hoping to steal to get that's going to help your game plan? from the Demon Hunter, right? Like, there's a lot of things that just don't really do anything or have synergy with your deck. Notably, the spell damage minions, Jace, anything relic-wise, it just is useless. So I like the station here. I think it's the lesser of the three evils, because none of those were particularly good.
Talking of not particularly good, Yu is going to be all in on this Relic of Dimensions, which isn't new, right, for this deck. It's kind of often the case. You get a whole bunch of clutter in your hand like he has now, and a Relic of Dimensions goes off, draws you 4 cards, they all cost 0, and you win the game 2 turns later. But that's where he's at. Trying to work out if he wants to just waste some card draw here to spend that extra mana, like on the Chaos Strike, I think, or if he actually just wants to cycle away things so they don't get transformed into bad things, and that's what he's done. Chance of picking up them as 0 mana as well next turn with a Relic, obviously a big deal.
Yeah. Basically, the only things you don't want to see early on in your hand are the spell damage. Guild Traders are fine because you can trade them away before your draw sequence on quest completion. But Silvermoon Arcanist, that's just going to cost 3 for the remainder of the game. So,
but this is the reason there is double Arcanist these days. It used to be actually he's got a little mark as well, so I'm not quite sure what he's cut.
I love that these days.
You saw it. Well, these days, there's a need for greed has been cut here for Yugi is actually relevant.
Yeah, I've seen players run the double need for greed, single Mark of Scorn, or double Mark of Scorn, single need for greed.
Yep. Yeah, the single mark was where I was at, and I actually didn't like it. I think the single need might be actually smarter. The second one does sit in your hand a heck of a lot.
Yeah.
Demons.
Another card I haven't seen that I thought we might, but I've checked, and I don't think it's in any of the decks, is the Royal Librarian instead of Viper. Depending on exactly what you're banning, I thought somebody might go with, hey, let's just play a Librarian and silence some stupid buff nonsense.
Yeah. Though I feel like Viper, this deck can do a lot against Rogue, actually, I feel. You have ridiculous healing and clears possible with the deck, and Viper just fits so nicely in there, so I feel like you can leave up Rogue pretty easily with this deck. Not easily. Never leave up Rogue easily.
Yeah, yeah, I know what you mean.
It has the tools to be able to deal with even some of the crazier pop-off turns from the Miracle Rogue with a Viper teched into the deck. So,
all right, Deadjaw trying to get some damage down. It's so hard to make any damage, but got to get on with it. He'll probably be dead in 3 or 4 turns at the most, so got to try and get something going.
Yeah.
Oh, yeah, he's just taking the 2 cards.
Ooh.
He's actually got kind of about the worst hand of 10 cards out of 21 that you could possibly have.
Well, 0 mana Guild Trader's good.
I mean, there's some good stuff, but like everything else in the deck seems better. Like none of the damage spells. Yeah, I'm not trying to make out he's in a terrible spot or anything. Just I think he could have just had a win guaranteed with this many cards sometimes. He's just not quite there. Second time today we've actually seen a player have the Kurtrus in their hand. That's kind of something to keep an eye on all day long, as Softl explained in the intro.
Yeah, it's basically all the damage at the bottom of the deck. No more relics left except for 1 extinction. Both Unleashed Fells, both Fell Barrages, and Jace all at the bottom.
Yep.
So this looks like it may be a Kurtrus play next turn.
Get Cycle Guild Trader, just get it in there for 0.
Yep, and that's a good draw, I think, because if the plan is to play Kurtrus, that's the card you care the least about actually being discounted that's left in the deck.
And this is just the good old days now.
This turn 7. This decked out. Everything in this deck is just free.
We've seen this hand a million times before without that relic in it. The rest of the hand is basically stuff we know.
Yeah. It's going to be a 1-mana Arcanist. There's going to be access to a 2-mana Guild Trader, a 0-mana, and a 0-mana Guild Trader. So everything's going to be able to be fit in. All the spell damage, all the spells, plus the Jace.
Yeah. Apart from this stupid Chaos Strike that he's just going to cycle now because he's got a mana. There.
Time grows short.
You play a Fury here. Yeah.
Infinite damage next turn. I counted.
Yep. Probably need to cycle something to pick up your second Unleash, but whatever.
Yeah, it's going to be plus 6 spell damage. Actually, not guaranteed. Actually, is guaranteed the rest of the deck with Need for Greed. But yeah, it's plus 6 spell damage on double Unleash Fel, double Fel Barrage, and a Jace with double Fury, double Fel Barrage, double.
And there might be a Mark in there as well. I'm not certain.
Oh, Mark isn't Fel.
Have you played once?
Oh, he has one. There's no.
I think there might be a Mark in the deck. No, it's gone, has it? Okay.
Yeah.
My bad.
It's just Arcanist and Unleashed Fel left.
Okay.
This is.
Well, that's Infinity minus 11 then. Unlucky.
Well.
Potions, flasks, BOE, I got it all.
Okay, you don't even need the Jace. I was like, if the Plague Spreader dies and kills the Jace, it's just 100,000 damage. Oh, jeez. All right. Plague Spreader coming in clutch.
Yeah.
And hit the Viper also, by the way, so would have been fine either way. But yeah, that's a nice little showing of the Demon Hunter completely decked out. Even if you needed an extra card there, had the free Need for Greed to be able to completely deck out. And I think the cap on damage there was in the 90s for that turn, because everything was playable. All 3 spell damage, all the spells, plus the Jace to repeat everything. So it was, what, 40 with just the spells that were played with just the spell damage. And then you would throw in the Furies and the Chaos Strikes on top of that.
Ah, the 90s.
Yeah.
Back in the 90s, TJ. As opposed to the other version that does like 144, of course. But, yeah, Demon Hunter doing what Demon Hunter currently does very well. I love it. It's... When a good player plays it like that, it's like, oh, why are we playing this stupid deck? But honestly, you know, he had decisions to make there. Right back on turn 3, decided whether to buff the dimensions or not by playing the Phantasms with the location. So decisions were made, and I love it. I want it to keep going forever.
All right. Well,
meanwhile, Jackpot Rogue time.
Because we got Jackpot Rogue. Jackpot Rogue has just gotten a ton of cool new tools in the form of concoctions.
Mm-hmm.
Pushing Belt, Future Side, oh no, that's it.
There's the Ghoul thing that I don't think is in Jackpot Rogue. It's mainly in the Miracle version, which turns your concoction to 0 mana.
I've seen it in Jackpot Rogue too, but you have to make some cuts elsewhere, and there's a lot of cards that you don't want to.
Talk to me about Astalor in this deck, TJ. Like, it feels like it doesn't really fit to me whenever I have it played against me. Whenever I've played it, it just feels like, eh? But why is it any good?
You just have an extra spot for a card that has value, right? I mean, you could do some pretty crazy things with like Astalor Shadow Step. Like, it's everything you want. You can get a little bit of tempo, and then you have 2 big, massive burst damage in the later parts of the game. You do have some form of mana cheat in Rogue, in the Jackpot Rogue, specifically like in the later parts of the game once you get scabs up, where you can do some fun turns with that. But it's going to be going up against the Death Rattle Rogue, and this is not the one we saw from Bly's earlier. I don't know if it's technically Death Rattle Rogue, but it's...
This is Mine Rogue, really.
Yeah, this is Mine Rogue. They're both rogues that rely on Death Rattles, but one has a horse and one has some mines.
Yeah, and then there's the other one that has the horse and all of this package, but not all the Jumbray cards, which we will see later as well.
Yeah, a lot of ways you can build this type of deck. This one hasn't changed too much. Obviously, it's got the Scourge Illusionist as just an extra Death Rattle in the deck that also can fetch your other much-needed Death Rattles. Gives you more longevity in a lot of games where, you tend to have more stuff to play around with than just this one-dimensional game plan of I need to kill my opponent with mines, or Burning Blade Acolytes, more hits from Smokescreen, with Trickster Smokescreen, in order to have those Death Rattles. But you still want to kill your opponent, and you can do that in multiple ways by building massive boards with early Burning Blade Acolytes, or by just straight up burst damage with a bunch of mines and the Snowfall Graveyard.
Yeah, and I haven't played it much with the mines. I played it with the ghouls and the invincibles and stuff, but I think I played a lot of old Mine Rogue. I think this is going to be good. Something about the Jackpot Rogue I noticed earlier today, I was having a look through. It's about 50-50 in this matchup. Again, it's hard because we've got stats on Death Rattle Rogue. I mean, so there's a whole wide spectrum you've just explained there. But the Jackpot stats have just been going down. If you filter things by since the start of expansion, 7 days, 3 days, 1 day, it's almost like the Jackpot Rogue was like, okay, this is basically the deck. We'll put in the potion people and we know what we're doing basically from day one. And as other decks have evolved and got more tuned, the Jackpot Rogue win rate has gone down against everything across the board by a few percent. So it's going to be interesting to me to see if it performs in this tournament, to be honest, or whether it is just going to constantly not be the best deck because people have learned... Well, of course, the other decks have got so well tuned now, more to the point.
Yeah. I think that makes sense, right? Jackpot Rogue is perfectly tuned.
Yeah, especially, like I say, the tuning for it with the new cards wasn't hard, is basically the point, right? We've got that one slot I brought up with the Astalor, which, again, you might as well have that. It's not going to make a big difference if it's something else. Yeah. And so the other decks are still getting better. We don't know what Death Rattle Rogue is the best. This tournament might actually teach us. But we know what Jackpot Rogue within a card is the best 40-card Jackpot Rogue. It's just this.
Yep.
I see you've brought guests.
Ooh. Oh, never mind. I thought the Trickster was going in the other hand. Whoops. I was about to say, that's a sick hand from Yuyi. But
and it might be, yeah.
Dead Draw's hand. It's still a very good hand, yeah.
The Smokescreen thing's really interesting in all the Death Rattle Rogues. Like, when it's in there, you constantly think this just never happened, it's just no good, and then you actually get it off and you get one Death Rattle and you're, like, really sad. But the second you take it out of the deck, you really miss it. So... it's interesting to see where that ends up in the building, whether eventually the Smokescreen just gets removed entirely, as per like Jumbray and Co., or whether Smokescreens are actually just a good thing.
Yeah. This is a powerful.
Right.
And for you, a lot of things to be able to do. Snowfall Graveyards get you information. At the same time, also has just the Shadow Shambler with Snowfall Graveyard plus Burning Blade Acolyte or Scourge Illusionist. That Burning Blade Acolyte obviously gives you way more power right off the bat.
Yeah, I mean, coin Graveyard into Sketchy into Acolyte was definitely a thing he could consider there.
Yeah, honestly. I think the Sketchy is sort of where I'm like, does it really fit into the game plan if your plan is to go for Snowfall Graveyard into Burning Blade Acolyte? Like, I like that as a more of a follow-up than anything else.
And in general, the longer you can realistically delay your graveyard, the better. If you do that play, it sort of expires just as you're drawing into your potential Trickster smokescreen, and you're very sad because if you played it one turn later, you might have been able to do that sort of thing. So putting it off is great. Obviously, you're against a deck that kind of likes that extra turn that you give it, so you don't want to mess around for too long as your Mind Rogue. But you're okay for a turn or two here. Look at him.
Buttons.
Urge Illusionist. It's made all these new builds possible, apart from this exact one we're looking at now, so well done me. But, you know.
Yeah. It adds some depth to this one. Doesn't make it possible, right? Because this was a deck that existed. But it gives it depth.
Brought some depth to the broadcast. Well done, Illusionist. Thank you. The draw's sort of at the point now where kind of wants to be getting on with it, to be fair.
Yep.
You can't get... We saw the old Mind Rogue. Yeah.
Board here.
We saw the old Mind Rogue in playoffs do sort of turn 4, turn 5 lethals, so you start getting scared about turn 5. So yeah, puts a lot of damage on the board.
Yeah. All right, there's second Mind drawn, so...
Yeah.
Sketchy Information will now only pull the second Illusionist. Doesn't feel great to play the Burning Blade Acolyte now, but it doesn't feel great to take this damage on the next turn anyway, because these Burning Blade Acolytes will get eaten up pretty easily on the board on the other side.
Yeah, the first thing he obviously is counting here is like, sort of how much damage do I actually have with these mines and things. We know it's not enough, but what other damage do I need to find here? Because having both of them in your hand with a sketchy, like you've just explained, is a bit awkward. It's a lot of damage taken away from you.
Yeah.
And how do you actually push the extra damage? This is where people... I'm going to constantly talk about the other rogues all day long against each other. But this is where people with the horse and the ghouls are in a better spot.
Yeah.
And again, you're against 40 health. If this was against 30, this would be very close to just lethal coming in next turn.
Yeah. I like this play better than just the Burning Blade Acolyte by itself, because you do a couple things. You put more power on the board with the second Burning Blade Acolyte from the copy of the Illusionist. And secondly, you get rid of the potential that you draw the Illusionist off the top, basically cutting off Sketchy Information's ability to draw anything with the other Illusionist in both minds already being in hand. So this is some power to get through. Dead Draw has ways to push through it. When backstab Astalor.
Oh my goodness, it's painful. Also, going back to what I was talking about with the graveyard, right? This is by playing that graveyard a turn later, Yi now has this next turn coming up with coin in hand with graveyard. Now, as it happens, it's probably not going to be enough because Dead Draw's just doing things. But you can see how much difference that delayed graveyard could have made in different situations.
Yeah.
But as it happens, lol, jackpot rogue.
Yeah. Still can pop this Burning Blade Acolyte open and defend against these pretty large minions on the other side of the board. But the rest of the hand, pretty lackluster. It's got to be Counterfeit Blade. It's the only real play that makes any sense. Oh, no.
And the question here is, how does he win? Like, let's say he survives 2 or 3 turns somehow here. Where's his damage coming from? He's going to have to save it for another graveyard into proccing some mines? Like, where's it coming from?
Yeah.
Like, it's the World Championships. You make them have it, but Yeah. If this was ladder, he'd be next game. Pretty sure.
Yeah, still a lot that can be done.
Ooh.
Even if you're just making like a giant board of these Burning Blade Acolytes, it still can buy you a lot of time to find the pieces, and does have smokescreen, even though there's not like the Death Rattle synergy. That's the big burst of draw that you would need to try and activate these mines.
And Dead Draw does have kind of nothing going on, so maybe some of this connects face with the minions, and that changes things a lot. Ooh.
Our gift of the arcane enlightens us. Our gift of frost shields us.
Not getting the armor. Not
Sorry, the next one will. It's fine.
Oh no, smoke screen again.
I feel like we get more than our fair share of the matches where both players just draw absolutely dead, and we sit there and just wait for them to tickle each other to death.
Yeah.
All right. Well, this is where the win comes from.
Yep.
Me going next on ladder, proving that I shouldn't.
Yeah, what's the draw? Contraband stash. Oof.
Wow. Oh, my teacher, this could be 2-0 in a moment.
Yeah, you get a Mind Eater and an Aguin.
Not enough, is it?
No.
I mean, it might be looking across the other side of the board, because as it happens, Yu Yi's got nothing literally going on.
Yeah, but a lot of things that can just be damaged. Like Dead Draw doesn't, outside of the Astalor, the second mid-tier Astalor. I don't know the names of each one.
They're like Astalor, the balanced Astalor, he attack, and Astalor, he defend, or something.
Astalor, the Protector.
And the other one's Flame something.
Flame Bringer is the 8 mana.
Yeah.
And then the 2 mana is Astalor Bloodsworn. There you go. Boom.
Yeah, I was right. Right from the start. Told you.
But down to 16. Okay.
Do you have to coin it?
Yeah.
Okay.
Of course.
And what cards are you looking for here?
I don't know. The problem here is that we're going into the Scab's turn, so it's a little awkward. Like, my initial thought was just go trade, illusionist, and just like build this big board. But Scab's existing makes that not super wise of a play. It's just gonna go smokescreen. Okay.
I mean, it draws cards.
Yeah, this will overdraw 1, I do believe.
My hand is too full.
And it is the graveyard. Ugh.
Oh no. Absolute festival of nothing.
All right. No chance for lethal here with Astalor the Flamebringer.
Why is there no chance?
It only deals 8. That 8 mana.
Okay. So little chance then.
No, literally 0.
Let's muddy the waters.
Literally 0.
Still alive.
Yep, and just play the tempo. And that'll do it. He has the damage from hand.
My hand is too full.
Well then.
Forsaken, mine, backstab the mine. Exactly 12.
Oh, that was such an awkward game.
It really was.
But yeah, double backstabs plus the 4. And Yu Yi wins a game that I think both players will be surprised he won with a hand he had. And when Dead Draw sees that back, he'll realize how unlucky he was to just get that terrible hand. Because Yu Yi's hand was absolutely awful there, drawing.
Yu Yi's hand was not bad. Yu Yi's hand was good for the first 5 turns. And then it got bad.
Okay.
having the Shambler into Graveyard, into Sketchy Information, Illusionist, Burning Blade Acolyte, it's tough, right?
Yeah.
Dead Draw's hand wasn't terrible either for the beginning. They both fizzled out in the mid game, but when Jackpot Rogue fizzles, it fizzles. Like, it does not.
Yeah, because it's all
you got a couple of
with
dead 2/2s, 4-mana 2/2s in your hand. Whereas at least Death Rattle Rogue is like, you know, cycling through their deck and dealing damage, putting annoying stuff on the board. I'd say that it was pretty even early on in terms of hand quality. They both got really bad really quickly, but when like Jackpot's bad is much worse than the Mind Rogue's bad. So I like how you played it though. Like the smoke screen, overdrawing a card. He needed multiple pieces to win the game, and he knew that he was on a clock because of his health total. He's at 11 health. So just look for the multiple pieces now instead of like trying to dig a little bit with Gone Fishing, right? You're only drawing one, and then the rest of your turn is really weak. So I like the way that you played that. But now Dead Draw gets a turn on the Questfeld,
right.
And the only deck remaining left for you is the Priest.
And we talked about the cut cards. You know, will it be Mark? Will it be something else? Well, this time around it's Chaos Strike, which I agree is a kind of garbage card, and it can be awkward sometimes. Maybe just a straight replacement for Mark makes sense, but yeah, that's an unusual one. That's a guaranteed card draw as opposed to the not so guaranteed card draw from the Mark. So an interesting cut there from Dead Draw, especially as it's fell and it's damage. Not that you need it very often.
You're just going to keep that flamingo there the whole time.
I mean, are you going to keep wearing flamingos the whole time?
You're right. It is Flamingo Friday after all. Who am I to argue with that? All right, here it is. A bit different than what we see from Dead Draw's Priest that we saw in Game 1. A lot of other tools, cool tools in the deck, like a Switcheroo and a Drown.
Haven't seen an egg yet today.
No eggs.
Yeah, Drown's an interesting card because that's been around forever, and it's always looked like it's a card that should be good, and kind of just hasn't been. But maybe it's found its place now in the world. Maybe this is finally when we're going to get Drown.
Pretty expensive for what it for what it does.
Okay, I'll put it down. There we go.
Have cup holders?
Yes.
Floats
It's a
in pool.
float for swimming pools and hot tubs and things, and you put your drinks in the thing as the flamingo sort of floats around and serves you.
Amazing. I need to get one of those.
I mean, I've never used it. It's just sat in the garage and being a
Never
flamingo.
used it. You just had it in your garage. I could see Neil walking through the store like, I'm sure I could find a use for this this flamingo somewhere.
And then
I can't afford not to buy it.
4 years later, I was shown to be correct, as it appears live to the world.
Well, it was worth the $10 or whatever.
Yeah, I don't know.
You paid for it.
Sorry.
All right.
Right, we've seen this from the other side, like you say, lots of tech choice differences, but it's the same matchup. Basically, Demon Hunter can't miss a beat, but Demon Hunter doesn't miss a beat, is how I'd sum it up. If it does miss a beat, it can get into a lot of trouble here. But in general, the deck is built such that it is pretty smooth sailing.
Yeah. Also, as a reminder, this is the winner's match of Group A. So the winner will move on to emerge from the groups into the quarterfinals on Sunday. A big step towards winning the World Championship is making it past Phase 1. And the confidence that you get from doing it in a 2-0 rec out of the group stage.
Yeah.
Fantastic.
And just the rest. I know if you qualify the other way, you only play 3 matches, but, and again, I stress this to viewers all the time. It's like, oh no, not 3 Hearthstone matches in a day. Well, that can be 15 games. It can be 4 or 5 hours. And it's, you know, with everything on the line, as the phrase goes, it's actually a lot, it takes a lot out of you each match. There's so much stress. So yeah, just getting it out of the way early is a big deal. Yuyi on the cusp of doing that.
Has seen every tradable card. In the effectively in the opening hand. The only one only one he's missing to complete the set is the Rust Rot Viper.
Just imagine, all he needs now is a boar. Just put that down, kill it off.
Yep.
Yeah, you're good. You've won the game. Meanwhile, Dead Draw, again, this deck usually just gets out of trouble, but living on the edge with his hand as well. As much as Demon Hunter can. Oh my goodness. Well, which one do you think, TJ?
Unlucky.
Don't want the Whirlpool, right? Because there's nothing to kill. And the Drown never gets targeted. So you've got to take whatever the other one is.
Don't worry, we can't see them either.
Oh, you spoiled it. Somebody out there was saying, well, we can't see the cards. Why is Lavinda looking at the cards? Why doesn't Lavinda tell us what the third card is?
Quickly.
Do you think this game will catch on, TJ? You just play a card and it vanishes, and that's it. That's the game. It's gone.
Two mana. 2 mana. Take a break for 10 seconds. A random card appears in your hand.
All right, Light Bomb, which is pretty grim, but is better than nothing, I guess. If there's an extinction that gets out of hand, but not extinction, phantasms that gets out of hand. But yeah, no. Oh my
God!
Behave! It's the World Championships, for goodness sake, deck. Not now.
Couple more tradables to go.
Face.
Looking for a Viper.
Deaddraw just like raise his eyes if say, why has my opponent traded 7 of his 4 cards in the first 7 attempts? All right. Now all he needs is a minion and he can draw a card. Okay. Deaddraws are dimensions away. Just trade stone. No, don't want that. Try again. That's not a bad turn though. Unlike Yuyi's trading, at least with the quest, that achieves something.
We're getting like such a crash course in 2 of the new game mechanics that have been in the past 2 years. Locations and tradables.
Yeah. Oh, theatre. Is there anything worth stealing? No, because Deaddraw's drawn nothing.
Might just take a peek, Nick, or no?
I mean, what do you do? The state of it.
You can identity theft, gives you a little bit of information. You can see what's in the hand. Or not.
Or, what would you like to steal here?
So he can see what's in the hand to see if there's anything in the hand that Theatar is worth playing next turn for.
Right.
I like the identity theft. You also get an idea of what's in the deck on the second selection. So to see what's not in the hand, if you see something that's in the deck that may be worth stealing. So it does take the Arcanist for the first choice and knows it's in the hand at full cost. And Bell Barrage. that a Dimensions off the top?
It is.
Woo!
Yeah. I think that 3 mana get 2 cards that just appear in your hand is much better than 2 mana get 1 card that appears in your hand, by the way. All right, so Dead Draw now has to just empty his hand. We'll see a lot of weird play this turn to make room for the Dimensions next turn, most likely. He might do it this turn, actually.
Nah, he's doing it this turn.
He's doing it this turn. Off we go. Get to 6 cards and then do it. Fills your hand up to a lovely 9. Reduce cost stuff. Try and draw the other one or some more card draw. And now the deck is doing the thing that it does. But there is the theatre option. Not really good enough, but got to try it, right?
Yep.
From where Yi sat, he'll be thinking that if he can hit the Jace, maybe he can win. If he hits the second Dimensions, it might slow things down. Let's have a look and see. There it is.
Ooh. Curters. Yeah. Oh, it was Curters. That actually makes sense.
Yeah.
That full cost Jace was picked up in the hand. Ew.
Full cost Jace isn't as terrible as it sounds. It does slow you down a little, but often you don't need it at all, and often you're 9 or 10 mana should it go that long, and he's under no pressure at all. Often 9 or 10 mana is plenty with an 8 mana Jace, and everything else is 0 or 1.
Another happy guildie.
So he'll be trying to keep the expensive Guild Trader in the deck for when he does cast the second Dimensions, which won't be yet, because this time emptying the hand's a little bit more difficult. I think.
Certainly is.
Time grows short.
Gifts of the arcane surge within me.
This is the play that's obvious when you see it, but if you're in the wrong frame of mind, you don't see it. It's just like, okay, well, just dump my expensive spell damage thing on the board to make space. Because in your head, it's the card that wins you the game.
Yeah.
But this is why we play 4 of them now and not 3, so you can just dump them on the board and get them out your hand. And maybe do something earlier as well, if you happen to play against a rare aggro deck.
I must consider.
A whole lot of nothing for you.
My quest, my revenge, it all ends here.
This is just Curters. Not too much card draw in the deck for Yi, but it is a 7/7. Bigger than a 6/6 for the Light Shower Elemental, so. All right, we do have the Phantasms coming into play. Obviously, there are many, many ways for you to deal with a board full of Phantasms.
Interesting. Didn't want to vault those.
Oh, geez. Okay. 8 cards left.
Having to get rid of an Unleash Fell just to not have it in the hand, that seems unusual.
Yeah. So he's going to have to rely on the spell damage and getting spell damage reduced.
Yeah.
And, okay, spell damage reduced.
Yep. Play the Viper. Just there it is, just a Viper on the board. This is really awkward.
Yeah. So we have, geez. Guild Trader plus Arcanist is going to be able to be played. El Barrage plus Unleash Fell.
Yeah.
What?
Sorry, I'm trying to work out if he can kill his own Plague Spreader off and make it really awkward. Sorry.
He can.
Because it's reduced cost Light Bomb, right?
Spreader, you Cathedral it, then you Shadow Word Ruin.
Or Ruin. So he can do that. And I think he should do that.
Or Plague Spreader Light Bomb.
Yeah. Clear the board, kill your plague spreader off, turn all your opponent's things into a plague people.
Okay, so it was the Arcanist. So this might still be lethal. We're only looking at +2 spell damage, but it's +2 spell damage on Unleashed Fel, double Unleashed Fel, double Fel Barrage.
Not got the mana for now though, right? That was the...
Oh yeah, this is for 10 mana.
So, you know, if there's a way that you can get one of those amulets back, bring it back to life and kill it again.
Here you want to use the expensive spell damage and then unload the spells.
He can also...
Yeah.
Yeah, okay, it's fine. He's got the Whirlpool, though, in Yu Yi's hand, which would make things incredibly difficult because there's one of each thing on the board. Yes, so you have to get rid of this.
Yeah, but if you Whirlpool, you're just going to die to the straight-up damage.
Yes.
From Jace alone, because it'd be fully juiced. This is 16. 7.
Yeah.
So in that case, you just play the second Guild Trader then.
A blunder.
Yeah, I think you got to do it. It's
He
a lot of
realized
damage.
that, yeah, but he missed out on +2 spell damage on the Unleashed Fel, which would not have been lethal. Would have put him down to 2. But I think he did realize that Whirlpool would have cut. If Whirlpool would have come out, it would cut down a lot. And it's the same if you, nearly the same if you cast these spells. But now we have a Jace that has everything. The last 2 spells are Need for Greed and Relic of Phantasms. So we have double Fel Barrage, Gale Strike, double Fury, which I believe both were cast at rank 2. Yep, both were cast at rank 2. The double Unleash Fel. The full suite.
And you can only clear one of the minions off as well, most likely, so... Trying to calculate if there's any way to stay alive here, but...
Clean the scene into Light Shower Elemental. Doesn't keep you alive still, right?
Yeah, because the Fels will go face. Because you're on 4.
If the... Yeah, Fel Barrage just go face. You're right.
Amidst the flames.
Just hoping that maybe Jace is the last card. I don't know.
Yeah.
But Insta. It was lethal even if it got the full Light Shower Elemental healing, I'm pretty sure.
Got it close, consider. I mean, he did cycle.
So close. Help! Giant dead draw. Okay. Whew.
Well, 2-1. Dead draw's back in it. And getting bigger by the look of it. Like, each time he wins, he just gets larger.
Yeah. It's closer and closer to the camera. And we have... Oh, he's...
Oh, no.
Queued. I saw it queued, Neil.
Is it queued? Have they done it?
I seen it. They did.
Oh, no.
Coming up next, we got Control Priest Mirror.
You interrupt this broadcast for your regularly scheduled intermission. I haven't played this. I've got to admit, I've seen it a couple of times, but not many. Just war of attrition, right? It's just going to be who gets the most value out. Is there any tempo option available to either player that just wins? Can't see one.
No.
Whirlpool's going to make it fun as well.
Yeah, I mean, we have some differences on both sides. I think the big one for Yu Yi would probably have to be the Call of the Grave.
Okay.
But then also doesn't have Venomous Scorpid, right? So it's like, I don't know. Call of the Grave can do a lot of fun things, but so can Venomous Scorpid, because Venomous Scorpid could also be Call of the Grave.
Yes.
So,
sure.
But other than that, like, main package of the deck is the same, right? It's the Plague Spreader and Mida.
Yep, one of those.
Oh, there's also a Sister Svalna on the side of Dead Draw. So.
Oh, so it's not the combo. It's just perhaps that's why it's in here. Like the combo version of that deck makes sense, but it's a totally different deck. This isn't equipped for that.
Are you talking about the Radiant Svalna?
Yeah.
Void thing deck?
Yeah.
What's it called? Psychic.
I don't even know.
That's a fun deck, though.
Vision of Darkness that comes from Svalna is just.
Yeah.
But that is, I mean, it's infinite value for Dead Draw in the end game in the mirror, in theory.
Yeah, if you draw it. Unless it gets stolen by Theatar, which is what replaces it on the other side from Yu-Yi.
Oh, you can't get the vision out of your hand either, so it's always there.
No, but Sister Svalna, the vision is a battle cry. So I've never seen it. I don't know the interaction, but I'm pretty sure because it's a battle cry, even if you steal the vision, you will then the vision will automatically reappear in your hand.
Oh, in the opponents? I don't even know.
Yes, if I'm Dead Draw, I play Sister Svalna, I get a vision. My opponent plays Theatar, steals the vision. The vision would then reappear in the hand.
Got it.
Of Dead Draw.
Of Dead Draw, because it's always there.
And then I think.
And then Yu-Yi's would probably only work once, is the implication there? Because the
because it's not. The Vision of Darkness doesn't just say discover a shadow spell. The actual card says this stays in your hand.
Oh, so the battle cry permanently adds a card that permanently stays in your hand anyway. So one of them is redundant just for clarity, maybe.
I don't know if one of them is redundant or if the permanent is attached to one or the other. But usually battle cries that say permanent, it doesn't matter if it gets stolen. Yugi's mad at something. Let's see.
See what he's mad at.
Why is he mad? Leg spurs and bone collars.
Yeah, this is definite proof that I don't know much about the matchup because I don't know why that's bad. Got to admit.
Well, Neil, this is one of those opportunities where we get to fly by the seat of our pants.
Yeah, it's called us casting Hearthstone. Yeah. I guess resurrecting things isn't very good early on, so it is a waste of cards. You're trying to get some tempo going, and Bonecaller doesn't do that. So sure.
I mean,
whereas Dead Draw is going to be hitting you for one, and you're just going to die in 40 turns.
I mean, Bonecaller does do that in a sense.
Well, you're just going to plop it out there, but in a mirror, can you afford to? That's what we're going to find out.
No, just gonna.
Oh no!
Svalna, yes.
You got to see the card.
Oh jeez.
Oh, you've got to surely. Yep. There's the proof that we're not crazy. That is the card that's going to take the game all the way. And now Dead Draw can make it so that he steals as Svalna back when he plays his in a moment. His identity theft. Which I don't think's in his deck. So he can't. This is going to be crazy. So much on the line. Somebody's going to go through to the quarters. No silence for Dead Draw. The Plague people are coming, TJ. We could end up with a lot of Plague people in this game.
All right, so Subtle has confirmed for us that Vision is permanently stolen by Theatar.
Thank you.
And can be counterspelled and doesn't add it back into your hand.
Thank you, Sotol. Appreciate it.
It doesn't make sense with the
He's having to shard it, by the way.
The wording of Svalna.
Imagine card games making sense.
So I was thinking, oh yeah, you can just Theatar and steal the real Svalna.
Well,
but if he does that, he's not going to have any hand space for the rest of the game.
And he's missed.
Yep.
He could have a gold and bone cooler. He could have a triple. This phone is going to be the highlight of the day for me, I think, whatever happens.
The caress of death is not gentle.
I see the theater now, so yeah.
All of the interactions that I thought would be neat aren't neat anymore, knowing that information. Because if we just went on the card text, even if you Sir Finley the vision away, it would reappear in your hand, right?
You draw another one and you get two of them that are stuck in your hand.
Yeah, and then you get two of them. But it
might not be the worst
permanent
thing,
is
maybe.
attached to the actual spell and not to the battle cry. So you actually have to cast for it to be re-added to your hand instead of like get rid of it somehow.
You know,
oh geez, it'd be cool if you could just Finley it away, and then it pops back. Then you brewmaster the Finley again, draw into the other one, it pops back.
This is going to be silly. Like, how many burned cards are we going to see this game? We're going to see them try not to, but I think we might see a few.
Mida is good.
Yeah.
Having already seen a silence as well.
But you only seen one silence. This game's going 20 turns, so maybe you have to wait even longer. No theater, you say Death Deals Jack, right?
Rest easy,
Yeah, Vigil does not have it.
No, you can afford to hold the Mida if you want. Whirlpool is so dumb, by the way, TJ, right now. Like, it just, in this matchup, it's going to be dumb. I love it.
Certainly not good here.
What's going on?
All the identities have. Oh, hit a shard too. Oh, it's so good.
It really, really is. For now,
That is like one of the engines of the deck, right? You want to get to a point where you're just you amulet a Mida, and then you amulet two more, and then you just have Mida in your deck just keeps popping out that you can
Midami
tutor out of your deck with Spirit Guide and all sorts of things. So
I feel like even though it's amazing, it's still a minor victory. We're going to see many minor victories on both sides. Because here we go. Had enough. Just going to dump these stupid bogles. Now we see why he didn't want them in his opening hand, right? He's had to dump them really early. By really early, I mean turn 8, when most people are dead in this meta.
yeah. Jeez.
Stay with me, TJ. Stay with me.
For the Bone Caller, it's just been the Plague Spreader and Svalna are undeads that have died.
Yeah. I feel like we're waiting. I mean, I might have it completely wrong. I often do have it completely wrong.
Yeah, you definitely don't want the vision. Like at this point, you don't want it.
Yeah.
You can't empty it from your hand. It adds a card instead of removes a card.
I just feel like there's a huge possibility of this game just going forever, and then it becomes a box opening contest, which we love. We love box opening contests.
At a certain point, the players aren't going to even be able to open boxes.
No, also true. So you've got to like open boxes until it's lunchtime. Do you open boxes on Christmas Day before you eat, or do you open them all after, or all before? What? When do you open your Christmas boxes? We've got a lot of Christmas boxes here. Yeah.
Like presents, like gifts?
Yeah, presents, gifts, boxes, Christmas box. Yeah.
I mean, I don't open any.
Because you don't get any?
I don't get any.
Oh, no.
My kids open them literally like 5:30 a.m. when they wake up.
Just the whole lot. You just get there and there's dogs and cats and presents and wrapping and kids on motorbikes,
yeah,
wherever you buy them.
We have to put like, you know, a string across the hallway with a bell on it, so that when the kids wake up and they run out of their rooms, we actually wake up so like we can see them open gifts and they're not already all gone by the time they get there.
Thinking that was like a tripwire, so the kid falls over and starts screaming, and then he's like, "Oh, here's some presents. Cheer yourself up."
Yeah.
All right, Plague Spreader back on the scene, and it's gone.
Plague Spreader's fine though, because it's just gonna hit. Okay, hits the Viper. That's in hand.
That's an upgrade. I assume that fatigue isn't a thing here, and you don't mind drawing cards. They're both being quite careful not to do that, so maybe it is. Oh my. Yep, got to go through your entire deck to see how many are odds and decide, no, just going to dredge. I'm just hoping that the inevitable outcome of this is everything is just opening boxes and plague people, and that's it. That's the entire game. I want to happen. Drown seems pretty good in the mirror, gotta say. Yi in the lead, 40 to 36. That's obviously a huge psychological advantage, I think, TJ. Only 26 more cards. I don't know if I've got 26 more completely wrong phrases, but I can go for it.
Not invincible.
I mean, doesn't seem ridiculous when you think about it.
Ain't much, but
Nah, it's too expensive.
He just gets turned into a plague person, right? Anyway, it doesn't really matter.
Yeah. Oh, geez, he doesn't want to play Plague Spreader because he doesn't want to come back. He doesn't want it to come back on like the other side.
Yeah.
And hit his.
Here we go.
Madar.
He's gonna get sharded, maybe, unless he's trying to bait the shard. And then he's going to Midar next turn after the shard's been baited, maybe?
Yeah, but he also wants to get rid of this Madar too, because like so you can't somehow take it.
Also, they're both sort of not getting many minions in hand, so anytime you do activate a plague person, you are going to hit something more and more important as you go, or you're going to hit absolutely nothing, but, you know. Oh no, it's vision time.
Identity theft. There's no hand space for the cards.
Thank goodness we can see the picks.
Undying Allies into Plague Spreader? I don't know.
Yeah, I like it. Let's make it so you can't get anything on the board or in your hand, huh?
Quickly.
More Undying Allies? I'm going to be a mess by the end of this game, pretty sure. There we go.
I don't think. What are like best shadow spells to even discover at this point?
Time to go into the tank for a moment.
More amulets. Call of the Grave, Amulet, Void Shard for burst. I don't know, but Deadraw's finally got to play the Madab because the Reborn Plague Spreader is gonna hit it. It's gonna be met with the Shard of the Naru, and from there, I don't really know what happens.
I'm looking for spells that do anything. Yeah, Void Shard might actually be the ending. Like the Radiant version eventually kills you with Void Shards, but that's built to play the card.
Yeah.
Can anyone generate a Radiant? Is that a thing that's possible in any way here? It must be.
Actually drowns it. Oh, that's way better.
Yeah.
Now actually gets it.
Well,
I mean, Identity Theft is still a shadow spell, so.
Something that Yu Yi has achieved over the last few turns while I've been sort of half laughing and half paying attention is emptying his hand of minions so that the opposing plague people are shut down, which means that he is able to concentrate on using his cards more efficiently for trying to generate tempo, trying to do some damage, rather than having to constantly worry like Deaddraw had to about shards and stuff. He's also managed to empty his hand to a point where he can use the visions. So I feel like Yu Yi has won the battle of decluttering your hand. I don't know how big a battle that is, but just looking at what's going on, I feel like he's a fraction in front here. But I'm reasonably unsure as to what the super relevant things are in this matchup, obviously. Dealing the mid-ard definitely seemed huge.
Cool. Witchwood Piper. Any beasts? Behemoth?
Sure.
Yeah. Give that Behemoth. +1, +1. Boom.
Before it gets drowned or exploded or any of the other million things that behemoths die to in this mirror. Perhaps it does just come down to old school fatigue and being 2 cards behind is bad.
Quickly.
Deaddraw just setting an alarm for an hour's time to wake him up for game 5.
He picked a cheap minion with like the best immediate death rattle just to turn it into a plague spreader. This is great.
At some point, someone's going to whirlpool and they're all just going to be gone. And that'll be the end of that sad story.
Yep.
Identity theft. How do you win?
Cards in hand.
How long into this game do you think that they started regretting their deck bringing decisions? Like, is $250,000 worth this?
Yeah.
At what point do you just say, I just should have brought aggro druid?
Okay. Trying to get some work done here.
Drown. Because fatigue and you get to steal something. Yeah, I get this. He's just recursive drowning things. I like this, TJ. I like the plan. Yeah. Good card. He's just getting better take using the visions just to take 4, noob.
Just points in face.
Got him. Can he actually deal with a board? 4/4s. I'm not sure he can. Priest's never have been able to do with 4 attack minions, right?
Light bomb, clean the scene.
No, I mean, actually, at this exact second, he can because he's got Desperate Prayer Zyrella now. It's fine. It's fine. Everybody as you were. You can go back to sleep.
See that void shard coming in clutch. he damaged him just so he could heal him back up. So he could get that Zyrella active.
Okay. So he is picking the cheapest spell nearly every time, unless it's something big like Drown, to make sure he can continue cycling through. That's the thing to be aware of. Whereas you look at Dead Draw's hand, it's through no fault of his own, because he's drawn the expensive stuff, but he's got a handful of expensive stuff. Yu Yi has been quite fluid in how things have been going the last few turns. And that's partly because of his choice to constantly play the vision, constantly play the card he gets from the vision, and do the thing he needs to deal with. So this turn, the thing he needs to do was deal with some 4/4s. Not all of them, just enough that it doesn't become a problem.
Yeah, so these are going to be stolen, so the Zyrella will die once it's played. Once whatever card is selected is played. I imagine you just pick Undying Allies to get out of your hand. I don't think the other ones are really worth anything. And then take, I don't know, Illuminate. You really even want another Behemoth? Like,
Just
quickly. Welcome to the cloud.
having a look how many spells there actually are for Priest. Not a huge number.
what, like shadow spells specifically?
Yeah.
There's 16.
16, okay.
Yep.
So,
Pretty good.
you go first, I'll go second.
Undying Allies, Animate Dead, Call of the Grave, Shadow or
Devour.
Death
Death Accusation, Whispers of the Deep.
Shadow or Death.
Thrive in the Shadows. Gone. Amulet of Undying.
We're going to leave the rest of them a mystery. Actually, I'm pretty sure you've seen all the other ones. The other ones we haven't seen, I think, are like Grave Digging and Shadow or Undeath.
I agree with Grave Digging. I think we might have seen an Undeath, I'm not certain, but yeah.
Nobody's picking Grave Digging.
No. What they're going to do is keep taking Drown, right? Well, that's what Yu Yi's going to do. Take Drown, play Drown, and eventually all of my deck is in your deck. And I lose because deck things. Whereas Dead Draw's not going for that. He's going for actually try and put an army on the board of 2 damage.
I mean,
I like the Drown play, honestly. I feel that eventually you just don't have any cards left, and I do. What happens if both players only have Drowns in their hand?
well, I feel like you don't need to drown minions right now. Like, that option's always going to be there. Vision of Darkness is permanent. I feel like you go for tempo now, and then you go for the drowns later, because there's going to be a certain point in the game where he's drawing like a mediocre minion that he drowned every turn, you know?
Yeah, okay. But I mean, you don't draw you don't draw the total garbage. You don't draw drowned beetles. I understand, but having the drown in your hand might be handy.
All right. So now, let's see.
Absolute massive minion, by the way. Amulets are pretty good, aren't they? Let's face it. Yeah. Oh, we're going to be opening a box to see which box we open by the end of the game with the amulets, though, right? Like, you open the box that tells you you've got an amulet, and then you open the box in the amulet to see which death rattles you just plop into play.
The
caress of death is not gentle.
Welcome to the cult.
Also, I think
draws-
Call of the Graves. You can also hit Madaf with Call of the Graves.
He still hasn't really solved his hand size issue, dead draw. He's sort of getting there.
I mean, he hasn't solved it either, because every card draws or doesn't do anything.
He can play a Shadow Word Ruin this turn. I wonder if he will, just because he can.
Yeah.
Like an opportunity to play your card really wastefully. God. The last few things are going to be really funny when people have got amulets up to like 7 at the end of the game. They just keep getting back massive boards. They just get whirlpooled and... Oh, yeah, he's actually got himself in a spot here he doesn't want to be in. Don't really want to play that shard. It's a relevant card. You'll play the Desperate Pair just to make space.
What's the record for the longest game ever played in a World Championship?
I'll let you know in about 2 hours. So in the Chinese league, the first season, Bunny Hopper played a game against XHX, I want to say. I might have that wrong.
Yeah,
and
World Championship, though.
It's the Chinese league. It was a big event.
Okay. All right. I guess we can make it an honorary World Championship match. Sure.
I cast the edited version, which only had the gameplay in it. And it was 3 hours and 30 minutes, something like that, for best of 5.
I'm talking about an individual game.
An individual game in the World Championship.
You're supposed to know these things.
I mean,
just have them on the...
I've only timed like 37% of all the games in World Championships ever. Uh-huh.
But...
I'm going to guess about... Sorry, I'll go talk over you.
Immediately.
Isn't there?
Well, one, this is an Illuminate, so it wouldn't even be drawn until next turn, but...
Got the Shadow Word Ruins. That...
yes, Shadow Word Ruin.
Oh, you mean the Plague thing? I think you meant the Madar.
The Madar, yeah. Like if you can kill it off in the same turn. Actually, you can kill it off, because Theft Accusation, you can... it's not enemy minion. Theft Accusation is any minion. So you could Theft Accusation and then play a spell that was stolen from your opponent, or a card that was stolen from your opponent. But no, I don't think any of these cards were stolen from Dead Draw that are in Yuyi's hand right now.
They're just borrowed, right?
They're his cards.
I didn't steal books from that library. It's just a long way overdue. And how subtle's on my case about it. Okay, so the longest World Championship game ever was Frozen versus Tom in 2017, and it was 1 hour, 12 minutes.
That was one game?
I don't know, I just made it up. Because whatever the record is, this is going to be...
Frozen and Tom, two players not necessarily known for playing slow.
I mean, I had to leave the clues there somewhere.
And I'm pretty sure the entire series was like an hour, a little over an hour.
What I'll do...
And that was with the confetti cannons going off and us and the crew having to sweep the stage.
Right.
All the
exactly. That is why it came to mind. I just made up
his shoulder.
Yeah. Exactly. What I could do is, if you solo cast this, I'll go watch all the other World Championships that have ever taken place, and I'll come back for the end of this and I'll tell you the answer.
Okay.
Because I'll probably be back in time.
Okay.
All right, I'm back. They were great. Some great moments I just saw. Classic moments.
Also some terrible moments, too.
Well, there's some... Oh, yes, there were some, yeah.
Yeah, you remember because you just watched them all.
Yeah.
Oh, jeez. He doesn't really have a way to deal with any of this stuff. I was like, how did the Witchwood Viper come back? But it was from the Animate Dead.
Yeah, he's actually got to do something now, to be fair.
Keep drowning, you know?
Yeah. Yeah, the first relevant attack of the game.
Oh, no, it's not.
Establishing 11 damage.
That'll draw a card if you play it.
Yeah, but he's rolling now. He's got the bit between his teeth because he didn't see the board get cleared last turn. They take 11. Actual amount of damage that matters. Kinda. And it's gone.
Behemoth!
The one true minion in the deck. Use it wisely. Actually, it's just going to become a plague person, isn't it, if he doesn't play it? That's awkward. Deadjaw is starting to realise what he's got himself into here. Like... yeah, so you have to play the Behemoth so it doesn't get turned, because it is actually a relevant card. And valuing dumping a card out of his hand over health gain, because obviously he gets the health gain from the Behemoth sticking around longer anyway.
Yeah, the Light It Burns. Nice answer. Plus just a card to be emptied from the hand for cheap. Oh boy.
This is really a battle of Yu Yi's hand being more versatile versus Deaddraw just slowly just trickling damage over the line at him. I think Deaddraw's realised that this is a powerful attack he has going right now.
Behemoth!
Are you good, TJ? Are you good? I'm reaching.
I don't know.
Just tag me in, man. Tag me in if you're struggling.
I just don't know what to do. Like,
I think Deaddraw's doing the right thing.
Empty their hands.
Yeah, Deaddraw's just worked out, I think, that Yu Yi's in a spot of bother, and the choice here really is, do you want to play more minions or keep back a second wave? And by I mean a second wave, I mean probably 2 cards. And follow it up, because he knows that Yu Yi's struggling to damage. He has got him down to 24. Like, this is relevant. This is a thing. It's not a big thing. It's sort of a fairly mediocre thing, to be honest. But
yeah, Deaddraw though is Thrive, which is another spell drawn. Like, also will burn a card off top next turn, but I don't think that's super relevant.
Like, he will lose in fatigue, most likely, the way this is going, if he doesn't kill Yu Yi. And that tends to be how all control mirrors, like traditional control mirrors, which I'm going to call this, have gone, right?
Yeah.
If you're the one that goes for it, it better succeed.
Worst burn would probably be Zyrella.
That'd be a bad one, yeah. Mida?
Deaddraw.
Is there a Mida there, or was it stolen? It was stolen, right?
Yeah, it's at the bottom of Yi's deck somewhere.
Ah, light bomb. There you go. So not only is that the end of this attack, but it's the end of any attacks. Amulet with 3 on it was, you know, not ideal.
Yeah.
That's a good card. This one's got 5 on it.
Okay. Good. Those are good ones. Drown. Call. Oh, amulet. Okay. That's the game plan then, I suppose. I want to drown this. Or not.
Like this. Every turn, it's like, I want to do this. Or not. They're just Yarlowing it. Imagine Yarla playing this, TJ. Has he brought this? I'm going to have a look.
Brought fast.
Sorry?
He brought fast stuff.
So I didn't process that. Why? Why did Yarla bring fast? Yeah, if Yarla had brought this deck, imagine.
He qualified to the World Championship playing fast stuff.
Shh. I know. And if you want to check out your players, TJ's made a whole series of videos about all the players qualifying for the World Championship. You've probably got time to check that series out before the end of this game.
Nice free 6, 8, whatever, however much he healed for.
You know, much earlier in the day where you're saying that, the confidence that comes of going through the winners match, and I was saying that fatigue becomes a thing. Imagine if you don't win this match and somehow you have to play a Plague Person mirror again at some point today. That'll be fatiguing. You want to win this so much.
Oh, what was burned? Wait for a second.
Renathal.
Ah, okay. Perfect burn, actually.
Perfect burn,
Actually, that
yeah.
could have been a Plague Spreader. Oh, yeah. There's a drown. That's a lot of damage.
It really is, yeah.
16 damage? Is that what it is?
He has been cheekily getting this damage in for some time now.
No beasts, unfortunately.
Oh, that's the first vision since about turn 6 or something for Dead Draw.
Let me play one last turn.
What about Void Shard?
Got an amulet.
If you miscalculate, you get a couple of Void Shards in your hand.
Nah.
Just amulets. Here we go.
Yeah. Ooh, Zyrella.
Yeah, nice. Don't burn the amulet. Remember, he burned one amulet already.
He's got 3 amulets in this deck, so even if he burns another, he's fine.
All right. Actual difficulties here for you. Kinda.
Oh my gosh, this Zyrella is going to be a mess.
Yeah.
Oh, jeez. Okay.
But the hero power from Zyrella might be actually quite scary at this point because Yuyi's got so low.
All right, so there's if this board is cleared, there would have been oh, jeez. 1, 2, 3 bone collars. Light shower elemental. 2 separate suspects. If these are cleared, it would have been 5 bone collars. 2 separate suspects. It's going to make a full board. Like,
and also
turn every minute
could get Yuyi down to 1. Could get Yuyi down to 1 damage. Right? Yeah. It's random, the hero power, isn't it? 8 plus 5?
There's also the cathedral.
Oh. Wait. Okay.
Look at this. Hiya! +1/+1. You didn't need to hit that. Didn't even know what the card did. All he had to do was attack base and it would have killed it. He just missed 1 damage. We'll see if that 1 damage comes back to bite him.
It's looking difficult. I think we're getting towards the end. Of course, it's going to be 2-2 if Dead Draw does win this.
We love our
We've got to play some arena.
All right, we got Tyrella. Light shower, plague spreader, plague spreader, light shower.
More health, more plague, more plague.
There's been some bone collars. There's played a beetle.
So why wouldn't you have a beetle?
There's a bone collar. Got another plague spreader, another bone collar, plague spreader. There's Madah.
Oh. And heal.
That's a heal. All right.
Did you have a 50-50 lethal last turn? Is it a 50-50, the hero power? Or is it always healing first? Yu was on 14. Deaddraw could have attacked for... Am I going crazy?
I would need to go back and look at the board state.
It was the 4 minions on the top right, so the 1-3, the 3-3, the 2-2, the 2-2. And Yu was on 14, and the Cathedral was in play for Deaddraw. It's always healed. Thank you. Derek's answered it. Okay.
Yeah, I mean, he was close with the Cathedral.
Yeah.
He was like 11 or 12 was the Cathedral.
Okay. I love this not quite what was planned. Like, you're 2.5 hours into one game of Hearthstone. You're going to make mistakes, right? God. 8-12. These thrives have been in Yu Yi's hand since like turn 5. And now it's time, apparently.
Guide my hand.
Kind of hoping they do get down to the last couple of cards in the deck, because I want to see all the interactions with Drown and Fragments and opposing minions and all that stuff going on. Where you can actually set things up.
Rest easy, child.
I don't think we're going to get there. I think Deaddraw is finally going to get over the line in the next turn or two. I think. Pew pew. Maybe. Is this just wishful thinking on my part, TJ? They're never finishing this game, are they? It's just not going to happen.
Oh, jeez.
It's just not going to happen. You need some well to ride this out. That attack looked pretty promising.
Oh, the drowned!
Oh, she's got it. That's massive.
It's just the damage being pushed.
Yeah.
Witchwood Piper is still buffing the little orca guy. It's a 4/7 now. It's a 1/4
unkillable. You can't do it.
Witchwood Piper attacks. So this was basically like both players approaching this game in a completely different way. Whereas Deaddraw went full tempo, like picked every Amulet of the Undying he could. Oh, like picked every minion in Call of the Grave he could.
Yep.
And Yu Yi went for like not draw cards. Then you realized that he was just going to die, started drawing cards, and now we're at parity in terms of...
Yeah, except Yu Yi is now, like, constantly under threat of dying.
That was a 4.
Whew. And now he's not. But he has got no heal. And obviously Deaddraw has time. That health total as a resource comes into play as an actual phrase, not just a thing casters say. This health total is a massive resource for Deaddraw if he wants to take a turn or two at some point to play the Zyrella and just take damage. Because he won't take the damage. You will have to deal with it. Looks like Deadraw's making space, so it looks like he's going to rip the Zyrella. The pings for 5 are relevant. They'll tie up Yu's mana, at the very, very least, as an ongoing threat.
I think he's going for Light Bomb.
Ah! People.
It's just every minute, 4 Plague Spreaders, man. Oh, good. Oh, okay. Yeah, Call of the Grave. I don't think we're in the realm of looking for burst damage just yet.
No, it's something Yu has navigated pretty well.
Alright, we're getting there.
Rest easy. You are safe.
It's funny because he's very rarely got caught with the plagues unless he wants to. Like this Finley's going to end up getting plagued, but you know, who cares? He has done a good job of not having his stuff plagueified, whereas Deaddraw just hasn't cared. He's just been making stuff come back, and if he gets plagued, that's life. And now we're reaching the business end, and I have no idea who's winning. I think it's Deaddraw at the moment.
This has to be the Zyrella turn, though, I think.
Yeah.
Those we love are never truly lost.
All right, here we go.
Arcane arrows fill the sky.
I couldn't even tell you what that minion is. 3/4.
The caress of death is not gentle.
It's a plague person in a minute. It doesn't matter.
You cannot understand the purpose.
It doesn't appear to have an ability.
I don't know what that one is either.
This is where, before we cast, I say to TJ, right, I'm not too good on the names of the non-meta cards. She goes, oh, it's okay. It's okay, Lorinda. I've played 3,000 hours of Arena. I'm like, oh, that's good. You can name all the random cards that just turn up along the way. TJ's like, yeah, got it.
All right, the one of them's the one on the right, the bluish one. That's the infused one.
The one that's shooting Zeds out of like a rifle that he's holding or something. Cool.
No, he's like clutching, like you know that guy.
Ah!
The infused one, he infuses cards that are in your deck when he's on the your infuses hit the cards in your deck when he's on the board.
But how?
Yes, but how? That's what we've been wondering since 24 turns ago.
Yeah, and then the other one.
Yep.
It's me.
Whirlpool! All the plague people! No! They're gone forever! Bye-bye, plague people. Been fun knowing you all.
Oh, now we got some hand space.
We've got some
now we got some
space.
hand space. Oh, the game on.
Right. This is kind of what we predicted at the start. I think this is one thing we did get right, is that plague people are going to get whirlpooled and then stuff would happen. But the safety car has left the track and now they're going full speed with empty hands. It's great.
Identity theft.
There's nothing left.
The other one was the legendary, the amulet legendary. The other 3/4. The give all your arcane spells in your deck +1 spell damage. Here we go. I found it. Sorry.
I'm just looking at all these amulets that are getting cycled as people get greedier and greedier trying to make their amulets better.
He didn't even hero power.
No. It's like Boar Priest where you forgot the boars. You get to the end of your deck, you're like, oh, I built the deck wrong. I've got no boars in here. So just keep cycling this amulet. I'll find it.
Surprised he's not visioning. Looking for.
I think he's going to go for a monster amulet. I think he's just trying to pump it as many times as he can before he plays the amulet. Yeah, the greed. I love it.
Wait. Isn't the... Is it all amulet they're left?
I don't know. Probably. Because all the minions have been eaten.
Decicder broke long ago. Oh, it's a shard. Okay.
Decicder just gave up the ghost. It's like, I can't deal with all these people. Not only is it a new card, which is always an issue, but it's a ridiculous card. Here we go. They weren't destroyed wherever they were. These ones are back. Oh.
By the light of the
But not for long.
How big's dead draws? 4. Okay. Nice.
I'm looking forward to the bit where they end up having removed all the minions and amulets in the game, and they're just down to visions. Visions of reaching the World Championship quarterfinal, TJ. That's what they're down to here. Yeah. Why not?
Yeah. And now Yi follows it up with his own. All right.
There we go.
Gets a Mada back, but now Dead Draw can drown it.
He's also got double Whirlpool left at some point, but yeah, drowning it seems better.
Yeah, Whirlpool still triggers the Death Rattle. And it doesn't get rid of the Fragment. So. Amulet.
Dead Draw's remaining deck, if he does win this, is the Jackpot Rogue, by the way.
What? Oh, jeez. Oh, jeez.
Hang in there, TJ. It's okay. It's okay. It's going to be okay.
Yeah, he's going to drown.
Yeah.
So what's the math, Neil, on hitting drown? 16 shadow spells?
3 in 16.
It's not that simple, though, is it? Or is it?
It is for 1. Yeah, it is that simple for 1. It's when you start saying, what's the chance of hitting it in 2, it gets messy. But for that, it is that simple, yeah.
All right, what are the chance of hitting it over the next 7 turns? How many drowns will you hit over the next 7 turns? On average, if you're casting 2 per turn on average.
Yeah, sort of a couple. But every 16 cards, so every 5 cards is roughly 1. Every 5 looks, every 5 visions is roughly 1 turn. Yeah. Your mileage may vary because it's Hearthstone.
And now these are now Blade Spreaders in the hand as well.
Uh-huh.
Only
nice. 1? You've got to look for that drown, right? This is just a battle to tame the midder.
I think this is just a drown battle. Oh, all terrible. For another, nope.
Dead Draw, in fairness, did start cycling amulets really early in this match, so he was very aware that this was the end state, and I'm sure Yi was too when he wasn't happy with his opening hand. Which, by the way, his opening hand that he had is basically on the board right now. With the bone callers. They're just there. And that's another reason you don't want them in the opening hand, isn't it? Because they're things that come back so many times. They're bad things to come back. You end up having to play them to make space. Going back to his reaction when he saw them in his opener. And you don't want to keep getting them back because they're just not a threat. They're just calling some bones.
Oh.
No time.
Yep. Getting that amulet. It's up to 5. There's the midder, which you've got to get out your hand, otherwise it might turn into a plague person. But if you play it, it might get drowned.
Dump
There's
it.
a card that Yugi's holding.
Yeah, you still dump it. You still dump it. If
you have to dump it and hope.
Yeah, you dump it and hope.
And now Yugi gets 2 looks to find a drown, to steal it back. And he's got a bit of a board.
What are the odds with 2?
It's basically 50-50. It's a little bit less than 50-50, I think. It's quite a bit less than 50-50, actually.
Yeah, I was gonna say that's way less than 50-50. I would say like maybe like 25. 20.
No, it's got to be more than that. Like one is 25. It's only 3 and 16, right?
Yeah, that's not 25 though.
Well, that's 18 or something, right?
Yeah.
And 2 18s is 36. Then you take a bit off, so 30, 33, 32.
Real math.
It is though. It is exactly that. It's you double it and take a bit off. That's how it works.
Yeah. Drowned? Nope.
Missed. Call of the grave and hope. Yeah. Don't know what you're looking for, but hey.
Any we call it. I've been calling it something different like every single time we've talked.
I know. It's been great. Mida, Mida.
I think Mida is probably. What just? Oh, Whispers of the Deep. Okay. I was like, what just killed it? Okay.
He's taking damage though. Like, Mida's back, but there's a plague person in play. If
you are safe,
he needs to steal it. It's fine. It's good.
I think you just hero power Whirlpool now.
But then Mida's gone. Oh, no, it's fine. You get another one.
It's coming back.
It's fine. It's fine.
It's 2 amulets at the bottom of the deck. You just keep trading till you get it and then play it.
Yeah. It's fine. Until you lose it because it just gets stolen. Because it does 4 a turn. It is going to get stolen at some point. Can't just keep dodging. Like we couldn't. We thought we were going to dodge this matchup all through the tournament, and it's day 1, first cast, so we're straight in there.
Round.
Yeah, because he's going to need to steal the Midar back at some point, right? To finish the game. Because he knows it doesn't get there on this iteration, most likely. It's everything we hoped for, TJ, and so much more. And now the cat's come to join me. Hello, cat. We're still casting. It's fine. Shellfish! Just keep killing it. Yeah. Fatigue them.
What? I forgot that card even existed.
I lost to it recently. The Shellfish deck that used to exist is still around in a very bad form, where you force your opponent to draw 1 million cards.
This is nearly lethal.
Yeah.
Yes, but how?
If
But
you
it's so
vision
far
into Call
away.
of the Grave and hit another Shellfish, it's lethal.
Oh my god, that's so close, TJ. Yeah.
You vision, you have 6 mana left. You call the grave, you have 5 mana left. You get the Shellfish, then you shard hero power.
The light of the Naru.
So done. Oh. Surely he can't get there after all the Midar talk, and he just gets there with a Shellfish. Well, Paul.
That's 2 fatigue.
Well, Paul,
Whirlpool, you
heal.
die.
Yeah. Well, you don't die immediately,
on board.
right? Yeah, you do.
You die immediately. You take 3, then 4.
Oh my god. Has this Shellfish just popped up to solve this game? Is Yu Yi going through to the quarterfinals, TJ? After being on the back foot for 1 million turns? Look at the hand sizes. Look at how he's managed to get his stuff played more regularly, even though he is completely gassed out. He's stolen it. He's had to steal it. Super work from Deaddraw there, honestly.
Wow.
Honestly, that's really good. I didn't think he could survive there, I must admit. Discover a Shellfish. Just discover it.
Identity theft? Oh, he's gonna take he gonna take he gets a shellfish back?
Has he got a plague person in play at the moment? Because he could take Whirlpool as well for later. But yeah, I think he's going to get the shellfish back. Yeah.
The shellfish.
Yeah. And setting it up with Whirlpool to force Dead Draw to draw. And also, he's on 34 again because of all the health he's been gaining with all the recursive death rattle. This could be a draw. It's not going to be, but this could be a draw in some circumstances where they both get shellfished at the same time with Whirlpool. Then we have to do it all again. Actually, no, Yu would win, but that's not the point.
None of those are useful.
No.
Wait. How much fatigue is he taking? He can Shadow or Death his own shellfish.
He's only on small numbers. Oh, down to Scorpion in an absolute prayer. Drown.
He died.
Too late. Oh, has he order-lolled it? Like if he did Scorpion first? No, surely not.
Nah, it's more likely that you discover it from...
All right. So any way to find this ghost face, it's definitely lethal.
It's
lethal anyway because it's got the hero power, right?
It's 3, 4, 5. He could just Whirlpool.
Yeah. Doing it the correct way just in case.
Wow. After all that, the shellfish is what did him in.
Unbelievable scene.
So many ways to play that last turn, right? Like the discovers. My initial instinct was just to play your own shellfish and light shower elemental.
Yes. Yeah.
Because then, like, if there, anything comes out, there was no shard left. There was no way to discover. You knew that the vision was there. So like, drown would have killed him in that instance, but I guess it was only drown. Yeah, I don't know. Like light shower elemental, your opponent gets 2 discovers that drown, and they win if they hit it. It's so difficult. And with Venomous Scorpid, I probably would have started. I don't know, because it's the 8% chance to hit the drown on the first one, but Venomous Scorpid has a bunch of hits because you can hit like Desperate Prayer, you could hit Shard of the Naru, you could hit Drown. I may have just started with the Scorpion just to, because that gives you more information on like what's possible for that turn.
It was really, really tough though. It's
very difficult, but
really,
a very
really
weird game of
tough.
Hearthstone that did clock in at exactly an hour.
Exactly an hour, and Yu Yi. That's for that game, not the match, right? That's since the start of that game. 1 hour game of Hearthstone, and we will see that matchup again, most likely this week. Yu Yi gets it done with a shellfish. It's going to be done with cards that don't start in your deck, but it's so slow because it's very hard to discover anything that actually influences the matchup beyond drown. And even if you don't get the drown, Mida's doing 4 per turn, so it's really just not getting it done. We're going to see iterations on that. I'm out of drinks, TJ. They've all gone, all 4 of them. Just absolutely gone. That's how long that game was.
All gone. That's a Flamingo Friday for you, right? That's a Flamingo Friday matchup in a nutshell. Was that Priest Mirror? I don't know what Priest Mirrors I like more, this or the Infinite Boxes, because this was also Infinite Boxes, but whatever. Neil and I are done.
We are done.
Yeah, Yu moves on to quarterfinals. Dead Draw not out. We'll move on to the Decicder match to play against the winner of our next match. So coming right up after this, we're gonna have the elimination match between XC and Bly. So don't go anywhere. More World Championship right after this.
everyone. We're going to be testing our Hearthstone World Championship finalist XC's Hearthstone esports statistical knowledge in another edition of Stat Attack here. So we're going to give you a question with 4 possible answers, and you have to choose which answer you think is correct. So question number 1, how many matches has XMG won in Masters Tours? Is it 40, 50, 60, or 70?
60场。
Oh, so close. 70. You underestimate your opponent. All right, question number 2. Better luck this time, hopefully. How many times has Tian Ming been in the top 32 of a Masters Tour? 7, 8, 9, or 10 times?
8次。
Oh, again, you're so close. 7 is the right answer in this instance. Okay, this one you have to get right. There's no excuses this time. Question number 3 is, who did XC, yourself, beat in the final of Masters Tour Madrid? Alutemu, Surrender, Glory, or Give Please?
Alutemu.
Hey, congratulations. All right, we're at 1 out of 3. Let's see if we can keep it going now with 1 correct answer. Question 4 is, Yu Yi has played 16 Masters Tours. In how many did he have a losing record, where he had a lower than 50% win rate? 1, 3, 5, or 7 times?
5场。
Correct answer. We're on a roll. Okay, question 5. Which player beat Xiaoti twice in the 2019 World Championships? Was it Yu Ying, Jing, Omega Zero, or Jason Zhou?
进。
Oh, instant. I thought that was a hard one, but congratulations, you got it correct. Final question. Who did Xiaobai beat in the final of Masters Tour Ironforge? Was it Wyra, Floki, Baby Bear, or Maverick?
这个我确实我只能靠猜了，应该选第4个吧。
That's correct. Okay, not bad.
Hello, everyone, and welcome back to the Hearthstone World Championship. Just let you know, the year is still 2022, and it is still this Worlds. Just in case you stepped away for what felt like a lifetime while that matchup was being played. What a series, Sottle, and one thing I'm glad of is that at least the players get to have some form of break before they have to do anything again for that one. So, bit of a crazy one, but now we are moving on to XC versus Blythe. Coming right up.
Yeah, and an interesting matchup for sure. Both of these players kind of had their struggles from different sides of the coin. Obviously, that is the nature of us now being in the lower bracket, and it also means that now the stakes have really ramped up. Opening matches are important, don't get me wrong. You've seen the disappointment on the face of Dead Draw, for example, after being on the losing end of that marathon that we just saw. But now we're in the situation where it's win or go home. You've had your one life. Double elimination is now a cruel mistress, and you have to win out from here to stay in the tournament. XC, we cast XC Raven, looked shaky, unassured, indecisive. I'm not exactly sure what the correct word is in that situation, but it was one of those. Whereas Blythe, it seemed like more of a lineup issue to me. I have some questions about the Rogue version that he's playing, and as I said to you very early on, I expect to see a number of Druid beatings throughout the tournament, and that was kind of the story of that series for Blythe. A couple of Druid defeats, and then Rogue looking a little bit shaky towards the end. So, you know, I think this is a fitting lower bracket match from the way those early games have gone, if that makes any sense. I'm looking forward to see where we stand.
Yeah, and this is one of the decks, right? The Priest we saw earlier on today from XC. There was a bit of a fumble at best, I think, is speaking of word choices, because he basically just floated a huge turn and just didn't really do what he needed to do, whether that was because of the rope, indecision, whatever, and it cost him pretty heavily. And even though, you know, as we go on, we can look at Druid more and more over the course of the weekend, Blyze did struggle to get the Druid through in his previous series, but if his opponent's going to give him free windows, right, you know, to like steal games from, then maybe it's not going to be as much of a problem. So yeah, a lot for these players to get done. And you mentioned unsure about the rogue, so Sottle throwing shade at specifically Jambray here, choosing to believe. But do you just want to take us through what this deck does differently to, say, the regular Death Rattle rogue, I'll call it?
Yeah, sure. So it's kind of just where the end games end up, where it's a little bit different. Obviously, there's a lot of pieces that are the same: the Illusionist, the Sketchy Information, the Snowfall Graveyard. However, there is also Sinstone Graveyard in the deck, which is a little bit strange. And then there's Masked Reveler, which allows you to play a minion package that isn't fully reliant on Death Rattles. So by using Sinstone Graveyard, essentially you invest your 2 mana early, preferably on turn 2, and then you have 0 mana undead minions for the rest of the game, which means if you're able to cheat Invincible by some method, you're always able to guarantee an undead on the board because of the minions coming off the Sinstone Graveyard being undeads for that purpose. Outside of that, you also then have these Neptulon high rolls that you can get off Masked Reveler in a lot of situations. So whereas the slightly older version of Death Rattle Rogue, well, there's 3 versions, right? And it's all just how they win the game. 1 is kill you with mines. 2 is put up massive walls of taunts from the Burning Blades, or play Leapfroggers with the ghouls instead and just have the infinite replicating value. And then there's this one, which is a little bit more Invincible focused. My struggle with this deck is if you do what Blyze did in the first series and just draw big, stupid, undead, horsey patches in your opening hand, like, this deck feels like it struggles the most to recover from that situation when you get Invincible in your opening hand.
And it is one of those things, right? Because I've played a chunk of the, I will call it the more regular Death Rattle Rogue, you know, with the taunts and everything.
Yep.
And Invincible feels like, you know, an unlosable win condition when you get to do the thing, right? Because it's so many stats, Death Rattle, you know, Reborn, and so on, so on, so on. It starts to get very, very silly, and you just could just win off the back of it. But you are right. If you play Invincible in the fair way, as in pay for it with 8 mana, then it's very, very slow in the current game to really have a huge impact. So I am interested to see, you know, if this deck's got legs, or if this is potentially going to be the sticking point for Blyze before we even talk, Sol, about the Druid, right? Because, like, we have conversations about Druid to have at some point, but there's first going to be this Rogue.
And there it is. Now, it's not, I'm not going to say that's a good place to have it, but it's at least at the very... Whoa, 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 hold the dog and bone. He's just keeping it?
Can't be a bad draw if it's already in your hand. So. Logic I can get behind.
Okay, fine. Be like that.
Well, interesting to see how this one goes. He does have Sinstone Graveyard, does have the Sketchy Information as well. So let's just ignore Invincible for a minute, and we'll get to that when, you know, when it happens. But for now, the rest of the hand looks pretty solid as far as I can see. Meanwhile, XC is just going to start, you know, gathering the resources as you do with this deck.
No switcheroo, no Radiant, no Handmaiden or anything in hand right now. So picking up Animate Dead, even though it's a very useful card, does seem a little bit ambitious at this point. I think XC picking up the wig here does make sense. Double Illuminate now should, hopefully, from his perspective, get him to one of those juicy card draws. I still think he does have to be very card draw focused at the moment. Yep, there you go. Thrive.
Nope. Kind of a tricky one, right? Because, like, doesn't want to have a card stuck in the hand, because that's, you just can't really afford to with this deck. Is this just coin? Oh. Okay. The Bone Spike instead.
Yeah, I think Bone Spike does make the most sense overall. They're both kind of mana cheat, essentially, right? Stealing the coin and stealing the Bone Spike, and I think the Bone Spike actually affecting the board at least a little bit is probably to your benefit.
Yeah, I was just wondering if without the Radiance, and of course you will want Radiance if you're XC, but I was just thinking 2 mana to maybe do damage and maybe kill a thing. You know, I know that helps out if you can kill a thing with it, but until then it might just sit in the hand for a little bit too long. XC does end up with the Sunwell. Okay.
Is that Aquatic Form?
Yes, Aquatic Form, Predation, a 4-cost spell, and Wildfire.
Lovely stuff.
I can triple confirm.
But I think, you know, with
Last Stand. There we go.
Yeah, with XC specifically in the business of still looking for Radiant Elementals or switcheroos to find those Radiant Elementals, I think the Aquatic Form is probably by far the most relevant choice overall there.
And I would say, like, depending on how the game state goes, Last Stand isn't the worst, right? He could have got worse cards.
Monsters beneath you.
I was just going to keep it simple. On the pressure. What do you make of this early Sinstone, Sottle? Do you like this as a 2/2?
Yeah, generally this is how the deck works. You do just use the first charge as soon as you can, more or less, and just, you know, have that little bit of tempo initially. Because it's not like a Draco Rogue where you're actually going to get 2 massive pop-offs off back with the location. You might have 1 big turn plus land an invincible on it all at the same time, if your deck is really coming together in the right order. But generally when people see this play this deck, you will see them use that first location proc extremely liberally.
Oh, Reveler's going to come out here from Blythe.
What a delightful party.
Damage is just starting to stack up. There are you know, things XC can do, of course, once this deck can go down pretty low, and then as soon as it gets to pop off, which, you know, we'll see if XC decides that if that's going to be now or not, it can get very, very silly indeed, and Blythe's going to have a lot of power to push through this. Oh, just dumping the Bless, okay. Get Predation as well, which is actually very nice for 0 cost just to get out the hand.
Yeah, it's kind of funny how much he can still do even after having dumped the 3 mana on the Handmaiden, but this is still a very, very strong turn even with that committed. There's the res now. Big, big deal.
The funny question is, where does Predation go here?
Where else would it go?
Face.
Face? What?
Depends how big he's making the minion, right? Does killing a 3/3 change much? Whereas does Face set up, like, you know, next turn lethal? I think it was worth at least looking at.
Sure.
He's going to end on Boon, right? Oh. Okay. Wow, there was still a lot that could have gone on there.
What a delightful party.
This is...
That's the one.
Oh, it's such a huge deal. Oh my. Like,
you trade in,
damage.
you get the other next one attack to go to the other minion. Yep, this is all great. You got a Bone Spike, Wicked Stab. Clean it up.
Shouldn't be allowed, should it? That's insane.
So, reverse engineering the situation, is this why Blythe, is this part of the reason why Blythe is happy to keep Invincible, is that he really, really, really wants to cheat Neptulon in every circumstance? So he's actually weirdly happy to keep various patches in his hands so that he's able to cheat the thing in the matchup that really matters?
I mean, I can definitely see it, right? Because it just, like you said, not guaranteed, well, you know, helps with the plan. And Invincible, like -1 card. I can definitely see it. Being able to take down that, like, XC now is, he does have Handmaiden, so he's put himself in a spot where that wasn't just all in, right? He can still draw, he can still get stuff done, but it's significantly more manageable, right, than the boon turn was.
Yeah, solitary minion probably not going to represent lethal on the following turn. So you can even set up some sort of plan to deal with this over 2 if you really want to.
Oh yeah, Blythe has that Door of Shadows boosted, right? So even that's going to be pretty nice, since he is looking like Blythe has a good amount of mana to work with this turn if he wants it.
Very carefully, if you're going to trade the Cutlass, do it slowly, deliberately, and carefully, Blythe. There we go. Gone poorly, hasn't it?
Blythe's just played Surge out, or is he just caught? Is he too worried about silence? Simple kill the 3-1 and just say, you know what? That elemental is probably not going to be able to 27 me, but a boon off the top is not bad at all here for XC, and that is massively accelerated the game plan. Remember, a bless was already used, a boon was already used. This off the top now is huge.
You can see with the stank face from Blythe right now, really, really not feeling it.
Ugh. Rep.
Monsters beneath you.
Needs. Not that. You need some sort of like Masked Reveler goes off twice. Yeah, Neptulon twice from both copies kind of deal, and even then I'm not sure.
Yeah, even then,
really getting over the line.
Weirdly enough, Blythe needed a very cheap Invincible that turn.
Yes,
to try and
also
get
that.
things
Yeah,
done,
get the
you know,
taunts going,
yeah, really big win there for XC. After that first clear from Blythe with the Neptulon, I thought XC was in major trouble, and I still think, you know, you can argue if that draw, not even if the draw, if he didn't get to boon that turn, I think things would have looked way better for Blythe, but the second boon straight away really just escalated that, and Blythe just simply couldn't defend.
Yeah, what I will say is you can see helpfully now as this flashes up, he was down to 5 cards on that turn left in deck, right? So he had a 1 in 5 to draw the boon, and I'm sure some of the other cards were cycles, tradables, whatever else at that point as well that could have got him there. So again, this is something I talked about in the opening series, is, you know, sometimes people look at these things and like, wow, it's disgusting. How can that be in the game? The problem is the consistency that it happens with a lot of the time, because there's so many decks that can just draw 20, 25 cards by turn 7, turn 8 on a game in a lot of situations. It just makes these kind of things very consistent. Not to mention, in this case, obviously, switcheroo and dredge effects and discover effects and everything else that can help you look specifically for those radiant elementals and boons and other pieces that you need. So, yep, it was a fortunate draw of the boon on that turn. But with the small deck size left remaining, you'd have to imagine that XC was pretty favored to get something from that point. And even then, even without the boon, Blythe still has to find the out on the following turn.
Oh, yeah,
It's a smaller board that he'll have to deal with, yes, but he's still going to have to deal with it somehow.
It looks like Blythe is going to be sticking to his rogue, doing the Blythe special, which is just jam a deck until you win with it and then move on. It's something we've grown to know and love about Blythe as casters, at least. And XC is going to have his Demon Hunter or his own rogue left over. Looks like he's going to be locking in the rogue from what I can see here. So this one, again, going to be an interesting one, because on one hand, we have, I'll call it a very loose Death Rattle rogue, and then on the other hand we have this Draka version, much more explosive in terms of raw damage in the early game, especially when you consider, like, well, Blythe isn't playing the taunts, because one thing I've done while I've been playing Death Rattle rogue, the other version, on ladder, if I were into Draka, I'm like, okay, and I just make about 8 taunts and they concede because there's just not a lot they can do about it, unless they get specific concoctions, of course, to help.
Yeah.
But in general, it's just like, well, this is a perfect counter. Loads of huge taunts. Whereas Blythe isn't really going to have access to that as an answer.
Well, so counterpoint though, if you do hit cheap Invincible at some point in the game, because you have that graveyard as an additional tool in your own deck, you can just put the taunt wall up that way, right? It's not as safe because, like you said, Snowfall Graveyard going off with a Burning Blade Acolyte, and then suddenly you end up with 4, 5, 6 taunts all the way across the board. You're still not going to lose to Concoction Destroy Random Minion in that position, right? Because you just have too many of them. Whereas this version of the deck, you usually just end up with one massive taunt that's like a 30-30 or something.
Yeah.
Which
kill it or lose.
Yes, that will win the game immediately if you don't hit the out, but the outs are there with the Concoction. So yeah, just a concern that I do have about this build of the deck. But it looks like Blyze is going to get to play a game without stupid horsey patches in his opening hand, even though one of those was by choice.
Now this one goes both players. Cycling, starting to get things cooking. Nothing crazy yet for XC, but he does have that potion belt, yeah, if he wants to just chuck it out there. Which I think the addition of all the concoctions is huge for this deck, right? Because you can just start adding so much potential to every given turn, and it gives you extra value even if you have popped off with Draka, right? It lets you still progress the game in other ways.
Mm-hmm.
Urge Illusionist, though, is going to be pretty nice to coin this turn for Blyze, right? If you coin it out first and then take the risk with the Snowfall after.
Checking my homework, by the way. Oh, it's been cast anyway. So yes, I was about to say that's draw. Yellow-blue is draw 2 cards, add card to hand, and discard. I did try and commit all of these to memory before the tournament. So
horsey patches.
We are good. Oh, come on!
Patches Horseman.
Yes. Bow Patch Invincible Man. Yeah, something along those lines.
Sounds exactly right. Should make a show about that character. Yeah, I do like this ordering though from Blyze, right? Just chuck it out. What are the odds that XC is going to kill this by choice? I would say low-ish, and then you just follow up with the graveyard and try and get it done after the fact.
Yeah, agreed.
There's Draka, but not quite where XC wanted it to be. And this is just nightmare time here for XC, right? He's not in it. I'm not saying he's in a terrible spot, but when you see that graveyard come down and then there's just that illusionist, you're like,
yeah.
What am I supposed to do?
I think Snowfall Graveyard is one of the scariest cards in Hearthstone to play against, because it's very hard to process just how screwed you are. And sometimes it's not at all, but it always feels like you're going to get absolutely destroyed in the next couple of turns. Okay, sure.
I mean, XC has like weirdly the best answer to this setup from Blyze, which is make a big Draka and go face.
Yes.
Right? So like that's what you want to do. And as we said earlier, we can see Invincibles actually in hand here. So this means that things are going to be slowed down a lot more than XC maybe thinks they are.
Coin Shroud. Coin Prep Shroud is fine. I was going to say I wasn't accounting for the prep. If he shrouds here and misses on Mailbox Dancer, or he wouldn't have necessarily been able to go all the way through to the Draka, but yeah, with the prep involved, obviously that is the case. Still had one Stenographer left in the deck as well, which is a big deal to pick up. And, it's a big weapon.
What a delightful party.
It's going to have to be very impressive.
Yeah, just have the double Reveler, so I can use the first one, see what happens. Oh, okay. Yeah, the no access to Invincible for the foreseeable future is such a pain, isn't it?
What a delightful party.
Extort it, right? Yeah, you have to press counter lethal. You just absolutely have to. Hope you have enough to get there. Yeah, about the best outcome you can hope for, really. And then Coin Cutlass actually being used deliberately this time, go face. Yeah, I think this is the best you can come up with. Just make your opponent need the damage.
That's what, 12-13 here, just showing for XC.
Yes.
Can he make up the difference? Oh.
Symptoms will be severe.
Yeah, depending on what these concoctions do, right? With the Shadow Step as well. felt like it achieved nothing.
I mean, it is still minus quite a lot of damage in that spot, right?
Symptoms will be severe.
That's summon 3 cost, right?
Please slow down.
I'll choose soon.
Hexy desperately trying to figure out which of these minions you're actually supposed to kill. Yeah, that does seem right, because now right-hand Neptulon not really doing anything. But with the Kodo mount, I do believe that that is going to be enough to get there with the Wind Fury going through, and Blyze absolutely manages to steal one in the end, even without that Invincible being used. Did wonder whether, I was looking at perhaps the prep on the previous turn as to whether you needed to like get prep Bone Spike, for example, to actually be able to play the Invincible on the following turn to stay alive, but Blyze recognized way better to just be as aggressive as possible to push for counter-lethal of his own instead. Dump the prep into doing that, getting all the tempo out on board, damaging his own Master Reveler as well to be able to get the counter-lethal setup. And XC did have a lot of concoctions to roll for +3 damage, but I believe needed 2 instances of +3 damage from the concoctions to be able to get there, or of course some extra damage from his deck.
Yeah, really big win there for Blyze, and now he's going to be jumping over to his Demon Hunter. And honestly, like, this must feel like such a, at least from the few matches we've seen today, it must feel like a bit of a safety net, right? Or at least maybe I feel like that to play Demon Hunter for a game. If you've been having a rough go of it, it's like, okay, Rogue's struggling a bit, Druid struggled, or like Priest has struggled a bit. Let me just take a break, play Demon Hunter, win, and then move on, because it does feel like it's still, even with everyone expecting Demon Hunter to be brought, it still feels very strong. Like in the previous series, Demon Hunter won first try for both players. Earlier on, that's been the case as well in, I think, every match apart from the first.
Oh, hang on, that wasn't true in... Oh, did you say the series we cast or the one before? Because XC lost on Demon Hunter.
Yeah, sorry. The series previous to this one, as
Gotcha,
in
okay.
not the one we cast, but only the first series that we cast did Demon Hunter not just turn up, win, and leave, basically. So Demon Hunter looks like it's been doing very well, even though everyone pretty much knew that everyone else was going to submit it. So we'll have to see what's going on here with Blyze and if he can follow suit here and just get a quick win with the Demon Hunter. XC, of course, are going to be sticking on the Rogue once again.
Yeah, just on deck list watch. Obviously, I was talking about 1 Chaos Strike earlier in some of the lists. This is double Chaos Strike from Blyze, single Need for Greed. So Need for Greed is the one of. Essentially, as I broke down before, but in case you weren't watching the initial series, you play 1 Rosrot Viper, and that means that 1 other card in the deck has to be a single copy, which some people are doing Mark of Scorn, some people are doing Chaos Strike, some people are doing Need for Greed as the main ones that we've seen so far. And I believe there's a Spectral Sight one-off hanging around somewhere as well. So that is the big flex spot, I suppose, in deck building with the deck.
I can definitely see it with the Need for Greed, because I found myself running into, I'm just going to use this as a tradable, a lot of the time. So I can definitely understand that one. So far, though, early location going down there for XC, but Blyze has got hold of the dimensions. So that's, both dimensions, because for some reason there are now only 2 dimensions. But it does mean that he'll still be looking for the location for himself, but still not a bad start. 2 4-mana relics.
And I would add that, having a card that is a tradable is not necessarily a bad thing. I made this point earlier as well, but quite often, if your first quest completion, it does happen on turn 3, it's going to use a tradable to make that happen. So even if you do end up doing that with Need for Greed, it's fantastic. Not to mention, of course, the times that you just draw Need for Greed off the top on turn 3, and it's the single best feeling in the world, apart from Fel barraging people for like 24, which is much better. Oh, okay.
Well, this is a game.
Yes, it is. It's a good old-fashioned race. That's what we've got here.
Yeah, I like this as well because this is still Relic of Dimensions on 5, but in a different way. Like normally you've already set up the location by now, but Blythe can just do it all together anyway.
Symptoms will be severe.
XC again, not having a big crazy turns. We can see, you know, as early as turn 3, maybe even before, that is possible with this deck. But it looks like he's moving towards a good, a relatively large Draka pop off here. Yeah, that's going to give him the time because not only is Blythe, you know, just drawing everything, reducing it, proccing the quest, as you can see now. But this deck has the ability to just heal and basically delete a swing of the weapon at least, right?
Relic Vault, the perfect draw to find there as well. One of the very, very few cards that you can just play from your hand for 0 opportunity loss at any point in the game. Otherwise, you're looking at using something which might be a little bit less value than it is in 1 or 2 turns' time when you're looking to end the game, hopefully.
Yeah, not really the best.
No. That remaining concoction is deal 3 damage, single copy, right? Uncombined, which is not really achieving a great deal at the moment. He has to go, surely. Has to go now. Okay, Shadow Step very much helps.
I was going to say, until I saw the Shadow Step, I was staring at the hand thinking, what about if we have one more turn? You know, like just wait one more turn. But I do agree now with the Shadow Step. It's a bit of a no-brainer.
Yeah, I think having seen Relic of Dimensions on the other side, you probably had to go that turn regardless, or you just end up a little bit... Like, you know, I guess the argument is, what's the point in waiting one turn to make your dagger 5 or 6 bigger when you have missed one entire turn of attacking with the dagger, you know?
Yes, I guess I was just wondering how much XC thinks... It's tough with the draws. How much you judge like the heal factor versus the death factor, right? Like, is your opponent healing through smaller dagger hits more of a problem than them maybe killing you? Right? It's really tricky.
Draka.
It's going to be a smooth 15.
Click the button.
Look at Blythe. I love...
Well, already cleared this.
Whenever Quest Demon Hunter exists, Blythe is the best player in the world to watch because he just does it.
I got it all.
And it's gone. Are you using Scorn? Oh, you're going to use Scorn to go face, because this is guaranteed anyway.
Skills.
Right?
Yeah.
Good.
Nope.
And doesn't matter anyway.
I mean, this is arguably 1 million damage to face.
That's true, yeah. Actually, I suppose, in the grand scheme of things, that's probably better, isn't it?
Yeah. Not as fancy, but fancy enough, I would say. There goes the weapon. Draka's gone as well. So there's no chance XC can even try and do a reroll of the weapon or anything like that. And XC definitely on the back foot now, even regardless of the fact that Blythe still has a ton of spells, ton of card draw available. The Jace just sitting for whenever relevant if needed. Blythe looking absolutely fantastic, and that's, just the concede. Blythe goes 2-1 up, and I think already this series, even though he's currently only winning by 1 game, it feels like this series has been going much better for Blythe in terms of just, game-to-game gameplay.
Yeah. Makes sense. Yeah, and I was talking about this earlier with the casters when they came off the Blythe series. We were just talking briefly about, like, Blythe really gets hit hard when he loses incredibly high stakes matchups, right? He seems super nonchalant and aloof a lot of the time and just jamming games or whatever. He really, really, really wants to be the world champion. I cannot emphasize that enough. Anytime you talk to him, he will make that point clear. I believe we do have an interview with him in the rotation here as well, where TJ asks him if he gets tilted during games, and his answer's not really by like the outcomes in the game, but if I lose an important match, it's not tilt, it bothers me, it upsets me, and we've seen those reactions from him very visibly in the past as well. So
or not seen the reactions
or
sometimes.
Not seen them, yeah. We haven't seen them on broadcast, we've then seen them on Twitter after the fact, is generally how things have worked. But then, so my worry with Blythe,
is whether that actually affects his mental going into massive matches like this. Because, like you were saying, when Blyze is relaxed, playing Quest Demon Hunter, just jamming cards with seemingly not thinking. That's not what's happening, by the way. He is absolutely thinking. He's just thinking very quickly. But when he's in that zone and he's comfortable and he's just jamming cards, he does seem unbeatable in some occasions. But it does seem that maybe when the pressure really ramps up, that there's that element of second guessing that creeps into his psyche in big moments like this. So seeing this performance from him so far, which, you know, it's not like he's walking through this series, it's a very tightly contested series, but it looks like the Blyze we've been watching for the last 3 or so years come up through the Masters Tours and take Grandmasters by storm in Europe. And I think that bodes well for him in the rest of the series.
And as we look at this now, XC has moved over to his Demon Hunter, and as I mentioned, whenever you queue Demon Hunter, these players must just feel like, okay, I just fancy a win, let's get the Demon Hunter done. But going up against Druid, a deck you talked about from pretty much the start of today, what does Druid actually need to do? Because you spoke about, oh, you know, Druids on ladder, they just sit back and like, oh, I've got loads of armor, and then you kill them anyway. So does Blyze need to play like aggro ramp Druid? Is this the suggestion of how to approach this?
So I think personally for me as a starting point, I would rather be 30 Druid in this matchup than 40 Druid, because what you can do is just race them to your combo and quite often get there faster. You know, if you just draw Bran and an Ubrakan, the rest of it likely takes care of itself, and with all the tutor effects that you do have available and all the card draw that you have available, you can sometimes just get there first. The other way to go about it is, just trying to play aggressively as possible with all the minions that you do have and just continuing to occupy the board. Because as mentioned, like, this deck, the Demon Hunter, I mean, can do 120-ish without really having to do anything particularly fancy. So you're not getting out of range of that with armor or with Blood Death Knights or anything else. You have to counter pressure or you have to disrupt. So it's, it's Theatar, Patchwork, Mutinous, those kind of things to be able to disrupt, or it's massive amounts of pressure where you can, or it's race them to the combo faster than they get there, which is obviously much less of a win condition when you have 40 cards in your deck instead of 30. And I don't particularly think the 10 health is relevant in this matchup.
Right. Okay, well, let's see how this one goes. Blyze takes the win here. He gets to save his tournament life for now. XC, though, has a bit of more of a climb to do, but is in a very, very good matchup. Already hit some of the more awkward ones, right? With the Silver Moon already in hand, we'll have to shuffle the other spell damage, which definitely isn't a big deal, of course. But just having to pay 3 mana for the Silver Moon is a little bit painful. Hits the other one for 2, though. Ooh, and Jace.
All right, finds a Relic Vault, though.
It's something, but these are all the cards you don't want to have in your opening hand.
Correct, but I think one of the iterations, one of the improvements of the deck was to move more spell damage redundancy in to play around these kind of situations. I think when it first came out, there was only 3 spell damage minions total, and then the second copy of the Silver Moon came in. Oh, okay. Off the top with the dimensions, and Bly's given the round of applause. I think he understands that that is already a bit of a disaster.
Yeah, proccing the quest as well, of course.
I haven't done one-of watch. This is your one-of update. XC is a one-of Chaos Strike game. Oh yeah, of course, we did this in the previous game. Oh, well, if you're going to draw your 5 on curve, I'm going to draw my 5 on curve as well.
Seems just fair to me. But yeah, I think I can I think one-of Chaos Strike is probably where I would end up, honestly. It just feels like the least flexible card overall.
Another happy guilty.
Card draw go. I think this is my favorite version of Quest Demon Hunter that we've ever had. Yep. You want to know why? Because I bet you it's not the same reason.
Go on.
You don't have to mess around with adding up like dodgy Moarg numbers. just tell me how much spell damage I've got, and just done.
Well, hang on. Oh, I have to challenge you on this, because the only reason that matters, or the reason that doesn't matter, is because when you get up to like +4, +6 spell damage, you just don't count because you assume you had lethal. If you had to actually count how much damage that was that went face, I'm pretty sure that's harder than Moarg maths.
Oh, I don't know. Moag used to always get me, so.
How many times have you played a Jace with this deck and known how much damage you were going to do?
At least once.
Okay, fine.
And that was because I played one fell spell.
Yeah, exactly.
I played a Chaos Strike. Although second Relic of Dimensions now, XC just looking out a few bits of damage as well, mainly to make hand space, right? Like throughout the Fell Barrage there, didn't do it with any spell damage whatsoever, but just knowing Jace will have it covered a little bit later on, still has a lot of spell damage to throw out some of the others.
Innovate? Can I get an innovate? No. Okay. So,
Devourer, though.
Yeah, no, this Devourer is a big deal. I'm fairly confident. Well, actually, the mana's not yet available. So we have to kind of take a deep dive into Relic of Phantasms in this matchup now, because it's one of the swingiest cards available. From both regards. Obviously, if you're able to get 4 massive minions down with like Location, Relic of Phantasms, that's a thing that Druid sucks against classically, right? So you feel like you're doing massive things. But then Devourer can be a massive counter swing, particularly if they have a ton of guff mana and they're able to go like Devourer, Earthen Scales in the same kind of turn. That's a thing that you can potentially lose to. So the relative merits, say Blythe was on 11 plus mana this turn, I would genuinely consider just double trading 7/7 into the 10/10, because I think you're comfortable winning in every other scenario.
Right, yeah, you just don't need it, do you?
Yes, but since this is just a 25/25, it's not necessarily giving the armor, I would hope that XC now has a plan to be able to deal with this coming back the other way. You can see Blythe's prayer hands knows this is the way now. He has to have this thing stick. And XC, it is going to cost him a lot of resources not trading in those 7/7s. Like, I don't want to end the argument and say this is fine because there's no Earthen Scales. XC has still created a problem for himself where he has to deal with a 25/25 here.
This pushes 7. 16, still needs 2.
Yep, it's just lethal.
Yeah. Sorry, miscounted, That's just going to be enough. XC takes a win on his Demon Hunter, and like I said, this will be a continuing theme as we move on throughout the weekend, I believe, which is Demon Hunter winning games. It is very, very good. And now it's just going to come all the way back down to the Rogue from XC going up against the Druid once again from Blythe. So once more in this situation, the Druid seems to be the one taking a lot of hits. Of course, Blythe's Rogue lost in game 1, but then it's been a Druid game 4, and it could be Druid again game 5 going up against this Rogue from XC. So all comes down to this last game, Sol.
Yeah, and to settle the debate in that one particular instance, XC's plan obviously spot on in that position. I said you need a plan to deal with a 25/25. Killing your opponent, pretty solid plan in terms of dealing with a 25/25, which is the one last point in the deep dive into Relic of Phantasms in the matchup that I didn't get to go into, is that sometimes, even if they do just go Devourer and get that huge minion in play, that huge minion then has more health than the hero. So all of your Fell Barrages and Mark of Scorn and everything else can just go straight directly to the face, and you can just ignore it and end the game.
Right.
So XC absolutely had everything covered. But like I said, having those large minions knocking around on the board can sometimes be a detriment to you. It is something that you have to keep an eye on. But I think fittingly now, we are going down to the wire on this one.
And honestly, nice to see XC definitely put on a better display than he did earlier this morning. Because his play in this series so far has definitely looked a lot cleaner than it did in 1. Sol's making noises.
Have you seen this opening hand?
Yeah, Blythe's is quite good, isn't it?
23, 30, 35 mana in the opening hand. Uh-oh.
Yeah, and look at the opening hand for XC. Graveyard, Dancer, pulled Tracker off the top.
Oh, no! That is an absolutely disgusting time for this to happen.
Yeah.
This next draw absolutely has to be Wild Growth. No negotiations.
And look at the juice that XC has. Right?
This next draw has to be Nourish.
All has a
no
policy
negotiations.
of not negotiating with Hearthstone. XC, though, has been drawing tons of cards, got double Sinstone Graveyard in hand, got some cheap spells as well on prep, and the Draka. Wise has very limited time to get anything done right now.
Clicking as well, clicking for a 3-3. Okay. I mean, it's some stall. I imagine is going to be used. I don't really see the merit for just tempo spammy Arcanist here.
Yeah, and it's like, well, if he's not playing it now, when is he playing it? Because now he suddenly has coin 7/7, you know, 9, whatever.
Yes. Yeah, we have now at least reached the point in the game where Blythe gets to play a card every turn.
Now just working out, is XC going to wait one more turn, or is he going now? Because
clicking last turn was a little strange
Yes.
if you're going to go off this turn, unless you can also fit in the second graveyard alongside everything else.
Yeah, so
which I
Preps, yeah, Prep Serrated plus the Dragon spell isn't going to really be enough for Draka, I would say, against Druid. So, yep. Whether we agree on how we got here, I agree with XC not popping off this turn. Commit to Scale of an Ixion number 1, clear up the minions on board.
Just helpfully make some board space for your opponent so they can have a bigger pop off this turn. Very nice of you. Okay, no step. I think is the best possible card for XC to have found.
Ghostly strikes are getting ridiculous.
Double Devour are both juiced, by the way. I was a little bit surprised, just go back in time a little bit. Obviously, you have minimal time to discuss Bly's line.
Yep.
That we saw the snap coin Scale of Onyxia, especially after the Crypt Keeper draw. Because what holding, you could have just, you know, jammed Crypt Keeper potentially, right? And then gone Scale of Onyxia to survive through the pop-off turn, right? Wouldn't be a clear. Under no illusions, you'd clear everything on that turn. But you might, at the very least, be able to do enough to survive. And then you had coin Devour at the turn after that, right? Because you would have held on to the coin hand out, which is something I was certainly looking at. Blythe will have considered all of these things on his opponent's turn while they're taking way too long for his tastes.
Underking, a great pickup though, yeah, absolutely huge. Just gives Blythe, you know, maybe one extra turn. Very interesting as well that XC chose to not go for the Bone Spike to just add a little bit extra juice to the turn for him there. So did decide to hold on to that in the previous turn. And now for Blythe, very generally speaking, he knows what he has to do, right? He's kind of got a very good idea of the numbers right now because Draka's been played. He's got these two 8/8s to deal with. I think once he gets over that, he should be feeling quite confident.
XC using his purple concoction here, which you would imagine is going to be extremely valuable going into future turns if an Insatiable Devourer is coming down, but I think he's a lot more interested in just pushing for the win now than worrying with about dealing with a Devourer in the future.
Blythe now gets to deal with over half this board.
Yep.
Ooh, nice. Divine Shield, yeah,
no,
that's
Shield
definitely what he wanted to dodge, yeah. Full step. Was XC step this 8?
Step what, sorry?
You ever step the 8/8?
To what end?
Oh wait, it won't give it stealth, right?
No, stealth comes from the
Yeah,
location.
I think I'm being stupid. Yeah, I'm fine. Ignore me. That's the one thing XC has to keep in mind this turn, as you mentioned, right? Like, yeah, he has the concoction, but it's still going to put him in a spot where he still needs more minions to finish the game, right? If he makes the extra minions, they get devoured. Well, yeah, okay, he can kill it, but...
And this might as well be a face-up Devourer here as well, right? So I would be amazed if XC does not position to play around a 9-mana Devourer in this spot, because all of those cards on the left-hand side have been there since the beginning of the game.
Do you think he even presses the graveyard this turn?
I think so, because you can still separate your two big minions, right? You have enough other minions to be able to do that, so you can make it so it can't get eaten. Oh, Derek is saying it does get stealth if you shadow step it in replay.
Oh, it does? Okay.
Yeah.
I shouldn't listen to you. Question manager. Hey, though. Those steps going to create even more coins here for XC.
Yes. Yeah, now with the two dancers in the
Yeah. This very good sense here.
Like I said, I would have been stunned if this did not happen, because this is one of the most face-up insatiable Devourers I've ever seen in my life.
Watching the turn ends and graveyard's just not pressed. It's like, what about that?
Yeah. That's it. 12 damage left in play. Dagger still available. Blyze can take the double coin hero power here. Needed an Earthen Scales exactly off the top this turn, you would imagine, to really have a chance this game. And this now leaves XC needing exactly 1 damage, and that is a 2 damage weapon off the top, which means XC is going through, and Blyze, for the 2nd year in a row, has absolute World Championship heartbreak. 1 step further this time, actually making it to the dance, but then bombing out 0-2 on the opening day. And as I said, he is taking he will be taking the loss hard, because he always does, and it comes from the motivation, the burning desire to actually be the world champion of Hearthstone, and now for another year at least, that is not going to be the case.
Yeah, really, really tough one there for Blyze. A huge congratulations to XC. Managed to hold on, though. Of course, still has a lot of work to do to progress. But yeah, Blyze, super unfortunate to see him go out so early. But one thing I can say, Sol, is at least he went out in the right way, and that was with his webcam freezing, because he just instantly. So glad to see that, at least. It's the Blyze we all know and love. But yeah, huge congratulations to XC. And I will say, I think the difference from match 1 of XC today to this match is quite the difference in play from what we saw earlier on. I was worried after seeing those few games from XC this morning that he was going to be shaky in this match as well. But that is definitely not the case.
Yeah, I think there was a moment or two in a couple of the games where it wasn't necessarily mistakes, but I still think there's that element of indecisiveness, I suppose, in the way that he's playing the game. Maybe that's just a contrast with the fact that we're looking at Blyze on the other side, who just seems like the most decisive human at all times, and we're just reflecting with an unfair lens at that point. But it does seem like he is a little bit unsure about what he's doing. But again, if you then end up at the right decision in the end, that's fine. But I do still think there is a moment or two here and there where he's just 1% suboptimal in some of the things that he's doing in these, very high APM complex, lots of actions per turn decks. And sometimes you can do something slightly wrong. And when you do it on a ladder game, when you do it on stream or whatever, it's like, fine. Like, I got 90% of that turn right, and that's fine. Like, focus on the important things. When you're playing a championship, you need to get those things 100% right all the time, because that is the level that we're playing at.
Yeah, still a huge improvement from him, though, from completely whiffing a whole turn that we saw earlier today. So hopefully that trend continues to go upwards for XC. That was it for this match. We've got plenty more coming up, so don't go anywhere, and we'll be right back with some more Hearthstone World Championship.
What was Levik's Swiss record combined in the first 3 Masters Tours of the year? Was it A, 17 and 7, B, 18 and 6, C, 19 and 5, or D, 20 and 4?
Huh. So this is a lot like Who Wants to Be a Millionaire, I guess.
But no lifelines.
No lifelines.
You've just got to windmill slam it.
Well, I know it's... Sorry, were the 4 options 17, 18, 19, 20?
Correct, yeah.
Okay. I know it's not 17 because I played a tiebreaker at 17 and he was not there. I think there was one person who had like 20, but I don't think it was him. It's either 18 or 19. I'm going to go 18.
So your answer is B, 18 and 6, yes?
Yes.
Incorrect. It was option C, 19 and 5. Your logic was correct. You just missed the 50-50 in the end. Classic Hearthstone. Question 2. How many seasons of European GM did Bunny Hopper have a negative win rate? Is it A, 0, B, 1, C, 2, or D, 3?
Well, I remember one bad season he had, hearing about that, but it's definitely not 3. It's not. I don't think it's 0. I think he had at least one bad season, but I don't know. I think it was just 1. I'm gonna go 1.
Your answer is B, 1. Final answer. Thank you. And you are correct. That is 1 out of 2. That was season 5 in total, or 2021 season 1, if you want to look at it that way. Number 3. How many matches did Dead Draw win in Masters Tours in 2019 and 2020 combined? Is it A, 52, B, 55, C, 58, or D, 61?
20. So that's 9 Masters Tours. I mean, I don't want to I could probably go back and math it out in my head, but that would take a bit long. Okay, I got 7, and then 8, 9. Okay, I got 20-ish. No, 27-ish in the first. Oh wait, there's Vegas too. Vegas was terrible. Okay, I'm just gonna go C. I don't remember what C was. I'll just go C.
C was 58. You want to go with 58?
I'll go 58.
58 is absolutely correct, Deadpool. Congratulations. No one wants to get the question about themselves wrong, and you have dodged the bullet. Congratulations. Question 4. Which player had the highest all-time win percentage in APAC Grandmasters? Is it A, Mighty, B, Surrender, C, Possessi, or D, Glory?
Well, Mighty only played I want to say 2 seasons of GM, and he won one of them. But I feel like the second season was worse. The other 3, you said Possessi, Glory, or Surrender?
Surrender, yes.
Surrender is definitely pretty good. I feel like Possessi had maybe some off seasons, maybe. I'm gonna go Surrender.
I did like the hot take of the century thrown in there. Surrender is pretty good. Unfortunately, the correct answer is Mighty. According to Lorinda, only played 1 season, which I do believe is correct. 11 and 4, 73.3% win rate overall. Question number 5. What is Possessi's match win rate in Masters Tours? Is it 57.2%? 59.2%, 61.2%, or 63.2%?
I'm embarrassed to say I have looked at the Masters Tour win rates quite a lot, just out of protecting my ego. But 57 seems a little low. 63. 63 has got to be too high. I mean, Possessi has had he's seems like the sort of player who doesn't go hard every single tournament, you know, for the Masters Tours. I'm gonna go 59B.
59.2% is incorrect. It was 61.2, total record of 93 and 59, which I think gives you a final score of 2 out of 5, Dead Draw. I don't know what the going rate is for a good result on this quiz, so I guess we'll have to just stay tuned and find out. How do you feel about your performance?
Sorry, Possessi. Yeah, I mean, I don't know. I feel like I know these pretty well, but I can't remember every stat, so it's all right.
I mean, who can, apart from Lorinda?
Yeah.
And Lorinda definitely can't. They just have extensive spreadsheets. That's the only reason. Well, Dead Draw, thank you very much for joining us for this very silly little mini game. Thanks, everyone, for watching.
Thanks. See ya.
Hello everyone, welcome back to the Hearthstone 2022 World Championship. It's day one here, and we are almost halfway through the day, slowed down pretty heavily by a monster of a control priest mirror. And even though we're going to get one of the offenders back in action here in Dead Draw, thankfully XC is keeping the pace a little bit quicker overall. But this is the decider match for the group. We've already seen Yuyi go through to the quarterfinals. X-Blai's devastatingly not making it through with an 0-2 scoreline, mainly thanks to that Druid not really getting the job done. But here, for Dead Draw, up against XC, this is the last chance for both of our players. It's win or lose. If you win, you're through to the quarterfinals. Lose, and you are out of here.
Absolutely, and it so happens that this is a rematch of the very first series we saw today, in which Dead Draw did take the victory. So XC got to be shaking in his boots a little bit, but I do think that XC is showing a lot more confidence and stability in his play than he did in the first series. We didn't quite provide that much context. He is currently down with COVID and still playing through that. So could explain some of the questionable plays that we saw earlier on, but I think he's really hit his stride now, and Dead Draw is going to be facing a whole new level of the same lineup. We did bring up Druid quite a bit today because it was the struggle point for Blai's. I think it's no question about it, and it's so funny because Dead Draw is actually banning away the Druid from XC, and this is because he is running this mage. The ping mage, I think, needs to ban away Druid to have the best shot of actually taking a win, but it's just probably a bit of a relief for XC if you watched any of Blai's results.
Yes, in a way. As you say, it's a very different game now with both the mage here and the priest for Dead Draw as well, even with the priest having been banned away. But the mage, as we saw, serving a pretty specific purpose, being pretty good against both Demon Hunter and Rogue, I believe is the kind of the point behind it, with Objection being the spicy new tech. It's about as spicy as the deck lists maybe are getting here the World Championship when compared to ladder lists, but just makes it very, very difficult for Demon Hunters and Rogue, which have very few, very key minions to get on board in the first place. But having seen it a couple times so far, it does really just feel like Demon Hunter is the outlier right now. It's just looking overwhelmingly powerful in terms of being able to win the good matchups, being able to win the supposedly bad matchups as well. Would you rate it as the top deck thus far? And if so, why is it not being banned more?
I would say Boon Priest is my top deck. I guess accounting for all the bans, though we haven't really seen it too many times. Demon Hunter feeling a lot more dominant because it has just been left up pretty consistently and taking wins. I could see this as a ban, although it does not necessarily have the highest favorability against Boon Priest itself, whereas Boon Priest I think is good against the entire field. It is more targetable than Demon Hunter, but bringing a lineup that's good against Boon Priest tends to make you weak against the rest of the field. So I still do have Demon Hunter as my number 2, but it is certainly performing very well in that spot, and it is in a good position versus Mage here. So Dead Draw going to have to do something creative to really race/stall against all of this damage.
All right, slightly scary looking starting hand for Dead Draw. There's some remnants of synergy here with the obvious upgraded hero power, spending all your mana on those, and then Mordresh to hopefully close out the game later on is about the last couple turns you're going to have on average versus Demon Hunter, so that's not bad. But he really just needs ways to activate this Savara, and Double Solid Alibi technically does do it, but it's not the card you'd be looking for at all.
Right. Oh, Need for Greed on 3, top decked. I think we've officially ranked that as the second best feeling in all of Hearthstone. First best feeling still being a Demon Hunter thing. Oh, Barrage. No wonder this deck is so good.
Indeed.
So with the Double Solid Alibis and the Savara, theoretically Dead Draw has a lot of stall he can go for, but it's at the expense of not doing anything relevant in the early game. these pings are starting to put away a little bit of damage, and there is not too much healing for XC if Dead Draw doesn't go wide on board because of the nature of Unleash Fell. But it still feels like Dead Draw is doing such a tiny fraction of the progress that XC is going through. Already done with second step of quest, putting forward another relic vault. He doesn't have any relics themselves in hand, but the way he's thinning the deck, it's only a matter of time before he gets to dimensions.
Yeah, that's right. It's only the dimensions that is missing here for XC to really make this an insta-win feeling kind of a game. But I do just kind of wonder if this could ever just get there for Dead Draw, because as you say, if there's not like pretty specific the boards that are coming down from Dead Draw don't offer much healing to XC, and being able to use 4 turns of solid Alibi in a row later on into a Mordresh, that might be enough. It's close. I don't know if it necessarily will. Maybe you need a helping hand from another Wildfire. Could come from the Savara or like a Reckless Apprentice, for example. But I actually don't think this is as bad as it initially appears for Dead Draw.
Right. I actually agree, which is just so funny to say given the amount of actions that either player has taken on their turns. There is
right.
stark contrast in terms of XC's progress on his game plan, but the solid Alibi, that single card can put a halt to all of the progress that XC has made. It's just a matter of how Dead Draw wants to approach the timing. I think by next turn, this last ping from Dead Draw will already activate the Mordresh because he's pinged every single turn from turn 2 onward. So if Dead Draw can calculate that he can weave in 5 pings alongside Mordresh in due time, then he's theoretically in a good spot.
Ooh, okay. Blizzard being the only playable spell from Grey Sage Parrot right now is not necessarily very useful in this matchup. So I don't see that as a particularly impactful draw. It's really just about whether Dead Draw wants to take any turns off of just pinging face every single turn, because this could be an Astalor, obviously, just to get the bigger one in hand for another burst combo, but he wouldn't get the armor yet until next turn.
Right.
And so I guess the question therefore really becomes, is this when you start the solid Alibi train? And Dead Draw says, yeah, this is scary enough at this point.
Yeah, he is just mapping it out, right? It is ping Alibi this turn. I think it's ping Alibi again next turn, and then the Sivara is active. So on turn 8, he goes Sivara, Alibi, ping. And then XC is at 14 by that point, and then Dead Draw can go ping Alibi again. He's at 12. Yeah. Another ping Alibi, he's at 10, and then Mordresh. This is not accounting for any healing that XC can get, because with the Sivara on board, there is at least 2 targets for Unleash Fell. Dead Draw taking a turn off to go for Dawn Grasp instead, which does replay the Alibi and upgrade the hero power, which overall speeds up the timer for Dead Draw, right? Because now the pings are dealing 3 a turn, and the breakpoint is 3 plus Mordresh instead of 4 plus Mordresh.
Man, this is a stupid game of Hearthstone. XC doing some quadruple backflip 10 out of 10 pommel horse mega performance here, and Dead Draw just kind of flicking him in the face every turn until he dies.
I mean, playing 2 different sports at the Olympics here, but one of them...
Professional flicking.
One of them actually hurts your opponent, and the other just kind of does some twirls, I guess.
Yeah, exactly. I've said the one thing that gymnastics is missing is combat.
Turn it into a contact sport. Cowards.
Yeah, exactly.
Oh my gosh, this is really stupid. It cannot be denied. XC's just not allowed to play the game. You can see it from his forehead creases here. He's like, really? Oh, sorry, I forgot the hero power's up to 4, not 3 because of the wildfire. So yeah, he's on a very short clock here. Dead Draw effectively 1 mana off of lethal next turn.
He does have 1 turn of a minion being on board, right? Because apart from this, Dead Draw is really going to try and limit that entirely. And so there's 6 potential healing. Oh, no, sorry, 5, 7 available healing. 8 with the 1 face as well, yeah, so
if he's gonna take
Like, you can
all the spell
heal up a
damage
bit.
minions, but
Exactly. Yeah, that's the big expenditure.
oh, that
You
is
know there's 2 more in hand, at least, right?
Oh, and he didn't even have the
It
board
takes
space to
a
play a third.
Yeah. Oh, that's true.
Which means that Dead Draw now has to weave in 3 pings instead of 2 alongside Mordresh, but that is very, very doable given he has 2 alibis in hand and a wildfire. It is just 2 pings with this wildfire, my mistake. And he has a Varden on top of that to lock the board as well. Oh.
I mean, you don't even do that. Demon Hunter has no way to clear their own board, right? Nothing in the deck is targeted. I think it's just a lock. I don't think there's... Oh, sorry, you can click the location. Okay.
Yeah, no reason to not alibi there from Dead Draw. It is just the safest.
So it's 4 damage ping.
Let's see.
In order to get out of range, you have to get heal for 4 to get up to 19, as it currently stands.
Uh-huh.
Which is not doable, because if you go Fel Barrage plus Jace, you heal for 3. Oh, sorry, Unleash Fel plus Jace, you heal for 3.
Right. Healing for 1 here still gets him out of range of ping Mordresh, I guess. But then the Mordresh deletes. The Mordresh deletes the 2 spell damage minions. I guess the spell damage isn't relevant if you're perma against a solid alibi, but yeah, this is just a game. What? What's this? What was this?
How is that good? How is that low-key like the best hand he could draw, and it's like the deadest cards in his deck? That was so stupid. It worked. It did what it's supposed to do, right? That's kind of what the deck is. Like, we focus on the objection part of it, but really it's the solid alibi, the stall, and the continual burst damage face without having to play any minions that Demon Hunter really struggles with.
5 alibis, including the one played by Dawngrass. Dead Draw is the most innocent man in existence.
It's true. At that point, you'd start to get a bit suspicious when they tell you 5 times very pointedly where they were. But
I mean, surely
yeah, technically innocent.
is still hot on his heels. Gonna get him next time with this next accusation with a different deck. Hopefully for his sake, because boy, that was painful.
Yeah, not a particularly fun one, but a big win there for Dead Draw, I think, because even though we know the point of the mage, theory and practice are 2 very different things. And when you see it in practice, sometimes it does look absolutely dreadful. And so with that taking a very convincing win with a unassuming starting hand, big deal to our boy Dead Draw. Moving on over to the Jackpot Rogue, which again, I have to say, I appreciate what is happening here with this deck, why you would bring it, but it still kind of staggers me that this is good enough to be played when there's 2 other umbrellas with individual subtypes underneath of Rogue that are so breathtakingly powerful in their own right, and somehow this is still good enough to get played.
That's right. I think it is testament to Dead Draw's approach to the lineup overall. He's clearly not bringing the decks that he feels are overall highest power level in a vacuum in the meta, but given that the meta was relatively predictable heading into the tournament, that there was a clear set of 3 best decks, Dead Draw decided to go with a counter strategy here with the mage to a certain extent. And I think, in theory, this Jackpot Rogue, which does have access to the Ghastly Gravedigger to disrupt the hand in that way, and then the Perjuries in there, which can find objection, counterspell, other very annoying things for these decks like Boon Priest and Draka Rogue that are very reliant on very specific minions.
All right, getting a proper look at Boon Priest. We've seen it a little bit, but I can't remember having been able to cast it myself, and it is a subtly different deck now, I will say. The Sunwell, obviously the first neutral spell that we're getting, or neutral collectible spell added to Hearthstone, is the spicy inclusion, but really it's the ability to resurrect the Radiant Elemental that is really so warping in this deck. And I think Animate Dead really will be the difference maker in this one, as Dead Draw really needs to, as is so often the case with this deck, just cobble together any kind of an answer to a big board, be it through concoctions, jackpot, tooths, anything at all, just to be able to kill these big minions that inevitably will come.
Right. Xe with a triple keep right off the bat. I completely agree. Switcheroo and Handmaiden, very key to accumulating enough resources to really get a big Radiant online. And then the Valish as the cherry on top to make sure that he can potentially pop off a turn earlier. Just needs to find the boon now, which with a potential curve of coin Switcheroo into Identity Theft into Handmaiden means that it'll be active right away and can get tons of cards in hand.
Oh
my
Speaking of a way to answer those big boards, it's the Gigathin coming out the swamps nice and early. And already this game starts to look a lot better for Dedra, because that could be, with a couple of shadow steps along the way perhaps, a single card win condition for him here.
I wasn't really dreaming big enough when I was talking about the ways that Rogue can scam their opponent. Like, there's Ghastly Gravedigger, which they run, you know, it's to be expected. The Perjury doesn't have the greatest odds of hitting Objection, but we've seen it a couple times before. But Recon into Gigafin, now that is a tale as old as the year itself, and it is definitely the best answer to a boon board. Xe not going to be happy to see that one, and I am 100% sure it's getting played this game.
Dire Frostwolf, just the best expenditure of your mana on this turn. I don't think the immediate buff was worth deviating away from. Perfect expenditure here.
Now can Xe find out that there is a Gigafin in hand, potentially, from Identity Theft, but it looks like he's not going to go for it, just leaving the Radiant out to die, which you are fine to do with Animate Dead, ever since that's been included in the deck, and with both of them available, Xe, in his mind, has a pop-off turn available right on turn 5, but oh my goodness, what is coming on turn 6?
Oh, gee, I can just feel it. Like, he starts going all in. He plays both Animate Deads. He plays a bunch of buff spells. And then the Identity Theft comes in and he sees the Gigafin and he's like, oh, it's over. The double take.
Well,
I can already smell
can be completely all in, right? Radiant, and then the 2 Animate Deads. Now he has 3 Radiants. Now every spell in hand is free. Now the Handmaiden can potentially find him boon. And he can double play each wig.
He doesn't know.
He doesn't know. He lacks critical information, Derek. He has a Perjury, but that is not quite good enough. It's not an immediate objection.
Stop playing things. Please think of the children. He still doesn't know.
Of course. You somehow kind of wish that he hadn't found there, so he would maybe think, maybe I don't go all in this turn. But this is about to be the Gigaist of Gigafins. I'm promoting him to Terrafin.
Yeah, this is what, Petafin? I kind of forget what comes after that, but it's up there.
I can't look. I can't look. I am a Dead Draw fan, but even I cannot withstand the disgustingness of what is about to come.
I mean, disgusting is the right word, because if you could even imagine what it would look like a Gigafin eating all this, it's truly disgusting.
Right, well, Dead Draw can actually even afford to test for Objection, because he can prep Bone Spike, play a 2-drop, and then go Gigafin.
Well, it's still Perjury. He knows it's not, right?
Oh yeah, sorry. It's a rogue secret. My bad. Yep. So, what is the hesitation? Kidnap Sack?
Sack? Yeah. I don't even know what happens then. I guess it just deletes it, right? The Death Rattle would disappear. That's kind of good. Well, yeah, it's a tough one for Xe, because that was realistically the only out. right? There might have been some jackpot nonsense you could pull off, but for all intents and purposes, that was it, and he hit it.
Yeah. Yeah.
Yeah.
Put into brawl. I'm only thinking of other outs to try and make myself feel less bad for Xe, but nope, not helping. Not helping. He got scammed, and that's the second game.
Well, congrats to Mr. Deaddraw. 2 cheesy games in a row there. But that's the kind of decks he's bringing, right? This Rogue and this Mage, they just hope to, with a bunch of paper clips and bits of scrap metal or whatever lying around, cobble together an answer. As it's so disgusting, Gia has shifted into the Shadow Realm.
I know, I've blurred out of existence here. Sorry, ever since I shifted to my new setup, I have only a small camera. And this camera is not as cooperative as the one that I had in the Philippines. But hopefully I can get everything together because we still have a series on our hands here. Yes, Deaddraw only has 1 deck left. And yes, it's the deck that has been winning very, very often. But I don't think Demon Hunter has a good matchup against Boon Priest.
Fair. Yeah. It's a bit of a weird one. Because, they're both trying to pop off as early as possible. But I think for the Demon Hunter, if you know how to approach it and you just accept that a lot of the time, this is assuming you're able to discount some spell damages down to 0 at some point along the way, is usually the assumption you have to make when talking about the game plan of this deck. Assuming that happens, you can just use all your spell damage and removal in the early game, or damage as removal in the early game, just to clear off any of these boards that you possibly can. And then when you have one big Jace spell damage turn later on, that should be enough to close things out. And so I think as long as Deaddraw is not too liberal with his Relic of Extinctions, as you can sometimes be when you're first playing this deck and you underestimate how powerful it is to clear off those big boards later on, I think he's still got a reasonable shot here of taking the win versus Priest.
Right, definitely winnable, but I do think on average... Oh, Xe is not playing Boon Priest, but to finish that point, I do think on average the Boon Priest does their big pop-off 1 to 2 turns earlier than Demon Hunter has access to all of the discounted spell damage and removal on top of that, and 1 turn is all the Boon Priest needs to stick on board before they can get lethal with a Bless. However, Xe is going for a change of pace here, taking the Mirror first. Of course, it is Conquest, so we'd have to win with every remaining deck against Demon Hunter anyway. And the Mirror is one where things can get very out of control very quickly. It's quite often that you don't even need Jace to close out the game, because in the Mirror, you are very careful to not go wide on board. You generally don't play Phantasms unless it's in the super early game and your opponent can't benefit much from healing. But oftentimes in the mid game, it's just a liability because going wider on board means more lifesteal. And if there's not that lifesteal from the Unleash spell, there is damage permanence in the matchup.
Exactly right, and these early chip spells can make a big difference, because when you're at like 22 health, something around there, you don't really want to use your big burst turn to heal up, but you can die without Jace even at that point, absolutely. And I think that's something we will maybe see in this game, given that Deaddraw is getting this early damage through, and he's also representing a very scary hand with the Relic Vault, the Relic of Dimensions, everything coming up Millhouse right now for Deaddraw, to the point where I think you even just throw away the Relic of Extinctions to juice this up from discounting 1 and 2 to 2 and 3.
Definitely think about it. I don't think there's a rush to do so on this turn, though, because the turn 4 for Deaddraw is very much still up in the air. I don't think he's necessarily interested in playing Spectral Sight for 1 draw and the Mark of Scorn. It would not progress his quest, so just weaving in a hero power here, I think makes a lot of sense. Alright, Xe is going to go the route of Phantasms, and if there is any window in the matchup to do so, I think it's this, the very, very early game. Use it not really expecting to get much mileage out of the minions trading, but it does juice up future relics, especially now that he's drawn the second vault. I think he can use that first charge pretty liberally.
I fully agree with Dedraw just rifling through his draw cards. It's not like by saving them he'd be more likely to actually complete a layer of quest later on, because after he goes for Relic of Dimensions, it should be relatively easy to churn through those quest completions without any difficulty anyway. In terms of completing quests, though, this is a bit of a tougher proposition for XC, who would have to trade away the Guild Trader with a coin, and the Guild Trader is one of the cards you want to discount anyway, so trading it away defeats a lot of the purpose. In the end, I agree with him just holding out for a Dimensions off the top to have a chance here.
Extremely rough as well, now that the Mark of Scorn even missed some damage from drawing the Guild Trader. Dedraw will know that as well. But oh my goodness, that is a 5-mana Jace for Dedraw with a Silver Moon Arcanist in hand. We did talk about how Jace is sometimes unnecessary in the matchup, but you still take it when it costs 5 and the Need for Greed at 1. Dedraw only moments away from moving on to Sunday.
Oh, that's the draw for XZ, though, to pull him back into this game. Now we're talking.
Absolutely. Could grab himself a cheap Jace of his own or a 0-cost or 2. Yo, I may have spoken too soon. So that means the Need for Greed next turn is going to cost 0 for XC.
Right. Which is insane. And the discount, not even that necessary for him anymore. It's nice, of course, but he just needs to find Fel Barrages and the Unleash Fel here, and he very possibly is looking at lethal. I mean, next turn, it could happen with just 1 or 2 decent draws.
I mean, even just a Fel Barrage is enough, right? With 2 Silver Moon Arcanists. That's 24.
Sure. Yeah.
Dedraw, no access to healing himself here. And to clear the 2-2 even, I mean, without taking face damage, even requires him to play a Fel Barrage, which feels rather expensive. But, I mean, when your opponent hits the nuts, right, no breakpoint of health is really, really safe. So I wouldn't fault him for just leaving up the 2-2.
And next turn, he's going to have access to a lot, basically, of damage with the double Fel Barrage, like 24, 30 if there's nothing on board with a double Fury as well. But it looks like he's throwing some of that in now, maybe trying to set up for a Jace next turn with the spell damage plus Fel Barrage. Okay.
He's also trying to prevent a Fel Barrage on the other side from killing him if there's too much spell damage, but we can see here that there's Fury for XC, Need for Greed. Fel Barrage still very much lethal if he finds it. Unleash Fel. Oh my gosh, how much is this now?
It's
10, 16?
10.
Is there mana to play the Chaos Strike? 18? A little bit short. Oh!
Yeah, I count like 19 damage here, I think.
He has a couple more draws. He cannot go Need for Greed because that would delete the breakpoint for Fel Barrage playability, but he can go Spectral Sight, he can go Rust-Rot Viper, tradable.
I guess you go Spectral Sight just to not... I mean, I guess it doesn't matter straight away because you can't redraw the card you trade.
But he has to go now.
He does have to go now.
He's considering copping out and going for healing instead, I guess. That's a tradable. Has 1 more mana left to play with if he takes either Spectral or tradable from the Viper, and it would still be lethal. But... Okay, copping out.
Oh, does he smack into it as well? That's so expensive. Oh my goodness.
Surely he's...
But you can see why, right? He didn't want to play double spell damage because of the healing potential on the other side. But with no Fel, Unleash Fels having been played on the other side, I don't know that this is lethal.
So if he goes Arcanist Fel Barrage and the 0-cost Fury, he immediately deals 4 face, and then he will replay 2 Fel Barrages, right? Which is another 16, and then the Fury itself again. I kind of thought that was lethal with the 2-cost Silver Moon Arcanist, Fel Barrage, Fury, Jace, but might have been miscounting.
We have did he play? He played a Chaos Strike as well, right? At the start of the
yeah.
game.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, that kind of felt like lethal to me too.
It's one of those spots that we hope our co-casters are listening and telling us that we're not
Yeah.
crazy. Oh, and then he's going for board now. I guess it's a spot where XC, like the lifesteal, if it's happening, it might as well be lethal, but I think XC, the window is wide open for him to pull back now if he can get a lethal of his
absolutely.
own.
I mean, he could even just go like, what, Silver Moon Guardian? Oh, that's the draw. Okay. So he needs one more spell damage, ideally, first to really make this work. I thought he might start with Relic of Extinction this turn.
Actually, no.
Really a possibility, though.
There wasn't lethal for XC, and if it wasn't lethal, then he knows he's kind of dead the next turn to Arcanist Jace.
Sure.
So I don't know if the line there...
30, though.
That doesn't feel safe in my book, but...
It's the best he's got, though, right, at this point.
Yeah.
Like, you have to play Relic here, I think, to hit Guild Trader.
Right. But there's no Fel Barrage remaining, so it's never lethal for XC?
It's
maybe
never
Marcus
lethal,
Fire?
no.
Yeah, no.
Is there one Fel Barrage left? Man, it's getting too complicated. I mean, that wouldn't even be lethal anyway, but... Oh, he's just trading again. Wow, really?
I mean, he's just trying to get there with Jace on the next turn, but he will have a spell damage remaining in that world, and a 5-2 is left up. This is giga lethal for Deaddraw now, surely. Because he goes 2 mana Silver Moon, Unleash Fel, Fury, Jace. That always gets there. I'm not counting.
Does it?
Doesn't it? You replay 2 Fel Barrage. I guess if the Fel Barrage goes in the wrong order, if it's before the other Unleash Fel from Jace, but he gets to replay 2 rank 2 Furies, 2 Unleash Fel, 2 Fel Barrage, a Chaos Strike, and probably something else that I'm not thinking of, and there's a 5-2 on board.
That's
That
true,
has
it
to
is
be
both Fel
enough.
Barrage. Yeah, as long as it doesn't go in like the worst possible order, maybe it could, yes. Maybe even then it's still good.
I feel like it might still be good, but we shall see. Okay, this is the bad order.
Bad order.
But yeah, it's still another 8
got it.
Oh, it's exact.
Oh, it's exact! No way! Oh! Unbelievable. 3-0 sweep for Deaddraw, the Demon Hunter, in a absolute brain melter of a final game, trying to work through all that mental maths, which we were clearly struggling with, or me at least, as he gets it done. He's through to the quarterfinals. Deaddraw just squeezing through in the Decicder match, and I gotta say, deservedly so. I think he's been looking absolutely on fire today.
Absolutely. I would like to look back at the penultimate turn from Deaddraw if he could have gotten the lethal 1 turn sooner, but I don't fault him for being a bit more careful here. This is, like you said, a real brain melter as to whether the calculations are right or not, and it's really punishing if you do actually miss out on lethal, because your opponent, after you've cashed out all your damage, can simply unleash Fel to heal that all back up, and suddenly you don't have a win condition. Either way, congratulations to Deaddraw, making it look very easy with some very fortunate outcomes in the first 2 games, not going to lie, but definitely put in a lot of work to get here, and throughout the day has been playing very, very clean indeed. Also, my heart goes out to XC because it has been a long journey for him as well. This entire matchup between Deaddraw and XC was just a match between some of the greats, some of the highest win rate players throughout the entire history of the Masters Tour system. And for today, Deaddraw reigns supreme, but sure, that's not the last we'll be seeing of XC.
Yeah, that's right. After we got news that he had, very unfortunately got contracted COVID, and it was looking like he might not be at the absolute tip top of his mental game, especially after that first game where things were looking a little rough. I think he rallied fantastically. That second game, third series that we saw from him there, up against Deaddraw, the rematch, even though he was unable to get the victory, I think he played much, much better than what we saw in the first series today. So congratulations to him. And yeah. Congratulations to Deaddraw, I guess, being the salient point here, as we're all done with Group A, and we will now head over to Group B for the second half of the day here at the 2022 Hearthstone World Championship. We'll be right back.
Hello, Glory. It's a pleasure to finally get to talk to you after all these years, and congratulations on another fantastic year. Can you tell us what it means to you to win, to get into the third consecutive World Championships?
いや、すごい嬉しいですね。自分が競技シーンを始めた時は、世界大会という目標というより、自分の地域、アジア地域を抜けることを目標に頑張ってきたんですけれど、急にっていうとあれなんですけど、3年連続世界大会に進出っていうのは昔では考えられないぐらい嬉しいので、欲を言えば来年で4年目みたいなことも狙いたいんですけれど、とりあえず今年は3年目っていうことをもう喜びをかみしめながら、世界大会を勝ち抜けていきたいなって思います。
Of course you are. When you win this competition, would you like to beat Possessi in the finals, or is there somebody else you would like to beat in the finals?
やっぱり去年の恨みというか去年の決勝で負けた恨みがあるので、一番倒したいのは、ポセシなんですけれど、やっぱり今年ナンバーワンプレイヤー上げるとしたら誰かって言われるハブガブ選手も倒したいなとは思います。
How have you kept such a high level of play for so long?
自分でもちょっとわからないというか、どうしてここまで勝ってるのか正直自分でもわからない部分なんですけど、やっぱり自分がやってることとしたらやっぱり練習の量なのかなっていう印象はありますね。ハースストーンはやっぱり練習すればするほど上手くなれるゲームかなっていう感覚はあるので、やっぱり勝ってた要因があるとすれば今までずっと練習してきたことがあるんじゃないかなって思います。
Over that time as well, have the other players have improved? Players like Habu Gabu, are they better than they were 2 years ago?
そうですね。基本的に昔と比べてどんどんやっぱりレベルは上がってるんじゃないかなって思いますね。やっぱりというのもちょっとハースストーンが最近複雑化してきてる印象があるので、やっぱり複雑なデッキを操作しきれるプレイヤーがちゃんと勝ってるなっていう印象なので、やっぱり複雑なデッキを使いこなす上手いプレイヤーが多いなっていうイメージはありますね。
That's absolutely true. I think that's true. Okay, which is the best region outside of APAC? Is it China or Europe? And you can say Americas if you want to.
中国とヨーロッパはやっぱりどっちもレベルが高いので悩ましいんですけれど、どちらかというと EU 地域かなっていうイメージがありますね。
Thank you. A quick other question as well. Japan has been doing very well in Lobby Legends. Do you play Battlegrounds yourself?
拡張が来るちょっと前ぐらい、やっぱり環境がちょっと停滞化してきた時にバトルグラウンドを結構触ったりしますね。大体拡張が来る1ヶ月間ぐらい前はバトルグラウンドをやっていることが多いですね。
Finally, do you have any shout-outs for friends, family, or playtest partners?
会う人間にはやっぱり感謝を伝えられるんで、やっぱり応援してくれる人たちに感謝を示したいですね。今までちょっとあんまり露出がない、自分でもあんまり露出がないかなって思う人間なんですけど、応援してくれる人がたくさんいるので、やっぱりこういう大舞台に立つと力になるので嬉しいです。ありがとうございます。
Tianming, welcome back for the second year in a row. Once again, you've had fantastic results this year. Are you even better this year than you were last year?
对，今年比去年状态更好。
Okay, and there are 6 players from China qualified for this World Championship. Which of you is the best? Who do we need to look out for?
我觉得小 T 是最强的，然后小白包括小马哥都是很值得关注的。
Excellent, thank you. And we know how well you've done in Masters Tours in the last year. Very consistent results. Can you tell us a bit about how you've done in China this year? We see less of your results over here.
其实今年我在巡回赛表现一共拿了4个6胜，其实是挺满意的，因为每次都是因为小分不够没进淘汰赛。我觉得我今年表现还是可以的，除了没进淘汰赛就有点可惜。不是，就是巡回赛是瑞士轮，就是6胜有概率能进淘汰赛，就是我6胜是小分不够的那些人。
Okay. So been doing better over here. Due to these results, you've played a lot of players from outside of China on the Masters Tours. Are there big differences in play style between the Chinese community and the rest of the world?
对对，我觉得外国的选手在卡组方面会比较特别一点，会有很多很有想象力的卡组，和这些和他们比赛更有意思。
Okay, and of those players, which ones in the World Championship do you fear the most? Do you think is the best player of the non-Chinese players?
最害怕的选手 Glory， 最厉害的我觉得也是他吧，他一贯一样。对。
Finally, is there anybody you would like to shout out for, whatever reason, friends, family, teammates, that sort of thing?
想对我的队友 Stone 说吧，就我在 Last Call 战胜了他，就这次我会带着他的一份，就在总决赛取得好成绩。
I very much appreciate your time and personally really glad to speak to you for the second year running as well.
Hello, everybody, and welcome back to the Hearthstone World Championship. My name's TJ. I'm joined by Neil Lorinda Bond, aka Neil Lorinda Bond. And time to jump over to Group B. That's right, we have one full group complete, 2 players going through to the quarterfinals. already. You know, and I say already, but we've been live for a long time. Already 7 hours later, you know.
Gonna be a long old day, and that's great because that means we get to see lots and lots of Hearthstone action. Bit less of the priest, please, but everything else, loving it. And here we go with the players: Glory, Tianming, Xiaoti, and Yala with that amazing avatar. Glad we got to show that out there. And it's going to be a really, really difficult group. For me, this is by far the standout group in a tournament full of standout groups.
Yeah. Raven trying to justify that there was a weak group. Funny. Yeah, every group is stacked. You know, that's what we come to see here at the World Championship, is the best of the best. And I feel like, you know, this is one of the years where we got it. A lot of top tier players. So, you know, speaking of top tier players, what about a player, Neil, who has competed, Neil, in the World Championship Finals, Neil, 2 years in a row, trying to make it a third? Wow. One in 2020, runner-up in 2021. I mean,
clearly passed
by that logic, he's going to get third this year, but...
It's absolutely
down.
I remember when we used to make a thing of, oh my goodness, somebody's made 2 tournaments. They've made it to World Championships twice. That's still a big thing. If you've done that, well done. There's like 7 of you or 5 of you or something. Great. 2 finals back to back. And then we basically said goodbye to Glory at the end of the champs. But there was 1 spot left because Habu Gabu qualified twice. There was a playoff for that spot. And Glory was like, no, you're just not getting rid of me. I'm going to do it a 3rd year running. And he's done it with a fantastic win rate across all formats as well. So good for him. And he's here. He wants to make it 3. Obviously he does, but really, really wants to get that done again with that interview, preferably with a win over Possessi in the finals. But there's a lot of great players in the way, TJ, so it could be quite difficult.
It could be. We have the chance in this tournament for a couple players to actually win their 2nd World Championship. And they were in the finals last year with Glory Possessi, so...
Good talk, TJ. Good talk.
Yeah. Would be pretty neat to see that, because it's never happened, right?
Nope, not yet. But it will one day.
Yeah, that day could be today. Well, not today, but Sunday. But if it's, you know, if we keep going at this rate, it'll all be one continual day. You know what I mean. So,
but I feel like
matches have been.
We're sort of taking away Tianming's performance here. He was also in the World Championship last year out of the 8 people who were there. Like, he opened the show last year playing against Nalgadan, I believe it was. Didn't do very well in the group, so we call that a top 8 because there were 8 people and he was one of them. So
top 8, nice.
It is a way of showing the more casual viewers, though, this person is good, rather than just competed. Like, top 8, there were 8 people there, you were top 8. It's a bad result if you were there, but just getting there is fantastic. Getting there 2 years running, even better. And this year has been one of the top performers in Masters Tours as well. Very much under the radar because has a lot of sort of 6 wins, didn't quite make top 8, top 16 type of performances. But he is here, and he last year was regarded as a dark horse for winning it, and I think this year probably kept the same tag, actually. He's one of those players, nobody's going to be surprised if Tianming takes it all down.
I would agree. Already showed off the deck lists. Priest for Glory, the Boon Priest for Glory versus the Quest Fell Demon Hunter for Tianming.
Yeah.
That we've seen quite a bit of and will continue to see quite a bit of as the weekend progresses. Right off the bat, good start for Tianming has the Quest. And especially now
every time. It's a good queue for Glory, right? He's got to beat the Druid or the Jackpot Rogue if he doesn't win this one. So queuing into the Demon Hunter is where he'd want this Priest to be. That's why you bring this Priest, is largely for this Demon Hunter deck. So, yeah, nice opening game for him. He's got to get it done, though.
Yep. Glory, one thing we didn't talk about, just going with the beat-em-up lineup. Went the Draka Rogue, The quest fell, DH. Aggro Druid. That's right, Aggro Druid.
Yeah.
And of course, the Boon Priest. It's the I'm going to win or lose games by turn 5.
Yeah, I highlighted 2 in my little grid that I talk about, where I just do a grid of all the matchups. There's 2 highlighted for this, which is this one, which Glory's got. He's got the Priest versus the Demon Hunter that he would want. And that Aggro Druid, if he can run that into the Ramp Druid has no defense against it anymore. It doesn't have the early minions that it used to have to sort of defend against people hitting you in the face on turn 2. And that's like an open goal for Glory if he can queue that up. So he's halfway to that achievement. If he gets those 2 matches, those 2 games, he should win the match.
Mm-hmm.
But that's the numbers. But then we play the games and it all goes completely wrong. That's where I start falling down when they actually play the Hearthstone.
Yeah.
Ooh, no time.
Needs something here.
Yeah.
Find the draw for the quest completion. Does have Vault and Relic of Dimensions.
Yes.
In hand, though. So, okay spot. All right.
That would have been part of that decision there. It's like, if I miss, I miss. I want to Relic on 5. And, you know, can you try and get away with it? But obviously, missing is a big deal, especially against this Priest deck, because the Priest deck starts to kick into shape right about now, probably next turn.
Yep.
Those pickups.
I wonder if this is going to be a traded shard or a casted shard. Okay. Casted shard could make it easy to just get the Handmaiden. But this gets closer to Boon by trading it away, which is what you're looking for with these big turns. And with Tianming having not even completed the first portion of the quest, not really drawn too many cards, and you expect just a Relic of Dimensions next turn with not too many discounts, to be quite honest with you.
It's just going to be the quest discount, plus obviously the second Relic discount. Which is fine. It's not catastrophic like you might expect if you're new to this deck somehow. You don't need massive reductions, but it is nice to get one extra reduction. As popping off.
Ooh. Ooh. Oh, coin! Nice! Sick! And damage with Chaos Strike. Also, the draw is the more important thing here.
How quickly he's going through it. I know that a lot of players will be able to do it this fast, but he really is under the pressure of the World Championships, taking no chances with the rope. He is just going. And look how important it was that he played that all that quickly as well. It's going to matter that he went crazy quick because the rope's going to get there.
Yep. And then Bless and a Boon. And yeah, Neil.
This is roughly how Tianming started last year, by the way, I think. I think he managed to play a mage deck and ended up having to play snowmen and things. It just went horribly wrong. From memory.
All right, we got to count damage here.
1, 4. Can you preemptively heal? Like, I'd like to heal with my Unleash in advance of taking 40 next turn.
So if he hits Unleash,
yep,
from the first one, nope, already done. And then the Arcanist from the second one, it would have just been double. No, it would not nearly enough. Like, I don't even know what I'm trying to do here. Like, Demon Hunter could do a lot of damage, but he had no reductions, no quest completions whatsoever. That was the very first relic that was being cast that game.
Yeah.
So it wasn't even like would get a ton of discounts to be able to have perfect draws. There was no perfect draw. That was like 100% win from that standpoint. So, yeah, well done to Glory. Nicely navigated early game into the pop-off at the right time. All the actions necessary. Because he started going before he even saw that the boon was there. It was already pretty deep in the deck, so it was likely that it was going to hit. But got it done regardless. So nicely navigated.
Tian Ming said in his interview that Glory was the player he was probably most scared of outside of the really super obvious names. And that's why, exactly why. You see it all there, that's Glory in a nutshell, plays 1921s on turn 5. No other player does that, just Glory.
He's just, crack the knuckles, big stretch, yeah. Game easy life. That was onto the aggro druid. And, yeah, this one is, this is a toughie. This is a toughie.
All depends what he queues into. He's looking to queue into that other druid deck. And if he does, he's almost 2-0 up already. Something in this meta as well, Trog is so good again suddenly. Have you noticed how good it is now?
I feel like it's always been good.
I think it's even better. Everything's just...
Trog hasn't gone away.
I mean, yeah, it's been in decks, in aggro decks. Obviously, it didn't leave, but
I think it's
ruins every deck right now, unless you sometimes... Because the buffs come from hand, apart from one of them. I think it's one spell that buffs. The rest is all minions. You can sometimes buy yourself time by filling up the board and trying to get to scale to clear with. But yeah, Ramp Druid it is. This is so hard.
Yeah. I mean, there's like, Sow the Soil, Mark of the Wild, Pride's Fury, also Planted Evidence. So there's a good amount of spell buffing that can take place. But
You've got to, if the aggro gets the Trog, I think it's almost over from turn 1. If they don't get the Trog, it's still incredibly hard.
Yeah, because even like Astalor, it doesn't have the deal damage battlecry until turn 4. So
yeah.
Not even like you can have tempo tools early on. There's because of the sort of armor package with, Crypt Keepers, Anubricon, Chitinous Plating, things like that, cut the cards that used to give you sort of that early removal, like Natural Causes was in some decks, Druid of the Reef was in some decks.
I love it. Aggro deck throws away the 1-drop because there's 18 1-drops in the deck.
Yeah.
So you can be greedy.
Just want the better 1-drop.
Yeah. This is about the worst hand imaginable, and it's still fine so far.
Yeah, well, there's a Starfish.
Cool.
Starfish can be a pretty big deal.
Yeah, I've got to watch it because I will be incredibly sarcastic about the chance that Starfish could actually sort things out here.
Oh, yeah. 8 armor. Boom.
Yep. And it's the only time he's hoping to get to play it because of the way the Nourish might pan out and the Starfish might pan out. So just get it played while you've got 2 mana chilling.
Ooh. I'd probably pick Jerry Rig, but there's a pretty big argument for all 3 of these. But Jerry Rig's just the most consistent.
And a Trog.
You basically get to pick 2. Yep, and there's a Trog. And a Jerry Rig and a card draw. So Glory's most likely going to Pride's Fury next turn, which will play right into the Starfish.
Yeah, so I guess Tian Ming can consider doing the thing here where he fills the board up, taking a lot of damage, like you expect the Pride's Fury, and then Starfishing and just taking 7 the turn after. Except you can't Starfish because they can trade into your board. You need a different silence.
What if?
I think it just might be worth just hero powering. You can even hero power the Trog, and that will entice Glory to buff it, and then you can Starfish it away next turn. But then your game plan is so...
I love this.
Okay.
All it takes is care and death.
Yeah. It's not the thing I was talking about, but this makes sense, right? You've got to do something, and the Trogs are just so mediocre. If they've got the buff, you lose. By the buff specifically, I mean Herald.
I wouldn't be upset if Glory just went wide and just played like the attack half. Yeah. The attack half of the soil.
Nice.
And then thorn grow sentries. You can even just leave it as is and just hero power.
This is better, I think, because if you leave it as is, the Trogs will fill up the other 2 spots on the assumption Tianming has a Nourish or something.
Yeah. No, this is better, because this is enough to get a Starfish out, and then you can still roll into Fertilizer plus Pride's Fury. Tianming kind of has to Starfish, right?
I think he has to Nourish and just eat. You've got 40 health for a reason, right? Just Nourish and take what they've got, and then take what they've got again and hope they're still alive.
What if?
And then into Miracle Growth, into something else.
Do you Nourish and Astalor here?
I think so.
Oh, hero power.
Yeah, because if you put the minion down, they can trade in the Trog, and then they can play the Herald of Nature, which just makes your life worse.
25.
Yeah, you kind of had to hope this wasn't there, to be fair.
27.
Go on, Starfish, you could do it. Really can't. He had to hope the Pride's Fury wasn't there, I think. You add 7 onto that if he's on 14, because that doesn't happen.
Yeah.
Suddenly the game's in the balance in the world's worst matchup. He knows it's the world's worst matchup.
The earthing scales, the Starfish. Because this is...
Yeah.
7 damage being represented on board. So you can't just hero power, because the hero power side would do it. And
Living
Roots do it with, just Living Roots, but he's going to go for Jerry Carpenter, which will get the Still the Soil once again, and Fertilizer will end it. Gloria 2-0 already. With a nice display of why Aggro Druid is here in his lineup. It's to beat up on lineups like Tianming that are going for sort of that greedy late game style to kind of match greed for greed with some of the other players, and going real quick.
I'm laughing at players with lineups like Tianming, which is like 13 of the people in the tournament. Has Glory just nailed it? Is that cheeky little aggro druid going to nail it? Does have the demon eliminated.
I guess Bly's lineup was kind of close to this. Not near. There were some fast decks in Bly's lineup, sort of. He had the Death Metal Rogue.
Right, just the Demon Hunter left, which it is really powerful, but I think it's overperformed on stream. And I'm a big fan of the deck. I think it's a super strong deck. I think it's a super fun deck to play. I think it's really interesting, but I think it has overperformed on stream. As much as I'd like to say that's just what it does, it's very capable of losing to these 3 decks one by one. It can happen.
Overperformed?
Yeah.
No, that's just how good the deck is. Yeah.
The deck's super good. It's the best deck in Hearthstone. I'm not disagreeing, but it's looked unbeatable. And it is beatable. It can lose. That's why only 13 players brought it, or 15 or something. DJ's left in disgust.
I'm disgusted. That's disgusting. The game is not even close.
It isn't even close, I do agree. The talking point, which card do you leave out of Mark of Scorn, Chaos Strike, and one other that my brain has just currently
Need for Greed.
Thank you.
This is the standard, I feel, is the double Need for Greed single Mark double Chaos Strike.
Yep.
Chaos Strike's just a really good turn 2 play because oftentimes you're not completing quests on turn 2. So it's just a nice little cycle to something else on turn 2, right?
Yeah, I do agree. Hang on. I think I saw both hands. I feel like Glory had 7 cards in his hand and Tianming had none. That would be a bit unfair. So basically a race for dimensions. Obviously there's more nuance to it than that, but get dimensions, get the location, and off you go.
He just dumped it.
Yeah, I think that's fine. It buffs your dimensions that you know you need to draw.
He's got a lot of draw. Has a nice quest completion next turn with trade on the Rushrock Viper Spectral Sight. And because of this, the sequence of draws will get the
everything reduced.
Yep.
So he knows he's in a good spot, so finding that 1 mana might not be the easiest for him, so he's choosing to do it that way. Because obviously just getting that relic played, the 1 mana can be hard to find.
End the turn with this another sigil too. Pretty good.
If these cards are good, Tianming could already be in trouble because he has the dimensions but not the location. But that's far from good from Glory. He's going to have to mess around a bit now.
Yeah.
Tianming is going to have a big Relic of Dimensions in a couple of turns if he can get the second draw, but he might just choose to cast it for 2 cards, depending how it goes. Probably cycle the Guild Trader next turn into Relic of Extinction.
Yeah. Oh, he's gonna unload to get the quest completion on the with the Spectral Sight.
Nice.
Oh yeah.
And there's no problem with doing this. It costs you a tiny bit. People might be like, oh no, but my Jace will be slightly underperforming because blah, blah, blah. Turn 4, not turn 5 Fury. No one cares. Just keep that hand open so you can draw more cards into it. That's absolutely fine to do this.
Yeah.
He has run out of stuff though, so he is in trouble now, but yeah.
Yeah, but all right, let's take a look at his deck. Double dimensions, double need for greed.
Loads of cycling that is just 0 neutral draws.
Well, has used like both Spectral Sights.
Only 16 cards left though. You've just named 4 card draw cards. So there's 3 cycling cards on top of that. That's 7. So that's half of his deck draws or gets the card he wants or gives him another go at it.
Yeah, what about a Jace?
Yeah, not one of those. You don't want that one.
Yeah.
Now you play the Phantasms just to try not to die.
Yeah. I mean, if Tianming doesn't pick up healing and can't clear off these Phantasms next turn, nah, it's not a discounted Jace.
He just goes. Tianming has it all.
Yeah.
Or he could even clear if he's feeling uncomfortable. I don't think you're uncomfortable here. You just go.
Yeah, he's fine to just play it out. Oh my god! Oh my! No way! Is that just how much?
Might just be lethal now. Oh, he's only got 1 of the
next turn. I mean, next turn it is. That's +6 spell damage.
No, we need to count. We need to count now.
I mean, it's really easy to count.
Oh, then count it.
Okay. 23. 24 with the hero power. It's lethal next turn.
Because he hasn't got the other fell. Yeah, he hasn't got the mana for the fell. Lethal next turn. 1 more mana, it'd be lethal this turn. What the heck?
I got it all.
Oh, I see. He's countered that it's lethal with this.
Yeah.
Got it.
But even if this Guild Trader on the board is removed, which it very likely will be, you have you still have the mana to do everything next turn with +6 spell damage.
Yeah. Because of your other Silver Moon.
Yeah, and then just double Fell Barrages.
Yeah, nice little touch there from Tianming to do that.
32.
There you go. Glory lose with the Demon Hunter. I told you the deck was, capable of losing.
Search within me. Gifts of the arcane, search
If he loses twice more, he'll lose the match.
Glory's just like, I did this to you the first 2 games, so it's only fair that you get your turn.
And I've still got this deck, so I'm all right. Yeah. Okay. 2-1 in double quick time. This is ridiculous. This is so different from the game we cast in the other group, which was just priesting along. Just priesting.
I think I like this better.
I like this a lot more, I've got to admit.
Just a little bit.
I do like, and I don't mean the finish, I mean the end of those priest games, sort of the last 8 turns of those priest games are actually really interesting. It's just getting there that's the problem. When they're actually sort of trying to steal the last thing from each other at the end and put it on their bottom of their own deck by drowning it, I think that's kind of cool. The middle game was less exciting. But Rogue and the Druid are remaining, and these are a different kettle of fish, really, for the Demon Hunter. The Druid, in theory, is supposed to be Druid favoured. It definitely was at first. I'm not sure it is. What do you think? As we go on to the Rogue.
Druid versus Demon Hunter?
Yeah, Druid versus Demon Hunter.
I mean, it just depends on how far you can go, right?
Thanks. Yes, it does. It's a race, isn't it?
This one's a little bit interesting, too. There's so much disruption in the Jackpot Rogue that sometimes it can feel pretty difficult. Like the Sketchy Stranger into Objection is annoying because then the Objection's going to keep being recast from Contraband Stash.
You asked for it.
Ghastly Gravedigger is really annoying because it can throw back a key piece of your combo, right? Reset a cost, which is a big one. If you're holding onto a discounted spell damage minion, putting it back in the deck can really limit your abilities to go fast. But if you don't find the disruption, you're just playing whatever the game gives you, honestly, with Jackpot Rogue. And this is one of those hands. So there's a Sketchy Stranger start. So Sketchy Stranger does pick up Objection. With a Contraband Stash already in hand, that could be a pretty big deal. Glory gave him the little clap for the Relic Vault.
And you've got 3 turns now to just draw as many cards as you can and try and find the Relic of Dimensions.
Interesting.
We've seen enough Bone Callers for one day. Don't pick that, please. Boss spells? The thing is, the Demon Hunter doesn't really clatter into your face anymore like it used to, did it? It used to be that the sort of the last bit of the Jace was all the Chaos Strikes and Furies for another 20 damage, but that's not even it anymore.
How many undeads in the deck, is there?
Not yet. Like, joking aside, I think that's the point, is there might be. Is the Krakatoa... No, they're not undeads.
There's no natural undeads, I don't think.
Yeah, I don't know my lore well enough. I look at things like Ashara, and the art tells me they might be undead until I have to look closely, and I don't know.
So many.
Ashara?
Yeah.
That's a Naga. Come on.
They look undead, though, don't they? They're like sort of plague-ridden fish.
Where you followed.
Yeah, they look like Naga. Ooh. No objection. And to be honest, that's really the only one that's relevant. Counterspell can be annoying sometimes, but...
Yeah, objection is the...
Another happy guildie.
Oh, my...
Oh, my goodness. Oh, my goodness. Has to think about hand space.
It's fine. You can have 7 cards in your hand. Well, 6 plus the one you draw next turn. You're good. Off you go. Reduce your costs. You can play the Sigil. You're fine.
I don't think you even want to play the Sigil. I think you want to play the Sigil next turn.
What, for more reductions? I'm happy just to play it, honestly.
Yeah, I know. Yeah, I think you're right.
I want to win on 6.
Yeah, you're right. You're right.
It's the World Championship, TJ. You've got to kill him a turn quicker than on ladder.
You do get an extra reduction because if you wait till you're completing quest next turn. So if you wait until the turn after that, you're not getting any additional reduction on the extra one.
Yeah.
Metamorphosis Flipper, friends. Perjury. Problem with Perjury is if you do get objection, it doesn't recast from anything.
I mean, getting it once seems to be about his only chance right now. So we'll start with one and hope. Oh, interesting, didn't choose to cycle the Guild Trader first here. Was an option.
It came off the draw, so it still discounted a little bit.
Yeah, I'm not saying it's a mistake, but it was interesting that was his choice to save the 1 mana rather than cycle Guild Trader first.
Okay, Ice Barrier.
Cool.
Sketchy Stranger.
Uh-huh. That's what he needs.
Objection.
Yeah.
Sustained.
I wonder.
Didn't know you were a lawyer, TJ.
I am. I know all about law.
What, the whole lot? Just everything about it?
Yep. Tell me anything. I'll tell you if it's a law or not.
If the batsman goes over the line, the bowler can take the bails off.
Not a law. That's a rule.
Okay. Everybody tweet at TJ. Cricket has laws, TJ.
Nope, it has rules.
Okay.
Yeah, tested for objection. How many times have I said objection so far this game? A lot, I feel.
Yeah, you've said objection. That's basically been the cast, is me going, oh, yeah, wow, and you going objection. Which is probably what would happen if we did those two things in a court, so that's reasonable.
Is there anything else you can say when there's an objection in the court besides sustained or overruled?
Denied?
That's overruled. No. Yeah, that's overruled.
Okay, I don't know. I'm not really a law sort of person. I'm more of a free spirit. Yeah, I do it my way. Do you think I'd be allowed the flamingo by the laws of casting?
Yeah, so they're not laws, they're rules.
What's the difference?
There's none.
It's just...
That's a law.
It's how important the person making the rule is, right? Like, if the person making the rule is really important, it becomes a law. If it's me making the rule, it's just a rule.
No, if it's you making the rule, it's a suggestion.
It's a joke. Okay. These 8/8s are going to get there. Yeah, a lot of damage.
I mean, so it's just the spell damage in hand.
Oh, no, I understand that the normal way of getting there is also going to get there. Don't get me wrong here, TJ.
It's +4 spell damage next turn with double unleash plus Fel Barrage. That's just next turn. And can also has a Relic Extinction to throw in there, just in case.
But plopping your opponent in the face for 16 minion damage along the way just speeds it up a bit, really, doesn't it?
Yeah. So this is 16... 26 plus 12.
That sounds like 38. I'm afraid you're going to have to count again.
What's a hero
Do we
power?
need a hero power? We do need
What's a hero power?
Nice one. But he doesn't want to count. He just wants to press buttons, and that's what I want to do when I play this deck. Because he doesn't know if that's freezing trap or not. Now it comes out.
I think that's exacties.
5.
Gifts of the arcane surge within me.
I think it's exacties.
There you go.
I think it's exacties.
Good counting, TJ. It is exacties. Glory is going to the winners match in Group B after an absolute massacre. 3 of the easiest games of Hearthstone you'll ever see, and he lost one in between just to make it look fair.
He seemed distracted though. He was like fiddling with something over here. His light was a little bit weird, so he had to move it. He looks up and he's just dead on turn 5. He's like, whatever, you know, it happens. Comes back the next game, just does the exact same thing, but to Tianming instead. So, Glory, this just feels like another day in the office. Seems incredibly relaxed, just kind of playing his cards, doing everything right, I think. Playing around what he needs to play around. I especially love the aggro druid game. You know, the turn where he could have just gone Pride's Fury on this full wide board and then run into Starfish. He may have run out of gas. Instead, decided to make sure that the board stayed full, used his smaller buff cards, and then the payoff of the Pride's Fury once Starfish was no longer an issue for him. I just think that even though they were absolute stomps in the games that he won, he did what was needed, right? Not every player wins those games. Some slight decision making.
Yeah.
You know, in this one we were just talking about laws and rules.
Yeah, because he
played around every secret possible because we had the information, but he didn't, and he played around it quite well. Even just weaving that in through all of his draw sequences. So obviously he got a little help. You know, he got the Relic Vault into double Phantasms into double Dimensions. That helps. But you got to play well along the way in order to match that up too. So Tianming not out of it yet. That was just the first match for Group B. We'll fight off in the elimination match versus either Xiaoti or Yarla.
That's Eleanor, by the way, is the artist for Yarla's work on Twitter. Elben Lady, if you want to see more of that sort of art, because that was just a piece of fan art done for Yarla that has ended up in the broadcast through a little bit of asking and sort of nudging along the way, and it's now on the broadcast. So well done to them for
very cool
for that amazing piece of Yarla Warlock art.
Yeah, is we need it done for everybody, even though that would be way too much work.
Do it for us. Just a clown suit for me and TJ, please.
Yeah, or a flamingo suit. But we're cruising along here. That was a nice fast series, making up some time on this what's sure to be still a long day. We have 4 more matches left today. We got to finish off Group B before we move into tomorrow, where we're going to kick off Group C and D. But coming up next, we do have a good one. It's going to be Xiaoti versus Yarla. So don't go anywhere. More World Championship action right after this.
Question 1. Which player has had the most match wins in all Masters Tour events? Is it Hunter Ace, Fury Hunter, Alutemu, or Bunny Hopper?
Fury Hunter.
Question 2. What was Yarla's win percentage across all Grandmasters matches ever? Was it A, 55.3%, B, 57.2%, C, 60.1%, or D, 64.3%?
C.
Question 3. What was Habu Gabu's Swiss record in the 2nd, 3rd, and 4th Masters Tours combined? Was it A, 20-4, B, 21-3, C, 22-2, or D, 23-1?
B で。
Not this time. This one is C, 22-2. Okay, question 4. What was Dead Draw's record at Masters Tour Las Vegas? Was it A, 1-4, drop, B, 7-5, C, 8-4, D, 9-3?
B.
It's A. He dropped from Vegas and then had a fantastic year. Okay, and the final question. How many turns did Pasqua rope when he played against Blaze in Last Call? Was it A, 0, B, 25, C, 40, or D, 65?
D.
was 65. Well done. And that's all. Thank you very much for doing this. Gloria, great to meet you.
Hello everyone, welcome back. We are ready for our next matchup, and it is going to be Shouty versus Yala Sottle. Truly two of the greats are going at it in an initial match already in the group. So very, very exciting. But what do you make of not only both the players, of course, but their lineups in general?
Yeah, what more can be said about either of these players at this point? Shouty is a player that I have been a huge fan of for a very, very long time. Yala is a terrifying demi-demon who will chill you to your very soul just with a single glance of his piercing green eyes, and is also quite good at Hearthstone. Yala is a player that really, it took Grandmasters for me to really learn how top tier of a player Yala was. I always knew that Yala was fantastic, of course, but there was always a little bit of doubt in people's mind, I think, as whether he was on that absolute top level. You can go all the way back to like HGG, where he kind of played second fiddle to Stan Sifka in a lot of people's minds. And then he came to Grandmasters and just is the Grandmaster, arguably. Like not just in Europe, but, you know, across the world, he's the player that's perhaps stood out the most in the Grandmasters era without actually winning a world championship. That's the part that kind of falls a little bit short for Yala up until this point. But Shouty, as I mentioned, player that I've been an enormous fan of for an enormously long time at this point. As soon as Shouty came along, it felt like the standard of China player that I was casting when they came over to the world events that we were seeing, and when they started coming to seasonal championships, when that mixed, when we started seeing them in the Masters tours, it felt like Shouty taking over from like the Omega Zero era that came before that was when China Hearthstone really hit the map in my mind and made me think, oh my goodness, they actually have some of the very best players now. And I think Shouty has been at the forefront of that. Benich described him in his little dossier to us as the global ambassador from the China scene, which I think is a really good way of putting it as well. Shouty is a fantastic player, very nice guy as well, and is really just, when we were talking about conquest strategies at the start, a player that tends not to overthink strategies too much. You asked about the lineups. Shouty, I think, has just gone with decks that he believes to be the vanilla strongest. The one question mark in that is that he's gone with Jackpot Rogue, which might not be the vanilla strongest version of Rogue in some people's opinions. But I think it's actually Yala's lineup that's a little bit more interesting overall, slightly out of character for what he's used to going for.
Yeah, well, we will get to that in just a second, of course, while we check out the Ramp Druid from Shouty. Notable, of course, running the Jailer in there as a top end. Not something that everyone brings in general. But now we are going to look at Yala, and yeah, I mean, just a fantastic player. We've cast a ton of him, of course, with Grandmasters, and just always dangerous, I think. He never really feels like he has a massively off day. And speaking about lineups, one thing that is true about Yala is if he likes a deck, he will bring it and probably win with it. We remember the Galakron Warlock days, Sottle, where there was pretty much only Yala bringing it. He is very happy to play his own decks, and it feels like he doesn't bring stuff for the fun of it. It's not just because he likes them. He does have a plan, but he has done it time and time again where he's bringing like off-meta decks and made them work. And that same can be said for this Druid, which even though, yes, it's Ramp Druid, it definitely feels more like Combo Druid to me, Sottle.
Yeah, and I was referring to this at least in passing earlier when we were talking about some of the Druid matchups, and I was arguing that some of the Druid matchups do just come down to a race these days, in which case you'd rather have the slimmed down 30-card version of the deck and just get to your combo a lot quicker. That is what Yala has gone with here, which is something that I do have a great amount of respect for, but if anything, this and the Boon Priest that he has are kind of the two normal decks in the lineup, because yes, he has the Demon Hunter, of course, but the Demon Hunter has a Prosecutor Meltranix in it, which is an extremely unusual tech card to be thrown in there. And then for his Rogue, we talked about bringing Rogue, but perhaps departing from conventional ladder wisdom as to what the right Rogue is. Yala's playing Shark Auctioneer Rogue, which is, I didn't even put, when I was breaking down like Death Rattle Rogue builds, I was saying it's either mine, it's the Ghouls and Taunts, or it's the Jambray version. I didn't even friggin' mention Sharks and Gadgetzan Auctioneer.
Now there's the Yala version.
Exactly, yeah, now here we have it. So really, really interesting lineup from Yala, but as you mentioned, he's always been like this, right? We have him pegged as a control player, but I think really, if you wanted to categorize what he does in major tournaments, it's lineup edge player. That's what he is, right? He always goes for the lineup edge. If he thinks that's playing full control, he'll play full control. But we've seen him playing, 8 weapon destructions or 16 weapon destructions across his entire lineup in various matchups, in various tournaments in the past, and had great success with it. And this time around, I do think all of these weird decisions that we're talking about are just Yala trying to gain a matchup, a lineup edge in some of the matchups, and that's really just been a hallmark of not only playing solid, but bringing inventive lineups to find an edge on the field.
And I'm looking forward to seeing how this Druid does for Yala, because Druid, we've already talked about a good chunk today with how, impressive or not impressive it's going to be this weekend. But this one, I actually got by this Druid today because I was playing, I was like, okay, I've got time, no problem. I'm still, I'm setting up combos. And then it was the old Anubrakan, Bran, Astalor. I was like, oh, I am very, very dead now. So I'm very excited to see how this, performs instead of at my ladder level, but more like when a player like Yala is controlling it, especially in a matchup like this, because it feels a little bit dicier if Xiaoti can get ahead in terms of just overall value.
Not even coin. Well, I guess you're going coin, wild growth, nourish, and skipping the seedsman with this hand. I guess it's a little bit confusing having drawn every piece of ramp in the deck as to how exactly you're going to be parceling that out.
Also, of course, he'll be drawing cards ongoing, right? So it's like, well, that can definitely change the plan as he goes. LT now.
Time goes short.
Best of choices. I think if you had some form of promise of a minion in the near future, Kodo Mount would be a relative snap pick in that situation, but you do not. You really have no idea where your first minion's coming from, so that Kodo Mount might end up taking an enormously long time to actually end up being relevant, but the rest of the cards just weren't particularly anything, were they?
Yeah, not too great at all. Xiaoti can keep up with this wild growth, but after that, you can easily see a direction that Yala is going to, at least in the short term, jump ahead if he wants to go for that nourish. But there is just the guff available for Xiaoti. And again, when both players are roughly keeping up on mana, suddenly the player that does have guff is feeling fantastic, because you can keep up on not only mana, but you can obviously surpass that, but also keep up on card draw as well. Miracle growth too.
There is the Jailer for Xiaoti, one of the unique little sprinkles that he does have in his version of the deck. When, of course, you are playing the 40-card version, there is a little bit of discrepancy and disagreement as to what those last few cards are to really fill out the list that you need, because everything is really built around the sort of Anubrakan, Crypt Keeper package with the Armageddon and then the combo with the Astalor. It's just really what you throw in to support that. You know, some people going for Denathrius. We see Theatars and other various tech cards thrown in some slots as well. Zhao Ti just choosing to go for Jailer. Okay, does actually drop the last Wild Growth in. So as expected, it was Wild Growth into Seasman, drop the Nourish, but then does actually just choose to throw the Wild Growth in, which having not really drawn anything else to do with that excess mana does make sense now at this point. Finds himself all the way up to the lofty heights of 10 mana.
And very, very quickly, I think we're going to start to see just who has the clear edge. Because I would say this game has been roughly even. Of course, Zhao Ti having Guff is a big deal. But are those 10 extra cards and sort of bigger end game tools going to outweigh Yala just being able to more consistently get to, you know, some kind of combo? Because right now, Zhao Ti is just striding ahead, and not only with this Guff, but even just with board presence, because now Yala's going to, go for some card draw, hope he hits. If he doesn't...
I mean, he's nearly there already. He's essentially one card away from lethal at this point with the Earthen Scales that he has as well to be able to pick up as much armor as he needs, really. And with that in mind, I imagine you're just straight up Moonlit Guidance fishing.
Yeah.
Wah-wah.
What these options even do right now? Is this just waiting?
Yeah, not a lot. If you didn't have an Innovate, I might argue for the Innovate, because the Innovate allows you to cheat some of the armor. By going Brand first and then innovating the 8-drop, which basically means that you can do it from a standing start with 0 armor, which isn't always the case if you need massive amounts of damage in the early game. But he already has one Innovate, so that seems a bit excess. So yeah, Jerry Rig at least gets you a Nourish for more card draw, so that seems like the most logical. You asked whether the extra cards or the extra health would be making a difference here. Not literally so, but the fact that you are playing Theatar in your deck as one of those extra cards might actually have something to say about this situation, because without some kind of disruption, I think you would be about to see just the benefit of Yala's deck being that much smoother and quicker to hit that combo.
Yeah, and I wonder, like, if Theatar comes down from Zhao Ti and hits Astalor, like, do we just call it a day?
Pretty much.
It feels like I'm sat. The reason I'm paused is I'm trying to look at Yala's list and be like, but how could he win this? And that's the problem, right? Like, with a 30-card version, you aren't running the Devourers, you aren't running a Jailer, or, you know, whatever end game you want extra. So Yala's going to be in trouble. Let's see. Oh, those were actually quite good for Yala, actually. No Brand there, no Astalor. Like, yeah, okay. Take whatever you want. Enjoy.
Absolutely huge outcome in the end. Wow, and in fact,
your Astalor, Zhao Ti, whatever you do.
Really, it was actually the Kodo mount. Okay, I was considering if it was just the Devourer, because I do think Devourers are going to end up pretty much useless on both sides. I guess actually Devourers just in this situation, because depending on how many Avengers were already on it, right, you might even just be able to double trade these small minions you already have.
That's what I was going to say. I think, like, just giving Yala, even though it's likely Yala has good stuff to do with this many cards in hand, just giving him an answer to your board effectively is maybe not the best play.
So many contradictions.
Not like Kodo mount is that much worse of an answer, though, is the thing. That's the problem that I have here.
Work out, like, Guff, review, and then do stuff, I suppose, is the plan here for Yala.
How curious.
Yeah,
you just have to be a little bit afraid, right? Because the damage that's still going to push through, depending on what happens after this go.
Oh, okay.
Yep. Well, pretty good Guff.
Excellent goofage. So as defensive as possible then, without using any of actual important resources. Which, yep, looks like this. Max armor you can gain, kill the 8/5. Kill the 8/5 with the Kodo mount instead, but that doesn't gain any armor, so this is ever so slightly more defensive than that play.
Yep, all Yala really wants to do now is not die.
Correct.
He's like, Jailer, go. tricky in this scenario, and I think it's this game, at least so far, of course, could have gone a different way if Theotar decided to play nice with Shouty. But in not doing so, you really almost like a stark contrast between the two decks, right? Like Shouty had Guff earlier, but there's so much of Shouty's hand that is the extra 40 card stuff, right? Double Insatiable Devourer, the Jailer as well in there. It's like, oh, it's so many cards considering, you know, if you just change those 3 cards for any 3 from the core 30, it would look a little bit better for Shouty, I think.
And the longer this turn goes on with nothing happening, the happier Yala will be about his situation, I believe. And yeah, Jailer is slammed.
Yeah, I mean, what else is he actually supposed to do, you know, to like reasonably achieve anything right now?
Yep. So with the excess mana, you can now go Brand first, which is fantastic. You get to cheat a whole like, bunch of extra armor from the Anubakan Battle Cry. And then you just start blasting.
Our gift of frost shields us.
Oh, it's disgusting, isn't it? I'm just looking.
Our gift of fire.
So strong.
Okay, minions soaking, doing an excellent job. Okay, that was a lot of stuff hitting the minions, to be fair.
The problem is, though, like, because the minions can't die, these Devourers aren't actually infused.
Getting juiced, yeah.
Which means, yes, Shouty may not die here. He may not die here, but 14 damage isn't lethal for Shouty, so...
And there's 2 more coming. Like, regardless of whether or not you can play them this turn, which you can't, you are still getting 2 more Astalors into your hand for the following turns now anyway. And, of course, the fatigue is going to start ticking at this point. You have an entirely unplayable Miracle Growth in your hand.
It's the one thing that never clicked for me when I saw Astalor for the first time. I was like, oh, okay, this card's cool. I was like, oh, okay, yeah, Brand makes sense. I was like, oh, yeah, Brand just gives you 2 each time.
Yes.
I thought more Brand about, you know, the active effect and not the give you another card. I was like, oh, wait, this is absurd. Like I said,
theoretically, with enough armor and, you know, some sort of way to infinitely generate spells to shoot your own stuff off your own board, you could just keep going.
Really thinking about how he can get this done, but not even sure how he... I mean, this is another minion, right, that can soak from Astalor, but even this, I was going to say, how does he just stop dying on board? And there isn't a way. Shouty just thought he'd give it a quick try, and no real time wasted there. And Yala getting off to a fantastic start, and suddenly, you know, the 30 cards all seem to make sense, right? When you see it do that, yes, it's a 1-game sample size on stream, of course, but it's just like, yeah, it did look more sleek. It did look like there wasn't as much, you know, stuff getting in the way of this one combo you want to do. Definitely weak to Theotar, as we saw, but if you can dodge that, yeah, the deck looks pretty good.
Yeah, It's very hit and miss with Theotar because Druid is extremely good at keeping a high hand size all the time once they start going. So, you know, it's not like Theotar is ever really guaranteed to hit. But there are 3 specific cards in Bran, Nubrakan, and the Astalor, and you need all of them. Your deck doesn't really do much, if anything, at all.
Right.
Without one of those cards. So if you do lose them, you do start to find yourself in a little bit of trouble. Certainly, if you're up against a matchup against a robust deck on the other side, right? Like if you're playing against some aggro deck that's got Theotar in it for some reason, you might still be able to get there with, you know, your 1 scale of Elixir and just playing some big minions and whatever else, right? But against, you know, another Druid on the other side or whatever control deck you're playing against, if you get Theotar, you're going to be in real trouble because the damage falls off a cliff when you do not get that full Bran armor combo going.
Yeah, and even with that, though, one of the benefits of the combo is because they are minions, it's a minion-based combo, Moonlit Guidance is a great shield, right, about that, because you end up gaining the extra minions, where it's like, well, Theotar's stealing 1, you can't steal my multiple copies of this minion, which can really help out. But anyway, we could probably sit and just chat about this sort of 40 versus 30 for a while. But we are going to move on to the next matchup, and looks like we're keeping with the mirrors, Sol, because it's going to be Rogue versus Rogue now. So you get to see Yala's Rogue in action going up against Shouty's Rogue. Is again just one of the more sort of jackpot focused, long distance rogues, I guess. And very interesting that the deck is favored by Shouty and Bunny Hopper and Deaddraw. You know what I mean? It's that kind of style. It's just I feel like those players are quite similar in their approach to the game.
Yeah, and what's also interesting across all that is the Team Liquid China connection, right? Where it seems like the China scene has really pushed this Jackpot Rogue as the top competitive version of Rogue and has been doing so for several metagames. And I'm not sure if it is just a coincidence that Deaddraw and Bunny Hopper, two players outside of the China region who probably have more experience playing in that scene because of Liquid's involvement in the China Team League, that they're such big fans of the deck as well. I think if that is a coincidence, it's a very, very interesting one. Let's put it that way.
And now we get to look at the big question mark, right, of Yala's lineup, which is this Miracle Rogue, still Draka Rogue, arguably, but just to some basics out there, Sottle. This Rogue has Draka. This Rogue would like a big Draka weapon, as other versions of Draka Rogue do. But what is the difference? What is Yala gaining from this build versus, I would say, like the standard version of this?
Yeah, so obviously you can look at the key cards that have been highlighted there and have a reasonable explanation as to what is going on. This is very, very all-in Miracle style, whereas the other version of the deck with all the concoctions and the mailbox dancers and everything else actually has some tempo plays on the first couple of turns. They can make small minions to support their large minions as well. This is a much more hyper-focused combo deck version of the deck overall, which is super focused on just making the absolute biggest weapons and location minions possible. A little bit slower to get going. You're not going to see one of those turn one concede type hands, right? Because it's just not possible without the mailbox dancer and the shadow step. But in terms of the power ceiling of it, when you get things lined up, I think it's an absolutely monstrously high potential deck.
Yeah, important to note as well, as I just peruse to triple check Shouty's deck list, there is no Viper in here either, because I feel like it really is just players' personal preference whether they're playing Vipers now. It feels like there aren't that many decks that it's standard, but obviously for this tournament we've seen a few sprinkled around. But yeah, Shouty does not have access to Viper, which means if this weapon's made from Yala outside of taunts, there's not really another way he's going to be able to deal with it.
Yala considering, actually going to go for it. Yala was just panning out, I think, what the prep sketchy on one line looked like. He can either go prep sketchy on one and then just location on two, or just as he's gone ahead here and just absolutely rip it and go straight into the location immediately, which is what he's ended up doing here. Yep, 5-5, turn one. Boom.
I kind of like this because, well, guess what? His opening hand didn't have card draw, or like, if any. So it's like, well, I may as well attack, then make a thing instead of just pass, wait for something to happen. We'll be a little bit more active.
You ever just get baited by Kidnap? Every time I'm shown Kidnap, I'm just like, you know what? In this particular situation, it might not be terrible, and then it's terrible
you go
every single time.
Oh, wow. Okay, what nice trap. I was even looking at Oasis Ally. We were talking about Shouty doesn't have answers to weapons. Like, Water Elemental's not that bad.
Sure. Yeah, I think it was between Ice Trap and Oasis Ally for sure. That was my roundabout way of saying never get baited by Kidnap Sack. It's just not good.
Unless...
Okay, that's a good draw. Until the next time.
Yeah, and then we'll discuss it again. Options here for Shouty. Only option he doesn't have right now is clearing this 5-5.
And that's the option he would really love to have. Has not yet snap-picked Dreadful, but does end up taking it. And then presumably Gleaming to go alongside it. He really needs to actually start doing something thiefy.
Dreadful's Destroy, right? Before
Yes.
I get names
Correct.
mixed up. Okay, yeah. Yeah, it makes perfect sense. But yeah, I agree. I think we've seen this deck archetype. It can go forever, right, with value. But sometimes you draw the awkward combination of cards where you actually don't really end up doing anything for a few turns. And in this meta, that normally means you lose. I definitely like the card.
Yala has essentially just skipped turn 1 and turn 2. A 5/5 in a location has appeared on his board, and he's just got the same hand he started with.
Again.
It's literally his opening hand, right? Prep sketchy. Well, no, I guess he didn't have the shark. He had the
Yeah,
location
yeah.
originally. Yeah.
If his hand was different, it would be exactly the same as it was now.
That's right, yeah.
I mean, I still think the play is the same, though, Subtle. Just go again.
Yeah, you do it, right? Prep sketchy, coin.
With this hand, I cannot see why not. What else is that? Like I said earlier, when when we rewind time, is it just pass for a few more turns? I don't think so.
You can't now modify it to rewind time just to avoid saying turn back time, so I don't start singing power ballads at you. That's not fair.
It's one of those tricky ones where, do I want Subtle singing power ballad? Not particularly, but what do the viewers want? Yeah,
that's what really matters.
Yeah, exactly. Little bit more awkward. Yeah, I just surprised myself, Subtle, because I was like, right, what can Shao T do? Wait a minute, why has he only got 3 mana when his opponent has 13 power on board?
Yes.
And then I realized what the Yala's been doing. Ooh, shark. Oh no.
Medium bordering on large oof.
I really just want the game to break and Yala just have sketchy information into shark into location again. And Shao T is just like, what is going on?
Zhao T head in hands after that is loosely considering all his options in life right now, but I don't think there are many.
Swiftly.
I don't even know what really digs him out of this as well. I mean, we can see that Yala's got a whole lot of not much to push, but it might be a whole lot of enough, because outside of reconnaissance, like, what is Shao T actually going to do next? What does he even need to draw? Oh, painful. Got to be recon, right?
You would have thought so. Need to get this hand doing something.
Suddenly the sack didn't look so bad, did it?
The what? Oh, the sack? No, it's still bait.
I knew we'd talk about it again, though. It's like, but what if?
I'm enjoying how Zhao T has just slid progressively further off the bottom right of his camera as this game has gone on.
Oh. It's like...
Swiftly.
In. Like there's that, and then... You hope it lives, so then he can like trade Shadow Step or something. You know, like just something really weird, but just something that can happen. 10. Now this is peak gameplay by Yala. This is exactly the Hearthstone I sign up for.
Dumb game. It's like one of those matchups in the single-player content where you just start the game and they just have 3 minions on board.
Yeah.
What is this all about?
It's like old RTS when you start the game building your little base up, and then that you don't realize because of the fog of war, but they've just got a base already.
Yeah.
Like, what's going on? The thing now is, though, is Yala supposed to triple coin?
That's what I'm wondering. It's certainly not wrong. Whether it's optimal, I don't know.
Because then the fast can kill one, right? If it's
exactly, yeah, that's the problem.
Oh yeah, he's already swung the dagger, hasn't he?
Yeah, and he's already swung the
I thought there was still a swing. Yeah, okay. I mean, I still like it. He could just replay the 5/5s next, right? If he really needs extra time. I guess the argument is, what is Shouty has to kill the 3/3 off, or shadow step it to kill a 4/2. Then still has to not die after playing the 5/5s again for Yala, right?
My hand is full.
Yala pressing the hero power just for funsies.
Oh yeah.
Yeah,
it's a stat that gets brought up.
The
Average
2/2
hero powers per
weapon
game.
already being used, and then there only being one charge left on this dagger. Those are the big differences on this turn. If neither of those things were true, then I think this would have been a much more straightforward option for Yala.
Right.
But as it stands now, he's favoured to be in a position where he doesn't have lethal next turn, just based on what he knows about from the opponent's cards, right? But the argument the other way is like, well, I mean, I just have visible minions that can have, rush minions thrown into them and bone spikes thrown into them and whatever else. Like, how much more likely is it that they actually stick around if I keep them up?
Is this coin bone spike? And then like ice trap?
Don't hate it.
I just don't know what else. I mean, even though we can see it at this second in time, Shouty isn't dead. Still doesn't want to go down to 1, right?
Yeah, you can just step coin replay it though, which is the same thing, and I think a little bit more efficient in terms of resources.
I was just thinking about getting the ice trap up, and if that had any help.
Okay.
I guess with the hero power, it kind of negates a lot of the ice trap value. Hero power spike. As ever, though. As we've seen time and time again, Subtle, Yala will just do what's required to win. No more, no less.
I do think maybe that rule gets broken when your opponent's at 5, though. You should probably go as all in as possible. But what do I know?
Not if you don't need to.
Exactly, yeah. I mean, we do always make this mistake, right? We have a little time off from casting Yala.
Yeah.
And start to think, like, surely he's going to play like everyone else, right? No.
His opponent's on 6 health, he's got Fireball, but does he need to Fireball him? It's like...
So here's the real argument, right? Is that what happens if you draw Auctioneer? Because if you draw Auctioneer, you would like to still have Bone Spikes available so that you can max cycle to a Draka and then play a Draka, right? To actually end the game immediately. I think the real question is, how relevant is this 3/3 when your minion has stealth anyway?
Shadow Step, Bone Spike or something. Could happen. Right, what was the first? The first point was destroy, right? Yeah, okay, yeah. I actually really like this style, this rogue package of all these little potions. I think it's kind of cool. Wicked shipment just for the cycle here for Shouty. Still nothing to write home about.
Okay, some card draw finally, fella. The minimal possible card draw, but card draw nonetheless.
Probably starts with the strike.
Well, you need the combo, right?
Oh, sure.
It has to play something.
Maybe he just wants 1 damage to face. So.
Yeah, Yala's nodding. Yala's nodding. He knows what that means, and there is a nice, juicy Auctioneer.
And also
lined up now for Yala on the following turn.
Yala's working on getting this card draw, getting the minions now to try and get lethal. But every single turn he's doing this, he's forcing Xiaoti to deal with a 5/5 stealth or he loses the game.
Yes.
So it's like such a dangerous double pronged attack here into Xiaoti. How does he clear this 5/5 again?
I love how literally the very first game, after I wasn't sure whether the location was summon a 5/5, give it stealth, or summon a 5/5 with stealth, we're now like clearly learning which of those two it is.
Yeah.
Very helpful.
More meat. More meat.
Clearing hand space with the Shadow Step, I suppose, meaning sprint. Yeah. Okay.
Also juices the shower a bit.
And he's dead.
Yep. I don't know what else is even possible. Gonna fake out the trap, but there's no world in which Yala doesn't just push face.
Yep.
It's the first thing you do. You don't even think. Aim that minion to face, see what happens, and then go from there.
Have you remembered that this is Yarn?
Yes, that's why I'm saying this is my approach to any matchup with any deck. Aim the minion at face, see what happens, and then go from there. Oh, Yarla.
I got the best deals anyway.
Oh, like you never realize how much you miss casting Yarla until you cast Yarla again, you know?
Right, as soon as the coin comes out to play, you'll know. And lethal.
Yep.
Yeah, there you go. The thing is, though, you can't even argue, right? Because it is just correct to do what he did. So, great job there for Yarla. 2-0 up now against Xiaoti. I mean, I'll be honest, this world is incredibly stacked, but Xiaoti, not one of the players. If I had the choice, I'd choose to go up, up against initially. But Yarla doing a great job. Druid and Rogue now done and dusted. And what have I been saying all day, Sol? The Demon Hunter just feels like you roll up and just get your win and leave. So I think Yarla must be feeling extremely confident right now.
For sure, yeah. I didn't really talk about this. I talked about how great both of the players are, how much respect I have for both of them, of course. But I do think in terms of opening round matchups, this is possibly the best one in terms of my perception of the quality of the two players. You know, this is the City and Liverpool get drawn against each other in the FA Cup third round draw kind of thing. You know, it's that one matchup where you're like, okay, both of these players really wanted to dodge the other one because they are two of the very, very best players in this tournament. But at the same time, as I was arguing when we were going through the groups at the start, right, when you dared to say that one of the groups was weaker than any of the others, I don't think there was any easy opening round matchup that you were going to find at the World Championships. But certainly there are still levels. You know, not all players are created equal, and if we try and pretend that everyone is as great as each other, then what we're doing is stripping how special some of these players are away from them, you know? And I do think Xiaoti and Yarla are absolutely up on that pedestal.
For all those of you who did not understand the sports ball reference, don't worry, I am with you. Moving on. Questfell Demon Hunter.
That's not true. Don't pretend you're that ignorant that you don't know that Liverpool and Manchester City are two teams that are currently very good at football. You definitely know that.
Are they? I don't. If you ask me where they are on the table, I would just guess they're on it. I don't know.
Map there. If you ask me where they were on a map, you literally live in one of them. Like...
I thought you were going to say, oh, don't tell me you didn't know City and Liverpool had a rivalry. I thought everyone had a rivalry with Liverpool because no one likes them. But moving on, Questfell Demon Hunter mirrors going on here. I was distracted again by the sports ball talk, but I think both of these decks are almost the same. Are they actually? Have you done your one-off checks all?
So Yarla has the Meltranics, right? Which was
of course you mentioned. Yep.
Making his build a little bit different, whereas Xiaoti is going for, I believe, the OG Banterface list, which is 1 Scorn, 2 Chaos Strike, and is pretty much agreed upon to be standard, or at least until the Worlds list are getting submitted, and then a lot of people
have experimented with the form a little bit, going 1 Chaos Strike or 1 Need for Greed. But I would say that Zhao Ti is kind of playing the accepted standard list up until this point. Yala has gone a little bit spicy tech card with that Meltranics, which can, of course, be a little more disruptive to what some other people are doing. Whether or not Demon Hunter is a deck that really needs to worry about that particularly, I'm not sure. But obviously, if you're not familiar with Meltranic, it basically only allows your opponent to play cards from outcast position. They can only play left and rightmost cards on their next turn. Battle Cry, so it's a one-off effect. You don't have to worry about the killing the minion or anything like that. But it's a weird tech inclusion for me because, as I say, I don't think Demon Hunter needs to be super worried about, you know, other things that other decks are doing, in the sense that, you know, it feels like more of a control card where you are denying them from using their combo pieces at particular times, right? That seems to be what the deck is that most effective at. What it would deny from opponents specifically in Yala's spot, I think still remains to be seen to some extent.
And while the players are just, you know, getting their early stuff done with a Fel Barrage coming out there from Yala, in previous matchups of, or previous versions of Quest Demon Hunter, we've had Glide to talk about, right? I know, I think Derek and Gia especially are Glide experts. But what is there to do? It's going to sound a bit stupid, but is there anything that either of them can do to actually disrupt their opponent other than race? Or is this literally just go, 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 whoever hits the lethal first just wins, done?
That is most of it, yes. But the literal answer to is there stuff you can do to disrupt your opponent is yes. One of the most weirdly disruptive cards is the Relic of Phantasms, because it's such a painful distraction in a lot of situations. You can set up spots where your Phantasms come down somewhere in the like 3/3 to 6/6 range off a Vault proc, so you have 4 of them somewhere in that range, and you kind of demand that your opponent then throws away one of their Unleash Fells and some of their spell power in terms of dealing with it, unless they have the perfect extinction clear coming back the other way. And basically, that's what this matchup is a big matchup of harassment. And when you say race to which player hits the combo first, that's the part where I'd slide in the big caveat. Because I would say more often than not, let's say 6 times out of 10, this matchup ends without Jace being played. Just from straight up, like, spell damage, Fel barrages, just utterly ending the game. So you do have to disrupt your opponent by having stats on board to be able to play around that on the other side, but obviously there aren't that many stats that you play in your deck that you're able to throw out. So it's a tricky matchup to navigate for sure.
Yeah, it definitely feels like one where you need a bit of spell damage and a couple of spells, right? And you end the game a lot of the time. So we'll have to see how this one pans out. So far, Yala does have that Spectral Sight on the far left. And there's Meltronics. So he is, although his hand size is obviously way, way, way smaller, he does have some level of card draw available. But is Yala actually just going to throw it out there? Because he will actually stop the Relic of Dimensions, right? From Zhao Ti this turn, which is huge. He'll literally just stop him going location, coin, Relic.
Listen, like, you can sit there and think real super hard about whether you want to force your opponent to play the coin or whatever. Okay, fine, he does hit it. But for me, it was a 4-mana card, you drew it on 4, and going Spectral Sight did not guarantee necessarily that you achieved anything this turn. You know, there was a lot of draws you would get there that would not do the quest completion. So for me, I would have played it, but I'm not the person who has practiced with Meltranics in my deck and understands what it's really for in this matchup. I do think, you know, having said, well, you know, why would you worry about what your opponents are doing, particularly when you're playing this deck? The best answer to that is, well, what if my opponents are also playing this deck? In which case, then, yeah, sure, that actually makes some sense. So Yala might be holding on to it for that regard. The reason I laughed so vociferously when it came out is that the card this would be in everyone else's list would be the Mark of Scorn, right? Which would have meant that Yala just went Spectral Sight, Mark of Scorn, drew 3 more cards that turn, and it was you know, Bob's your uncle, you know?
Yeah, but now, how's he actually taking his time, thinking about hand space, thinking about if he can clear enough room to be able to really go all out, planning turns ahead. But you can get rid of enough, right?
Yeah, you play 3 with Coin, Relic, and Dimensions, and then you go up to 10 again. You just need a dumpable card, and worst case scenario, you already have a Fury.
Fury, yeah.
You don't want to play Fury this turn because it's still rank 1, but you can absolutely do it if you want to. All right, just dumping and juicing this turn.
And I think Yala's going to get a whiff of what's going down here because just double extinction.
Yes.
Dropped out for Shouty there. He's like, double extinction, empty the hand a bit, and play a location. What's coming next?
That's a frustrating sequence of draws.
Go tradable into tradable, right?
Yeah, well, only needs 1 tradable. He's on 4 out of 5 on the proc anyway.
Sorry.
So the issue is having to spend 1 more mana to complete the quest step means that now the Phantasms only gets discounted down to 2, which means he can't end the turn by just jamming Phantasms, which is a little bit frustrating in that spot. But he'll take it, especially now that he's picked up the Dimensions, so he can actually keep his location up for the next turn instead of having it on cooldown from playing the Dimensions, from playing the Phantasms, sorry.
A little bit frustrating though as well, right? Where he can't play any of the other relics beforehand either. So he basically can't do what Shouty just did, whereas dump a couple of relics, boost up this Dimensions he has in hand, and get ready for a really big pop-off. Yala can't do that because he just won't quite have the mana with that the Phantasms being at 2 and 3 in hand. So it's going to be a little bit tricky. Yala definitely slipping behind, I would say, so far.
Yeah, we'll await the outcome of these Dimensions.
It does get to the point around now where it's difficult for this relic to, I would guess, whiff, right? Because that it's going to draw so many cards. It's going to reduce them down by, I would say, almost always enough to have a large impact on the game. And the fact that Shouty's doing it first is pretty brutal for Yala.
0 cost spell damage. Second dimension, 0 cost spell barrage.
Noises. Oh my, that is significant. He's sat thinking, can he just burn?
It's lethal next turn. If you Fury them in the face right now, it's lethal next turn if they don't heal. You'd have triple spell damage, right, for 6 mana?
Yep.
Triple spell damage is 16 from a Fel Barrage, and no, he'd be a little bit short actually, and then only 7 from the Unleash. So that's only 23 extra, I believe. So yeah, would need 1 more mana to fit something else in.
Could Yala actually... I was wondering if he could do something with Phantasms, you know, like Phantasm and then location Phantasm, to try and do something about having minions survive so that a Fel Barrage doesn't hit him.
Yeah, you just get Unleash blasted.
Yeah, that's the problem, right? Yeah. They would have to be so big, and they're not going to be, basically.
Of course, it could be Meltranic's time to shine.
Time to shine, yeah, I was going to say. The tech.
And then Shouty's just like, oh, all my cards cost 0 anyway. Okay, left, right. Yeah.
Coin.
Yeah.
We can see, though, it would actually be like a big deal because the spell damage is all in the middle.
Yeah, and there's Need for Greed blocking it on the right-hand side, and you'd have to pay 2 mana for a Fel Barrage to get to it as well.
My hand is full.
Okay, discounted Jace, but no real source of super cheap spell damage right now. Only got a 2 cost in hand.
I think Yala may be dead. And you can tell this is a hidden caster secret. If a player that's good, Shouty, starts locking in a combo before the turn's even started on your screen, they've probably won.
Yep.
So there you go. There's all the damage that Shouty's going to need. Shouty will not get 3-0'd out of this series and stays to fight back. But again, I think it's still important to remind everyone that, yeah, Shouty got a win, doing okay for now. But Yala still gets to play Demon Hunter, right? He can just queue it again and again. And even then with that, he fell behind by, a turn or so there against Yala. Well, against Xiaoti. What Yala did is still would be too fast for other decks to keep up with, right? So I still think this is a good position for Yala to be in here.
Yeah, for sure. If you're sat there just staring at Demon Hunter and 2 wins on your screen, I think you're feeling pretty darn good about the state of the series. The mirror is largely a coin toss. There are small things that you can do to gain edges, but deck ordering is just going to have a very, very big impact over the course of this game. I think Demon Hunter up against other decks in the meta does have a significant amount more agency on both sides, I would say. So I think Yala will still be looking forward to getting his teeth sunk into this one, even though, as predicted, one of the players just puts together some ridiculous spell damage combo and gets it done. But somehow I was completely blind to the second Fel Barrage in Xiaoti's hand when I was counting on the previous turn as well. I was counting it with triple spell damage, 1 Fel Barrage, but yes, double spell damage, double Fel Barrage is always more damage than doing it the other way around. I just had 0 mana Fel Barrage blindness. So yeah, there you go. Xiaoti, much above and beyond that level, not making any mistakes and clutching out that lethal.
He's going to be jumping over to his Druid, which is, of course, the 40 card ramp Druid that we talked about a little bit earlier on and saw him play, of course, with that Jailer. And again, this just feels like unless something really wild happens, that Yala can just sit and just do the Demon Hunter things, right? So I think although the Druid has the ability to win it, a lot of it relies on things going very right for Xiaoti and very, very, very wrong for Yala. But I just want to ask before we dive into the next game, Sol, what did you think about the no Maltranics? I mean, I know we can see the hand, we can see the impact it would have made, but it's one of those there were just reasonable turns, like maybe 1-2 turns that Yala could have played it. Do you think he was right in just saying, I'm just going to work to my combo and we'll just race?
So the turn, when he drew on curve on turn 4, I would have slammed it there, honestly, and I kind of stand by that one. On that last turn, the problem is, right, and as I said, Maltranics is a battle cry effect purely. It's not like a live effect that persists like Blade Master or something like that. So you play it down once, and even if it does perfectly lock out your opponent's hand that was going to kill you, that then doesn't kill you, you didn't do anything that turn, right? It's not like he could do a quest step completion and play the Maltranics at the same time. So then you'd be straight back in that same position the next turn, and your opponent would just straight up kill you the next turn, right? Like, essentially, if they had lethal in hand at that point, you were dying over 2 regardless, is the TLDR version of that. So shut your eyes and pretend it's not there. I think the question that then begs is, if that's the situation, again, how good a tech inclusion is Maltranics to...
Yeah, and I think as well, this I can't speak for all the players, of course, but I think, at least for me, going into this tournament, you do go in with a certain element of, okay, my opponent's Demon Hunter is probably going to get a win, so just let it happen, tech, or prepare for other matchups in general. Obviously, you still want to try and win, but I think maybe we get to see what the true power of the tech in a lot of other matchups over the course this weekend from Yala. We'll maybe get to have a look at that. But for now, we are ready to go into the next game. 2-1 for Yala. The winner continues on, and the loser gets dropped down into the Decicder Match, or the Decicder Match? Is that what we called the Decicder Match, right? I just realized, I think I'm just making up names. But anyway, it's because it's different names for different things. Too many different names. The next match. But most importantly, Xiaoti there, going to be on Druid, and not the worst opening with J-Rig and Guff. Do you think that's something that Xiaoti can hold on to?
I would imagine so, yeah. Hard to imagine too much of a faster start than that. I have also heard some arguments, I think more so for the 30-card version of the deck, that you just keep combo pieces as well. Like, you just hold on to Bran in your opening hand. But I think that's probably a little bit ridiculous, a little bit ambitious in the 40-card version of the deck. But who knows? This matchup is interesting because, I've said my stance is I think this is Demon Hunter favored, and you've kind of gone with me on that. But there was a lot of talk in the sort of foundational steps of the meta that this matchup for Demon Hunter is one of the reasons why Druid exists, right? And there are still people, I think, that exist that think this is a good matchup for Druid. I adamantly dispute that, particularly the 40-card version of the deck overall. But it is a weird matchup because the ones that Druid win, you start to question how this is ever a winnable matchup for Demon Hunter with the way that it pans out. So certainly Zhao Ti will look to do the aggressive thing as much as possible here, just ramp up, start dropping huge minions. Because if Demon Hunter's a little bit slow and you do start playing a huge minion every single turn, they do very quickly crumble under that pressure. But I just think on average, the Demon Hunter just gets the stuff done a little bit too quick.
Yeah, I think one of the struggles I've had in this matchup in the past is when I've gone for done a bit of a risky quest completion attempt as Demon Hunter, or quest step completion, I mean, not the whole thing. Yeah. And it's whiffed, and then my turn kind of sucks, and then suddenly I feel like I'm a whole turn behind, and then Anuba Khan comes down, or something big starts hitting the board. I'm like, right, well now I didn't reduce my hand, I've now got to kill this big thing, and I've still got to try and hit quest completion at some point as well, so it all starts to stack up a little bit too much. Again, in this matchup, are these phantasms just throw them away? Are they just boostable for dimensions, or will Yala want to maybe consider keeping them, go for a hero power this turn, maybe a cycle with the Viper or something like that?
Yeah, we talked about this a lot last series. They're really good right up until the moment they aren't, and they lose you the game immediately to the Insatiable Devourer Earthen Scales combo. I think in this situation for Yala, what the dilemma is be efficient, spend 3 mana on the 3 mana card, or take the little bit of the gamble with the quest completion instead. He's chosen to go with the card draw. Derek made this point earlier, and it's one that I absolutely agree with. I think there's kind of a weird cognitive trap with quest completion steps where you save card draw to then draw cards the next turn and complete a quest, which I think is almost always nonsense. And you should just draw the cards because that card draw will replace itself with more card draw anyway. You'll be fine. Don't worry about it. So I think Yala just choosing to value the cycling here. But again, if you weren't here for the large discussion on Relic of Phantasms before, having mid-rangey minions come down, like 4/4s, 5/5s, 6/6s, 7/7s in the mid-game, that conventionally feels like something that's very, very good to have against Druid. And it feels like against a deck that can gain so much armor, having those big minions attacking is something that you're super interested in. Right. But they are very counterable because of Insatiable Devourer on the other side, and particularly if they have Guff Mana or Innovate Insatiable Devourer into Earthen Scales, which can suddenly put a 25/25 in play and also gain 25 armor for your opponent, which is a 1-2 punch swing that you can very rarely recover from. So you really do have to react to the situation, right? Like, if you can get them down as 3/3s, 4/4s early on and actually get to attack with them a couple of times each, that's usually the dream scenario. The difficult question to answer is whether you play them as big minions in the late game or whether you literally just hold the card in your hand and ignore that they exist, because playing them might just lose you the game.
It's really tricky here, and Yala, taking his time, working out what he wants to do. Out for the cycle this turn. Does have the extinctions to help out with this big whale. The problem, right? Like, it's starting to get to the point you can see where Zhao Ti, a 6/6 isn't going to just win him the game, but the pressure is stacking up. Guff now, as you said, into something a little bit bigger, maybe drawing some cards with the Nourish part there. It's going to start to really pile on the pressure there for Zhao Ti.
Yeah, and this is the kind of hand that, it's the kind of start at least that can get things done. A little bit of pressure early on, continue to back that up with the ramp, and then just start playing your bombs one after the other. Don't give the Demon Hunter breathing room. It's kind of, anti-Demon Hunter 101. If at any point you let them spend all of their mana on just drawing cards without paying the price of you hitting them in the face with a significant board for doing so, you have failed as a person. Right. You should hang your head in shame. Like, that's what you really need to be doing every single turn wherever possible. If you try and play slow controlling decks for their purpose, in this matchup, you will lose. You have to just play things and put them on board and threaten to hit your opponent. And that's what Xiaoti has tried to do as much as possible with the limited options he's had available to him so far.
Is this the matchup for the tech?
I just don't know.
The problem is, and whether it's fair or not, if Yala skips playing Maltronics again, it's going to start to become a thing, isn't it? I can already tell.
I think it's just location proc, double phantasms, and then extinction to kill the Orca. Because I believe the Relic of Extinction is only currently on 2, right? So you need to juice the Extinction to 3 first. Yeah. To get the clear.
Oh, wait. Couldn't it go the other way around and just use hero power?
You could, yeah. You can do that if you want. You want to pay the price of 6 health here when you don't currently have the healing in hand? There is a risk.
Yeah, you'll be fine.
Yeah, so it gets 3 3s and 4 4s instead of 2 2s and 3 3s at the price of 6 health, which is fine.
Yeah, reasonable trade.
Yep. And of course, you know, going back to the Phantasms dynamic, there is a point where you can just do it for free because you can literally count the maximum possible infuse that the Insatiable Devourer can have on it, even if it was in the opening hand, right? So up until a point, you do know that they are completely safe.
Big Guff coming down here for Xiaoti. Now can surpass that 10 mana, but a bit of a slow turn. I think he can afford it right at this moment, just because he knows, okay, small Phantasm, no dimensions have gone off so far. So Xiaoti probably feeling quite confident, especially with the raid boss Onyxia.
Oh.
Is now the time?
I think now, to me, instinctively, as a card game player, feels like a good time for a Meltranix. However, without a Meltranix in the deck, I'd be playing 2 5/5s this turn and feeling pretty good about it. So I wouldn't fault him from doing that either.
Oh.
Ever just look at a card in your hand and go, yeah, I made a mistake, didn't I?
Yeah. Someone think of the Meltranix. It's going to get a bad rep from this. Oh! Yala, you teasing us. Hey! It's not going to become as much of a thing.
Yeah. Breaks up the positioning with the location as well. You know, the 2/6, I suppose, is arguably the largest minion there, so breaks it up with the location.
Okay.
Got him.
They will never suspect this. To be fair, I would say this is better for Yala than a raid boss Onyxia.
Yes, 100%. 100%.
Now look how stupid these Devourers look, Sottle. That's a solid Meltranix, I think.
Yeah, decent.
He could draw again with Guff, but he's sure what he'd be drawing for at this point with 2 mana left, so I do like the ramp.
I mean, it's card draw, but he really needed the immediate card draw this turn. It's just going to start to slip away now, I think.
I grow impatient.
The problem is, at this point in the game, it is not the matchup. You can just drop Silver Moons and expect them to live. That's the real problem here. Otherwise, Yala could just bat this 9/9 away without much thought and then just say, okay, if they live, I win. Or, you know, like if I live and get a good card draw next turn, maybe there's a chance, but they just never survive.
Right.
Time grows short.
gonna have to just be trades and then location into Relic again.
It's the only line that I really think ever does anything, but of course we've discussed at length the inherent risks towards that, but we can still see that neither... Well, I guess most relevantly, the Devourer on the far left is still not infused yet at this point, which I think will be giving Jarla a little bit more of a safe feeling with this play.
I actually wonder if there was any value of tempoing out an Arcanist next that turn then. You put it on like the far left, so that if is a Devourer, it's like one, not infused, but also if it is infused, it either eats something small with spell damage or eats the bigger ones.
Mm.
And then same with like Raid Boss Onyxia wouldn't clear everything, right? The decision would be made between spell damage and just a higher attack minion. Again, double Silver Moon and Fel Barrage is a good amount of damage in itself, right?
That rope's burning again.
Choosing to go Underking instead of just going for the straight up Raid Boss and Nixia here. The Raid Boss and Nixia with the Earthen Scales did look pretty attractive, but I think just maximum juice on the Insatiable Devourers here, and now also reserving those Earthen Scales. Although at this point, you would argue that the Devourer's usefulness has kind of been used up already. Oh. Man, this hand is ugly.
Okay, hang on. 3 for 5. I was looking at is it ever like Silver Moon, Fel Barrage, Spectral.
Yes.
Do stuff.
I think it's the I think it's the only play. I think you have to unlock the Spectral Sight from the left-hand side of the hand. I think it's the only thing you can reasonably do this turn.
Yeah, and then just say, I don't die, and then Jace, baby, gets there, right? Like, what else is there actually to do for Jarla? And yeah, looks like that's going to be the plan here. Get to push 10 as well.
Get to push 10.
16 with the...
Yeah, exactly. 16 with the Fel Barrage. You just have to hope that now these don't hit the Guild Traders. If they do hit the Guild Traders, you're going to need the Guild Traders back in the deck. You're going to want Relic of Dimensions #2, and then you're going to want 0-mana Guild Traders, and you're just going to try and go from there, right? Like, that's basically the plan at this point. But I think Jarla knows that this has just not been the game that he needed.
Yeah. Yeah, I think just Devourer and Earthen Scales just solves a lot of the problem, right? Like, yes, Shao Ti would have a... it wouldn't even be that big, actually, would it? But yeah, basically what I'm saying is it never gets to the point that we saw earlier where the Fel Barrage goes through and kills, right? Because the Devourer's too big. Devourer wouldn't be too big. You eat double spell damage minions, and you've just seen a Fel Barrage anyway, and there's Earthen Scales on top, which helps a lot.
Yeah, I think the risk of you making a minion bigger than your health pool is largely mitigated by the fact that you are putting the Earthen Scales on it. I was going to bring this up, you know, just enough mana to be able to get the full clear with the Sylvanas and the Devourer, but this means you're not gaining armor, which, you know, presents some potentially interesting opportunities.
Ooh, so Jarla can always start with Chaos Strike, right? Because of the cost of the Jace.
Everything's so expensive, Raven.
Yeah, and you can tell how tricky this game has been for Jarla. He has 8 cards left and no way to win the game. That is not often the case with this deck.
Yeah.
Demons? Demons.
Both extinctions used as well, so no real opportunity to be able to even play defensively here, clear this board up and lean back on Jace for the following turn. Hope that there's no Earthen Scales, no big armor burst for your opponent, as unlikely as that is. That would be an out if only for the fact that the tools aren't even really in the deck to be able to clear any of this. Has to go Trader double unleash to at least theoretically stay alive here.
Yeah, continued problem is just the fact that we can see that there's earthen scales there, and this 16 is still just knocking around. I think at this point, with the spell damage that's been used, yeah, you just hit that point with a deck like this where you're like, well, I don't even have enough total damage now like left in the deck to actually do it fast enough anyway.
Yeah, exactly. When it comes down to this point with most matchups with this deck, you're looking at two things. Like, okay, well, I'm not just going to be able to straight up blow through my opponent with damage anymore. Can I clear the board with like big Relic of Extinctions and try and reset? Nope, Yala's used them both. Can I get huge minions of my own from like Location, Relic of Phantasms? Nope, both of those have gone as well. So
and Yala's a bigger, sorry, Shouty's a bigger anyway now. So
exactly,
the jailer hitting the board. So
yep,
you're not out beefing this board, especially now because the amount of potential damage is soaked.
Something we probably haven't talked about enough, by the way, is this jailer inclusion from Xiaoti, because it does do a couple of very useful things in matchups that are going to be quite common for him throughout the throughout the toilet. Then, as what?
Throughout the old toilet, yeah.
Yeah, throughout the tournament, we've already seen the interaction made life significantly more difficult for Yala with the invincible minions. Through the Astalor combo. Yep. Same deal with Demon Hunter, right? You're like, look at how irritating this is to just not be able to get Fel Barrages to go face in any situation. So I do think this is a pretty clutch tech inclusion for the Druid, which might just be skewing some of these matchups in favor. You know, when I talk about how my conventional wisdom on the matchups against generic ladder lists, obviously the Jailer will have an impact on that. But honestly, although the Jailer came down at the end, it had zero impact on the outcome of that game. That game was bought and paid for long before the Jailer hit the board in that situation. Yala was just cooked by not really hitting any card draw. And I'm not going to harp on about it too much, but obviously he has cut one card draw card for the Meltranics. That will have a bigger impact than you think on how many cards you draw from the deck, because card draw snowballs, you know, card draw begets more card draw. You want to, most combo decks kind of reach this critical mass of card draw where you basically always have card draw available to you. And interrupting that fine balance can do a lot more damage to the combo ecosystem than you think it might do. But I think it would be very harsh to say that Yala went, what, like 4-5 turns that game without card draw because he cut one Mark of Scorn from the deck.
Right,
That seems like a little bit of a reach.
Butterfly effect kind of description there, isn't it?
Yeah, exactly. So it will have an effect, but I think it would be a little bit brutal to harp on about it that much. The Meltranics kind of did a job in terms of allowing a board to stick and attack for one more turn, but I don't think that's necessarily what the matchup is about, unless those Phantasm minions are like twice the size of what they were, right? And then maybe we can talk about that having a real impact.
And finally, we do get to game number 5 here, and it is going to be the Rogue for Xiaoti on the top against this Demon Hunter, of course. Now, I feel like I've cursed Yala to an extent, saying how easy a win with this Demon Hunter would be, but I'll say it again. I think versus this Rogue, it's pretty slow. It does have a little bit of potential to mess with Yala, especially with the secret generation, I think is the biggest deal here in the matchup, right? Just causing headaches for Yala's turns, whether it's potentially making counter spells, objections, whatever, for the Rogue here. But I do think Yala, again, unless things go badly wrong, should be okay.
Is this a full keep from Yala? It wouldn't surprise me. Just keeping Need for Greed as a tradable. Just forget that that's a card. Just look at the tradable icon because you have Spectral Sight as well.
Yeah, it opens it up, right?
Exactly. You're guaranteed now on turn 3 to get quest completion by going tradable into Spectral Sight, because Spectral Sight will guarantee slide over to the far left hand. This has kind of been settled science with Quest Demon Hunter for several iterations of it so far, that Spectral Sight plus tradable is just a keep.
Looking good for Yala, and I think that's where I always struggle a little bit with the various versions of Jackpot Rogue, because a lot of the time I look at the hand like this and go, I really hope this jackpot's good. You know what I mean, though? You just look at it and go, this jackpot whiffs, I'm probably going to lose. And I'm not saying that's all it is at all before I don't know, Bunny Hopper comes for me or something. But I'm just saying, like, when you look at the hand in general, it can be really tricky to form a game plan until you see the outcomes of those cards. And that sort of auto setup for Yala going to be very nice indeed to at least get, stage 1 done. LT, meanwhile, just presses the trigger on the jackpot. There's nothing to really pay it off yet, but again, I think just seeing the game plan feels a little bit more worth than using the 2-drop. The other argument is if he plays the 2 now, he can actually just play the secret out next turn, right? So let's say it's a mage secret, for example.
Time grows short.
Yeah, and I think in general, just a 2-2 is a relatively significant amount of tempo. Wow, okay.
Oh.
Getting real creative with the shadow, just dumping it into a coin, going with Private Eye instead.
Did you say tempo, Sol?
Yeah.
Regardless.
It's just always showing up.
The benefit of the rogue secrets, it's outside of minions. Like with spells, they're actually you still just do your thing anyway, right? And the rogue gets a benefit as opposed to stopping you. So Yala knows he was safe to do the turn regardless, gets rewarded with a Relic of Dimensions at 4 right now, which is going to look mighty fine.
Does get the objection though. Is a huge deal. Sure, Zhao T is just
Sol, I'm a genius.
What? Why are you a genius?
That's what Maltranics is for. You just throw it into the objection. There you go. Solved.
Yeah.
He really thought about how it's going to spend this mana. Thinking about maybe cycling the weapon, but I imagine this is just a 2-drop, right? Is this too crazy to think about?
Yeah, I think so. Last time I thought it was a 2-2. Zhao T found a much better play with the double coin Private Eye, though. Which I do think was very smart, and I think it was impacted as well by the keep we were talking about, right? Like, Zhao T saw a 3 keep, and then location wasn't played on 2.
Right, yeah.
You can basically, like, nail down what your opponent's doing the next turn, which is spending all their mana. So on tradable plus Spectral Sight, like a large period of the time. So going with the secret play kind of guaranteed that you not only got a slightly bigger minion on board that could attack, but you were also then getting the benefit off from your secrets. All right, Relic Vault now picked up. Fine.
Not the ordering he would love, but it's there.
Yep, better than nothing.
I was even wondering whether he ever takes a turn to go Phantasm. But again, it was kind of like you were saying, right? If you just don't draw the cards, then you're not going to get the card draw. So I did decide to just go for it this turn. Location's nice reward, though. Spell Barrage. Nope. Taking the damage.
Yeah, I think with a full cost Silver Moon and an Unleash in hand, it's one of the ways I look at resources with this deck, particularly the spell damage minions. Anything that costs full is expendable, right? Like, you're perfectly happy using a 3-cost Silver Moon to AoE and clear. It's the 0-cost cards that are much more valuable, particularly when you already have 8-mana Jace, because 8-mana Jace and 3-mana Silver Moon don't go together, right? So that Silver Moon is now entirely expendable. You can just throw it away for some healing in a couple of turns' time.
Yeah, Sol's great shopping on sale days because he's always ready for a discount.
Yep.
Anything that's full price, expendable. Get rid of it.
Been playing Hearthstone for far too long to pay full price for anything. That's just not what this game's about.
You'll blow my cover.
We've got Fellfire in the hole and question mark? What's the other card?
Deep Breath.
Ah, yes, okay.
You. Yeah, not the best for Shao T, right? Not really cards he's looking for. Not really the impactful ones you want out of Jackpot anyway.
You always have to dump this Meltranics, right? Yeah, it's exactly for what you're talking about. Yeah. Well, I don't think this was ever put in the deck for the intention of doing this, but certainly with the way the hand pans out, you know, I'm talking about how expendable this Silver Moon is to be able to heal up in a couple of turns' time. You do have to break through that objection first to even get to that point. So, yep, the fact this curves out very nicely now with the Relic of Phantasms as well makes it all the better.
I actually think I don't want to say not care, but I'm just going to say, actually, I think Yala just doesn't care at all about how many cards Shao T has. Like, it's not like he's ever going to choose to play around that by doing the worst turn, right?
It's back!
Quick, Shadow Step a demon or something. Like, bring a 3/3 back. Oh, it's okay, right? You said anything full cost is expendable. That Jace, that Arcanist.
Yeah, that's fine.
Expendable. Throw it into objection, it's fine.
Yeah. So now, now very likely that 3-mana Silver Moon is going to have to get used as the objection proc, which means Yala is now going to have to rely on these minions to be able to clear up this board. And then by extension, if Zhao Ti then follows that thought process through as well, then defending this board with his life is of utmost importance right now, like continuing to get these minions to attack.
That's the problem, right? Like, how does he do that?
Deep Breath? Pretty good, right? Yeah.
Oh, it's up to 5. Okay, yeah, sorry, yeah, I just didn't even really... didn't really click that it was dealing 5. Yeah, my bad, that's very good.
Yeah, 4 other spells with the 2 Shadow Steps drawn recently.
And that's a great use of a card that I would say is quite bad on average in this rogue deck, right? Yeah. You never like, ooh, Deep Breath, yes! Like, you really want more proactive things in general, but that, yeah, like you said, is retaining this board, maybe forcing Yala to commit. With no other minions, this Unleash Fel is not as cool as it was.
Demons.
But there's just nothing. I mean, Yala can try it first and then can just still trade Hero Power Fel Barrage, right? If he wants to feel a bit risky.
Yeah, or use the Extinction if he wants to really just bet on a 0-mana Fel Barrage doing 1 million damage to face at some point.
True.
Merits either way.
Time grows short.
I don't mind because this way he can take the value trade as well, right? Preserve the 3-1.
Yep. Yeah, don't mind this at all. And again, it's not like you're expecting consistent pressure minions from this rogue deck, right? It's not like, oh, they're going to play even more minions. It's like they might do because of generated cards. There is still a mystery card in hand, I think, as far as Yala's aware.
Yeah.
But still, you're not expecting it. Oh, this is just a really good minion. Shao Ti does have Krakatoa, though, which is pretty good as it has been since it's been a card. Krakatoa on 6, never a bad play.
As I mentioned, I like Zhao Ti, big fan, but this is an unacceptable amount of time to not have a Krakatoa on the board when you have the opportunity to put a Krakatoa on the board.
I'm going to choose to believe just making Yala think about what the generated card is. That's what I'm going with.
Okay.
Excuse. Yeah, this is just insane, right? It's pressure again, multiple minions, even though one's a claw, but really just pushing 4 and then probably up maybe 4 again, if worse 2. Like, It's just a significant amount of health when you've seen that the Silver Moon's been objected to and isn't now available for the Unleashed Fel.
I think quite a few people object to the Silver Moon.
I love the card.
Yeah. Oh! Well, a game of Hearthstone has broken out.
Yeah, we're coming to you live from the Hearthstone World Championship. We have a game.
Never mind.
Cancel.
How did that just hit nothing? What on earth?
It actually may as well have hit nothing, right? Zero spell damage is a disaster.
Yep.
For Yala. Yeah, he can't do anything, right? He's not going to get any reductions on anything whatsoever. Wow. What a nightmare. I mean, he can clear this, but if he does, like, what is the actual cost of clearing this, Sottle? Oh, I don't even want to look. Unleash Fel with no spell damage. It's a crime. No, he heals for, what was that, 3? He's going to take 2 from the weapon regardless. Oh, sorry, no, he's not. I forgot about the Viper.
Yeah, he's just going to drop the Viper. Might as well deal with the problem. Genuinely one of the worst Relic of Dimensions I've ever seen in my life.
That's for objection.
All of the objections came from the rogue secret, though, right? So I don't think.
Oh, did he not? Oh, it was Counterspell was the one he picked. Oh, it was Counterspell.
I think that's correct.
Yeah, no, you might be right. I take it all back. I forgot that the Counterspell in hand was from the Shady, right? A sketchy stranger, not shady stranger. Same thing.
Otherwise, heck yeah, sign me up.
Firing the whole. I think that's the first time ever I've seen that card played.
It's not bad. Like, people often bring it up as like one of the really bad spells you can get from jackpot stuff, but it says enemies on it, and that includes face, and it's not symmetrical. So as a thing that just casts for free over and over again over the course of the game, I don't think it's the worst thing to have, honestly.
A little bounce on the Estalor as well.
One card off.
Okay. Never a reason to Jace, right? Guess not if we can proc Kurtrus. Kurtrus doesn't matter, it's just a 7/7.
Well, no, getting this Guild Trader down to 0 will actually be relevant because he has 8 and 2 with his other 2 minions, so getting a 0-mana Guild Trader is actually somewhat relevant in this spot. So I think you now have to start trading the Guild Trader away.
Oh, it just feels so slow, doesn't it? Gala knows he's taking 2 minimum, 3 with the dagger if obviously Shouty wants to spend.
Time grows short.
Trade that back, hope you get the Guild Trader back, and then you can put it back in again.
Again.
That works.
That's right, yeah, fine.
Hey. Card. Yeah, it has to spend money on the Fury. With that not being the Guild Trader, might as well get that in there. But that Relic of Dimensions draw on that one crucial turn has made this a lot closer than it was looking 3 or 4 turns ago.
LT does have options here. I was going to say, he has 2 Cutlass anyway, so he can always start with a cycle if he feels he can get stuff done with 7 mana. Ooh, Potion? That's lethal if he gets 3 damage, right?
There it is, 3 damage on the right-hand side, which means Astalor for 2, Weapon Swing to 2, Concoction for 3 is going to be the 7 damage required to get Zhao Ti over the line. And I think that was just in time, because given the freedom of the city for 1 more turn, I think Yala would be stabilizing. With the spell damage that was available, with the second unleash, and then the turn after that rolling into spell power Jace, fully juiced, 0 mana, 4 attack Fury, 2 Fell Barrages already played, all the spell damage spells thrown in there as well. Probably would have been enough for that to take it down for Yala. So very, very timely setup from Zhao Ti, and we didn't really pay too much attention to it on the previous turn, where he just sort of set up a bunch of damage. We kind of glossed over it because we were focused on what Yala was doing on the following turn, but going like Astalor Shadow Step, for example, to just be able to set up that maximum burst damage combo on the following turn, I think was a good spot for Zhao Ti to understand that he really needed to get on with it. It's no good him sticking minions. Minions don't do anything. They can get cleared very easily by the Demon Hunter, and every minion you play is potentially +3 health that your opponent can then heal back up as well. So I think Zhao Ti just going straight up damage and Shadow Steps is a very, very smart way of going about that.
It was really good as well, because obviously, like, this isn't crazy for Zhao Ti. We know how good he is, but it was like he didn't think about stepping or trying to work out steps for the gain 5 armor, because he knows it's not going to do anything. Didn't worry about, he knew he wasn't going to realistically get to the final Astalor to do the Shadow Step with burst damage over the course of a few turns. It was like, no, 2 damage seems small, but it might be enough. And otherwise, like I've said a million times to you, if you're ending your game with Shadow Steps in hand, something went wrong somewhere, right? So just utilizing them, putting as much damage out as possible. And yeah, it worked out for Zhao Ti. And what a comeback there, Sottle, because I thought Yala was just home free after winning the first 2 games with Druid and Rogue and only having Demon Hunter left. But it does look like Demon Hunter can struggle, as we know it can. So there you have your winners match coming up soon. Going to be Glory versus Zhao Ti. See who makes it out of Group B in the winners side. And then that, of course, means Tianming and Yala are going to be playing it out in that elimination match. It's scary to even discuss this. Very similar to Bly's, right? To just be like, oh, Bly's in an elimination match, he's gone. Oh, Yala's in an elimination match. But that's just the level of tournament we have. It's crazy to see anyone go what feels like this early in the tournament.
Yes, and it would be a tough one to lose Yala, of course. I think Yala is right up there with players that are just missing a world championship from their resume. But, you know, not everyone can win a world championship. If they could, it wouldn't be special, and we wouldn't be making such a big deal about this every time it comes around. There truly can only be one, and all of these players are here on merit. They've all put in the shift throughout the entire year to go through enormous fields to slightly smaller fields to small fields to now the smallest elite field that they find themselves in. And yeah, players the quality of Yala and Zhao Ti, one of them has to lose in the first round. That's just the quality of field that we are dealing with, and now we find ourselves in the situation where Yala could very possibly be going 0-2 out of this tournament, which would be an outrageous outcome.
Yeah, we are going to be going to a break while we just give Zhao Ti a minute, because we do have Glory versus Zhao Ti coming up next. Again, the winner is going to be moving on to Sunday, so a huge, huge match getting ready to go. We're going to go to a break, and we'll be back.
Hello everyone, I'm joined today in preparation for the World Championships by Zhao Ti. Zhao Ti, first off, how are you? And also I just want to let you know that I'm a big fan of yours, so I'm very excited.
我觉得最近还不错，状态都还挺好的。然后谢谢搜统，然后我也很喜欢你。
You've now qualified for 3 out of the last 4 World Championships. That's an incredible record. Do you view yourself as one of the world's best players now?
我觉得就是能打进3次总决赛，肯定还是对我自己来说还是一件挺了不起的事情吧。但是我在全球总决赛上前2次的发挥也并不是很好，所以也没有说特别满意这个结果吧。然后关于我自己认为自己的实力的话，我觉得还不是就是世界上最强的一批选手。
You are a player that many people from the Europe and Americas regions that I speak to specifically do have pegged as one of the best players in the world. So I'm just wondering if that goes the other way. Are there any players from those regions or the APAC region that you really look up to and admire?
好，我觉得这一次世界总决赛的就是入围的选手都非常强，然后我有很多很欣赏的就是选手，比如说像哈布卡布，叉 B， 然后 Bunny Hopper， 然后还有同组的 Yala 和 Glory， 就是上次我们世界赛也在一组，然后我都就是输给了他们两个，然后这些都是我觉得很强的选手。
Obviously, as a regular at the World Championships, you now have a lot of experience in high-pressure situations. You mentioned earlier you weren't necessarily happy with your World Championship performances up to this point. Do you think the experience of the high-pressure situations will help you do better this time around?
我觉得前2次的经验对于我来说肯定是有一定的帮助的，但是就是每次总决赛的时候，我觉得我自己都就是比平时比赛显得格外的紧张，然后这次我希望我能好好克服一下这一点。
I want to ask a little bit about his interests outside of Hearthstone. I know when we spoke before, he said that basketball was his number one passion, number one activity. Does he still play basketball?
对，我之前就是在参加就是总决赛这种采访里面确实说过我喜欢打篮球，但是就是打炉石久了之后就已经很久没有就是户外运动过了。
Okay, I mean, fair enough. Priorities are priorities, I understand. Your practice schedule like? How often do you like specifically prepare for tournaments as opposed to just playing games on ladder? Do you have specific people that you like to practice with?
对，我们是有一个特定的练牌组织，然后同样我觉得在天梯上去练牌去测试卡组的强度也是非常重要的。
Players from the Chinese region have been performing extremely well in Masters Tours over the last couple of years. Why do you think that is? And do you think China is overall the strongest competitive region?
我觉得原因是在于，就是国服的选手，就是大家平时，就是这个交流各方面的氛围会比较好一点嘛，然后大家也都会经常交流卡组准备比赛这样，然后选手们我感觉也都比较努力。我觉得国服选手当然是就是比较强的，但我也不认为是4个赛区里面最强的。
Well, that is all I have in terms of prepared questions, Zhao T, but the floor is yours if you want to give any shout-outs or any final words that you would like the audience to hear.
我就觉得就是这一次总决赛又是重新回到了16个人的这个阵营，然后就我觉得参加的选手实力也都非常强大，然后我希望就是大家能关注这次比赛，然后我觉得这次比赛也会是一次非常精彩的比赛。
Great, Zhao T, thank you.
But speaking of the people who are helping you, the people in the back lines propelling you forward, recently we've seen a lot of players from these big established practice groups doing very, very well, having a lot of success in tournaments. But am I right in saying that your style of practice is a little bit different to that? You don't necessarily have quite the number of people working alongside you. And if not, can you talk about what your practice regimen is leading up to a big tournament?
I'm pretty close with the Slovakian player Jojo. He has always some cool control ideas. He's like top on ladder right now with Control Paladin. So I think Huntrace and him, they will help me for World Championship. Then maybe some other people's. I always DM Fury Hunter before Masters Tour and some other people. But yeah, mainly Huntrace, Jojo I think for this one. Maybe you, Derek, if you wanna, we can also help. But yeah, the regime is like play a bunch of ladder, then closer to tournament, look up some stats, has replay stats, play some more ladder, then start practicing in friendly challenges, and yeah, just try to figure out the meta game and bring the good decks with good decks.
Yeah, I mean, we all know that you're referring to the time when I joined your practice group. It was you, some other terrible players that I forget the name of, and I single-handedly boosted you to second place in the World Championships. Yeah, exactly. We're all very familiar with it. But then the main thing that I did want to talk about with you, which is a very unique story in competitive esports of any kind, is a player who finishes in second place at the biggest tournament of the year, which is clearly an incredible feat to have accomplished. But I could also understand how finishing second place when you're so close to that victory would understandably be a pretty bittersweet moment. So how do you frame that performance that you had at the 2020 World Championship, finishing in second place to glory, and how has it changed from now as to when it happened and it was very fresh?
Like right now, I definitely think about it as a big achievement. Even though back then, for like, I don't know, maybe even a year, I was super sad about it. Actually, I think I should be able to win the finals if I played better. There were like 2 games I didn't play that well. With some different lines, maybe I could have won. I think, yeah, that was just super hard to handle after the loss, but looking back at it, like second place at World Championship, if I was looking at me, like, I don't know, 4 years ago when I started playing Hearthstone, if this was what I'm gonna achieve, I would take it, you know? So definitely amazing achievement, but yeah, it's not the trophy. So maybe this year I can bring it back and hopefully win, but it's gonna be, I think, way harder than 2 years ago. It's more people there, 16 players. I think there are stronger players right now than there were 2 years ago. So yeah, I think it's gonna be super hard, but we'll see what's gonna happen.
Couple months ago now at this point, you and he were talking about running quite a lot and making me feel very unathletic by comparison. And I know that when you were talking about it, you do run some pretty long distances fairly regularly. How does that fit into your mental state when playing Hearthstone, and what other mechanisms do you have for achieving such a calm style of play when you're competing?
I think this definitely helps me. I started running like, I don't know, like maybe even 8 years ago, but last 2-3 years I started tracking the distances and stuff. So yeah, I mean, this year I'm at like, I think 1,200 kilometers or whatever, running a lot. So that definitely helps me. I think it helped me even for the like control matches in Hearthstone. That can take,
really?
like, yeah, it's just the stamina. But yeah, these control matches in Hearthstone, in the past, they actually sometimes just went into the, the draw, like the turn limit, like the Elysiana, control warrior mirrors. So yeah, I was used to that. Lately, the matches don't go that long, I think.
Yeah.
But yeah, maybe if something's gonna happen and meta is gonna change, I think I will be ready for this again.
Yeah, thanks to the design team, we can now say that Hearthstone is more interesting than running, which we'll take it based on those Elysiana mirrors. But thank you so much for answering all those questions, and we wish you all the best of luck at the World Championships.
Thank you.
Welcome everyone to the winners bracket match in Group B here at the 2022 Hearthstone World Championships, and we've got a couple of repeat performers at Hearthstone World Championships in said winners bracket match in Glory and Xiao T. Glory, a player who obviously you and I have had plenty of experience to cast, and it's been our pleasure to do so. But Xiao T, despite having made it, as we said, to the World Championship stage a few times at this point actually, we obviously don't get to cast quite so much, and it feels like in Masters Tours as of late we haven't been seeing quite so much of him.
That's right. Felt like a bit earlier this year where he really made a splash, or was it even last year when he won the MT? Can't quite remember. It's all starting to blend together because, as Benich put it, every year is the year of Xiao T. He is so consistent, always doing at least decently in the Masters Tour circuit, and puts out great results because he's always just bringing what he sees as the best 4 decks. As far as I can remember, his assessment of what's the best 4 decks has always been consistent outside of one Masters Tour where I think he had a priest that nobody really expected. But he does just tend to play these decks very, very consistently and gets the edge on the field that way. Whereas on Glory's side, he has a bit more of a brave take on the lineup with some aggro decks in here.
Yeah, taking things a little bit more out of left field, which is cool to see. Again, we don't have that much difference in terms of classes, but decks, we are getting a little bit of daring do instead. But to start things off, it is just a very much standard Quest-Fell Demon Hunter from Glory, which we saw be actually the struggle deck for Yala with some pretty disastrous draws in the previous series. But it's the kind of deck that Glory should be doing well with. It's just, it seems like the Japanese players overall are blessed when it comes to Demon Hunter.
Oh yes, I still remember the final game of last year's World Championship, which had the Demon Hunter mirror and all the tradables to get the clutch outcome here, and that could still ring true. Finding Relic of Dimensions at the most opportune moment is definitely an important aspect of the deck here. It's the rest of Glory's lineup that really intrigues me, though. He does have that aggro druid, which seemed to just have a complete walk in the park. In his previous series. When you get the goods with that deck, it does seem nigh on unstoppable, but I'm still a bit confused as to how it's that good in the current meta, because I don't think it's great against Boon Priest, very weak to Shadow Word Devour. I don't think it's that great against Demon Hunter, very weak to Unleash Fell. And then there are the Miracle Rogues out there that have a lot of early removal if they get the correct hand together, but somehow it's been working out for Glory so far. We'll see it a bit later though, because the druid of this first game is Xiao T's, which is your regular ramp druid with the Nubrican package there, although it does also have the jailer slotted at the top, which is a very greedy approach to the deck, which I don't think will be particularly good against Glory's lineup.
Yeah, I very much doubt we're going to see that coming down at all, unless it's a disgustingly powerful ramp start for Xiao T, which would probably seal the deal anyway. It can admittedly be good against Demon Hunter if you do get it down, because it just means that Fell Barrage is never going to be going face unless they're so low that they're lower than the health of their minions, and you've won the game anyway at that point. But it's just one of those top-end cards that can seal the deal well and truly against the Demon Hunter. But an interesting talking point already here for Glory is it looks like mid-mulligan. He held on to the Guild Trader, and I've heard from pro players and streamers differing opinions still after all these months and years, it feels like, on Quest Demon Hunter in one form or another, on whether or not you should keep these tradable cards.
Yeah, a while ago we did also see Bly's keep Restaurant Viper, I believe, just to make sure that there is some form of cycle in the deck to start progressing the quest. I would say it's more contentious on this iteration of Fell Demon Hunter than previous ones, because this version is less dependent on actually completing the quest, because you are just kind of using these first couple layers of the quest line to get reductions, which with tradables, starting with them in hand is actually pretty nice if you are thinking about reductions as the main way or main priority, because it means that when you put them in the deck, you're less likely to, you know, get one out of the deck and get that having the reduction. Because outside of Guild Trader in the late game, reductions on the minions is not super important here. You'd rather get it on spells, on Relic Vault, and just keep the card draw train rolling.
Nice start on the other side though for Shouty with the gorgeous curve of Coin Bloom, Nourish as well. And I mean, hey, that ramp into Jailer plan that I was talking about, actually looking kind of real at this point with a Theater fully up at 6 mana now. Looking like a pretty nice play along the way as well. Glory just missing out though on that one last key tradable here and keeping the Viper feeling a lot worse now.
That's right. I was wondering if he was going to hold on to those 2 tradables after, or at least one of the tradables after having seen the Chaos Strike, because you could kind of say maybe there's a better chance of progressing the quest on the next turn. But again, not the end of the world if he doesn't get major discounts right away. It's more important just to have the cycle overall. As for Shouty here, it does look pretty straightforward to go coin Widowbloom into Nourish, but there is the option to play Nourish right now with this Innervate draw. Just not a huge fan because I don't think there's much he does with the extra 2 mana he gets from it.
And either way, he can curve into Theater on the following turn, be it with the Innervate or if he had gone, as you said, Coin Vate ramp. Nourish on this turn, and that's just a good option to have because he might feel like if a Relic Vault comes down, he wants to slam Theater just to hit Relic of Dimensions, which is I think actually a pretty crucial combo piece, not even just card draw, because you need it to discount those spell damage cards. But if we don't get any indication that it is there, probably just the standard plan of ramp, then Theater, and hey, honestly, maybe just the Jailer on curve. It's not ridiculous.
Yeah, I think it is very viable because Demon Hunter's removal is completely contingent on the minions being damageable. Shouty still has plenty of health to work with as well, and he's seen Glory's had a bit of a rough time completing the quest so far. Glory gonna start with the Chaos Strike here. Hits Relic of Phantasms, his first relic. It is really not amazing. And conscientiously leaves up this Widowbloom Seedsman to later represent some lifesteal, I think, with Unleash Fell. But he knows he's in trouble, right? Because he's certain that there's a Nourish for Shouty in hand right now, and that's just going to make Shouty's curve completely smooth in the coming turns.
Okay, digging for Guff. Not found so far. And how does the mana work out here? Ramp up to 8. Means that Onyxia being the next draw on the top of your deck is not quite playable yet, and so therefore maybe Underking just to have a decent playable card on the turn after Nourish.
Right. If the line is to actually rush out the Jailer, the Underking looks kind of appealing on the turn following Jailer because you can play that alongside Crypt Keeper. That's quite a lot of stats moving forward, but I'm not necessarily sure if Shouty is going for Jailer yet, and I don't think he is either. It's still open, the sort of game plan he could go for at the moment. There's still a Miracle Growth for the next turn. Meanwhile, for Glory, still not much.
Yep. It's just one of those games. Like, the one thing I think we can argue about here is as to whether or not he should have held off on trying to complete stage 1 of the quest for another turn. Quite clearly in this instance it wouldn't have made a difference either way because the next 3 or 4 cards in his deck were not card draw in any form at all. But he might have had a slightly higher ability to reduce the cost of some of these cards in hand, given that 2 mana is a much more common card draw cost in this deck with Spectral Sight and Chaos Strike in there as well as the Mark of Scorn.
Here's the big crossroads for Xiaoti. Now he can choose to overdraw to keep the innervate and deliberately play Jailer as soon as possible. And if there's any hand to support it, I think it's this. It's full of minions and threats.
Agreed.
He could easily set up a 2-turn lethal after the Jailer hits the board. He doesn't quite have that much armor gain. There is chitinous plating plus Underking though, which is, I think, enough for this stage of the game, especially having seen Glory not get any discounts, still no Relic of Dimensions, no Relic Vault either. And there's Astalor Stage 2, which Xiaoti can gain armor from. I don't think he has to be scared of fatigue.
I agree. Yeah, and it's enough armor to be able to play the double Crypt Keeper as well, which, while it will no longer taunt your opponent, given how the interaction between invincibility and taunt works, it will just represent a little bit more damage and essentially set up 2-turn lethal after the Jailer does come down.
So funny that we are going to see a Jailer game right after talking about it's probably not good into Glory's lineup, but every so often the stars align. For Glory though, one tradable, one chance to find dimensions here. That is the wrong one.
So Relic plus dimensions is only 6, right? Because, oh no, sorry, it's 1 has been played, so it'd be 2, 2, 3, 3.
So if he's lucky and everything hits the 10-10, it's a clear.
Oh, yeah. Well, that's a rough burn.
Not a big deal, though, for this game plan.
Agreed. This one's pretty nice and simple now. Everything goes face, and you set up 100% lethal on the following turn. I don't think healing out of range is an option either.
Nope. Unleash fell unable to damage the minions, so only gets lifesteal off of the hero damage. Not significant at all. Glory gonna go digging with this Relic of Dimensions. Gets removal that is now useless. Can go again with Relic of Dimensions.
True. Yeah, you can just toss away the extinction, I suppose.
Yeah, just improve the Relic.
Potions, flasks, PoE, I got it all.
I don't know what you can get though.
Like double spell damage plus unleash fell or double fell. Yeah, I mean literally just to stay alive more so than even kill his opponent. Yeah, quite clearly not even close to being enough, as Xiaoti in the one game plan we predicted not happening. That's incorrect. Xiaoti does manage to come away the winner in game 1 with just a pretty perfect Druid game plan, where as soon as I start poo-pooing it, it just looks better and better and better. And I think I'm a little surprised, and it's a big win for Xiaoti, honestly, to get that against an aggro lineup on his Druid.
Yeah, I completely agree. I think it's probably makes sense for my prediction track record that the one thing we say is not going to happen happens perfectly. Didn't look hard either. But as you said, it's a big deal for the matchup implications as a whole, because I felt like Glory's best shot with his own aggro druid was against Xiaoti's ramp druid. Now I don't know if Glory even has a good matchup remaining for that deck, which I was pretty surprised to see him bring in the first place.
Yeah, I like to think that for Demon Hunter versus Aggro Druid, my win rate on ladder is not incredible, mainly because I'm mulligan for Ramp Druid, and then if you get hit with Aggro Druid and you've just thrown away your Unleash Fell, thrown away your spell damage or whatever, it can be a very, very rough matchup. I would like to think that, as you say, once you know what the deck is, you can mulligan accordingly. You should be in a very reasonable spot against the Aggro Druid, even if, first of all, we are going to be seeing the mirror here with a single Mark of Scorn, double Need for Greed list for Xiaoti.
And the mirror is a very fickle matchup indeed. A lot of it does not occur on the board itself, but it's more accumulating resources. How greedy can you get with all of your discounted cards, and can you put together a 30-0 combo from hand? It's not necessarily 30, but generally speaking, both players have access to killing the other even without Jace, because with the right discounts on your spell damage minions / fell barrages, you can easily deal upwards of 20 damage in the mid game.
Be curious to see how the players kind of deal with the matters on the board, though, specifically as you say, because I absolutely agree that most of the time it is just about building up those combo pieces. But when that doesn't align, you can sometimes try, and if the hand allows you to, get a big board with the Relic of Phantasms and hope to distract their big Fel barrages from being able to go face and instead going into minions. If you can get up to 6, 6, 7, 7, then it becomes very difficult to clear with spell damage plus Unleash Fel. And as it's currently looking, it's more likely Glory who'll be going for some kind of a plan B there, as Shouty has the nuts already, even with this small hand.
Yes, indeed. Doesn't get more perfect than this. Yeah, the board-based game plan, as you mentioned, is one that is very situational, but we did see it come into play slightly in the Dead Draw versus XC matchup a while ago, where having enough of a board, if you haven't damaged your opponent too much, is not that big of a problem, because I feel like the liability of going for the board-based game plan is if you've invested any damage prior, they can heal it back up very easily with Unleash Fel. But if you haven't, then it forces your opponent to then invest some of their damage into killing minions instead.
Glorious hand coming together much better, though, with the cards off the top as compared to the ones actually in hand, as he gets the Vault plus the Sigil, meaning he can guarantee quest completion stage 1 next turn, hoping to hit for turn 5, or I guess turn 4 off the Sigil if he's very lucky, the Relic of Dimensions. The real question for Shouty is whether or not you button plus Relic of Phantasms on this turn, because it delays coin dimensions, because you really want to combo that with the location, but it does juice it up quite nicely for a turn 5 play.
I do think it's just the Phantasms without the button for two reasons. I think the dimensions being delayed even a turn. Oh, okay. Shouty disagrees, but my thought process was dimensions being delayed even a turn has a lot of bigger implications, because if the first dimension pulls another dimension or any card draw, honestly, you would like to just continue rolling with that turn after turn. And second, the one extra discount I felt like is not super relevant on the majority of Shouty's deck. Most of the cards cost 2 or less already.
Glory with an
is greeting it out a little bit more, which I can also see. He has like Chaos Strike and Sigil of Alacrity to fill out the turn 4 nicely.
Huh. Like, there's the obvious play for Glory, which is to use an Unleash Fel plus the level 1 Relic of Extinctions, which would give you a full board clear. I don't think you're necessarily going to get a better time for Relic of Extinction. It's more just about the fact that you have to use Fel Barrage, which does kind of hurt. Or Unleash Fel, sorry, which does hurt a little.
Oh, he got the perfect clear.
It's all right then.
Yeah, I think Glory's thought process was even if he left a little bit of the board up, it's okay.
Yeah. I just don't know how I feel about pressing the location on that turn, because obviously you have double Relic of Phantasms in hand. But unless I have to press the location, I always like to leave the possibility open of just high rolling and hitting the dimensions off the top on the following turn, because it's such a brittle matchup. It spikes so heavily on individual draws that just leaving yourself open with the possibility of doing so could just instantly win you the game, which is a huge upside, obviously.
And on top of that, the way that Glory's hand has shaped up, it looks like he has to go all in on the board-based game plan.
Right.
So even saving a button press for one of the Relic of Phantasms on the following turn seemed also pretty reasonable to me. But Glory is heavily valuing the Unleash Fels for later on, which is also very understandable because this card can swing the board if Shouty has a similar hand.
That, however, is one of the best draws available for Glory on this turn.
Absolutely.
Slows down a lot after that, though, doesn't it? The kind of hand that's like tantalizingly close, especially if you get one spell damage. You're going to be like 6 or 7 damage off lethal probably if these minions can attack face as well. But that's just not enough. They heal right back up to 30 afterwards.
Well, for Shouty, this is where things kick into overdrive. Okay, that Jace being the last discount is enormous.
Quite funny though that all the rest of the cards he drew effectively draw cards, so don't get him back down to 9 cards in hand, which would mean he has to use the coin here in order to deny the overdraw, which you really don't want to do. I
mean,
probably use it still.
World where he accepts the overdraw.
Yeah.
Because, I mean, next turn he has Silver Moon, Arcanist plus Unleash Fel. Plus, that will clear the board, and then Mark of Scar in most instances will deal 5 damage face. Chaos Strike, 7 total, and then Jace to replay quite a lot. I don't know if that's lethal just yet. I think he lacks a Fel Barrage, but depending on what he draws from Sigil / the Mark of Scorn and the Chaos Strike, there could be a very early kill coming. Meanwhile, for Glory, oh no. Think he presses the button for Phantasms here, just goes all in on the board, because the hand is not doing anything else.
Agreed. You just need to make your opponent's life difficult on this turn as much as possible. Like, hope that they only have 1 spell damage card in hand by some miracle, or they don't have the Unleash Fel, of course, is the other possibility. And then you can just chip in 10 or so damage, and you draw spell damage off the top to close out the game.
As it stands, Glory isn't too far from lethal himself. I think he's 5 off. If he had 1 source of spell damage, it was a completely different story. Holding on to the last location proc though. And granted that 4 health breakpoint is already a big deal. Survives 1 of the spell damage givers plus Unleash Fel.
Yeah, either way you're making a pretty big risk, right? This way you're saying, I might win through board. Okay, that's a bit of a rough burn. You might win through board, but you're not necessarily all in, and you're praying that they don't have the removal to deal with this still. But you're also praying pretty heavily on hitting exactly Relic of Dimensions off the top to pull you back into the game.
I'm gonna go ahead and say Shouty is 1 mana off of a guaranteed easy lethal, because then you could play Jace Guild Trader, Guild Trader, Arcanist, Unleash Fel, and Jace.
Right.
And then Mark of Scorn at the end, which I think would have been the kill here, but bit off here. Has found the Fel Barrage now, though.
He hasn't played any Fel Barrages as of yet, though, right? Yeah. Oh man, still a lot of damage. Good lord.
And a lot of healing, because Glory was kind of forced to commit to board there.
Yeah.
And there is no way out for Glory on the next turn unless he gets a lethal himself. Was that a Dimensions? Yes,
That's
it was.
the draw. Ooh.
Oh my goodness.
Oh, the rest are kind of whiffs, to be honest, but
You can still go Spectral.
maybe
The awkward part is he can't outcast the Spectral without first playing Extinction, and he wants these minions on the board to give him healing from the Unleash Fel.
I guess he could go Guild Trader, Unleash Fel first, and then just throw away the Relic of Extinctions.
Potentially, yeah. Feels weird, but that healing is absolutely crucial. Who knows if it'll be enough, though, because Guild Trader, Fel Barrage, Jace, with an Unleash Fel in the pool and a Chaos Strike and some other things for Shouty, that's looking pretty lethal to me.
I mean, what's he thinking here? Top deck Jace? Is there any way if you play enough Fel spells that can be lethal? I don't think so, because just haven't played enough of them yet.
All right, Shouty has had time to do his counting. I'm sure he knows goes for the There's the other Fel Barrage to make sure if he wasn't already.
Has to be lethal now.
Just in the blink of the eye, he is on match point. It feels like so many times we've seen today players get up to a 2-0 lead, but we've seen more than one reverse sweep here, so Shouty still has to be a bit careful.
Indeed, yeah. Well, he did it to his opponent in the previous series up against Yala, so he knows how possible it is to do so. Kind of emblematic of how that matchup often goes for me. While I absolutely adore this new build of Demon Hunter, I think it's such a fascinating combo hybrid kind of deck. Combro, yeah. That's what they call me.
Sure.
Yeah, well, that's what I call myself. I think it's such a fascinating deck. The mirror is just a bit miserable to play, to be perfectly honest. You're just hoping to draw better than your opponent, and there's some amount of expression that you have in how you utilize your damage for removal versus damage to face, and there's certain rules you need to learn for the matchup, but I think it's mainly just down to who can draw better, which for Shouty was absolutely the case there. Moving on to just the Rogue left over, though, for him, which could be a bit of a problem deck, I guess, against aggro. How are we feeling about Rogue versus aggro in this meta?
Yeah, because it's specifically the jackpot rogue for Shouty, I feel like it has less of a removal package than we're used to seeing from the Draka rogue. And it's a really tough one to quantify because most of the time when I see this in a lineup, I'm like, that's gotta be the weak link, right? This deck is not consistent, but somehow it consistently generates something useful given that it casts such a wide net of generation effects. At some point, it's not unlikely that you find something that is good against aggro. Not likely to be able to take down Demon Hunter in my opinion, because that is a form of aggro that is mostly from hand damage. But against the aggro druid from Glory later on, Shouty has a couple of things that he can generate. Any form of AoE. We saw Felfire in the hole a while ago. That is not too bad whatsoever, but it's more a question of whether you can get through the early game safely if it is that aggro druid where the Wild Paw Knolls are the MVPs.
Absolutely, yeah, that's where the deck will really shine. The concoctions, I do think, are still pretty fantastic ways to stabilize the game a little bit more towards the start. Just having destroy a minion can be very powerful as well. But first of all, it's going to be up against the Demon Hunter, so it's less about the removal, and more about finding some of these disruptive tools like Ghastly Gravedigger and the very specific interaction where trading a card into your deck means it keeps any reductions in costs. Shuffling it in does not. However, so you can reset spells or minions' costs back up to full. But for Glory, he's going to be giving Shouty a taste of his own minion here as he gets card for card the hand his opponent had in the previous game.
Insta full keep, nothing clearer than that. Absolutely. Whereas for Shouty, it's only the Cutlass that looks appealing to keep here, and even then, without a guaranteed spell, it's not amazing. But anything that you can keep to discount the Wild Paw Knolls while he is still under the Maestra disguise, you would not turn your nose up at.
Would you never consider a Jara as like a potential high roll kind of card just to get, say, the perfect Leviathan? Or Colossal, sorry.
Yeah, Shouty is of that mindset. I wasn't sure what Colossal was particularly useful against Demon Hunter, but it is one of, Colossals in general are just one of the best cards to continuously replay from your stashes / test effects. So reasonable for Shouty here. He hits a jackpot, but not a nice discount on it. So funny, we have finally seen a Death Knight in the tournament.
Enjoy it while you can. This is the closest that you're going to come to seeing it. Go on, press the hero power for the boys one time.
For the ghouls. For the corpses.
For the ghouls.
I wonder what happens to the corpse counter after he transforms back into Rogue. I don't know, actually.
Oh!
What the heck?
What?
That's terrible, isn't it?
I mean, it seems somewhat appropriate that they are aligned in his hand. But like you say, it is complete and utter garbage.
Oh my god. The stars aligned for glory?
Indeed. Oh man, like it's just, if it was the old version where it brings them both down to, it affects both players, then maybe it would be playable to disrupt their combo somehow.
Well, terrible, right?
Great. Yeah.
They just dimensions and everything goes 0.
I guess so, yeah. It's bad either way.
Yeah, or a quest progression if it's that late in the game still.
Interesting. All right, let's go again. Come on, two more.
Come on, big money this time. Sigil of and a relic of his own.
Yeah. Are there any big demon colossals? Zillag? I guess, but then you just play it for one right off of the Ajara instead of for the full 5.
The relic is interesting though, because that's a great card to continuously replay from stash if you have the hand space. But that hand space is a scarce commodity given that Shouty's generated 8 mana piles of useless garbage.
Whereas Glory's hand really could not be much better, to be perfectly honest. The only consideration is whether you want to go for a smaller quest completion on this turn with Mark of Scorn and Rustrot Viper, then go with stage 2 completion guaranteed with location plus the dimensions on the following turn. That is where he ends up, and I think I like it. I think having drawn the Silvermoon Arcanist especially and the Fel Barrage makes it an even more enticing prospect.
Right. And also kind of left him the possibility of having drawn another relic beforehand. Extinction he could have just thrown out instead of Vault if it had been drawn, for example, to buff up the dimensions a bit more on the next turn. Doesn't get it, but he's still in an amazing position, whereas Shouty, I mean, could play a relic of his own.
And then overdraw unless he hits a 1 mana card that doesn't draw another card.
Wild Tunnel, I believe.
Yeah, true.
Not quite. What a disaster.
I know this deck is good, but every time I see it, I struggle to see how it's even remotely playable.
Oh my goodness.
Whereas
Is
this...
a double Relic of Dimensions? Next turn, he gets even more discounts. He's discounting spell damage minions.
Those are pretty good.
Need for Greed is like free next turn?
I think 2, but still very, very cheap comparatively. And low-key, I mean, like, how much damage is this? If he gets a Unleash Fel off the top, it's like 30 damage, basically.
Yeah. Right now it's 24.
Easy Pete's.
Is it ever mage just to bluff objection? The barrier? I don't know.
After a minion deals 3 or more damage, destroy it. Would that destroy Jace? I guess it would.
I think so.
Yeah. Doesn't do anything, but
Yeah.
I'm just curious.
It should destroy Jace after Jace destroys you.
Yeah, yeah.
Quite funny. Yeah, he does end up taking the ice barrier if for bluff value, if nothing else. Also,
Overdraws again. And then, yeah, just goes with the horn and hopes to hit the replaying cards, I suppose.
pick your poison.
Yeah, seriously.
Another
I think this-
dimensions looks very tempting, but how does he create some hand space?
Yeah, exactly. I'm definitely feeling another dimensions turn. So 8 right now. You need to play 1 more card, and then location plus relic. So I think Guild Trader would be a fine card to play.
Mm-hmm. Definitely one of those situations where you gladly overdraw Kurtrus.
Oh, yeah, absolutely.
Phantasms to top it off? My goodness.
Okay, so not enough mana to play the other spell damage as well. Makes this a little tougher than just the super easy turn it would be otherwise.
It's fine. Extinction, Phantasms, call it a day.
Oh, yeah.
Meanwhile, Shouty overdraws. Has only 7 mana to work with. And no realistic outs that I can think of.
Well, that's a bad overdraw as well. So we're looking, in terms of outs, Gigafin puts him back on board, but not especially well. Neptulon does the same thing, but again, not to a degree where he's going to be winning this game.
Yeah, the board is the least of his problems.
Right.
Gonna start with the Bone Spike. Okay.
Nice scabs him. Okay.
It's cute. It makes Glory overdraw.
Yeah. Well, he's just a tiny bit of mana short from being able to go for the Horn, play the Colossal and Tess on the following turn. But he's starting to make something happen, I guess, is the headline here.
Right. So for Glory, a bit awkward because the most dumpable cards are the discounted ones, but this is his last discounted spell damage. Gonna go for the 2-cost Need for Greed now and hoping to hit big. The Unleash Fell is already a pretty good outcome, and he has double Fell Barrage.
Wow, still no other Unleash Fell.
The important part is he just doesn't overdraw Jace, right? There is damage permanence in most cases against Jackpot Rogue. It's fine that he's dishing out the damage sort of piecemeal like this, replaying a huge board, and if somehow Shouty can deal with this based off of a Jackpot spell of some sort, then there's still the Jace somewhere in the deck to close things out.
Look at the combo. Trickster alignment, what a draw.
Leviathan? Big ick. Are there outs? Are there outs? I cannot think of any. Looking through the deck list. I mean,
yeah, like
both jackpots have been used, right?
Yeah, and Shadow Demise doesn't even work that way. It doesn't just become the last spell you played. Looking for Gigafin, but doesn't have mana, even if he got it. Yeah, there we go.
So another Death Knight card.
That's a cool Death Knight card as well. I like that one.
All right, Glory getting himself on the board here. Demon Hunter taking a win eventually is no big surprise here, but it is more of a story of this aggro druid. I continue to bang this drum. I feel like that deck is not in a great position, but if it is going to take a win in Shouty's lineup, if not the ramp druid, I guess this Jackpot Rogue is the next best candidate.
Feels that way. Yeah, it's a deck that's a little low on these early game pop-off turns. Like, they don't have to be big, but they just have to like kill a lot of stuff. And that's why, you know, against aggro druid, even if you didn't have Draka or Graveyard, just going for like a big scribbling stenographer, double serrated bone spike, player concoction, whatever it may be, a play like that is often just good enough, because all you have to do is clear the board versus aggro druid and then you win the game. They have essentially no backup after you've won the board in any capacity whatsoever, and that is something that I believe the Renathal version of Rogue struggles to do a little bit more. Primarily, that does come in the form of Null, which we haven't seen all too much of today, but is, of course, just a very real draw that you can hit to close out the game incredibly quickly versus Aggro Druid.
Right. It's also not too bad to hit a Cutlass and play it out if that's your best answer to an Iron Deep Trog or a Peasant, because any one of these 1-drops sticking around and then potentially becoming a target for Mark of the Wild, which then activates Crooked Cook, it all snowballs out of control very quickly right from turn 1 when we're talking about Aggro Druid. So I can see Concoctions also coming in clutch for Shouty, potentially Astalor even, if it has Mana Thirst. Dealing 2 damage is not the worst thing. Any form of removal would be a welcome sight, but in most instances, I feel like Glory is in a very good spot. The mass board buff that Aggro Druid has access to in either the Herald of Nature or Pride's Fury is truly what makes the deck a real contender in the meta, and he just needs to make sure he hits a decent curve leading up into those.
Well, speaking of a decent curve, it's kind of hard to know what that constitutes anymore in Aggro Druid because the deck just curves so low. Like most of the deck is 1-cost minions. And so what are the real power spike cards that you'd be looking for against Rogue for the Druid?
Yeah, situationally, either Druid of the Wreath or Trog, just sticking one of those early. You could also make the argument for Peasant if you're going first, but I think the Rogue is not too sad to coin Dagger because they have a bunch of 2-drops to follow up, so I would put Peasant a bit lower on the priority list. And if either that Trog or Druid of the Reef sticks, then being able to buff it then gets it out of range of Cutlass, out of the range of Wild Pawn Newell sometimes, and then that's where the Druid starts to get out of control. Ooh. Promising hand for Shouty.
Yeah, now we're talking. Ooh, that's not bad either. Just another coin. That's a lot more mana to use.
What is it?
Oh, double Peasant, though, is a backbreaker for Shouty at the moment. Doesn't have a way to get past this taunt.
Yeah, that's sick. Oh, I mean, there you go. Talk about a use for the coin. Straight away, coin, private eye is, well, definitely catching my eye.
And so he would get a Perjury and a double cross, which is plenty of tempo. He would unveil himself as Rogue, so the Noel cannot continue to get discounts. So I wonder if that is better than just playing the Noel this turn to actually remove some damage from the board.
Good point.
Very close.
If you go for this line with the private eye, you can follow up with Null plus Perjury next turn, which is just a pretty good way to clear off both the 1/3 and hopefully one of the peasants as well.
Very clean. Okay.
Ooh. No buff immediately presented.
Not quite, but if Glory wants, he can just go wide here.
The sea floor be its own treasure.
Let him have the 2 cards. They're already ahead on value anyway. He's just trying his best to stick this wide board.
Job's done.
Or the bluff
explosive.
value. Exactly. That Hunter Secret, any Hunter Secret is so juicy. No longer a Flame Ward? Was that the mage card?
No, that's not in standard.
Yeah, I know. Just what a card it was.
Shouty makes the decision to go for Counterspell instead, which does have guaranteed disruption value against Glory at some point. The explosive, I mean, the Ice Trap, even if it was bluffing explosive, I think Glory was in a position where like he can't really afford to play around the bluff.
Yeah.
He would go in anyway, and then ends up not working out too well for Shouty. But what does look pretty nice here is actually several plays. The Gravedigger to shuffle back a potential Pride's Fury would have been amazing.
Yeah, I think because he's got the counterspell set up, I do prefer going with this line of, well, trying to find exactly Explosive Trap, I suppose, ideally, which he does find, and also managing to get the null down as well.
Right, Glory now aware of the secrets, but he is falling behind on board. No Herald of Nature here. I think forces him onto Mark of the Wild to create a taunt and protect the rest of his board.
Yeah. Pretty nice with the sidekick as well, right? Just to juice it up even further.
Alternatively, he could put sidekick on Peasant, so it value trades the Sketchy Stranger.
It's about even, actually, isn't it? I guess, like, in that case, would you ever just say, I'll stick it on the Slither Spear, because then I get to send 2 damage face? Maybe that's stupid.
I don't know. It's really dependent on what Shouty has generated, right? Somehow, my default instinct is the same as Glory's here, which is just take value trades wherever you can.
Yeah.
Oh, this trap, though.
Yeah, it's the play, isn't it? It has to be. Like, they might have Pride's Fury in hand, in which case you're very sad. But if they don't, you're very, very happy.
If it's specifically Pride's Fury he's scared of, there is the alternate play of Perjury Ghastly, shuffle it back.
Oh.
But the explosive seems like it's immediately saving him more health in any case but the Pride's Fury, and I guess Herald of Nature.
You could consider going explosive plus dagger, which gets you the benefit of denying them 1 card, I suppose, off the Peasant. And also just kind of bluffing that it's not explosive in a way.
It's a big deal, actually, denying the draw, because Peasants in the world of explosive are Glory's only source of resources now, because you can't really send damage face for Crooked Cook to activate. Okay. Chances at Pride's Fury.
He's like, okay, it's not Ice Trap.
This ain't it. Sentries protect the Peasant another turn, I guess.
Maybe you do just wait. Because if it's explosive, you don't lose, but your chances just absolutely plummet.
Yeah. Glory is stressed out.
No!
He goes for it, and there it is. Shouty is back in. But the resources are not all out for Glory yet. The Trog represents quite a pain for Shouty to deal with.
Dude. Ooh, not anymore.
So, Bone Spike, Double Cross, Ghastly.
Yeah. That's definitely where my head's at.
Swift Scale Tricksters are just very dead in hand for Shouty at the moment, but somehow he is still managing to pull back here.
Ain't my grave.
Plus that Crooked Cook back.
I think it has to be.
Also so valuable for Shouty to know the entire contents of Glory's hand at the moment. He knows exactly what to play around for the near future.
Yeah.
Fertilizer is quite scary, and actually even New Growth if he is preparing for a top deck Herald / Pride's Fury world, but outside of exactly that, I feel like denying the most resources by shuffling the Cook back is the way to go. But now is the time for Glory to go all in.
Yeah, minion buff. Trade away, I suppose. Bend all but one of your mana. It's a good turn for this point in the game for aggro druid. It's about the best you can hope for.
Man, I was kind of interested in
close.
1 minion and then double attack. And then you don't have to trade because your taunts have 3 attack? I don't know.
True, yeah.
Oh, dead draws for Shouty. Nothing to shuffle back.
Opponent's hand is too dead, unfortunately.
And Glory will
jam
never
Rennie
even get in a spot where he can spend all his mana for the double cross.
Right.
Yeah, I think it is just Jam Perjury and Renathal.
Yeah.
Oh, disgusting. What a weird outcome.
Super weird. And obviously in a...
Sorry. The moment that Shouty runs into a test or a contraband stash, that's explosive
Exactly.
trap replayed. So he just needs to survive until then.
Glory praying for a miracle, which I guess is like quicker and quicker becoming planted evidence to hit one of the big druid spells. Because every other top deck is individually incredibly low value.
Yep. Value trade and protect his 2/2 or to push face here.
You gotta go face
Actually-
here, right?
I'm gonna say I was inclined to actually take the trade. But
Set up 2-turn this way.
that's true.
Even if they value
the
trade you.
2/2 is removed. Ah, another hunter secret.
Well, I mean, it's actually
Only
looking like it
useful
might have to
one.
be freezing, yeah. Okay, that's a good draw.
It is.
There we go.
Uh-huh. Gleaming? Or is that too greedy?
Oh, it's gotta be gleaming. It just has to be. Like, as soon as you draw jackpot, surely the game ends. Unless you get double alignment again.
The thing is, he needs to survive. Okay. Worry now,
this is
2
so
off.
bad.
Oh, terrible. He has to trade that. Okay, the freezing is still relevant, though.
Yeah, very much so.
Quickly.
There we go. That's the draw.
Oh! Scourge. Not playable, but command is pretty good on the next turn. Jerry Rig gets to sow the soil, but there is still a hunter secret for Glory to consider.
I think it gets a guaranteed roots at this point.
Oh, does it? Oh, yeah.
I
We
think
have
both
seen.
so the soils are gone.
Okay.
Which is probably a bit better at this point.
Uh-huh. It represents damage.
Uh-huh.
Oh, is he gonna activate the double cross? I feel like it's hero power plus
Or
1,
just
2,
leave
tree.
the tree in.
Yeah, I think so. Play the 2/1 instead. But you need to weave in the hero power.
And then what is this grasping roots going face instead of into the Renathal?
Uh-huh. But I don't know if it's this turn. Because this sets up, like, if he draws the other living roots, double roots hero power lethal. Even if the board gets cleared.
Play the Scourge.
Oh my god.
Scourge.
The Scourge. Let's
do it.
You have to.
Get it all. Oh.
I mean, oh, it can still happen. The other trickster.
Pretty good,
Death
right?
Knight, Death Knight, Death. He started as a
let's
Death Knight
go.
this game. It's just thematic. Any taunts? Oh!
Those
A
are
giant
so
taunt.
good.
And lifesteal. Oh my gosh. That's it.
Yeah, no coming back from that as Death Knight comes as close as it's going to come to winning a game of Hearthstone at the 2022 Hearthstone World Championship. And more importantly, Xiao Ti is through to the quarterfinals of said World Championship, taking down previous world champion Glory, who's going to have to fight it out in the Decicder match later on today. But so far for Xiao Ti, his lineup, we can raise questions as this Druid and the Rogue are very much debatable choices. But a couple of wobbly bits aside, his decks are looking decent and his play is looking spot on.
Absolutely. Xiao Ti, always known for pristine play, very considered, taking his time and finding the best lines every single turn. Even if the lineup isn't the most creative or innovative, he just knows all of the decks inside and out. Whereas for Glory, bit of a heartbreaker there. Can't say it's completely unexpected, though, to see Aggro Druid come down in this fashion. When the deck doesn't hit its good matchups, it really just seems like it flounders. But Glory will still have a second chance in the Decicder match later on today, as we find out who is joining Xiao Ti through to Sunday from Group B.
Indeed, yeah. A couple more matches yet to play before we find out who that will be. But I guess in that series, it kind of was just over as soon as the Druid won for Xiao Ti in game one. Like, after that point, it was such an uphill climb for Glory, which I think is really going to be his best shot through the lower bracket, or in the Decicder match, I should say, is taking down any Druids that come along, as this aggro does not feel especially well positioned, I will say. It's going to be in a tough spot to get it done. But we'll see whether or not he can do so a little bit later on, because first of all, we have the elimination match, as, okay, here we can see Xiao Ti going through in first position, and Tianming versus Yarla in the elimination match first. Oh, man. I know it's been said so many times, but it's just insane to lose players this good this early in the tournament. It feels sacrilegious.
That is just how the cookie crumbles at the World Championship, left and right. Somebody has got to go down, and somebody is just going to be one of the best players in the world. You did mention a while ago that the Death Knight was the closest we would see it winning a game, but I don't know, Derek, there's still some potential if Yarla has anything to say about it with that awesome little player icon. So we'll see shortly between Tianming and Yarla, who is going to be facing Glory. Still a lot of Hearthstone to play out today.
That's right. And while that's all from Gia and myself today, two more matches yet to come. So after this short break, Tianming versus Yarla for the elimination match of Group B.
Xiao Ti, let's put that big brain to the test. Your first question is, how many matches has XMG won in Masters Tours? Is it 40, 50, 60, or 70?
50.
50 is incorrect. The correct answer is 70, believe it or not. Question number 2. How many times has Tianming been in the top 32 of a Masters Tour? Is it 7, 8, 9, or 10?
7.
7 is correct. Well done. Question 3. Who did XC beat in the finals of Masters Tour Madrid? Was it Alutemu?
Alutemu. Yeah, Alutemu.
Absolutely correct. Yep. Option A, Alutemu. No need to go on. Question 4. Yuyi has played 16 Masters Tours. How many times did he have a negative record? Is it 1, 3, 5, or 7?
5.
5 is absolutely right. 9 times with a winning record, 2 even, and 5 losing. Well done. Question 5, this should be the easy one for you. Which player beat Xiao Ti twice in the 2019 World Championships? Was it
SNG?
Well, I'm going to give you the 4 options I have, because that's not one of them. 2019 World Championships, Yu Ying, Jing, Omega Zero, or Jason Zhou?
Jing.
It is Jing, yeah. I think we'll give you that one, but we might need a ruling on it. And finally, question 6. Who did Xiaobai beat in the final of Masters Tour Ironforge?
Maverick.
Maverick is correct. Absolutely right. That is 5 out of 6 if we're giving that one to you, which is the best record I've had of any of these that I have done. So, Zhao T, congratulations.
Yes,
小弟很厉害。
Hello everyone and welcome back to Hearthstone World Championship. I'm Raven, joining me is Sol, and we've got another match for you. It is going to be Timing versus Yala coming up for this elimination match, and a lot on the line. We've already said, goodbye to a player or so so far, and it's rough. We were just speaking about this before we came on now, and so it's really rough seeing okay, the players are just knocked out and it's done. Obviously they all have the same chance, the same sort of basic double elimination groups to get through, but it's it's a tough one, and I think it's just shows that how strong the field is, Sol, that it's unbelievable to see some of these players knocked out.
Yeah, we talked about it a little bit as we were wrapping up last time. We are on Yala duty this time around, it seems. But for either of these players, honestly, it would be a big shock to see either of them going out early, because they are both incredibly consistent, high-level, repeat performers within their prospective regions. And Yala, in particular, I keep saying Yala is one world championship short of an all-timer Hall of Fame career, right? He's done absolutely everything else that there is to do. But until you reach that absolute pinnacle, until you reach the very top and have that world championship to your name, I think it's very hard to put you in the conversation, even in a card game where we'll sit there and say, well, what really matters is consistency, right? Sure, you won the World Championship one year, but did you consistently put up the results over and over and over again? It's still really hard to defeat the idea that you don't have that trophy in your trophy cabinet at the end of your career, right? So I think Yala does really want to get that final job done.
Yep, and checking out the lineups, or the matchups, I guess, for the first one, is going to be a Rogue versus Druid here. For game number 1, Tiaming is going to be bringing that this sort of XL Jackpot Rogue, of course. And we've seen, I would say a mixture. I think this deck always feels difficult to define as how well it's performing. Obviously, you just have, your win-loss rate, of course. But some games seem so unwinnable, and then some games seem unlosable. It just seems like a really odd deck to try and get a good grasp on, because so much of it is reliant on how, not only what cards you generate, I think that's the easy answer, but how well you can build a game plan based on what you may or may not create, right? It's not even what the actual cards are, but it's how you adapt to it. We saw, earlier on today, right? Dead Draw got a Pyroblast on turn 2 from it, or 3, and then set up a plan around it, and it paid off. But a lot of the time, that's not necessarily as easy as it sounds. So, going to be interesting to see how this deck continues to perform over the weekend, because it's not like Tianming's the only player who's brought it. And then on this side, we get to see once again, Sol, how well these 30 cards it's ramp druid, but I'd honestly just lean towards more calling it combo druid at this point, because Yala has nothing else apart from that combo, really.
Yeah, that's absolutely right. And I do think the Jackpot Rogue dynamic is interesting. I mentioned earlier how much more trusted this deck is in the China region than it is anywhere else, and how that's bled through a little bit seemingly to some of the Liquid players who have played regularly in that team league, Bunny Hopper and Dead Draw, who are both representatives in the World Championships as well. But I also think it's interesting because you'll see the very best players. You know, we talk a lot about, okay, you know, you open your jackpot, you see what the spells are. You know, it's not necessarily truly random as to, oh, I win or lose based on what this is. But, you know, you see what the spells are and then you react to it, right? Which is essentially what you were just saying. But I think what's overlooked is that the very best players can sometimes be like, okay, well, actually, this is a game where I need to look towards a Colossal to win me the game early, or, you know, a Reconnaissance minion or whatever else. There are lots of different boxes that you can open with the deck. It's not just the jackpot spells that do get you rolling. So there are, you know, layers upon layers of different routes through the game, like you were talking about earlier. Like even the starting point of where that first branch of that route leads to can be different in different matchups.
Yeah, and I think navigating that, as you said, is a very, very important skill for these players to have. But already, now that mulligans are over, we can take a look at how the openings are shaping up. Jarl having access to Wild Growth and Nourish after the mulligan. Oh, wow. The Innovate, the Aquatic Form, that's just looking quite good to me, Sol. I think in any matchup, that's looking like a solid opening hand as far as I can see. Also, is this the debut, or did I miss a game where this happened?
You did. It happened in the last series, yeah. Derek and Gia have already been through this bit. It's old hat by this point. Yes, we get it. Ha ha. There's a Death Knight that turned up. Yeah, they did it already.
What Death Knight? I don't know what you talk about.
Yeah.
Okay,
wow, that Guff draw is insane as well with the spare Innovate that's now left hanging around. That is the good stuff.
This is just the hand, right? Like the only thing Jarl was potentially missing because of the lack of Jerry Rig was the Nourish. If it was used for ramp, then card draw is a question mark. Not really the case anymore. So Jarl can just maybe even just super fast cycle to this combo and really give Tianming things to think about. Although, this is one of your favorite cards, wasn't it, Sol? Party Up.
Party Up, yeah, it was.
I knew you were a Party Up fan on day one of release.
I was indeed. The potential curve with the, what was it? It was a weapon that gave Divine Shield on expiration of the weapon or something to everything?
Rallying Blade, was it?
No, Rallying Blade was the old 3-2 weapon that buffed Divine Shield minions, I think. Wasn't it a shield of some sort?
The shield. Yeah. There's so many paladin weapons that stuff with divine shields. All. It was the shield.
I thought like that curve would just be too strong. Would then, you know, because paladins always have this problem where that you have all the best buffs in the game, but you don't necessarily ever get to stick minions to land those buffs on, and that just felt like a thing that would work pretty well, but didn't turn out working. Didn't turn out to work particularly well in the end.
Yeah, though, Tianming's got a fairly solid curve, right? With Flipper Friends, the Krakatoa, and then Party Up. Like, that's, again, not the best curve in the world, but it's reasonably solid.
Yeah, and they're good spells as well to cast recursively as well, right? To just keep coming back over and over again. But you see the reaction to the Guff.
That's the problem, isn't it? When we're like, the rogue deck, you need some creative thinking and ways to really get to the end game. And Jarl's like, ramp, Guff, let's go, you're dead. it's okay.
Just drooling everywhere as he throws ramp cards around. Yeah.
I'm going to choose to keep going with the ramp, makes sense. Don't really like any of these.
Genuine facepalm just happened then. I always love seeing a genuine facepalm occur in the wild.
Yeah, I think this is a tough one, isn't it? At first, when I was talking about the sort of curve with Flipper Friends, suddenly a 6/6 doesn't quite cut it when your opponent's on 10 mana, right? Which is a slight issue that Tianming's having now. We've all been there versus Druid.
You would think he'd feel an affinity for the aquatic creatures from Flipper Friends, given that he is Wet Ian after all. You know, that just seems to fit in pretty well.
Sal's been waiting all day for something like that.
It's such unfortunate casing in the net. I don't know what human doesn't read that naturally as Wet Ian, but if you just automatically see W.E. Tianming, which is what it's supposed to be, then I don't think you're normal.
Just be a funny team name, though, wouldn't it?
Wet.
Now, does Yala just keep cycling here? Like, is there any actual... I know he has to consider potential secrets and such, of course, but is there any reason for him to just play any of these minions? I think it's fair to say he probably feels under approximately zero pressure right now.
Which is precisely the salient point, yes. It makes the answer to your question no. As long as there's going to be no pressure on the other side of the board, yeah, he's just going to keep cycling and looking for Bran and everything else he needs to be able to get this job done. Particularly because every minion he plays is suddenly a minion he can't use to proc objection if it comes to that at some point over the course of the game. So holding back minions as resources to be able to do that.
Interesting as well that he went for, or didn't go, should I say, for the aquatic form. Just to keep going with the cycle, but maybe Yala doesn't want to give away any potential knowledge of, okay, well, if aquatic form on 10, it means you can just draw any card you want, basically, and you're probably going to pick a potential combo piece.
Exactly, yeah.
Or the big counter to that 1/5/4, the Gigafin.
Yeah, it's just a tempo Gigafin, really, isn't it? Yeah. It's just the most stats you can get in play. Objection now down on the other side as well. So the objection dance does begin. We did call this out, I believe, very early on in the day that, you know, objection would be a very persistent, repetitive talking point throughout the whole tournament. It is one of the most common disruption cards that we're seeing in people's lineups. Basically, Mage and Rogue generally use objection, the Mage secret, to be able to make everyone's life rather annoying.
How unplayable is this Talon as well? Because Tianming does run Theotar, and especially in situations that you mentioned it before, right? That Druid can hold a lot of cards almost all the time.
Yes.
But does Yala, again, like, ever even care about playing this Talon at this point? 13 cards left, he's Guff, has a lot of armor, not getting pressured. Does he just hold on to it because why not at this point?
Well, there's also, looking at it the other way, right, he's just ruled out Counterspell as a Mage secret, so there's an argument to say play the Talon for relative confidence that it will get objected at that point. Because you absolutely don't want the Talon on the board, because if there's a Talon, if you play Talon and your opponent does have the thing in their hand, does have the Theotar in their hand, they're like food and drink at that point. They're going to kill your Talon and insta-slam the Theotar to try and end the game on the spot at that point. So it's a tough call to make, because Yala still has 2 or 3 other secrets that haven't been tested for that could have been there from the Mage one. But you could have had just the willful confidence that that was going to be objection and slammed it there.
At least now, it's looking like Tianming can actually push a reasonable chunk of damage. There's, of course, 22 armor to hit through, but connecting with the full Gigafin is a small win at least. Could actually go for the Miracle Growth again. Could throw the Jerry Rig into the secret. But again, I imagine actually Yala will wait, right? Especially now he has the Jerry Rig.
Yes.
He'll be able to just play the Jerry Rig in the combo turn and just say, well, you can only have one objection up.
Yes.
So there you go.
The only reason to, you know, go ahead and spend mana early is if you think you're going to have to do it with an expensive minion, right? Because if you're doing it with a 5-drop, even if you're paying armor for minions, that might end up costing you too much armor and prevent you from doing the full combo if you do it later. If you're doing it with a Jerry Rig, then yeah, I think you can probably just hold out and fit that all in the same combo turn to prevent a new one coming back down again.
That rope's burning again.
A tough turn now, though, for Yala to sort of finish up on. Got to work out how he can at least generate a little bit of hand space. and maybe go with the planted evidence, but it's quickly running out of time. Just going to cash in the Earthen Scales, which again, I don't mind either, right? Get the Earthen Scales, play the Wild Growth just for extra mana, whatever, and just get the cards a little bit more free in your hand to be able to use that hero power next turn.
8 cards left and essentially nowhere with the combo. He still needs all of it, which is very irritating.
This is not 18 cards left, so.
Yeah, true. Yeah, if only he had 62 health instead of 52, right? That would just be so much better in this position.
Wow, these concoctions are so strong, aren't they? It just feels like it's always just destroy a minion.
Yeah.
I
think when they get discovered and you actually get to, like, you know, mix your own potion.
Yeah.
They're really, really strong. Like, randomly generated ones can be kind of jank, but when you actually get some sort of agency as to what they do, like, yes, they're very, very situationally useful tools.
Yeah, it's pretty much just do what you want to do this turn, is what they end up being.
Well, I suggest you get drawing.
Yeah. I was even just looking at what a Scale of Onyxia potentially does. Oh, would have been great, wouldn't it? It would. We were all here for this full combo draw that turn. Oh, well, that's likely.
This must be the way.
There we go.
Now you have Astalor. You do have 8 mana and 7 armor, which puts you up to 15, which I believe is enough, but I don't think it would be immediately lethal with the amount of health that's currently on board.
Plus objection, right?
True, yeah, sorry, I'm not factoring in the objection.
Jerry rig, yeah.
So you would have 15. I think 13 is the number that you need to start with, so you can go Jerry rig for 2 and still have 13 to be able to go down the chain. I think that still works, but more importantly, I don't think that's important, because who cares? You're not dead next turn anyway, right? So chill and then figure it out next turn when you're not roping.
You couldn't Jerry because you couldn't play a Nubarak, right?
We had 8 mana. You play the Anubarak.
Yeah, but objection.
Oh, I see. Yeah, you'd have to go that far. Yes.
Oh, once again, I object to your point. And oh, the Theotop! Oh, such a huge deal. And it's gone now for Tianming.
Disgusting.
And it's so weird to see full hand, 40 health, 2 secrets, board presence, winning on board, and Tianming's behind this game. It looks odd, but it's true, I promise.
Yep.
Now, like, we talk about this a lot, where it's, oh, you're just going to hope they don't have it and just play. Not much of a hope when your opponent's Druid. They're going to have 3 cards left in the deck, 1 million mana, and probable card draw in hand as well. Not quite the best situation to close your eyes and hope here for Tianming.
Yeah, that's the problem, right? Because with Guff in play as well, they have the spare mana to just cycle the rest of their deck anyway, right? And then still be able to pop off with the combo and potentially play an additional minion first to break that objection and not be a drooling noob like me and make that mistake.
I was even trying to think whether the, like Kolek does anything. Is that, like a bit of an odd one, right? To come out for Tianming if he played Queen of Shara, but yeah, just gonna go with the maximum stats. And honestly, I imagine hope Yala messes up, right? But yeah, there's the J-Rig being held for the turn of combo. You can't have more than one version of a secret, so there's objection gone. Yala does not have to think about it anymore.
What secrets will uncover as our husks break.
Yeah, and as usual, this is the preferred order, right? Because you get the double armor from Anubarak.
Yeah, and not only that, but you also get to spend mana beforehand as well, and not just spend it all on armor, which is something that you quite often, when people are learning the deck, you quite often see them like playing this turnout, and they still have like 11 mana left. You're like, well, why didn't you spend the mana that you had first before?
Yeah, even looking at this, like the spare armor to be able to just play that, push into a minion just to make the actual health on board as low as possible for Jarla. I'll be honest, I've not counted if Jarla needed to do that, but why not? I think it's my answer.
And now 32 more to the dome, and that is going to be game one going down for Jarla in what was really a procession. There was very little resistance put up from Tianming. It was always going to have to be the Theatar because the pressure just did not ramp up quickly enough on the other side. And then seeing that Theatar just crash into the abyss off the top would have been an absolute heartbreaker for Tianming in the end. And you saw it, I think, on his expression. I think you saw how stressed and emotive he was throughout most of that game. You know, the face palms early on, the reactions to some of the boxes he was opening, just wasn't enough pressure quickly enough against an extremely strong ramp draw from Jarla. Wild Growth into Vate Guff, like, yes, that's very difficult to beat.
And it's one of those things, isn't it? And one of the big differences when you're against a 30-card style like this as opposed to 40 is it feels very similar to the position you used to get into against like Garrote Rogue, where it was, well, if they have like 6-7 cards left, you know you're getting comboed next turn, right? Like, you know it's going to happen, so you have to draw an answer or you assume you've lost. The answer did get drawn, it's just Tianming had the 10 cards already in hand, which was a shame, and that Theotar got burnt away. So we are going to be moving on to game number 2. It looks like Tianming's going to be on Rogue once again, and Jarla jumping over to the Demon Hunter. And I'm just going to say Demon Hunter's going to lose 100% of the games, because I'm trying to like anti-curse Jarla from the last time we cast, and I was so confident Demon Hunter was going to win, then he lost 3 times in a row.
Yes, indeed. Immediately got off broadcast and sort of had a debate with Lorinda about, you know, how much exactly percentage-wise cutting one card draw card actually reduces the amount of cards that you draw, because that's the kind of thing that both of us like thinking about in our free time.
It is a very much Sottle and Lorinda conversation. Whereas I'd be like, oh, it's about 30%, and then just leave.
It's about 6, I don't know.
Yeah, it's often.
But yeah, I think point being, you know, he largely agreed with the theme that I went for, which is, you know, it'll impact it, and it'll impact it more than you think, because cutting one card draw shrinks the size of your card draw snowball significantly. But it doesn't prevent you from drawing any card draw in 3 straight games, one of which was like 4 turns in a row where he didn't hit card draw, you know? Like, that's unfair to blame on the fact that there is one Prosecutor Meltranix in this deck.
Yeah, I think, like, however much we were joking about it during that series of when is it ever going to get played, yeah, I think that the draws weren't great. But going up against this Rogue, again, we've seen this before, where, as usual, Rogue can sort of find its way through a matchup, but as long as the Demon Hunter doesn't whiff, oh, hang on, I'm doing it again. No, Demon Hunter's going to lose. Never mind, we'll move on. But seriously, look at the opening hands here already. Wow, that might be the first time I was going to say final showdown like I have ever named the quest in any cast I have ever done. It's normally just the quest. But yeah, having that and the Spectral Sight in good position already feels like we've seen better games from Jarla than we did in his earlier series.
I believe, though, this was the pattern of the first game as well, right? I believe he kept Need for Greed Spectral Sight as a 3-keep in his first game in the last series, right? And then just completely ran out of card draw from that point.
Well, now I feel like you're cursing Jarla, so I'm removing a responsibility from my side and pass it over.
That's fine. He was on the play that game, though, so didn't get to do it on turn 2.
And so we saw the disaster that I guess wasn't Theotar in the previous game, Sol. Different matchup here, but what impact does Theotar have on Demon Hunter? Is it probably not as game-winning as the Druid matchup, but you know, what sort of impact is this going to make to Jarla if Tianming can actually get this off?
Yeah, I think that's fair. Not as consistently game-winning as against the 30-card Druid, because, you know, they have a large number of minions that kind of end it if you steal one, and also just having the 30 cards makes it pretty likely that you're going to hit it most of the time. Obviously, that likelihood is the same with the 30-card Demon Hunter, but they actually have recovery techniques, right? Like, if you steal the Jace, they can still make 2 8/8s and 2 9/9s with a single 3-mana card. connect with those and then finish you off with spell damage Fel Barrages. They can still discount all of their spell damage to 0 mana, play them all in one turn, and then just kill you from 40 with 2 Fel Barrages anyway, even without using Jace. There's still lots of ways that you can get around it, even if you do get your stuff munched. So it helps. It absolutely helps. One thing that I personally would not like to see is Qianming going for the Theatar when the Kurtrus quest reward is in hand when we get to that point.
Right.
Because I think that specifically lowers your odds of hitting anything relevant, because I don't think the Kurtrus quest reward is that relevant that often in most matchups.
I feel like you do them a
we'll wait and
favor.
see how it goes. Yeah, I mean, it's
I'll
very
take that
possible.
Kurtrus off your hands. Perfect. Thanks. Get it gone. Just a small note as well. Hopefully, this will not come into play. But one thing you do have to be wary of if you're spending a long time on your turns, as Yala is sometimes want to do, is that if you're proccing rogue quests, rogue secrets, animations happen, right? So it's one thing you have to just keep a little eye on. I mean, Yala was absolutely fine then, but it's just one thing that people could trip on by accident. And Bagel agrees, if you can.
Mm-hmm. Can indeed. Ooh. Is playable immediately. Does have 0 mana relic to dump if need be as well.
Demons.
I can just go Need for Greed, tradable, and then dump the relic if need be. Open up the hand space.
Another happy guildie.
Oh, okay. Not too bad at all. Of course, could always be better. If it actually could hit a reduction on a relic, but I think this is looking fine. He has the dimensions there with the 1 cost location, so I suppose that's kind of like hitting a reduction on dimensions. Not looking too bad at all.
Yep, just drop the extension, leave it up as a 3/1. I think you're absolutely fine with that, just to make up the board space.
Where you followed.
These are some of the more awkward turns to plan from the Demon Hunter's perspective, though, because you play Relic, you're debating immediately whether you want to play doubled up Phantasms, but then you also have a Relic of Dimensions in your hand. So you're like, okay, maybe I don't use the location this turn, so I can use the location next turn. But then you have to consider, wait, does it take me 2 turns to get enough space in my hand to be able to play Relic of Dimensions?
Right.
Doubled up anyway. So a good deal of planning going into these next couple of turns from Yana. Raven's favorite card.
A good card. Yeah, not looking too bad here for Qianming. I do feel like he's just going to be reliant on this Theotar to at least not just win the game, as we've already mentioned, but just give him some kind of level of being more comfortable, right? It's like, okay, if I remove one of the burn cards, then I just know you're not going to do it twice, right? Like you just have that 100% knowledge, because you can point out unless I'm being stupid, but outside of Jace repeating certain cards, there's no way to generate more versions, right, in this deck. So you just know if it's gone, it's gone.
Wow, Yala deciding that he needs to pay no mind to clearing opposition boards this game, just throwing out both relics of extinction for 1 and 2 damage each.
I mean, it was a very strong turn, isn't it? Like, look at the board flip here.
Yep.
There's a turn between now and when he will want to use the location and dimensions, if that's what Yala wants to do. But I think there's also a small chance that he could actually just go the Phantasm again and just be like, well, what if I've just got huge minions? And then follow up with dimensions maybe just a turn or so later.
Speaking of strong turns, you go through all that effort and then 1 crabby boy is all it takes. And you're right back at square one. Plenty of spells played on the previous turn, knows that it is not counterspell. No minions played just yet, though, to have tested for objection. Of course, we know that it's Oasis ally.
Okay, though, he's got the objection tester in hand. Got the tech.
Prosecutor, absolute melt Tranix, yeah.
I think one thing, I know we've talked a lot about this card, but I think the biggest issue for me so far is just its mana cost.
It's a lot, isn't it?
It's because, yes, it could be reduced, sure, but a 2-mana card could be reduced to 0 mana. You know what I mean? Like, you can't, that's not really an argument. But I just think, like, 4 mana to just throw it out is just so expensive. You okay?
Yeah, it's just, I don't know, it's just amusing. Sesame Street with Raven. If you make a cheap thing and an expensive thing, both cheaper, the cheaper thing is still cheaper. Yes.
Tell me there aren't people who would argue against me with that phrase, Sol. Tell me without lying that there aren't people who would argue with that.
Yeah.
But yeah, I do like this from Yala, just getting the 2 Phantasms out, sort of one after the other, and just piling on pressure. Because again, this rogue from Tianming, it's very strong and very flexible, but sometimes you aren't just given the tools, right? Sometimes you get removal when you don't want it. Sometimes you get pressure when you need removal.
Mm-hmm. And I agree with like 90% of what you're saying. It's just I'm not quite so convinced on the intention. Like, as I was saying a couple of turns ago, right, there's a lot of planning that Yala needs to do over the next couple of turns about when this location comes back up and how much hand space you then have for Relic of Dimensions. You're calling these minions pressure, and it would be pedantic and semantic to argue with that. But hello, I'm Subtle. Nice to meet you. I'm going to argue with that. I think these are just busy work, I think that's largely what Phantasms are in this deck. They're just a very shiny distraction for your opponent to think are the problem for a while, while you get on with the job of drawing a bunch of discounted cards and murdering them.
The buff on the Elemental there was quite nice, though. You'll take a little bit of extra health and a clean trade.
Yeah, for sure.
Noises.
Yeah.
Oh, is it lethal? I don't even know at this point. Probably not, but it's close. That's how strong the draw was, though.
Mm-hmm.
The fact I even joked about it being lethal. I mean, it could be, right? I don't know how this second dimensions goes.
I grow impatient.
No, I don't think so, because it's only max 2 more discounted cards right now, right? So even if it's spell damage for El Barrage, which is probably the most damage you'll get, that's not immediately lethal right now, I don't think. So.
I wonder if it's lethal without it being lethal, if you know what I mean. It feels like it. Yala's got 6 cards left. Half his hand cost nothing. Tianming has 1. Like, what does Theotar even steal at this point? Like, what's actually going to stop Yala?
This is what I mean, right? Yeah. Like, yeah, you play a Theotar here, and probably no matter what you end up taking, your opponent still has the capacity to murder you on the following turn.
Yeah. I weirdly think the best thing for Theotar is if you play it on 6 and they happen to have, very much like Yala, not been able to play Dimensions, and then you just take 1. I think that's probably just the best, right? As opposed to actual combo pieces, so to speak.
Yep. Okay, so it's happened. Big deal. The Jace has been taken. I'm not going to pretend that doesn't matter. It of course matters. However, does it end the game? No, absolutely not. Yala still has more than enough capability to put together 27 damage here. Okay. Yep. Tianming's going to go. Really go for the jugular here with the Theotar. Try and get some spell damage away from the hand now as well.
He's going to have to wait to do so, though.
Yep.
And again, it's that fear of, oh, this combo deck's got 5 cards left in the deck after the natural draw. How dead am I? Now, the extra question, with base gone, unless, I mean, you can count lethal faster than me, but there's a world where Yala actually plays Kurtrus, right?
To make sure he's getting like the guild traders discounted.
Yeah, and then Kurtrus now, not die, and then just pop off next turn and just play the whole deck.
22, I believe, by the way, in
okay.
answer to your not quite a question.
Yeah, I believe that's what Yala's obviously was doing and might still be. Okay, yeah. Wait.
Oh, going right now. If he hits Guild Trader right now, it's lethal, I believe. Yes,
Well,
I think that is now lethal.
I'll trust you in Yala.
It adds 6 to my previous count, so if my previous count was correct, then this is now lethal.
You said 22. Was that the first number you said?
Yep.
Okay. That seems to add up to more than Tia Ming's health, so I'll trust you.
Bang, 7, 3 over.
Plenty of damage, and what a great game there for Yala, just doing exactly what he needed to do. And you were right, and I think that displayed there where Tia Ming just went with the Theotar, got a good steal, but for me, I think that pretty much showed why that late it probably just doesn't work. But if you do it earlier, you just as much as just kind of rolling the dice to see if you hit something good anyway. But Yala was already so far ahead of the game, had the room to play Dimensions, obviously got the other Dimensions for free anyway, and it just snowballs out of control. And I think this is what I would generally expect this matchup to look like without any really wild rogue shenanigans coming out from some of the discovers.
Yeah, I think I've talked about this game already on stream before, but just to give an example for context as to how much damage this deck can do even when disrupted. I played against a Blood Death Knight on like day 3 or something of the expansion, who I believe got to 70 max health. Theotar'd my Jace and then was just emote spamming me the entire game, and I just went like location phantasms for big minions, managed to connect with a couple of the big minions, and then did +6 spell damage, double fell barrage, double unholy, double fell unleash at the end of the game, and was still lethal through like a 65 total health that they had at that point. Like, it's absurd. There's too much damage. You can't outlast the deck. That's not the plan. Stop trying to do it. It's not possible.
But more health. Here though, Yala is going to be jumping over to his final deck, and he does actually get to play his Priest because his Gadgets and sort of Shark Rogue is actually going to be banned out for this series. I don't know how much we talked about a little bit earlier.
I still haven't got used to this. It catches me by surprise every time the portrait comes up.
Well, yeah, we've been casting Yala for ages.
No, I meant Anduin. I just don't like looking at Anduin when Anduin comes.
I thought you were about Yala. Well, what was I saying? Oh, yeah, Rogue banned, so we're going to be on the Boon Priest here.
Ooh.
And
hello.
Hello.
Spicy hand. Yeah, it's going good, actually. Do you want to cast some Hearthstone?
Oh, sure.
Should I stop interrupting you with random noises so you can finish your point? Would you like that? As a special world present?
Yep. There we go. I knew it. I was like, I'm going to play into this, even though I know I'm going to get shut down. I know the game. Yeah, what do you make of this matchup, Sol? The Boon Priest, a deck that I think has received at least a good chunk of bans today.
Yeah, certainly a real problem deck at high ranks on ladder. It's a little sparser the further you go down, so some people watching at home might be confused as to why we would talk about this deck as such a powerhouse when it might not be something that they experience an enormous amount of. But in the hands of a skilled player, it is a wildly oppressive deck, and the pop-offs that it is capable of, there aren't many decks in the game that are equipped to deal with it as early as they come out from the deck in the first place. And this is one of those games where reconnaissance into specifically Gigafin is something that we have in fact already seen in this tournament, but can be one of the few ways that you can really scam back with the same level of scamming power that they have against you.
The new expansion coming next year, Scam Wars. Okay, though, for Yala. Definitely a deck where we're going to see Yala maximize everything, as he's known to do, right? Because this is a deck where choosing when to go is so vital to you winning or losing the game, but also I feel so debatable as well. I feel like every single time we see, you know, a great priest game, and let's say I grabbed 5-6 pros, they'd all probably decide something slightly different on how to approach the turn or the game in general. Double null available as well for Tianming, so he's going to be able to put out at least a decent amount of pressure if he wants to. And again, I don't think it's particularly a matchup where you can afford to try and play around stuff to make the priest not be able to maybe devour as many cards and stuff like that. I don't think you really have that opportunity as rogue unless you have created like very specific removal tools.
Yeah, you know, I think the idea of playing around Devour from Priest is like, you know, don't play Flipper Friends for all the roses, for example. You know, like, don't just make a play that puts a ton of 1/1s on the board.
Yeah.
You can't just not play minions, because that's not going to work out at all. Like, you need that pressure. Unless you are the single most robust control deck in the entire world, you're going to need to play minions and pressure them to get out of the game alive. Imagine just like tempo scale of Onyxia pass against Priest. The nuts.
Or you just do the real thing and play the plague spreaders. the best minions to play. Just keep playing them. It'll be fine.
Tone, I didn't even cast that game, and I think I'm traumatized by it. Like, I never want that to happen ever again. It's the worst thing I've ever seen. I watched Spice World.
I always wonder what percentage of the lovely viewers are actually old enough to understand what that is.
Unironically, there are some pretty good jokes in Spice World. I'm not going to lie. Like, it is a nonsense movie, but there are some good bits in it.
I'm too young to remember the specifics.
Okay.
This is such a large age gap.
I believe it was written by a guy who wrote some episodes of Red Dwarf or something like that, so it does actually have some.
It's not a link I imagined existed.
No, I know, yeah, it's weird. I think that's true.
Imagine your CV.
Yeah.
Right, I've done these two things. What have you done? Spice World and Red Dwarf. Yala, gonna continue to just cycle here and really power up the hand, and it's such an interesting deck to watch Yala play because you know he is going to just min-max it, whereas I think a lot of players would have considered going in, or would consider going in earlier than Yala would.
What is a loon's will?
Yeah, much more importantly, Lorinda backing me up that Spice World is in fact fine. That is Lorinda's movie review.
Which is actually pretty positive, if you know Lorinda. Like, that's actually like almost like a glowing review there. I watched it and did
if
not.
You know the
share
real dark side of Lorinda, and not the bumbling, genial old person he presents as on stream.
It's a character.
Yeah, exactly. Should we all just stop playing our characters on stream, Raymond? Should we?
Yeah. Maybe for finals. Always swap characters, sort of. That's better. I want to be TJ. Just be like, oh look, a boat.
I was about to say that. What does it say about TJ that, unironically, if given the option of who we would like to pretend to be, we both pick TJ?
Yeah.
All right. Meanwhile, in the game of Hearthstone that is occurring before our very eyes.
No pile on the pressure, but this is the turn. Sol Yala said, you know what? I've got a full hand and some raging elementals. I'm going to do the thing.
Yep. Largely been killing time until it is time to pop off, as have your beloved casters, but now it is the moment to get serious and make sure you are executing this properly. We have seen a couple of little fudgings of these kind of turns throughout the tournament so far, and long may it continue, I'm sure. Yala is going to be methodical about it, though, as only Yala knows how to do.
Yep. And to be fair, like again, we expect the best from the players who are here because they are the best players in the world. But every single card played can have such a ripple effect on the rest of your turn in this deck, right? Because the amount of times I've played something and gone, oh no, now this costs one more. Oh no, my whole turn's ruined. Because you just slightly missequence something. So the Blast still has Animate Dead. Of course, still has that boon in hand.
Job done.
Primordial Wave, Sottle. Pretty good card right now for TMing.
Yeah, absolutely outrageous, especially with already one method in hand to be able to potentially repeat it as well.
Things get really interesting when it's this version of Rogue against Identity Theft. You can start journeying into some very interesting places soon.
Oh, I mean, it's entirely possible that this somehow turns into a Plague Spreader mirror again, even though neither of these decks play it.
Oh, I was going to say, not now, but potentially a Primordial Wave mirror.
I mean, also, yes. So the problem with this, obviously, it is a massive removal of stats from the board, but it's not a kill card. And anytime you pass back to Priest when they have a minion left on the board, you are potentially setting yourself up for disaster.
Big deal here, though, is that the Radiant did not die, therefore it will not be reanimated, right?
True.
So that is something to bear in mind. It's not, one of the new cards in the deck for this expansion will not be able to have its true power level revealed yet.
Yeah, interesting, actually, that it's called Animate Dead and not Reanimate Dead, when normally Reanimate is the word that you would use for the process that thematically the card is going for, I would imagine, right?
Yes, but is that wrong?
No, I don't think either word would be wrong. I just think it's interesting that they went with Animate.
I think they had to because it's dead. You know what I mean?
Honestly, no.
Well, you're not reanimating the dead thing because the dead thing wasn't animated in the first place because it's dead.
But isn't that the commonly used term, like the reanimated dead?
I speak quite common as well, and you don't agree with that.
I speak the common tongue, sir.
Yeah, and you tell me quite often how wrong I am, so yeah. Yeah, here we go. This is what I like to see. The old Priest versus Rogue Krakatoa mirror.
It is finished. You win.
Yeah, I think Yala's just going to give it up there. Knows that there's no real way to answer the board. The Krakatoas just aren't going to be able to get it done. Very, very awkward game in the end once you got hit with the double answers. Even the early Polymorph Jelly, right? We were talking about the Animate Deadpool. The Poly Jelly goes in there as well, which messed with it to begin with. Coming back with spell damage, not relevant. Priest doesn't use the spell damage, so it doesn't end up being important. And then just having that Primordial Wave, that puts Yala in such a difficult position, right? Because, like I said, you pass back with minions on the board, and normally Priest would look at that and go, oh, amazing. Like, I get to start the turn with a 5/5 on my board that can attack. This is amazing. I'm going to do 1,000,000 damage. But if you go all in again and you start playing more blesses and all other buffs that you have in your hand, they just need any card that replays the thief cards throughout the game, and then you just get hit with it again, and then you're out of stuff. It just puts you in such an awkward position. Once you see that first generated card that's just the nuts in the matchup, it's such a nightmare to just get into your brain some kind of consistent plan that actually beats anything at that point if it keeps coming back. So Yala tried his best to make something happen with the identity thefts, which are probably the go-to plan B overall if the Priest is falling short on plan A, but just could not get there in the end.
Yeah, I think realistically after the Primordial Wave, Yala needed to win the wave, as in not get a 5/5, right? And get something big or create a crazy outcome to try and build off the back of there. But it simply didn't happen. Tianming now going to jump over to that Demon Hunter. Again, a deck we've talked a ton about today, and we'll no doubt talk a ton about tomorrow as well. But he's going to be going up against the Priest again. And honestly, I don't think this is this a matchup we've cast today, Soto? I want to say no.
I think we did see it once, yes. I believe, I can't remember who it was, but I think it was Demon Hunter bottom and Priest top, like the reversal of positions from this.
Okay.
Because I do remember talking about how actually, like, Demon Hunter is one of the few decks in the game that can specifically throw enough removal at the minions
there was
you
a
play to
clear,
actually
wasn't
take them off the board.
Yeah, I remember. Yeah.
Ooh, Spectral Sight and Relic Vault in the opening is massive. That is a fantastic opening for Ian.
Stop it. Silver Moon, not so great though, because again, when you talked about the potential removal that Tianming can do to deal with the big pushes from Yala, it would be a lot nicer if the Silver Moon wasn't 3 mana, as that can really remove some of the potential damage that's going to be available. Unless Tianming maybe even goes for like a tempo play with this. Not next turn specifically, but you know, just says, you know what, I've got the mana, I'll play it down. How often does it actually die?
Yeah, I mean, it's a possibility. It will depend heavily, I think, on what the draw is off the top from Tianming in terms of card draw. Obviously has that Spectral Sight lined up in good position. But just as a counterpoint, like generally the big pop-offs don't happen until turn 5-ish anyway for the Priests on a good-ish draw. So all of a sudden, you know, you have the location down, you have 1 Relic of Extinction in hand already. You know, all it takes is one mana Fell Barrage that you hit with the quest step or whatever, and suddenly you can do a ton of incredible removal, even on, you know, turn 5, turn 6, coming back the other way.
I see.
Ooh.
Just needed any tradable.
Yep. And this is what I was talking, like, this is that sort of situation that Demon Hunter, even with a reasonable opening, starts to slip, right? Because, like, look at the difference between Tianming getting a tradable and not. It's so big, even though it sounds small.
Not in the least, because it would mean that Fell Barrage I was just talking about would be discounted and lined up for Tianming to go with the spell damage.
What do you think about Sunwell? Oh.
In general terms, or like this turn?
Sorry, in this deck, because it's one of the cards that it makes sense, but does it?
Yeah, no, I understand what you mean. Obviously this deck needs plan Bs, right? And that's kind of what it's about. You can't just get a 25-25 to stick every game and win the game with it. So sometimes you need tools to generate other things to play with, which Sunwell is obviously a very useful card to do that with. It also just has the natural synergy with some of the cards in the deck, like Power Word Fortitude, for example. So I think it's a reasonable addition. I haven't actually looked at the stats for it specifically since it's made its way into the deck, but I wouldn't imagine it's anywhere near the top, but I wouldn't imagine it's like a massive cut-me outlier at the bottom of it either.
It just definitely was, you know, it's jarring to look at, right? When you look at the deck, we're so used to how this deck normally looked, and Sunwell. Just at the top, it's like, oh, okay. Here though, y'all are just going to make a little bit of room with the Unleash Fell.
Oh boy, that's not it either. That's the bad draw. Don't do that.
It's actually like very awkward because again, if Tianming goes for Chaos Strike to just keep cycling, well, it's 1 card and then can't Relic anymore. It's like, yeah, look at that. Like, oh, that's why I thought he was going to Relic. That's kind of where I was leading to, honestly, with what I saw what he did. It's like, oh, wow, that felt so often that was the outcome for Chaos Strike that I genuinely thought he was going to go Relic.
This is the scary part, though. Having played this matchup a good chunk, mostly from the Demon Hunter side, as I climbed up to better ranks and I was starting to play against like top 200 style opponents,
I noticed a very clear like trigger, which if I would use a location just to juice like Relic of Phantasms, for example, to make my extinction better, they just use that turn to pop off with whatever they had in hand at that time, right? They just kind of react to what I was doing and know that they weren't then going to get double extinctioned on the next turn, which is the scariest thing to be dealing with. So I do think there is a debate to be had about whether you even just relicked for 1/1s without even pressing the location, as weird as that would look in that spot. But I think the big takeaway here for Tianming is that this is a rough spot to be in at the moment.
Oh, yeah. Ala, like, obviously only got 2 mana available, which means the Radiant this turn wouldn't really cut it. But he is getting very close to saying, okay, there's my turn. If you can't kill it, you lose.
Oh, that's so much clear.
It is, but it's so much nothing else as well.
Yeah, if this hand actually had like a Need for Greed or a Dimensions in it, then I would
we could talk
very
yeah,
comfortable about my position in this game.
But also, it's kind of interesting, right? Like, if you're in Tianming's shoes right now, if he's wearing shoes, I don't know if that's the case, but do you clear this? How do you clear this? Do you ignore it? Do you let them just have the minions because they're small? Do you think they're going to stay small? Like, what is the actual play here?
Do you clear minions? Can you clear minions? What do you use? Let's find out.
I mean, sounds good to me. It's tough, right? Because any removal, you just think that it's 2/3/2s.
Yeah.
All the removal can become so much stronger.
Yeah, no press, right? Yeah, no press. This is exactly what I was talking about. He knows that the trigger is there. That if you put your location on cooldown, they're just going to dump all their stats on the board, and you will not be able to answer it with the relic coming back the other way.
Now on Yala's side, he has to make the decision. How all in is he going to go? Is this like a double boon? Is this single? Like, where can he even go with this? Obviously, depending on what he draws, right? If he can get hold of the, yeah, there you go, the Valish is what I was going to talk about.
Mm-hmm.
It's that trick, isn't it? You've got to make it threatening enough for your opponent to not be able to ignore it. Also, if you go all in and there is the answer, because that location's just sat staring at you.
I mean,
game of chicken.
It is, but in this situation against Demon Hunter specifically, I do think more is just better. Yala, you're terrifying me. Please do things while I continue this sentence.
Rope.
Because you've seen no discounts, right? No quest steps, no Relic of Dimensions. You just saw a Fell Barrage used for maximum value.
Yes.
I mean, that was obviously deliberate. You've just seen Fell Barrage used for minimal value with no spell damage. So the more you do, the less likely it then is. It's a fairly binary situation, right? Where they might have Relic of Extinctions in hand. They might have 2 Relic of Extinctions in hand. But straight up, the more stats you have, the more likely something is to stick. And the more likely something is to stick, the more likely you are to win. So
this is so funny as well, because I'm not sure, but I feel like Yala went, okay, I just play this out, keep the hand space, and they might press it and then Dimensions, right? And it's like, oh, they didn't. Oh, I guess I just do my turn then.
Oh, my opponent's hand is really, really bad. Oh, I see.
Barrage. Yeah. But yeah, Yala's saying, okay, well, that was what they had. We go in.
Indeed. And now so much mana available because you actually started the turn with the Priestess in your hand and didn't have to go fishing for it.
Yeah. Got the Valish, got the Wigs. Actually, you know, procking the Naga as well, of course, to be able to help cycle them. Because sometimes you find yourself just playing a Wig because you just have to, and it's not going to recycle.
Job's done.
Job's done. We'll wait 5 minutes while this turn finishes.
Job's done. Yeah, Wiggy Wiggy Boon Boon is going to presumably be the end of this turn while we wait for it to catch up, with the Bless obviously thrown in there as well. And I do not think these
pitiful relics of extinction are going to be able to deal with this board state.
And I feel like you lied. You told me, oh, you can clear huge minions.
You can.
I can
Genuinely.
see some huge minions, Sol, and you said they can't be cleared.
Genuinely, look at this. This is like the worst possible hand you can have in response to this. No discounts, 1 spell damage minion. Look how much you can still do.
I mean...
Look, I'm not saying it's going to be good enough. I'm saying visualize a second spell damage minion in there as well. As some discounts. Yeah.
Well, regardless, huge congratulations to Yala as he takes the victory 3-1 and stays alive in the tournament as well, defeating Tian Ming. And that was just a rough final game, but I think we've seen that, right, where that is why, even though I said at the start of the day, oh, Demon Hunter is just a win, it's why it's not literally just an auto win in any given matchup, right? There are gaps in the deck, especially if you have some of those awkward draws and your opponent doesn't, right? You can keep up and you start to slip away. So really, really good series by Yala. And honestly, just play I kind of just expect from him, very considered, especially with that priest we saw, I think twice, that right, where he was really picking his moments to go in, and the time it failed was when his opponent had the primordial wave, which is understandable.
Yeah,
I do think his actual timing of the priest play was actually very, very strong.
Yeah, I do think genuinely the turn previous to the one where he popped off and eventually won was genuinely indecisive, right? It looked like he was very will I, won't I actually go in more on that turn. But what's important is I think he made what is the right decision in the end, just recognizing how much bigger he gets in one turn just by hanging on there. And you saw the fruits of that labor with like the triple 26/26s or whatever he ended up with in the end, just by holding on for that one extra turn. But I think there was a moment of indecision in there. That's fine as long as you end up making the right play in the end. And I think that is Yala 101, right? He will be very considered. He'll take all his options. He might be indecisive at moments, but that is Yala just using every second of the game that is available to him. And it's something that we've been distracted by recently with the likes of Gabby and Blaise taking over in the last couple of seasons of Europe Grandmasters, where suddenly, you know, the Vogue play style in the Premier region was just slamming out cards as quickly as possible. And Yala's just here to remind everyone that actually, the old life coach style might just have some merit to it. You know?
Life coach. That was a great series, and we've got one more left for you guys today. And it's going to be a spicy one no matter which way you look at it, because it's going to be Glory versus Yala. Winner moves on and goes with Shao T to progress. Loser is just done, Sol, and what a pair of players.
And as well, World Championship rematch. Right up on top of all of that. That is a disgusting game to be closing out the day with, can't we?
Yep, this is just day one, but we've got that one more match left, so stick around and we'll be right back with Glory versus Yala.
Okay, finally, Yala, we're going to test your Hearthstone stats trivia, whether or not you can answer these 5 questions correctly based on some Hearthstone esports trivia. You ready?
I think so.
I believe it. I like the conviction. All right, question number 1. Which player has had the most match wins across all Masters Tour events? Is it A, Hunter Ace, B, Fury Hunter, C, Alutemu, or D, Bunny Hopper?
I think it's Fury Hunter.
That is the correct answer. 1 point to Yala. Congratulations. Next question, one that you might have a little bit of an advantage in, Yala. What was Yala's win percentage across all Grandmaster matches ever? Was it 55.3, 57.2, 60.1, or 64.3%?
I think it's 60.1.
He's 2 for 2. He knows himself and he knows his own Hearthstone. Congratulations. Question number 3. What was Habu Gabu's Swiss record in the 2nd, 3rd, and 4th Masters Tours of the year combined? So that's Masters Tours 2, 3, and 4. Was it 20-4, 21-3, 22-2, or 23-1?
It's gonna be a hard one.
That is tough.
Actually, I have no idea. Can you repeat actually the scores again?
I can indeed. 20 wins and 4 losses, 21 wins and 3 losses, 22 wins and 2 losses, or 23 wins and 1 loss.
I think it's A, but yeah, I have no clue.
Not sure? Unfortunately, you underestimate your opponent in this instance. He didn't lose 4 matches. He lost 2 matches only with a score of 22 and 2 over 3 entire Masters tours, which is a truly mind-boggling.
Pretty good.
Yeah, it does make you a little bit afraid of him. Moving on to another one of the competitors you're going to be up against. What was Dead Draw's record? You're going to have to throw your mind back quite far here. At Masters Tour Las Vegas. Was it a 1-4 drop, 7-5, 8-4, or 9-3?
I think it was 9-3.
Unfortunately, you went to the exact wrong end of the spectrum. You overestimated him in this instance. It's Dead Draw. Come on, we know he's washed. It's 1-4 drop for him at that particular tournament. And then the final question, the spiciest of Hearthstone dramas that we've had in a very long time. How many turns did Pasqua rope when he played against X-Blize in his last call match? 0, 25, 40, or 65 turns?
I think it was all of them, so maybe 65.
Correct answer. It was one of the most excruciating things I've ever had to see in my life. I'm surprised it was only 65 turns he roped him. But congrats, 3 out of 5. We'll see how you compare to the other competitors when they also take the stat attack quiz.
Ocean or mountains?
海洋、
Big party or small gathering?
小聚会、
Bath or shower?
淋浴、
Passenger or driver?
司机、
City or countryside?
城市、
Work hard or play hard?
拼命玩。
Hello, everybody, and welcome back to the Hearthstone World Championship. My name is TJ. I'm joined by Neil, Lorinda Bond. And Neil, we have the pleasure of having the final shift of the day. You know what?
What?
In like relay races, like in the Olympics, they always put their best runner last. It's called the anchor position.
We are the anchors. Yep, we
are
absolutely
the anchor. That's right.
We're both anchors.
And it's for undisclosed I actually don't know.
You did the rotation. You should know. Or do you mean you don't know
why they put the fastest runner last?
It's because...
Why?
In theory, it should make no difference whatsoever, right? The 4 people run their run, and that's the thing. But your best person at doing the thing is the one who might be able to find the extra, like, zip. And if they're winning by a long way, they can ease off so they don't hurt themselves for later rounds.
I think it's because you have to pass the baton.
Yeah.
You can't run full speed the whole time.
Yes, the last legs are faster legs, oddly enough, because you start running before you get the baton.
Yeah, and then the last one, you get to just sprint right through the finish, and you get to do that whole head down, arms back thing.
That's the one. And the thing is with us is we have never dropped the baton, TJ. We are absolutely solid. We've never got it wrong. We've never let the show down. We have been last for 2 years.
More accurate.
Putting us on last after
More
Sovereign
accurately,
Raven to tidy up the mess.
We never had a baton. We're not even officially entered in the race, but we still run regardless and win, but don't get the credit.
There was a person who did that in the 50s. I think it was the 50s or the 60s. Got banned for being so they got paid like a tiny sum of money to run a race or to get some sponsored shoes or something ridiculous, and they got banned. A long distance runner, really long distance runner, like marathons and above. And I can't remember the person's name, but it's really annoying me. And they were banned from amateur competitions because that was officially a professional thing. And so he wasn't allowed to run. So he just turned up at these races and won them anyway and just didn't collect any prize money, just as an amateur runner. He's like, well, I'm banned, but this is a road, and I'm going to run on this road at the same time as your tournament today because it's a long-distance race. And he was really good. There you go. Rematch of the 2020 Hearthstone World Final, and one of the players won't be reaching the top 8.
Pretty incredible, honestly. One, that we have multiple previous world champions competing in this world championship. 2, because we have even more finalists competing, players that competed in world finals.
Has it dawned on you? Sorry, carry on.
Sorry. Point 3, even crazier, is the fact that 2 of the players that played in a final are playing against each other in another world championship. 4, that one's not going to even make it on to the next stage of the quarterfinals, so we can't have a rematch in the finals. And 5, look at this turn. Wow.
I was going to say, can we talk about batons until Glory has won this Hearthstone game? Because that is a mailbox getting danced on right in front of him there. Has it dawned on you how we've talked about this group possibly being stronger than the other groups, even though they're all strong? How many World Championship appearances this group had between the 4 of them?
I grow
1, 2, 3, and counting this one?
Counting this tournament as well, yes. You've got a 4 head start.
4, 5, 6, 7, and then 8, 9?
I think it's 10.
Did Shouty compete in more than...
Yeah, he's been in 2 previous ones.
Okay, so this is 3rd. Okay, I was only...
So this group has 10 World Championship appearances between it.
Wow.
And Yarla's going to die on turn 4.
Glory, this is his 3rd. Yarla, this is his 2nd. Tianming, this is his 2nd. And then Shouty, this is his 3rd. Wow.
Yeah. Like, the other groups can't compete with that, surely. I know Bunny Hopper's been in like 14 or something, but even so. Yeah. So we would say, oh no, this person who we've respected for many years, blah, 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 is getting knocked out. This is why they're all, somebody had to be. It's a crazy, crazy group. And this is a crazy, crazy game.
Yeah.
Glory is so 1-0 up here. And you just don't give up as this. There's Extinction and Relic Vault in Yala's hand. So he's got a chance of sorts. He's just got to plan it.
It is a clear, right? You go Relic Vault, click it, Relic of Extinction, and then you have to go in a hero and take 1 million damage anyway.
Oh, but next turn now he's got the proper stuff.
It's still awkward though. The mana just doesn't line up. And doesn't have an extra draw to complete the quest.
Does the mana not line up next turn? Next turn you can go Silver Moon, Unleash, Relic, and not click a Vault, right?
Yeah, the Relic's only dealing 2 total damage. So that would deal 5 damage to the 7/7.
Right.
Oh, yeah, and the spell damage. No,
the spell damage, right?
Yeah. That's
he might clear
that there's no other... if there was another minion on board, it would have to have more than
4 health. Yeah, 4 health or more. But now he's used a coin, so that's not an option.
Well, you could go Arcanist Vault Extinction.
That's what he'll do. And then if the Arcanist doesn't die, he gets to fell the turn after that. And part of the assumption here is, has Glory really got more stuff in his hand after that first turn? Because if he has, go away.
Ooh, some good pickups. Well, the good pickup being Shroud. That's it. You gotta kill it, and the way to do that is Arcanist plus Vault Extinction.
Yep. We don't have to Vault, right? You can just Extinction. That's why he's done it this way. No, you do have to Vault. I'm stupid.
Yeah, you do.
Because he didn't save the Unleash, yeah.
Yeah. So if he had done it your way, would have gained 6 health on the top.
Yeah, I like my way, honestly. Coining out the Vault and just pretending the Vault didn't exist was kind of what I wanted to do.
But now, no, that doesn't make sense. I was going to say now, by spending the mana up front on the Vault, has a chance to hit Dimensions on 5, but then the Vault's going to be on cooldown anyway, so neither of those plays set up for a Vault.
Well, the way he's done this, though, does leave just an Arcanist in play, which is kind of nice.
All right, you go Bone Spike.
Yeah.
Location.
Yep.
You equip the Cutlass and Ghostly Strike.
Yeah.
Then you hit both locations.
That seems reasonable to me.
Pretty good.
Or you can do it the Raven way. Because Raven would say this to stuff, I'm sure. It's like where you get Bone Spike, then you press the location, then you Bone Spike the other ghoul that you just made, and then you make one massive ghoul.
But why?
To stop them from gaining health from Unleash.
Well, now you're making 2.
I know.
I guess he doesn't have to click the other one. He sets up lethal without it. But now if there's spell damage plus Unleash.
Which there is. Not enough.
Well, it's enough to survive.
I mean, it's enough to not be dead. Good talk.
Go up to 16 with 11 showing. And just literally nothing in hand. I guess the Guild Trader does have to be answered. Maybe that'll take some heat.
Maybe.
I grow impatient.
Okay, well.
You know what they say. If you want to take some heat, go to the kitchen.
Yeah.
That's definitely what they
old
say.
saying goes.
Stand the heat, get in the kitchen. Oh, he's got to do it. There's no other way to survive. And Glory's enjoying himself, isn't he? He's like, well, I've got all the good cards, so I'm going to be happy. You're very good at these idioms, aren't you, TJ?
Mm-hmm.
Always have been. So yeah, he's going to draw with the... he's got 1 mana to play this, basically. And now he just dumps even more nonsense on the board next turn, but is he going to just wait and say, well, actually, if you can't kill the 5/2, or if you have to barrage, then that's fine. But he's already seen 1 unleash and 2 spell damages. He's just going for it. Yeah.
Now, this basically has to be dimensions off the top.
Need for Greed might do it. Double Fell Barrage.
Or Unleash plus Barrage.
Yeah. It'll be a reduced Arcanist. That would also work. Yeah, reduced Arcanist also works.
Demons.
He's going to try and hit dimensions first.
Fair enough. Now he's thinking...
Tradable.
This is better. This is better.
Yeah, it was Fury next draw anyway. Hey! Oh, wait. Nope, dead.
Well.
And...
No. Oh, hang on.
Okay, alive.
Alive. Why is Yana so much harder to kill than anybody else? I mean, I'd have won this game, obviously. But
yeah, I won a long time ago.
We have to give them a chance by sitting here.
Yeah, so...
I'd like to talk to you about that turn that was different, though, but I probably won't.
Ooh.
Not quite got the Draco activation. Oh, but next turn he's got lethal from hand, so it might do nothing here. He can make a huge ghost, or he can just do nothing and do that all next turn and then just win with a weapon.
Yep.
So I think it's better because then your opponent's got less healing to heal from.
One of these has to be dimensions. That's not it, but it could be it.
Meltranics! No!
Okay, Barrage Maldranix.
And then Glory draws something that doesn't work, and then he's stuck. Yeah.
Ah, there's nothing that you wouldn't be. Yeah, there's nothing that you. It would have to be. What? Something that costs 1 mana in order to be able to get the Mailbox Dancer out.
Yeah.
Unless he thinks his best chance to win is to Viper.
I grow impatient.
Trade the Viper and hit dimensions. I mean, he's running out of time. I think it's got to be Barrage and then set forth the Prosecutor.
There we go. So most cards are pretty good here. Is the short version.
Yeah, 1 man. What is it? It's Shroud.